What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Pirate Multiverse Tavern 1 Mount Chapter 1 Is the system stuck with a bug? Sabaody Archipelago, at the port of Area 13, Ron was sitting in front of a rundown pub. He set his sights on the middle of the distant sea, which has been dyed golden by the setting sun. The seagulls are active there, a little bit lonely, but also a little bit of life. My name is Ron. His first love is not Yujie, his ex-wife is not Wanjie, and he doesn't have a girlfriend who works as a flight attendant in an airline. In addition, there is no friend named Abin around, and there is also no concierge, Mr. Chin. But, I am the owner of the tavern behind me. He is also a traverser who somehow came to Pirate World from Blue Star. This is really exciting. Shit, this is the lawless territory of the Sabaody Archipelago. Even a pirate with a bounty over 10,000 can crush Ron to death at will. This makes Ron, who is an ordinary person, feel insecure. If it weren't for the Myriad Realms tavern system being turned on, Ron must have run away. Suddenly, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding, the Wanjie Tavern has officially opened, and the system is being tested. Close black lens bracket. Finally come. Ron breathed a sigh of relief, feeling more at ease than ever before. This feeling is like the kind of peace of mind that the autumn clothes are stuffed into the long johns, and the long johns are stuffed into the socks. Ding, the test is over. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket host has met the opening conditions, and the system is being activated. Close black lens bracket. Ding, the Wanjie Tavern is open, the system warehouse is open, and the novice gift pack has been distributed. Please host to open it by yourself. Close black lens bracket. Ding, the system will determine the personality, strength and other aspects of the first guest in the tavern, and invite 4 subsequent guests from other worlds. Close black lens bracket. After the first 5 guests visit the tavern, the system will recapture, and so on. Close black lens bracket. With the voice down, the tavern was immediately enveloped by a burst of light. As the light gradually dissipated, the reminder sounded in Ron's mind again. Ding, Wanjie Tavern certification is complete. Close black lens bracket. The tavern's automatic purchase permission is activated. Close black lens bracket. The system will break the dimensional wall, and visitors from other worlds will have a chance to enter the world of pirates. Close black lens bracket. Crunch. When Ron pushed the door and walked in, a brand new and luxurious tavern came into view. Originally old, dilapidated tavern. Now it is not only spacious and bright, but also the floor and various tables and chairs are completely new. The wine cabinet is also filled with all kinds of fine wines. Bridge bean sacks. Advertisement. Ron seemed to have noticed something, his eyes fixed on the wine displayed on the wine cabinet. Tiger P*** wine, Sichuan Dabu wine, Nialanchan, Wuliangye, Modai. Is there something wrong? Ron scratched his head, then said to the system. Open the novice gift package. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the body strengthening liquid, the fighting instinct and skills of the wristman, and a random clerk. Close black lens bracket. Hearing the system prompt, a series of question marks flashed in Ron's mind. Wristman? Strong man? Will he be able to play deliberate punching in the future? There will be a natural advantage in beating women in the future. Under Laozi's fist, no one who can pass through the 7-dimensional space can survive. While taking out the body strengthening fluid, Ron silently said. Receive the fighting instinct of the wrist hero. Grunt. The moment you drink it, a majestic force gushed out from the body, gently washed the body, and finally merged into every cell and bone in the body. During this period, there was no pain. Yes, only the constant transformation of the body. In just a few minutes, Ron's body has changed drastically. The fat on his body turned into knotted muscles, and just a slight shake of his neck made a series of explosive noises. At this moment, he even felt that he could kill a sea king with one punch. Not bad. Turning his head to look at the glass on the window, Ron saw the current appearance and nodded in satisfaction. The skin has turned white, the facial features have not changed but are much more refined, and the laziness between the brows is still the same, but there is a little more heroism. If this is in the era of looking at faces in the previous life. Wear overalls, learn to sing and dance rap, play basketball, and after 2.5 years of practice, you will definitely be able to debut at the C position. Call the clerk. Language fall. A faint blue magic circle suddenly rose in front of Ron. Then, ding, congratulations host summoned the first clerk, twin maids, Ram, close black lens bracket. Good guy. I'm so direct, good guy, is this system stuck with a bug? Ron couldn't help complaining, and the information about the 2 shop assistants came to mind immediately. Ram from Otherworld life from scratch. The elder sister, Ram, lost her only horn to protect her younger sister, so she couldn't fight for a long time. Gentle and considerate personality, host can unlock related postures by himself. The younger sister, Ram, is versatile and good at housework. P.S. Friendly reminder, compared to sister's flat, Ram's has a larger volume. Advertisement, Ram, he seems to be our master. Sister, do you have to use such a shameful word like master? Ram and Ram leaned on each other's body, a blush appeared on their delicate cheeks. Open black lens bracket ding, the summoned clerk is 100% loyal to host. Close black lens bracket. And this good thing? Ron raised his eyebrows and looked at Ram. Ram. My name is Ron. From now on, you will be the waiters of this tavern. For the next hour, Ron trained the twin sisters on the day-to-day tasks. Just when it was about to end, there was a sudden commotion outside the tavern. Several marine warships were docked at the port, and the sailors poured into the number 13 area with loaded guns. The next moment, Ron's pupils were then occupied by a large piece of darkness and the firelight soaring into the sky. With the continuous sound of violent explosions, the entire 13th area began to tremble. After more than 10 minutes, the riot gradually stopped. Is it Blackbeard and Ace? It's not interesting, it will stop. Ron, who was sitting at the entrance of the tavern watching the excitement, curled his lips in disappointment. When he was about to get up and go back to the tavern, a slightly tired voice sounded from behind. Strange, when will there be another tavern here? Boss, do you have West Blue Spirits here? Turning around, Ron saw the person coming. The man has a square face, clogs on his feet, and a cigarette that is about to burn out in the corner of his mouth. He is squinting his eyes and looking at the tavern. Under some broken cloaks of justice, there are khaki shirts. Just standing there, a dog-licking breath came to his face. The person who came was the current Marine backup Admiral, plus. Codename. T. Dolphin. Ron smiled. There's better, stronger wine in the store. Mr. T. Dolphin, would you like to try it? The T. Dolphin hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Okay. With that said, the T. Dolphin passed Ron and walked into the tavern. Ding, guests enter the tavern and start testing. Close black lens bracket. After the test, the system analysis shows that this guest has the characteristic of licking dogs, and the following 4 guests from other worlds will also have the characteristics of licking dogs. Close black lens bracket. Ding, as long as the customer confides to the host and reaches a certain level of confidence, the customer can be designated to obtain a certain ability. And the people involved when the customer confides will be bound to the tavern, and will enter the tavern soon. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 2. No mention of people in every word, but people in every sentence. Lick the dog. It's. What the hell? In other words, the next 4 guests from another world are all lickers. After coming back to his senses, Ron smiled helplessly. After all, the T. Dolphin has confessed his love to Momosagi 99 times but all ended in failure. This is not dog licking, what else could it be? But, if a licking dog experiences great healthcare, he will never lick anyone again. It is precisely because of this that the licking dogs cannot bear to desecrate the girl's body, so they can only cry alone at night, and can only play with the loneliness in their hands. Their spirit is absolutely touching. Maybe he noticed something strange. This made the military man instinctively turn his head to look at Ron. Those were a pair of clear eyes, with a hint of pity in them, which made Kaido extremely uncomfortable. What the hell? Who told you to look at Lousy with such eyes? Do you know that if Lousy makes a mistake, you may really turn into a corpse? Just when the T. Dolphin was about to ask, 2 petite girls in maid outfits stood in front of him. Ram asked softly, Sir, what would you like to drink? Ram stood side by side with his sister and pointed to the bar. Guest, please take a seat. Kaido glanced at the 2 girls in front of him, his pupils narrowed slightly. Twins, and their appearance is no less impressive than Gion. This forced him to re-examine the tavern, a huge tavern with luxurious decoration. The air is also filled with the faint aroma of wine that drinkers love. What surprised Kaido most was that he was the only customer in the entire tavern. In his impression, even in Marijoy, you can't find a tavern of this quality. Something is wrong, very wrong. Ron behind him nodded with satisfaction. Good. 1 hour of daily training is still very good and should be done more often in the future. However, an appropriate amount should be used to avoid aging of the engine and scratches on the paint. Immediately, Ron said softly, Mr. T. Dolphin, this bottle of wine should satisfy you. T. Dolphin looked along the sound. The young man who was behind him just now arrived at the bar without him noticing, and he had an extra bottle of wine in his hand. On the pure white wine bottle label, there are 3 big characters written, Erguodo. The bottle cap was slowly opened, and a strong aroma of wine came out. Pour the wine into the glass. The aroma of wine instantly spread to the entire tavern. This also made the T. Dolphin, who was already addicted to alcohol, freeze on the spot. It smells so good. Advertisement Rem and Ram's noses twitched slightly, and their delicate cheeks were quickly stained with a blush. After regaining consciousness, Kaido came to the bar and sat down, lit another cigarette and said, Good wine. Even in 5 Elders wine cellar, you can't smell this kind of wine aroma. Ron smiled and then pushed the wine glass in front of the T-Pig. That's ridiculous, Mr. T-Pig, please. Having said that. But Ron was also a little surprised. In his previous life, Erguodo himself drank it. But now this bottle is so fragrant. Could it be that all the wine he drank in his previous life was fake wine? The T. Dolphin didn't hesitate, picked up the wine glass and drank directly. Gulu. The moment the wine entered his throat, Kaido's pupils suddenly trembled. Although this wine is strong, it does not taste strong. Taking a sip of wine into your throat, the sweet, sour, bitter and spicy flavors are balanced, and the aroma of the wine spreads in your mouth. It is simply a great enjoyment. Admiral is Marine's backup and he also likes to drink. Basically all the good wine T. Dolphins in this sea have tasted. But, compared with those wines and this glass of wine, No, they are not even qualified to compare. For a while, the tea dolphin regretted it a little. How can I drink alcohol other than this tavern in the future? After thinking about it, the tea dolphin gave a wry smile and praised, good wine. The taste of this glass of wine is likely to last a lifetime. Ron pushed the wine bottle over. One glass of wine in one's life makes one feel happy in the world. Since it's delicious, drink more. Just one drink, that's not going to make much money. And with the tea dolphin's drinking capacity, there must be nothing to confide in. If you want to make money and let him confide, you can only get him drunk. Then I won't be polite. The tea dolphin nodded, picked up the wine bottle, and drank one after another. Just 10 minutes. Most of the bottle of wine has disappeared. And the tea dolphin's wrinkled face also began to flush slightly, and the drunkenness in his eyes replaced the original exhaustion. He took out another cigarette, lit it, and exhaled with a puff of smoke. His whole face was enveloped in the thin smoke. Boss, have you ever liked a woman? Maybe it was because of the alcohol, or maybe it was because he really wanted to ask, but the tea dolphin stared straight at Ron. Ron shook his head slightly. Not yet. The voice just fell. Two faint resentments spread in the tavern. Advertisement. Ron turned his head and saw Rem, who was looking at him sadly. The three looked at each other. The two sisters Ram and Rem lowered their heads again. The small hillside that had just taken shape was reflected in their pupils. Ram looked at the mature woman passing by the door of the tavern, and asked enviously. When will we grow like that? Maybe it's because I'm too young. That's why the master doesn't like himself. Rem smiled. There will always be a day. Looking at the twin sisters, the tea dolphin's eyes were full of envy. He lifted the wine bottle, took a sip of the wine, and raised the cigarette that was about to burn out in his hand. Boss, do you think that after smoking this cigarette, the next one will still taste the same? Ron. Good guy, I really don't mention people in every word, and every word is about people. Ram and Ram approached Ron and asked in a low voice, Master, is this guy drunk? Ron touched his chin and said seriously, according to my experience of watching the animal world, he is a sequelae of failed courtship. The tea dolphin's eyelids twitched suddenly. I'm not. Well, you're right, but, can you please stop saying it in front of me, as if Lousy can't hear you? After drinking the rest of the wine in the bottle, the tea dolphin was obviously drunk. He said intermittently, I like a girl. I have liked it for many years. From entering Marine to now, this heart has never changed. But, I confessed my love more than 90 times, and all of them were rejected without exception. While talking, the ferocious drunkenness has arrived. The tea dolphin lay on the bar counter weakly, feeling dizzy all over. The picture of being rejected in the past turned into fragments and kept flashing in my mind. Even so, he kept talking drunken words. I've loved you for decades. Marry me, will you? Ron smiled helplessly. It's really a qualified licking dog, but she still doesn't like you after you lick it to the end. The drunk tea dolphin suddenly raised his head, fixed his eyes on Ron. You fart. Momoshagi still likes it. The previous rejections are all tests for me. Now. The tea dolphin's pupils gradually became dilated, and alcohol took over his only sanity, and a murderous aura mixed with resentment rushed out of his body. Ron sighed helplessly. Is the drunk dog licking so sensitive to such words? Language fall. A fist the size of a sandbag was already in front of him. Chapter 3 Your mission is to protect the sea, not to think about bullshit love. The tea dolphin was very angry. Momoshagi doesn't like him, and he knows it. But this matter must not be told by others, this feeling. It was like a secret that had been carefully guarded for many years was exposed. Chado felt that he was the vain emperor, and Ron was the kid who shouted, the emperor has no clothes. Although the story ends here, but if things continue to develop, the emperor will definitely kill that annoying child. Now, the tea dolphin wanted to beat Ron violently, so the fist he threw out ripped the air and roared towards him. It's no use armament hockey. Did you keep it? Ron didn't hesitate at all. He clenched his right fist and charged it slightly, then punched him fiercely. The blade is not wise, and the punch is deliberately thrown. Boom. The two fists collided with each other. The tea dolphin felt a sharp pain in his arm, and his body flew backwards. After smashing a table and chairs along the way, he flew out of the tavern. Rem, who had just taken out his meteor hammer and was about to protect his master, and Ram couldn't help but froze for a moment when they saw this. Rem, is master so strong? I don't know either. I haven't felt any aura from the master until now. They originally thought Ron was just an ordinary person. But the random punch just now was able to knock away the tea dolphin that seemed to be several times stronger than him. This is beyond their cognitive scope. You stay in the tavern. After Ron told Rem and Ram, he walked out of the tavern. But, where did Rem take out the meteor hammer in his hand? Still pink. Could it be that it has been hidden in the maid's skirt? I'll have to dig deeper, sometime. Looking at the figure walking out of the tavern, the tea dolphin stood up drunkenly and said with a big tongue. Take back what you just said, Momoshagi must like me. Otherwise, she would have been married a long time ago. She is waiting for me. Yes, that must be the case. More than 10 years of careful protection, licked for more than 10 years. From soldier, to now backup admiral. Now having a stranger say that Momoshagi didn't like him made the tea-pig's heart twitch. It hurts too much. A single sword cuts straight in, and the sword draws blood. Momoshagi those are the cinnabar moles on my chest and the white moonlight above my head. Ron complained in a low voice. I really licked it until I was helpless, and I licked it until I was moved. He is simply a role model in the dog-licking world. Although the T-Dolphin was in a drunken state, observation Haki still captured the voice keenly. This made him feel even more angry. Advertisement. What is dog-licking? Is that called running in both directions? You fart. The T-Dolphin roared angrily, and the dark armament Haki wrapped around its arms like running water. Well, before drinking, you are a dog-licker, but after you get drunk, you are like a wolf warrior. As soon as Ron finished speaking, a figure flashed in front of him. The dark iron fist and the strong wind caused a harsh sonic boom to ring out around him. Sudden. The system's mechanical prompt sounded in Ron's mind. Ding, the customer has finished talking. Close black lens bracket, ding, the person the customer confided in is Momosagi, will be visiting the tavern soon. Close black lens bracket. Customer. Armament Haki, Observation Haki, Marine 6 styles, host can choose one ability, close black lens bracket. Ron pondered for a moment. Armament Haki. Ding, congratulations to host for getting Armament Haki from T-Dolphin. Close black lens bracket. Instantly, Ron felt a coolness spread throughout his body. Too late to experience it too much. Ron immediately entangled Armament Haki and blasted him. In an instant, a terrifying roar sounded like dozens of cannonballs exploding at the same time. Boom. The aftermath of terror spread wildly. Countless cracks spread out in the ground beneath their feet. It was this confrontation that made Cha Do wake up for the most part. The power of the tavern owner in front of me is actually comparable to mine. And that's even while entangling Armament Haki. Haven't had time to think too much. An explosion-level shockwave spread wildly outward. Immediately afterwards, under the tyrannical force, the T-Dolphin couldn't help but retreat back. On the other hand, even though Ron only took half a step back, he still felt numb. But it's okay. With the effect of body-strengthening fluid plus Armament Haki, it can enhance your own strength to a very high level. Moreover, the T-Dolphin is also drunk and its strength is not as strong as usual. Upon seeing this, the T-Dolphin immediately became vigilant. Who are you? Before entering this tavern, he felt that there was something wrong with this sudden tavern. But, at that time, Cha Do only wanted to drink and did not want to meddle in other people's business. The Sabaody Archipelago is, after all, the territory of the Celestial Dragons. Ron said calmly, I'm just a good citizen who runs a tavern. Then I can only take you back to naval headquarters for questioning. Naturally, Cha Do didn't believe it and pretended to launch another offensive. But suddenly, Ron actually took the initiative and rushed to the T-Dolphin. Let's take off. Advertisement. The T-Dolphin, who was still half drunk, was stunned for a moment. Wait for the reaction. Then he found that he was tightly held by Ron's arms and rushed forward 5 meters. Immediately afterwards, Ron jumped up with the T-Dolphin on his shoulders and then hit the ground hard. Boom. Accompanied by a violent roar, the ground at the impact point cracked, causing a slight tremor throughout Area 13. At the same time, also in the Rip-Off Tavern in Area 13, Rayleigh, who was reading the newspaper, slowly raised his head and looked through the window towards the direction of the sound. Did the fight start again? Well, this time it seems to be a young man I have never seen before. Rayleigh stood up and disappeared the moment he raised his legs. In a deep pit of nearly 3 meters, Ron looked at the T-Dolphin half kneeling on the ground with a smile. Don't worry, I'm not a pirate, nor do I belong to that force. I just laid such a heavy hand on you just to sober you up. T-Dolphin. What the hell, is this how you wake up from alcohol? Did you know that at that moment, Lousy's waist was about to break? Cha Do shook his still groggy brain and said, it's not up to you to decide whether you are a pirate or not. Today, you must go back with me for review. Ron didn't want to listen to his continued nonsense, so he jumped up into the air and hit the T-Dolphin in the face with his whip leg. Boom. With a muffled sound, the body of the T-Dolphin flew directly high and finally hit a big tree hard. I just wanted to get up, but my body was weak in my drunken state. Coupled with the strong drunkenness and the injuries on his upper body, the T-Dolphin's eyelids seemed to be filled with lead, extremely heavy. On his deathbed, Ron's voice reached the ears of the T-Dolphin. Wake up, women will only affect the hardness of the armed color. Look at her 100 times, she is not yours after all. But if you punch 100 times, the strength is your own. You are Marine, your mission is to protect this sea, not to think about bullshit romantic love every day. Ron's words were like thunder, exploding in Cha Do's ears countless times. At last, with a pop sound, the T-Dolphin collapsed to the ground and fell asleep directly. Chapter 4. This is definitely a horror story. Knocked the T-Dolphin unconscious, and what this young man said seems to make sense. Rayleigh, who came from the Rip-Off Tavern, hid in the dark with shock in her eyes. Who is that young man? It can knock out a Marine candidate admiral, why have I never heard of it? But then, Rayleigh was even dumbfounded. Ron fumbled around with the T-Dolphin and took out a phone bug. Soon, the phone was connected, and a voice that was very familiar to Rayleigh sounded. What's up? Mr. Cha Do is drunk, please ask someone to take him away. Ron smiled and continued. By the way, he hasn't paid for the drinks yet, plus the damage caused to the tavern by the T-Dolphin's drunken madness, the total is 30 million berries. Just blackmail. No, asking for money for drinks. This was the main reason why Ron knocked the T-Dolphin unconscious. After all, in the tavern, not only does Ron have one mouth to eat, but Rem also has 4 mouths. It would be a shame not to give Marine a hard time now. The person on the other side of the phone was silent. Drinking like crazy? 30 million berries? Is the T-Dolphin crazy? It's just drinking. Why are you destroying other people's pubs? The key is, I still have to be the one who pays the bill. After being stunned for a moment, the phone bug's voice finally rang. The money will be sent to you. At the same time, Rayleigh, who was hiding in the dark, was confused. Is this kid crazy? Blackmail Sengoku directly. The person on the other side of the phone bug is none other than the current Marine Marshal, Buddha Sengoku. For a while, Rayleigh felt an unprecedented curiosity arose in her heart. Not just smelling the aroma of wine coming from the tavern. I also want to know who this young man who knocked out the T-Dolphin is. But in the end, Rayleigh gave up. If there was such a big noise, Marine would definitely come over. Let's have a drink another day. If it's Sengoku who comes to give you money, it's game over. Rayleigh smiled bitterly and walked to the nearest casino on her slippers. The next day, early morning, located in a villa in the small town of Mlinfendo. T-Dolphin opened his eyes suddenly, a sentence echoing in his mind. You are Marine, your mission is to protect this sea, not think about some bullshit romantic love story every day. This short sentence. The T-Dolphin had a nightmare all night. Advertisement in the dream, he gave up on Momoshagi, and after countless missions in his own strength, he successfully became the Marine Admiral. The night he took office, the T-Dolphin passed by her door. Vaguely, he saw a man through the window and curtains, swaying profusely. And the figure of that man became more and more familiar. Just as the T-Dolphin was about to take a look. Just listen to the sound of pop, which is like a sound like the cork being pulled out of champagne. It was this sound that woke up the T-Dolphin from his sleep. Immediately, Momoshagi and the man stood up one after another. At the same time, Kaido also vaguely saw the man's face. What the hell, Ron? This is definitely a horror story. This is a dream, not real. Yes, that's right. Kaido shook his dizzy head and confirmed repeatedly. At this time, the phone next to the bed suddenly rang. Pulu Pulu Pulu. The T-Dolphin opens the phone bug. Sengoku's voice sounded, come to the meeting right away. Finished. The phone bug's eyes slowly closed and fell into a deep sleep. Naval Headquarters Conference Room. At the beginning of the meeting, Sengoku slammed his hands on the table and scolded loudly. T-Dolphin, were you beaten stupid by Ace and Blackbeard yesterday? Spent 30 million berries on drinking, tell me what happened yesterday. Spending money is secondary, just deduct it from Kaido's salary. What troubles Sengoku the most is the earthquake that was felt in Area 13 yesterday, coupled with Marine's actions in Sabaody. The powerful people of Sabaody Archipelago have never stopped complaining about Marine. In addition to the world government, a large part of Marine's expenses are maintained by these powerful people. T-Dolphin prevaricated in embarrassment. He just got drunk and had a fight with the tavern owner. Akainu, who was smoking a cigar, said solemnly, just a tavern owner. You were lying in a deep pit at that time, and making such a big noise could knock you out. And based on Marine's information, we can't find out his details at all. There is no way to verify the sudden appearance of the tavern. Momoshagi, Kizaru, Suru, Vice Admiral and others present were startled when they heard this. Even Marine can't find it. Then this tavern owner is most likely a member of the 4 Emperors, or a remnant of the Rock's pirate. $30 million for drinking will be deducted from your salary. Sengoku glanced at the T-Pig and immediately gave the order. 3 days. If we can't find out the identity of the tavern owner, then we will arrest Fire Fist Ace and Blackbeard together. Crane Vice Admiral put his hands on his face and said slowly. Advertisement, don't worry, since he dares to blackmail Marine, he must be innocent. It just so happens that the wine money hasn't been delivered yet. Why don't you go have a drink and relax, Sengoku? You can also take the opportunity to invite him to join Marine. Talents that can knock out a T-Dolphin and escape unharmed may not be wasted. The heart of the T-Dolphin on the side twitched suddenly. Killing people is also heartbreaking, how cruel. Sengoku, who was furious, immediately calmed down after hearing this. If Ron was really from the 4 Emperors, he would definitely keep a low profile, let alone blackmail Marine. After thinking about it, Sengoku nodded slowly. You are right. Momoshagi and I will go there tomorrow to test it out. If there is no problem, we must convince him to join Marine. The Marine executives present had no objections and nodded in agreement. Immediately, Sengoku looked around at everyone, and finally his eyes fell on the T-Dolphin. Catch Fire Fist Ace, Marine will pay for the 30 million berry drink money on your behalf. Although T-Dolphin was helpless, he could only nod in agreement. I will go to strengthen the deployment after the meeting. There is no way, this is the mission of the T-Dolphin. Coupled with the debt of 30 million berry, now he can only find a way to catch Ace. And Fire Fist Ace is also the most important part of Marine's subsequent plan against the Whitebeard pirates. A few hours later, the meeting ended and the T-Dolphin was the first to leave the meeting room. When everyone walked out of the Marine building, they suddenly woke up. The T-Dolphin didn't pester Momoshagi today. At the same time, the pub also welcomed its second customer since its opening. He is an old man with silver hair and beard. He wears round-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose, and the scar that lines his right eye not only does not reveal his anger, but makes him look more calm. Ron, who was sitting at the bar, slowly raised his eyes and directly revealed the old man's identity. Mr. Rayleigh, welcome, my name is Ron, I am the owner of this pub. Pluton. Rayleigh, One Piece Roger's vice captain, the legendary pirate. Rayleigh's steps suddenly froze, and she immediately turned around to leave. Excuse me, it seems this place is not suitable for me. Rayleigh has been retired for more than 10 years. Now, he was identified by a young man who looked younger than his retirement years. This forced him to deal with it cautiously. Ron did not step forward to stop him, but said with a smile. A great man in my hometown once said that even if a place turns into a black hole, it is still a place I want to explore. Is Mr. Rayleigh getting old and losing the courage to explore the sea? This sea really needs young blood. Rayleigh, who had just reached the door of the pub, suddenly stopped and chuckled. It's a clumsy way to provoke generals, but congratulations, it's very useful. Correction. Even if I'm old, how can the little flying stick rival the old sausages of the old days? Chapter 5 The Licking Dog from Another World. Although Rayleigh sat down at the bar again, her doubts did not diminish at all. After knocking out the T-Dolphin and extorting a huge sum of money from Sengoku, why didn't Marine come looking for trouble? And no news came out at all. The strangest thing is, this tavern is really deserted. You know, the taverns in Sabaody Archipelago are always overcrowded. What's more, this tavern is luxuriously decorated. The clerks are also first-rate in appearance, and the most important thing is, they're twins. Old Dachshund? Ron smiled lightly and poked Rayleigh's sore spot. Now that you see Shocky at night, don't your legs tremble? You. Rayleigh was speechless. I wanted to refute, but I rummaged through the Shinwang dictionary in my stomach and couldn't find a combative word. Because everything Ron said was true. There's nothing you can do about it, you're just getting old when you're old, and your body is always not as good as it used to be. Seeing that Rayleigh looked very ugly, Ron stopped joking and turned around to take out a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet. Stop testing. If first were Marine, I would have caught you and impelled down and stepped on the sewing machine. Rayleigh looked proud. Catch me. That also depends on whether Sengoku has the courage to fight to the death. This is not egotistical, but have absolute confidence in your own strength. Although already old, but once Marine starts a war, it will gain nothing except destroying the Sabaody Archipelago. This is also the reason why Marine knows the news about Rayleigh and does not dare to start a war. Faced with Rayleigh's bold words, Ron just smiled and opened the bottle cap, pouring the brown wine into the glass. Moment. A strong aroma of wine and a touch of Chinese medicine overflowed in the tavern. Good wine. Rayleigh took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly, with a satisfied look on her face. Even Rayleigh, who has walked the entire Grand Line, has never smelled this kind of wine aroma. Try it. Ron pushed the wine glass over. This wine might revive your old bratwurst. This is Tiger Whip wine. It is brewed from a series of medicinal materials such as tiger pea ****, angelica root, white peony root, trichosanthin and so on. The original medicinal effect, plus the blessing of the system. It's sure to bring back a man's glory. Really? Rayleigh's eyes flashed. But looking at the contents soaked in the wine bottle, Rayleigh felt like he had seen it before somewhere. It was something with barbs on its surface. Advertisement. Something is wrong. Although Rayleigh felt a little weird, the rich aroma of wine seemed to open all the pores on her body. An indescribable feeling of relief spread throughout the body. Rayleigh picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and couldn't help but admire. Good wine. The faint flavor of Chinese medicine and the sweetness of the wine are just right. After the slight spiciness, a sweetness immediately fills the cavity, making people linger. I haven't experienced too much yet. Rayleigh suddenly noticed a slight burning sensation in his body. It's the crazy secretion of hormones and dopamine in the body. Immediately afterwards, the arousal that had disappeared for many years rose in the abdomen, which was the manifestation of the crazy surge of adrenaline. Ron smiled and asked, "How do you feel?" "This should be the most satisfying glass of wine I have ever had in my life." Rayleigh was lost for a while. Because of age, Rayleigh has also drank and taken many tonics or tonics. But those are just money scams. But this cup allowed this 70-year-old man to find the state of his youth. Ron asked curiously, "What do you mean? Letting Rayleigh drink tiger pea **** wine is like using him as a guinea pig to see how effective the medicine actually is." Gulu. After Rayleigh drank the remaining wine in the glass, he smiled lightly and said, "I feel like I'm back in my youth." Ron. Is the medicinal effect of tiger pea **** wine so strong? To make an old man who has an idea above but no way below him look like a new life? But, also good. In this way, he can justifiably raise the price of wine. Ron put away the Tiger Whip wine and teased with a smile. The wine is gone too. Since Mr. Rayleigh is busy, he can pay the bill and leave. When Rayleigh heard this, the corners of his mouth froze, and he said hastily, Not going. I won't drink the wine at Shocky's Tavern from now on, and I will come to praise you every day." After speaking, Rayleigh pointed to the Tiger Whip wine in the wine cabinet, with a, "Hurry up and give it to me," expression on his face. Ron shook his head slightly, turned around and took a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet and put it on the bar. "Just drink 1 cup, your body won't be able to withstand it if you drink too much. Try this, it will definitely satisfy you. Unscrew the cap, tilt the bottle slightly, and the wine will fall into the glass." For a while, Rayleigh's alcohol addiction was aroused again, and he asked, "Advertisement, this is?" Different from the tiger pea asterisk 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 just now, this time the wine has an elegant and delicate aroma, which makes people feel extra comfortable. Ron said softly. Motai, such a strange name. Rayleigh complained in his heart, and couldn't wait to pick up the wineglass and drank it down. Gulu. A gleam flashed in Rayleigh's eyes. Good wine. The moment the wine enters the throat, you can feel the unique delicateness and smoothness of this wine. There is no spicy stimulation, only soft and smooth. In an instant, you can feel that Motai has been brewed for a long time to produce a unique delicious taste, and finally experience the mellow and long-lasting delicious taste. Feeling the unique enjoyment brought by Motai, Rayleigh couldn't wait to drink a few more glasses. I'm very interested in the stories that happened on the sea back then, can you tell me something? Ron took out a glass and got himself a drink. After hearing the story, the wine will be discounted. Rayleigh smiled. This is the first time to tell a stranger about all the experiences of the year. Certainly. Ron had wine, and the old man happened to have countless stories. That's all. Rayleigh's story from his incompatibility when he just retired to his adventures in the sea. When Roger was mentioned, the corner of the old man's mouth rose unconsciously. When the story is coming to an end, his expression gradually declined, and his eyes were full of vicissitudes. When Roger came to see me for the last time, he left a word, I will not die. I won't die. Does it mean someone inherits his will? Rayleigh lowered his head slightly, wiped away the tears overflowing from the corner of his eyes, and whispered. Roger, I want to go to sea with you again. Remembrance, loss, sadness. Waiting for the emotions to overflow, making the old man look like he lost the ease he had when he first came in. Live the rest of the day well, that's what Roger wants to see. Ron raised his glass of wine. To the past. I also respect the future. Rayleigh also raised his glass, but the wine glasses of the two had not had time to collide. A crisp doorbell rang suddenly. Creaked. As the door of the tavern was slowly pushed open, a figure walked in. Ron glanced at it and couldn't help but spit in a low voice. Is the system for real? The remaining 4 guests from other worlds are all licking dogs. Chapter 6 How am I? Hey Xiaohu, worse than Hongmao. There was a wry smile on Ron's lips. Although the newcomer was a dog licker, he ended up miserable. Talk about licking to the end, not to mention everything, even life is involved. But, this guest is no longer a human being, but a tiger walking upright. The tiger wears a high crown, looks stern, and is dressed in blue-purple clothes, making his figure extraordinarily tall and straight. As it walks forward, the red cloak behind it swings up and down, looking like a leader. This guest is one of Ron's childhood, Black Tiger. Your status is the young master of the demon sect. With this status, you go to lick a rabbit? Ron couldn't figure it out. Seeing Ron's strange expression, Rayleigh, who was thinking about the past, also turned his head and glanced. Fur people? Rayleigh froze for a moment. The reserve price of the fur family in the auction house can be as high as 700,000 berry. If the human traffickers in the Sabaody Archipelago saw this, they would stop at nothing to arrest them. He Xiaohu glanced at him upon hearing this. Rayleigh's pressure doubled instantly, and his body instinctively prepared for the fight. Very strong. The fur tribe in front of me is definitely stronger than the 2 fur tribe kings one know, Inwarashi and Malbamushi. But, the age is too young, right? Could it be that the combination of the cat viper and other fur races caused a genetic mutation? Take it easy. This is just an ordinary guest. Ron comforted Rayleigh with a smile, and then looked at He Xiaohu. What do you want to drink? He Xiaohu didn't respond. His eyes followed the strong smell of wine. It was the bottle in front of Rayleigh. He came to the bar and sat down, pointed out and said, the pots are exactly the same. I hope the voice that directed me didn't lie to me. The wine here is really like fairy wine. Soon. Rem brought a bottle of Motai and put it in front of He Xiaohu. Your wine, use it slowly. He Xiaohu nodded silently, ignored Ron, and drank the wine on his own. Just a few minutes. Most of the bottle of Motai has already been eaten, as if to vent. See, Ron said softly, since you're here to get drunk. You can talk about the distress in your heart. Maybe the old man next to you can help you. Rayleigh's face darkened. Do you think you are very humorous? Advertisement, what the hell? Can't you see that this fur tribe is very strong? Also, are you serious about this cave? He Xiaohu looked at Rayleigh with a slightly hesitant expression. Immediately, he took a sip of his wine and said in a deep voice, before I came, I used my internal energy to heal the wounds of the girl I like. But, after she woke up, it turned out to be another person's name. Is it you, Hongmao Xiaoxia? At that moment of life and death, she was thinking of another person's name, which is really ridiculous. He Xiaohu felt like a dog. No matter how much he begged for mercy in front of Blue Rabbit, what he got in the end was just a pair of blank eyes. Hiss. The farmer's 3 punches hurt a little, Rayleigh said helplessly. Little brother, look away. You are still young and you will meet better ones. Perhaps in the near future, you will meet another woman you like, and you will almost die for her, and you will be unable to extricate yourself because of her. Hearing this, Ron almost spit out his wine. He Xiaohu felt that his face was being repeatedly crushed by the wheels. Picking up the wine bottle, He Xiaohu drank the rest of the wine in one gulp, said with a wry smile. I won't meet again. A woman who values love and righteousness is unyielding and will never meet another woman like her. It would be nice if we weren't the enemy, having said that. But He Xiaohu refused to accept it. In terms of character, Blue Rabbit loses his memory and Ichu has no fault. When it comes to martial arts, he went into seclusion for 10 years, and when he came out, he swept away his peers. I caught Qilin just to save my father. What was wrong with me? So, what is the difference between me, He Xiaohu, and Hongmao? Ron patted his shoulder and said softly, young people should not see such a stunning woman, otherwise they will be her shadow for the rest of their lives. She is so beautiful. He Xiaohu said silently, yes. 7 swords combined, I can block 6 swords by myself, but your ice soul sword can penetrate me to the bone. It hurts, alas. Rayleigh sighed. Forget it, I will help you. Don't be too nice to her all the time. You need to let her know that you can still live without her. And life will be better, with more women. In this way, there will definitely be a gap in her heart, and she will think of all the things she has experienced with you from time to time. He Xiaohu was instantly enlightened, and his eyes that were originally a little drunk also started to shine. Senior. Definitely a senior. If I had met this senior earlier, maybe I and Blue Rabbit's children would be able to make a difference. Advertisement. But she always pretended to be someone else in her heart, and never had my place. He Xiaohu had a bitter expression on his face. Rayleigh smiled. It's okay, you can cause them a little trouble behind your back. He Xiaohu frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. I, He Xiaohu, have acted above board all my life, and I can't do such dirty things. Ron at the bar slapped him in the face. Good guy. You're already a dog licker, so don't care about your face. And, being open and above board doesn't fit your personality. Have you forgotten that you have committed poisoning, kidnapping, and arson? At this time, Ron handed He Xiaohu another bottle of wine. Your pride must be very hot, so can you burn through that feeling? If you can't do it, you can ask your subordinates to do it. Ron originally didn't want to meddle in other people's business. But He Xiaohu is the son of the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, a very rich man. If you follow this, let the plot continue. He Xiaohu won't live for a few more days, and the tavern will lose a guest from another world. So Ron made a point, whether he can survive or not depends on He Xiaohu himself. He Xiaohu didn't respond to the wine handed over, nor was he refusing it like before. He drank one glass after another as if he had just arrived. After drinking the last sip of wine, He Xiaohu's eyes became no longer confused. After putting down a few gold ingots, he slowly got up. You too, I have remembered your tips, come and visit another day. After finishing speaking, He Xiaohu walked straight out of the tavern, and his figure slowly disappeared. He did not disappear into the coming night, but in the true sense, disappear from this world and return to the original world. Then I'll go and come back tomorrow to support you. It just so happened to try the medicine tonight. Is it Shocky crying and begging for mercy, or is this old man suffering the same humiliation as before? Rayleigh put down a bag of gold coins, and left the tavern with a bitter expression on his face. One can imagine what a daily torment Rayleigh has endured since he was old. And today is the day to avenge past shame. Let's rest too. After Ron collected the money, he and Ram closed the store and tidied it up. The moment the tavern door closed, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Order, customer Rayleigh. He Xiaohu completed the confession. Close black lens bracket. Host can choose He Xiaohu's abilities. Demon Dance, Star Absorbing Technique, Kuafu Zuri. Open black lens bracket Rayleigh, Overlord Hockey, Observation Hockey, Armament Hockey. Close black lens bracket. Ron slapped his face. Are you going to be so good? This name is so embarrassing. Chapter 7 Martial Marine Visits. Despite the awkward name of the move, Ron still said softly. Choose He Xiaohu's Tenma Ranbu and Rayleigh's Conqueror's Hockey. The demonic dance is He Xiaohu's strongest ability. Likewise, the name is also the most embarrassing. As for the price-performance ratio of Conqueror's Hockey, it absolutely beats Rayleigh's other capabilities. Ding, start merging. Close black lens bracket as the system's voice fell. Ron shivered inexplicably, and then a strange feeling spread throughout his body. It was like a ball of energy suddenly poured into the body. No pain. On the contrary, Ron still felt warm and comfortable in his belly, making him want to moan. Like a man's last trembling, but thinking of Rem, who was still beside him, he forcibly held back. And this is not over yet. This energy is centered on Ron, passing through the organs of the body and spreading to the limbs. At last, this power exploded completely, impacting every part of the body, and a steady stream of power surged up. The next moment, a majestic energy surged out of Ron's body. All the tables, chairs, and wine cabinets in the tavern were overturned. Everything returned to calm. Ron came back to his senses, and was a little surprised by the mess everywhere. As this Tenma Ranbu's inner power, Kai, or Conqueror's Hockey. Two forces merged at once. So much so that Ron couldn't tell whether what just broke out was Conqueror's Hockey or Tenma Ranbu. But, the name Tianmo Ranwu is too special. Ram was cooking in the kitchen. When Ram heard the noise, he ran out quickly. Looking at the scene in front of them, the two sisters immediately prepared to clean up. Eat first. Pack these away tomorrow. Ron stretched out his hand to stop Ram. It's already 7 o'clock in the evening. Let Ram work again, and Ram will look too much like an unscrupulous businessman. Okay then, master. Ram nodded and took Ram back to the kitchen. Looking at the backs of the two of them, Ron sighed in his heart. Sure enough, the one who can help me is my friend, and the one who can help me countless times is Ram. After coming back to his senses, Ron clenched his fists slightly. A lavender halo emerged from Ron's body and enveloped his whole body. The terrifying power turned the floor under his feet into powder instantly. Advertisement: if we continue the experiment, I'm afraid the tavern will be gone. The specific power can only be seen in actual combat. Ron sighed softly and immediately dissipated the released power. Because it's not the same world. Therefore, it was difficult for Ron to judge which of the strong men in the pirate world he could compete with after using all his strength with Tenma Dance. But one thing is certain. My current strength is definitely enough to defeat a Vice Admiral. Compared to yesterday when he was still a weakling, Ron was already very satisfied. I just wanted to go ahead and try Conqueror's Hockey. Suddenly, at the same time as the aroma of food poured into the nose, Rem's voice came from the kitchen. Master, dinner is ready. Let's have abalone sashimi tonight. It's true that hungry eels have abalone. Ron had to give up the experiment Conqueror's Hockey. Early morning. Before the tavern opened for business, Ram was in the mess left yesterday. Jingle. The doorbell rang suddenly, the door was slowly pushed open, and a pair of long white legs wearing high heels stepped in. Just at this moment, Ron had just woken up, too, and came to the bar of the tavern from the backyard. He looked thoughtfully at the woman who came in. To be precise, it was a female marine general. Coquettish, gorgeous, like a blooming rose, beautiful and charming, but covered with spikes. If you get close enough, you will be pierced with blood. The woman didn't come in a hurry, but looked around the tavern, as if to check if there was any danger. It's just that when her eyes fell on Ram, her eyebrows frowned slightly. Child labor. Still wearing a maid outfit, the boss is not a serious person at first glance. After confirming, the woman didn't come in a hurry and stepped back a little, standing on the side of the door. Immediately afterwards, a muscular old man wearing a cloak of justice strode into the tavern. The old man has an afro, and the hair volume is enough to make any middle-aged man feel ashamed. On the marine cap, there is a seagull that symbolizes peace. The two are the Marine Marshal, Sengoku of the Buddha, and Marine Follow-up Admiral, Momoshagi. Welcome. Ron smiled, with some surprise in his voice. It's just money for drinks. Why do you want Marshal Marine to come over in person? Ron, right? I heard from the Dolphin that you have good wine here. Let's have a drink today. Sengoku came to the bar and sat down, and said with a smile. The voice just fell. Momoshagi stepped forward slowly, put the box in his hand on the bar and opened it, and stacks of neatly arranged berry bills came into Ron's eyes. This is the wine money I promised you. Advertisement. After Momoshagi groaned, she didn't sit with Sengoku, but stood aside, like an ordinary soldier, in charge of guarding. Even Sengoku doesn't need it, but Marshal Marine still represents the face of Marine, the world government. It's too polite, but I can go to the Marine to pick it up myself. Ron said polite words, but he had already put away the box full of berry. You deserve it. Instead of being displeased at all, Sengoku had a gleam in his eyes. Greedy for money, seems to be a bit lustful. These preferences are not too much, as long as they agree to join Marine, they can be satisfied. Sengoku was afraid that Ron would be out of touch with worldly interests, and that would be difficult. What would you like to drink? Ron asked. You recommend it. I don't usually drink much. Ron thought for a while, then turned around and took out a bottle of simple-looking wine from the wine cabinet, and put it in front of Sengoku. Fenju. The entrance is elegant and soft, and the impact on the mouth is gentle. The mouth and teeth will be filled with a delicate fragrance, including the nasal cavity. The fragrance is like a lotus flower blooming in a lotus pond in the summer morning. Ron paused, half-jokingly said, if you compare Lujo-flavored wine to a beautiful young woman with rouge and lipstick, then Fenju is like a plain and clean girl, free from dust and lead. Mr. Sengoku, who upholds the justice of King's Landing, will like this feeling of long-term flow after decades of precipitation. After listening to Ron's introduction, Sengoku's eyes suddenly brightened, and the winebug that had been silent for many years was also aroused. Available immediately, he couldn't help feeling vigilant. Ron was so young, how could he know the justice he upheld and the changes in his character? Could it be? Ron wanted to join the Marine a long time ago, did his research early? To stun the Dolphin and blackmail him was also a plan arranged in advance? If that's the case, the young man in front of him is really terrifying. Gathering his senses, Sengoku smiled and said, hopefully this will be as tempting as you said. After speaking, he filled the wine glass and drank it down. Gulu. As soon as the wine entered his throat, Sengoku fell in love with this wine instantly. The entrance is soft, strong and sweet, swallowing it is like a clear stream, and there is no detour in the progression of layers. It's not as fiery as West Blue spirits, nor as sweet as wines from East Blue. This wine is very well balanced in terms of mellowness, and the taste is round but not transparent, surpassing all the fine wines I have ever drunk. While Sengoku was still immersed in this feeling. Suddenly, with a bang, the door of the tavern was kicked open. I saw Rayleigh holding a bag of gold coins that I didn't know where to get, and shouted loudly. Boss. The old man is here to join us again. Your wine is really wonderful. Last night was a life motto, harmonious collision and rhythm. Heard the words. Sengoku also came back to his senses, turned his head and glanced, and happened to meet Rayleigh's eyes. Silence. The tavern fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 8, a touching little story. To be honest, Rayleigh really wants to give herself a big D*K. What lousy said yesterday has really come true now. Sengoku actually came to give you money for drinks. He really happened to run into me. Rayleigh is not afraid, but she doesn't want to ruin her peaceful retirement life. Ron, who was sitting at the bar, just smiled and said nothing. He also wanted to see how the situation would develop. Rayleigh and Sengoku are old friends after all. Will the two hug each other and cry, lamenting how difficult these years have been, or will they just fight? At this time, Rem, who didn't know the truth, saw Rayleigh frozen in place and whispered, "Mr. Rayleigh, come in and sit down. Do you want to be so polite?" Rayleigh had no choice but to smile bitterly and said, "The gas in my house is not turned off. I must go back quickly." As he spoke, he walked backward slowly, absolutely not giving Sengoku, the old Yinbi, a chance to strike from behind. "Rayleigh?" Momoshage heard this and reacted immediately. The long and narrow sword blade hanging on his waist suddenly came out of its sheath, making a clanging sound. Although the sea is still very chaotic now, Marine, 4 emperors, and Shichibukai stand on 3 pillars. No matter how chaotic it is, it's just a small fight. If you want to be promoted, you have to wait for qualifications or wait for an opportunity. And now as long as Rayleigh is captured alive, Momoshage will have a bright future on his resume. "Stop, we are not here to fight today." Sengoku stopped him. By starting a war rashly, Marine would gain nothing except leaving a destroyed Sabaody land. As Marine Marshal, Sengoku must distinguish between pros and cons. Besides, Rayleigh is retired now, so as long as he doesn't cause any trouble, Marine can turn a blind eye. "You know what I mean, Ron, here's a tonic from yesterday." Rayleigh strode to the bar and sat down, feeling very happy at the same time. Fortunately, the one who came today was not the stupid young man from Akainu, otherwise, this battle would be inevitable. Soon Ram held the wine and placed it in front of Rayleigh. "Uncle, please take it easy." Rayleigh smiled and nodded, then tasted the tonic wine. "See." Sengoku smiled and joked. "Why, Pluton Rayleigh is also in despair, and he only dares to order one drink? You know nothing." Rayleigh glanced at him with disdain and raised his middle finger. "I had a drink yesterday, and it got calluses. Last night was a night of intense N. Sengoku. I can understand all the words, but why can't I understand them when they are connected?" Seeing Sengoku's confused look, Rayleigh stepped forward and explained in a low voice. After Sengoku heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank. "I wanted to ask Ron for a drink to confirm the authenticity, but I held back. Because Momoshage is still around. Advertisement, ahem." Sengoku coughed to cover up his embarrassment and then got to the point. "Ron, with your ability, isn't it a bit worth it to end up in a tavern?" Rayleigh was stunned for a moment and almost spit out the wine she hadn't swallowed. What's the meaning? Is this asking Ron to join Marine? Subconsciously, Rayleigh's butt moved to the side. Try to run away the next second Ron agrees and never set foot in this tavern again in this life. After all, if Ron agrees, Rayleigh might be used as a certificate of submission to Marine. Everyone has different choices. Ron smiled, knowing clearly. Whether it is worth it or not cannot be judged by strength. Isn't it satisfying to open a tavern and have 2 lovely clerks? No wonder a Marine Marshal came to deliver the money in person. It turns out that sending money is just a way to go. Inviting yourself to join Marine is today's topic. But, after all, he injured the T-Dolphin and extorted Marine a huge sum of money. It was hard for Ron not to imagine that Sengoku was going to trick him into going to naval headquarters and then capture him alive. "Then what was your purpose of practicing and increasing your strength back then?" Sengoku frowned slightly and asked. "Don't you want to show your ambition?" Sengoku really had no reason to refute Ron's words. For a person without ambition, with Ron's current life, it couldn't be more comfortable. "Cultivation? Aspiration?" Ron shrugged. "I just want to survive in this troubled world, so some self-defense measures are not too much." The complexions of Rayleigh, Sengoku, and Momoshage suddenly turned black. Whose self-defense method can stun the T-Dolphin? Is it too strong? Suddenly, there was an inexplicable commotion outside the tavern. A large number of Marines poured into the port, as if they were chasing pirates, and the sound of bullets shooting out of the gun chamber was endless. Immediately afterwards, the flames soaring into the sky lit up, and even the inside of the tavern felt a burst of heat. Fire Fist Ace again. Sengoku gritted his teeth. Garp, the B************** D, really raised 2 wonderful grandchildren. Rayleigh heard a series of question marks in his mind. Grandson? Isn't Ace Whitebeard's son? Why are you getting involved with Garp again now? So Whitebeard is going to call Garp Papa. Ha ha ha. Rayleigh laughed out loud after recalling the picture in his brain. But immediately, he felt something weird again. Bridge Bean Sacks. Advertisement F***K. So Roger should also be called Garp's father. Moreover, why does Ace always make himself feel inexplicably close? No matter what the relationship between them is, the T-Dolphins will now go all out to arrest them. Sengoku said softly. The debt of 30 million is enough for him to tighten his belt for half a year. Butterfly effect. Ron raised his eyebrows and turned to look outside the tavern. Now, more than a dozen warships were parked at the port, and tens of thousands of troops were mobilized. In addition to T-Dolphins, 2 veteran vice admirals were also dispatched. It seems that my appearance has changed the original plot. 30 million in wine money, and the double punishment of being knocked out by Ron and negligence of duty. The T-Dolphin no longer cares about Garp's face. Even if you can't successfully capture them today, the Marines will continue to increase their troops. If it weren't for these reasons, Marine would have been a little more slack. Ace and Blackbeard can also take the opportunity to slip away, and the plot still unfolds in the original direction. Wait. Ron suddenly thought of something. Now that the plot has been completely disrupted, Ace can't escape Sabaody Archipelago anyway. Whitebeard will also die in Summit War and will not visit the tavern. Wouldn't shock fruit have nothing to do with me? That being the case, let's make things a little messier. Only in this way can Whitebeard come to the tavern while saving Ace in the Sabaody Archipelago. System. After the customer confides, can the fruit ability be selected? Ron thought silently. Ding. You can choose. Close black lens bracket. Obtain the customer's fruit ability. The system will give the guest in the form of ability or fruit, and no longer fear the characteristics of seawater. Close black lens bracket. And this good thing? After getting the answer, Ron's eyes flashed brightly. But immediately felt another headache. It doesn't matter whether Ace is dead or not, Mara fruit is not eaten by dogs anyway. But he's the only one who can bond with Whitebeard right now. At that time, the system gave a reminder that the person who binds the bond must have strong emotions. Rayleigh and Sengoku are dead unless they played Mavericks against each other. So Ace must be alive now. Bind with Whitebeard and come to the tavern. Even if Ron is Ace's executioner, it will be fine. Immediately, Ron glanced at Rayleigh, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Would you like to listen to me tell a touching little story? Although the three people in front of them were puzzled, they still nodded. 20 years ago, there was a great pregnant mother who fled to a small island in order to avoid being hunted down by her enemies. Although it was concealed, the enemy finally found a hiding place and captured all the pregnant women. Ron got a glass of wine and took a sip. In order to give birth to the child, this mother spent 20 months of pregnancy before giving birth to the child, and finally died of exhaustion. Isn't it touching? The story ended, and Ron fixed his eyes on Rayleigh. For a while, Rayleigh froze in his chair, his thoughts completely disrupted. Chapter 9. I've seen someone who commits suicide, but I've never seen someone who behaves like this. When Ron's story ends, inexplicably, Ace's face appeared in Rayleigh's mind, followed by Rouge. Same T***s as Madara. One disappeared 20 years ago, and the other was born 20 years ago. Both have the same surname, Portgas. Is the reason for following motherhood to avoid the pursuit of Marine? After tying it all together, boom, it was as if a bomb had been thrown into Rayleigh's mind. The aftermath of the explosion blasted the soul into pieces, crushed the consciousness into dust, and left nothing but a blank. Wang. Suddenly, a surge of breath filled the entire tavern instantly. The old man in front of him vented his strength to his heart's content. The killing intent and remorse in his heart intertwined into flames. Black and red lightning are galloping recklessly in the air. Why? Why didn't the B************* D. Roger entrust Rouge mother and child to himself, but Garp instead? Could it be that after the pirates disbanded, there will be no connection between us anymore? 20 months of pregnancy, the pain is unimaginable. Sengoku's heart sank. Why are you crazy? Standing behind her, Momoshage stretched out her hands and released her armed colors. The next moment, an invisible and impenetrable barrier formed in front of Sengoku, resisting the strong impact. Sengoku frowned slightly, vaguely feeling that something was wrong, not only Rayleigh's loss of control, but also Ron's story. Both strange and very familiar. At this moment, Rayleigh was immersed in endless grief and his emotions were out of control. Under Conqueror's Haki, the little faces of Ram and Ram were pale, and even when they entered the fighting state, they felt powerless for a while. Not only that, under this violent impact, not to mention the tables and chairs in the tavern fell into one piece, even the floor under their feet was lifted. It's overkill. Ron frowned slightly, and tapped his finger lightly on the bar. With a bang, a strong Conqueror's Haki surged from Ron's body. The two Conquerors collided instantly. The strong impact passed through the tavern, instantly dispersing the cumulus clouds floating in the sky. At this moment, Ron is like the ruler of the world. The world will turn pale, and everything will surrender under his feet. At the same time, a voice wrapped in armed colors, hidden in Rayleigh's ear. Since you guessed it, then calm down, your loss of control will only make Sengoku suspicious. Only then did Rayleigh slowly raise his head, his red eyes gradually returning to their previous state. Two strands of Conqueror's Haki also dissipated into the air. Advertisement. Rayleigh didn't rush to ask everything, but immediately changed the subject. The boss also has Conqueror's Haki? Sengoku and Momoshage also looked at Ron with surprise on their faces. It's just a means of self-defense. Ron shook his head slightly, squinted his eyes and said. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to open a tavern in such a messy place as the Sabaody Archipelago. Sengoku, Momoshage, and Rayleigh turned black. It's not over, is it? Who calls Conqueror's Haki a means of self-defense? Although those who master this ability in New World are like crucian carp in the river. There are definitely not many people who can retract freely. And Ron is only in his 20s now, think of this. Sengoku also decided to increase the conditions for convincing Ron to join Marine. Join Marine, promise that I can directly promote you to Marine Alternate Admiral. In a few years, when I retire. After a pause, Sengoku pondered for a moment before saying. One of the current 3 admirals will become the Marshal, and I guarantee you will be the Marine Admiral. Originally, the base price of Sengoku was only Vice Admiral. But before he entered the tavern, he saw the deep pit left by the Nocti dolphin. You can do that with just one hit. Although the scene was big, the T-Dolphin was only slightly injured. Its terrifying control over its own power, I am afraid no one in Marine can do it except Garp. Plus Conqueror's Haki now on display. As long as Marine is cultivated a little, the second Garp will appear in Marine soon. No, it is the existence of strength and all aspects that completely surpass Garp. It is precisely because of this that Sengoku directly increased the base price by another level. Momosagi's eyes were full of envy. I have been in the Marine for so many years, it is not as easy as Ron having a meal of chafu. But Momosagi didn't feel unfair. Naval headquarters is an existence where the capable live. That. Rayleigh rubbed his hands together, blushing and asked. Sengoku, do I still have a chance? The door to the 6th floor of Impel Down is always open for you. Sengoku glanced at him. Cut, you are still so rigid, you have no interest at all. While Rayleigh was teasing, he sipped the Tiger Whip wine, his eyes fixed on Ron. As long as he dares to agree. I dare to run, no way, Sengoku gave too much. Rayleigh was also afraid that Ron would not stick to the bottom line, so he agreed in a delusional way. If he hadn't been on Roger's pirate ship back then, and Marine offered such a condition, Rayleigh would definitely join Marine. That's a big deal. Ron smiled. Advertisement: if there is no Wanjie Tavern system, I will really agree. In any case, if you want to be nourished and safe in this world, joining Marine is definitely the most sensible. After all, Marine is the biggest force in the world. Sorry, I don't have any interest in Marine, I can only. Before Ron could say the word, reject, Sengoku interrupted directly. I can give you some time to think about it, so don't rush to answer now. Momosagi on the side was shocked when he heard this. I thought this negotiation would end smoothly, but I didn't expect Ron to refuse so simply. I didn't expect Sengoku to show so much patience. Everything that happened today has greatly exceeded Momosagi's expectations. Alas. Ron sighed helplessly. If you want peace in the sea, recruiting a tavern owner is not a perfect solution. Sengoku looked puzzled. What do you mean? Ron said with a smile. If there is no gold in the sky, all countries will reduce taxes. Celestial dragons don't have so many privileges, pirates will decrease, and the sea will experience unprecedented peace. Although the age of the great pirate is because of Roger. But the reason is still celestial dragons, some tricks of world government. After all, civilians are full of food, who wants to live the life of pirates who starve for 6 meals in 3 days? Of course, except for the adventurers and the ambitious. Sengoku gave a wry smile. Marine's military expenses are all paid by the world government. Even if first I'm the Marine Marshal, I am not qualified to manage the money in the sky. I also know that these are all wrong. Momosagi's expression changed drastically, and he quickly interrupted Sengoku's words, not daring to let him continue. Mr. Sengoku, you drank too much, it's time to go back. I've seen death, but I've never seen such death. If Sengoku's words are heard by the people of the world government, the Marine Marshal will be the end. 5 elders will not allow this kind of deviant idea to appear on Marshal Marine. Yeah, it's time to go back. Sengoku glanced at Rayleigh and got up slowly. Come back another day, Rayleigh, you'd better be honest and not meddle in your own business. Picking up the bottle and drinking the rest of the wine, Sengoku strode out of the tavern. Momosagi also put down a stack of berry, twisting her slender waist to follow. Take the battleship back to naval headquarters. Sengoku stood on the deck and whispered softly. Momosagi, you are a woman and you have certain advantages. If you don't have a mission, come to the tavern often for a drink, and the fee will be reimbursed by Marine. Although did not let Ron join the Marine, but at least he knew that he only wanted to run a tavern well, and he would not join the pirates or a certain force. Momosagi nodded silently. I will come here often, and strive for sleeping clothes Ron. However, isn't Rayleigh's reaction a bit over the top? Sengoku frowned slightly, and after carefully recalling the story, his eyes widened. Ace. Is Roger's son, Garp UB ******* D. Chapter 10 Human Fruit. Phantom Beast Species. Buddha Form. Watch Sengoku's figure gradually disappear from sight. While Rayleigh was relieved, she couldn't help but confirm to Ron. Ace. Is he really Roger's son? This kind of thing is really weird. He is obviously a descendant of the Pirate King. Not only was he raised as a grandson by a Marine, he was now Whitebeard's son. It's messy, it's too messy. If Roger were still alive, he would probably be on the path of these 2 old guys. Knife. What's the name of Roger's knife? Ron asked. Ace. Rayleigh's pupils suddenly shrank, and the doubts in her heart were completely dispelled. At the same time, his thoughts also returned to the past. Roger once said that if he gave birth to a girl, he would be named Anne, and if he gave birth to a boy, he would be named Ace. And Ace is Roger's saber. Suddenly, Rayleigh seemed to remember something and said in a deep voice, since I can guess this. Then Sengoku must have realized it now. Sengoku is the resourceful general, and he is also a person with the ability of the Renren fruit, the phantasmal beast species, and the great Buddha form. Those who eat it can gain the power, wisdom, and spirit like Buddha. The purpose of making Sengoku suspicious is to make Marine make a big move to attract Whitebeard to the Sabaody Archipelago. Ron explained with a smile. But Blackbeard also knows Ace's life experience. This is his trump card, and it is also the bargaining chip for using Ace to trade Marine for Shichibukai. If Blackbeard knows that his trump card is gone, he will definitely want to escape, which will attract the attention of some Marines. All you have to do is protect Ace and drag Whitebeard to him. Of course, you also want to prevent Blackbeard from getting into trouble. He will trade Ace for Marine's life, or make the situation even more chaotic. Rayleigh's heart trembled suddenly, and then she raised her head and glanced at the young man opposite. Can't see through. Even Rayleigh, who has lived for most of his life and has seen a lot, can't see through Ron. He is powerful and has more information than both himself and Marine. The most important thing is that with just one story, he allowed himself, and even the entire Marine and Whitebeard pirates to follow his lead. Terrible. Oh. I will pay attention to what you said. This time I owe you a favor. Rayleigh sighed softly. Tomorrow I will bring you a supremely sharp knife in return. To be courteous for nothing is to be either a traitor or a thief, but Ron still agreed. Then I won't be polite. Rayleigh did this simply because he wanted to help him at a critical moment. Or help Ace for once. But, as one of only 12 supreme big guns in the world, this deal is quite a bargain. As soon as Ace breaks away from the Sabaody Archipelago, it's all over. Advertisement, 1 backup admiral, 2 veteran vice admirals, plus so many troops. No way. Rayleigh glanced out the window, her eyes full of worry. I have to go check on the situation. If Ace's life is not in danger, you'd better not take action, Ron reminded. Once Rayleigh takes action, there will definitely be more and more Marine reinforcements, and even Admiral will be dispatched. I know it in my heart. Rayleigh nodded silently, and when he stood up again, he pointed at the half bottle of Tiger P*** wine left on the wine cabinet and asked tentatively. Correct. Tonight I want to completely wash away the shame of these years. What bad thoughts can a 70-year-old man have? He simply wanted to retain his youth in her body and at the same time regain his male prowess. Take it, but don't drink too much at one time, Ron nodded and reminded with a smile. This old guy wants to, coon, at the first sight. Although he is getting older, his addiction has not diminished at all. That's interesting. It seems that giving you that knife was the right choice. Rayleigh held the Tiger P*** wine like a child who got a toy, left a bunch of berries, and walked out of the tavern with a smile. Suddenly, the system's mechanical voice sounded in my mind. Ding, customer Sengoku, Rayleigh has finished talking. Close black lens bracket. Ding, customer Rayleigh confided in the person involved. Ace, will be visiting the tavern soon. Close black lens bracket. Customer Rayleigh. Armament hockey, observation hockey, conqueror's hockey, host can choose one ability. Close black lens bracket. Customer Sengoku. Marine 6 styles, Phantom Beast type, Big Buddha form, Conqueror's hockey. After hearing the system prompt, Ron pondered for a moment. Rayleigh's observation hockey. Sengoku's Phantom Beast species, Great Buddha form, given in fruit form. Ding, start settling rewards. Close black lens bracket with the voice down. A blue light slowly sank into Ron's body. Immediately, wherever Ron looked, there were earth-shaking changes. Everything seemed to slow down, outside the pub. Tree leaves fall countless times slower. The unknown insect flew by, and Ron could clearly see how many times it flapped its wings. At this time, a ball of light suddenly lit up on the bar. Soon, the light dissipated, and a fruit with strange lines appeared in front of Ron's eyes. After eating this devil fruit, can I eat other things? Ron asked. Ding, after the host can upgrade the tavern, it will ignore the rules of this world and no longer limit the number of devil fruits to eat. Close black lens bracket. And this is a good thing. Ron raised his eyebrows and continued to ask, how to upgrade the tavern. When the tavern reaches a turnover of 500 million, the tavern will undergo its first upgrade. Close black lens bracket. After the upgrade, the system will invite an extra guest from another world every day. Of course, there is a possibility that the invitation fails. Host will continue to upgrade the tavern and will be 100% invited. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement, ding, the tavern's turnover so far is 32 million berries. Close black lens bracket. After hearing the system's explanation, Ron regretted it. I tried to extort more from Sengoku a few days ago, maybe the tavern has broken through now. In that case, let's keep this fruit for now, Ron sighed. I just put the devil fruit on the bar into the system warehouse. From the laundry room in the backyard of the tavern, Rem's faint cry for help came from Ram's voice. Owner, I'm stuck in the washing machine. Sure enough, art comes from life, this is no joke. Ron came to the backyard. Rem was seen kneeling on the ground, with everything from her shoulders stuck in the washing machine. She put one hand on the ground and covered her maid's skirt with the other. Ron. This plot is so familiar. Besides, who are you guarding against? Do I look like an insider? What's dark? What's sutra? What's mother? What's father? What's sick? Ron, don't know any of this. Master, help me quickly. Just when Ron was lost in those beautiful memories, Rem urged with a blushing face. It's so embarrassing. Don't rush, don't rush. Ron squatted behind Rem with a serious expression, observing carefully. Let me study where you took out the meteor hammer first. The voice just fell. Rem immediately felt something strange. Do not misunderstand. Ron, have done nothing but stage a search for a missing person. After getting out of the washing machine, Rem quickly adjusted the hem of her skirt, trying to pretend that nothing happened, but her red face still betrayed her. Rem looked at Ron, not complaining, but more shy and unfinished. With this dim light, Just as the two were about to take a step further, a slightly nervous and panicked voice suddenly sounded at the door. Well, I said I just asked Ram to help me get something. Do you believe it? Ron and Ram looked over, and the murderous look in their eyes was self-evident. Ram. Very scary. Master and Ram are not going to kill people and silence them, right? Chapter 11 announcing Ace's life experience to the world. It was late at night. Rayleigh dragged his tired body back to Shoki's tavern. In Marine's capture of Ace just now, regardless of the injury, Ace tried his best to fight back, and finally escaped from Marine's pursuit. Therefore, Rayleigh did not choose to take action. Instead, he silently watched this boy who was very similar to Roger until he was out of danger and disappeared from his sight. Dinner is over. Rayleigh drank half a bottle of Tiger P*** wine in one gulp, and the strong drug effect caused dopamine to be secreted crazily. He looked at the woman in front of him with burning eyes. The old man must avenge his shame tonight. Shoki, who was clearing away the dishes, said disdainfully. Forget it, besides making me drool every time, what else can you do, what else can you do? Rayleigh, after a period of ups and downs. The dying old man was lying on the bed, his eyes were empty, and his sallow face was full of regret and tiredness. On the other hand, Shoki, with a cigarette in his mouth, is full of satisfaction in his eyes. On the other hand, Rayleigh, a 70-year-old man. Even after drinking Tiger P*** wine, my body feels extremely tired. The 4 words, empty but not supplementary, are vividly reflected in his body. After a short rest, Shoki was about to continue to let the cattle plow the land. Rayleigh's heart sank and he immediately picked up a phone bug. Soon, the phone bug was connected, and a somewhat unexpected voice sounded. Vice Captain. Roger has a son who is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' second team, Ace, Rayleigh said in a deep voice. Marine already knows about this, and now, Ace has been trapped in the Sabaody Archipelago. Marine's troops will definitely continue to reinforce. Although there are 2 layers of insurance, Ron and myself. But Rayleigh always felt that something was going to happen, and he didn't want to pin all his hopes on Whitebeard, an outsider. And the person who was talking on the phone. Surprisingly, he is a member of the Roger Pirates and one of the current 4 emperors with red hair, Shanks. Apart from Whitebeard, only he can solve Ace's current predicament. Vice Captain, I know what to do. There was a hint of murderous intent in Shanks' voice. After explaining a few more words, Rayleigh then hung up the phone with some reluctance. It wasn't that she couldn't let go of Shanks, but that she couldn't let go of her own body. Now, Shoki cut off the cigarette and gave Rayleigh a meaningful look. But, the Tiger P*** wine I brought back from the tavern has bottomed out. Rayleigh is now full of heart but not strong enough, she can only cry loudly in her heart. Second brother, what's wrong with you? Isn't this what you like to see the most? Second brother, cheer up. Marin Fenduo. Advertisement in Marshal Marine's office. Sengoku cursed loudly at the phone bug in front of him. Garp UB D. You actually raised Roger's son. Do you know what you are doing? The phone bug looked shocked and conveyed Garp's expression vividly. Ah, do you know about this? Garp pinched his nostrils and said carelessly. If you don't leave the matter of capturing Ace to me, I will definitely send him to Jinshin personally. I'm the best at catching grandsons. Catch and let go, right? Sengoku's face darkened. When Ace is caught, Marine will reveal his life story to the world and publicly execute him. After saying this, Sengoku hung up the phone directly. Now, Garp, who was on a mission far away in the Grand Line, looked solemn. This time, I don't want to be able to fool Luffy casually like I did when I caught him. Sengoku, and even the world government, will stop at nothing to capture Ace. I pondered for a long time. Garp said solemnly to the adjutant beside him. The task is left to you. I have to rush back to naval headquarters. Early morning. In a daze, Ron felt something soft pressing against him. Opening his eyes, Ron saw a delicate cheek. Ram said timidly. Master. Wake up quickly. Uncle Rayleigh is here. He looks very bad, you go and see. Well, the soft seed is about to harden. Ron looked serious after he woke up. Language fall. Ram's petite body heaved inexplicably. Owner. Ram instantly understood what was going on, let out a coquettish cry, and ran out blushing. In this regard, Ron just smiled, put on his clothes, and after a brief wash, he saw Rayleigh drinking alone when he came to the tavern. On the bar counter, there is also a simple box, but... Ram was right. Why did Rayleigh look so ugly? Not only was it sallow, but the eyes also became extremely hollow, as if they had been squeezed dry. You must know how to control yourself. Ron came to the bar and sat down, reminding with a smile. Don't die when you were a pirate, but now you die because of something like this. Rayleigh took a sip of his drink and retorted bravely. This is about the dignity of a man. You are still young and don't understand this. Even so, his hand holding the wine was trembling slightly. Advertisement, forget it, I won't argue with you. Rayleigh opened the box beside him and pushed it in front of Ron. This is Roger's knife, and I hope that in your hands the world can see its edge again. It was a long sword that looked similar to a western sword. But it is one of the supreme sharp knives in this sea. Although the sun has not been seen for more than 20 years, there are still bursts of cold light shining on the wide blade. Sharp. Ron gave Rayleigh a look like an idiot. I don't use it to kill people. Immediately, Ace was hung on the wall as a decoration. What? Rayleigh was dumbfounded. This is the 12 skills of the supreme quick knife. Is it just hung on the wall? It's okay to waste everything. If it is seen by the Marine General who knows the goods, it will definitely cause another dispute. Since you sent it to me, don't worry about these details, Ron said with a smile. Everything you spend in the tavern today is free. Rayleigh thought about it too. Since Ron hangs dry, it shows that he has enough confidence. When a bottle of wine is finished, Rayleigh took a deep look at the ace on the wall and left the pub without saying hello. Today is different from the past. He must always pay attention to Ace's actions, in case Ace is in deep trouble. In case Ace gets caught in front of his eyes, then Rayleigh would be ashamed. After Rayleigh left, I haven't been waiting for a guest all morning. Until it's time for lunch, the doorbell of the tavern rang, and the T-Dolphin strode in. It's just that he looks a little embarrassed. The righteous cloak behind him seemed to have been burned by fire, not to mention several holes, and his face was covered with dust. Boss, I'm starving to death. Do you have anything to eat? The T-Dolphin came to the bar and sat down, asking with a smile. Ron nodded. It's just in time, the food has just been prepared. The voice just fell. Suddenly the tavern doorbell rang again. Jingle. He Xiaohu pushed the door and walked in, his eyes were full of excitement. Boss, what I said to the old man may be really useful. The T-Dolphin subconsciously turned his head and took a look. The four eyes are facing each other. He Xiaohu and the T-Dolphin froze in place. This moment, the two seemed to see another self, or a similar personality with very similar personalities. Chapter 12. Cheers to us, two of the most infatuated men in the world. When licking a dog, see licking a dog with teary eyes. This is so unfolding. Ron was eating his meal and looked at the two people looking at each other, affectionately, and suddenly felt a chill. Boss, I bought this fur brother a drink, T-Dolphin said very grandly. No need. He Xiaohu shook his head slightly, although refused. There are some differences. Not only did He Xiaohu's eyes lose the indifference he had when he first came, but he also went straight to sit next to the T-Dolphin. What do you two want to drink? Ram asked softly. He Xiaohu and T-Dolphin said in unison, same as last time. Ron. Is this the tacit understanding between licking dogs? Ram on the side walked to the wine cabinet, took 2 bottles of Maodai, and placed them in front of the two of them. You two's wine, use it slowly. After saying that, Ram served some more food and handed it to the T-Dolphin. The T-Dolphin was not polite. After taking it, he devoured it and in a blink of an eye, the bowl looked like it had just been washed. It can be seen that he has been really tired these past few days. But hard work always pays off. Ace and Blackbeard's gang are already showing signs of fatigue, and it won't be long before Marine can close the net. Thinking about being able to forgive the debt of 30 million berry, Kaido felt relieved. At this time, Ron, who was full of wine and food, walked to the bar and asked He Xiaohu with a smile. Did you get results? He Xiaohu nodded silently, and after pondering for a while, he slowly said, I asked my subordinates to find an Ron and pester Hongmao all the way on the pretext of being on the road. Blue Rabbit seems to have seen some clues and wants to drive away the Ron, but Rainbow Cat won't let him. The news came this morning that the Ron sneaked into the room where Hongmao was sleeping last night. Blue Rabbit knew about this. Even though she didn't show any emotion, it was obvious that she was very angry. Although it didn't succeed in one fell swoop, but this little glimmer of victory made He Xiaohu extremely excited. As expected of a villain, Ron's eyelids twitched. You are really talented. Rayleigh was just saying to cause a little trouble. Unexpectedly, He Xiaohu was able to draw inferences from one instance and get an Ron out. It's so handy, however, he is good or bad, I like him very much. In case He Xiaohu doesn't do this, let the story continue to advance. He must have died in a minefield shortly afterwards. The tavern had to lose more than just one wealthy customer. I can't continue to obtain other abilities from He Xiaohu, which is really a loss. Can you still do this? Kaido also looked confused. If this were to happen to Momosagi, the Ron would definitely be dragged out and shot for half an hour. Advertisement, thanks to the uncle named Rayleigh and Ron, I just followed the instructions. He Xiaohu was very indifferent. He knows. The revolution has not yet succeeded, this is just a small step towards success. It turned out to be the old guy. There was no surprise for Kaido. Sengoku had already held a meeting yesterday to explain everything that happened after he came to the tavern. Can be ignored. That's... Kaido's pupils suddenly shrank, and he pointed at the long sword on the wall that looked like a western sword. Roger's saber, why is it here? Originally, T-Dolphin thought he had seen it wrong. But the terrifying aura that inadvertently flowed from the widened blade was so similar to the first generation of 5 elders. Rayleigh gave it to me. What does Marine want it? Ron joked. The friendship price is 30 billion berry, you can take it now. Kaido looked embarrassed. Forget it, 30 billion is Marine's annual military expenditure. You could obviously grab it, but you gave me a knife. For 30 billion, you can buy 4 emperors' lives and get a golden lion as a bonus. Don't take it seriously, it's a decoration and not for sale, Ron said with a smile. T-Dolphin. You really deserve to die. If Lousy hadn't been able to beat you, you would have suffered the same fate. Frustrated by Ron, Kaido could only bring the topic to He Xiaohu, who was drinking heavily. Little brother. From what you're saying, it's the same for you, but you can't help but love the woman you like? He Xiaohu took a swig of wine and smiled bitterly. Ever since Blue Rabbit saved me, I have her in my heart. Since then, I have expressed my opinions and taken actions, but all I got was rejection. Haha. The sunset will always fall on her, but I am not her light. As he spoke, he poked his heart hard. A lot of things happened later, and slowly. I found that I became less and less like myself. Become what you originally disdained. I don't understand, how can it be inferior to Hongmao? Family background, power, wealth, sincerity, character, how can it be inferior to it? After saying that, He Xiaohu's expression became more and more painful, as if his fiancée had run away with Mr. Wong next door. That kind of anger and despair makes people moved. Dolphin also laughed bitterly. In comparison, his own situation was much better. At least. I have no love rival. We are almost the same, the woman I like, but I saw her go from a pure little flower to the current successor, Admiral. Chado lit up a cigarette and smoked half of it in one breath, as if he had made a big decision. I have confessed my love 99 times, if it still fails the 100th time, I will give up. It's not that the Dolphin is annoyed, but that it is tired. More than 20 years of waiting. Advertisement from the time Momosagi was a pure and ignorant girl, to the current successor Admiral. The bitterness after being rejected every time, as well as the energy put in, all make Chado exhausted physically and mentally. And Ron's words had such a huge impact on him that they still echo in his mind. Women will only affect your hardness hockey. Don't think about any bullshit romantic love stories, your mission is to save this sea. So, trying one last time, success, everyone is happy. Failure, practice hard from now on and realize the ambition you had in your heart back then. I wish you success. He Xiaohu raised his glass. Cheers to us, two of the most infatuated men in the world. The Dolphin also raised his glass of wine and said loudly. Ding. The wine glasses collided with each other, making a crisp and pleasant sound. Downed with a few glasses of wine, Dolphin and He Xiaohu chatted a lot. From joining Marine, to now being Marine's backup admiral. From an ignorant boy, to being in seclusion for 5 years, to now being an unparalleled martial arts master. In this regard, Ron didn't interrupt and just watched the two of them chatting quietly. Really, people of the same kind are attracted to each other, and groups like dog lickers are no exception. Suddenly, the system's mechanical voice sounded in my mind. Ding, customer Chado, He Xiaohu has finished talking, close black lens bracket. Customer He Xiaohu, black heart palm, star absorbing technique. Host can choose an ability, close black lens bracket. The name is really awkward. Ron covered his face and said, choose the star absorbing method. As for the Dolphin's ability, Ron picked, and finally chose a Marine 6 styles that he didn't have. At this time, the door was pushed open slowly, and Momosagi came into Ron's eyes with a pair of long porcelain white legs. Today, she was wearing a justice cloak, and her long black hair added charm to her already tall figure. The phoenix eyes are long and narrow, bright and enchanting. Not only the epaulettes on the cloak of justice and the lining of the shirt are pink. Even the lips were spouting pink lip gloss, adding a few primitive impulses to the viewers. The high heels clicked on the floor, making a crisp sound. Tap 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 tap. This is the most familiar melody for Dolphins, so that he subconsciously turned his head to look at it. The four eyes are facing each other. Under the attack of alcohol, the Dolphin half kneeled on the ground without thinking. Immediately, he took out another ring from his pocket and said affectionately. Momosagi, this is the 100th time I confess my love. I wanted to wait at first, but the moment I turned my head and saw you just now, I knew that I couldn't wait. Chapter 13 Crazy Criticism. This girl is absolutely crazy criticism. Under the affectionate gaze of the Dolphin, Momosagi walked slowly to the bar and sat down, and refused without any hesitation. This is also my 100th rejection, the two of us are not suitable. The Dolphin who got the answer froze in place. These short words. It's like a dagger, directly inserted into the heart, straight into the heart, and the knife sees blood. The few seconds of being stunned were very short, but the Dolphin seemed to have finished with a sound. He put away the ring, the previous struggle and confusion disappeared from his eyes. Although it was very painful, there was a little more relief. He stood up slowly, turned around and passed Momosagi, as if he had made up his mind, and didn't look back. The Dolphin walked very gracefully, with the steps of a dragon and a tiger, and the cloak of justice behind it fluttered with the breeze. Mr. T-Pig, you haven't paid for your drink, Ram's soft voice suddenly sounded. The Dolphin who had just walked out of the tavern staggered and almost fell to the ground. Do you want to be so dedicated? Lousy's free and easy image is just lost by you? I'll pay for his drink. He Xiaohu took out 2 gold ingots and handed them to the bar counter, and immediately followed. Brother Dolphin, heart is very expensive, but it is priceless if you give it to the right person. Remember what you just said, you and I are the most infatuated men, but infatuation is the most touching thing in the world, and it is also the least able to make others laugh. Ron gave He Xiaohu a strange look. Did you take the wrong script? Licking the dog can be interpreted like this by you? It's true that I don't know how to lick while I'm licking, and I'm already a dog among dogs. Ron was thinking about going to the theater, but then he changed his mind. In other words, the Dolphin also brought himself 2 abilities and a huge sum of 30 million berry. Immediately, he used armament hockey to transmit the voice to the Dolphin's ears. There's a difference between licking a dog and being affectionate. One touched me, and the other moved others. although your likes and persistence are free, they are by no means cheap. Understood. I owe you a drink. The tea dolphin did not turn around and walked silently into the distance. Ron's vigilance and He Xiaohu's advice. Let the tea dolphin think about a lot at this moment, a lot. Think conventionally. It's just Admiral, a marine candidate, who obviously has a lot of abalone to eat. Why bother to hang on one abalone? And if you think about the righteousness, it is to fulfill Momoshagi. She was not wrong, at least she refused from the beginning to the end. Similarly, it also fulfills the self who joined Marine when he was young and wanted to become a marine hero. Thinking about it. 2 lines of tears unconsciously slipped from the corners of the tea dolphin's eyes. It turns out that this is the feeling of giving up the girl I have liked for more than 20 years. Advertisement. It's like a fire burned down the house I lived in for many years. The tea dolphin looked into the distance, as if seeing the despair of seeing the wreckage of the house and the dust. He knew it was home, but he couldn't go back. Inside the tavern, He Xiaohu, who returned to the bar, did not stay any longer. After drinking, he put down the only 2 gold ingots left in his pocket and said, "Although I didn't see old Mr. Rayleigh today, I got to know a tea dolphin. It's a blessing. Come to visit another day." Ron said goodbye with a smile. "Welcome to visit next time." After He Xiaohu left, Momoshagi, who had been silent all this time, held her cheeks and opened her teeth lightly. "The boss has a glass of wine, just serve it casually." "That's the plum bar." Ron turned and took out a bottle of wine from the liquor cabinet. "This is a kind of fruit wine made from red bayberry, rock sugar and rice wine. It's very suitable for women to drink." Open the cap. Sweet, elegant bayberry flavor overflows from the bottle. If you smell it carefully, you can also smell a touch of lemon fragrance mixed with it. Pour the wine into the glass. Ron pushed the glass to Momoshagi. "Try it. I hope it's the same as what you said." Momoshagi picked up the wine glass and Sakura opened her lips slightly and took a sip. Gulu. The moment the wine entered his throat, a light flashed in Momosagi's eyes. "This is really different from the fruit wine I have drunk before. Especially the taste, which is compatible with the fruity sweetness that is magnified countless times, plus the strong alcohol. The 2 styles blend together, making it particularly intoxicating. This wine is really good." Momoshagi nodded lightly. I don't know if it was because of drinking, but her originally clear voice had a laziness to it. Ron smiled and said, "If it tastes good, drink more. This wine can beautify your skin." "Beautifying, beautifying?" Momoshagi shook her head, crossed her long legs like a white python, and leaned back on the chair, letting her plump breasts stretch the pink shirt tightly. "I am a soldier, and what you are talking about has nothing to do with me. Maybe. When this sea is cleared, I will like this kind of thing that a normal woman should like." As he spoke, Momoshagi raised the wine in his glass and drank it in one gulp. "This woman is a qualified hawk general." Ron raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. "You are the sister of Vice Admiral Crane. Why do you still need to live such a tiring life?" Although Crane is just a vice admiral, but she is not only a strong person from the old era, but also has another identity, Marine General Staff Officer. Even Sengoku has to listen to her opinion on many things. Advertisement. Momoshagi has such a strong backing, just find any branch to plate gold and earn some merit. It reaches a height that is difficult for ordinary people to reach in their lifetime. In addition, Momoshagi is a woman, and it is unreasonable to say such words as clearing the sea. "Want to hear my story?" Momoshagi twirled her hair with green fingers and asked with squinted eyes. Ron nodded in agreement without leaving any trace, and at the same time complained in his heart. "I always agree to anything without saying anything. I am not Sister E's biological sister, but she adopted her." Momoshagi drank the wine in the glass and said slowly. "I have lived in a fishing village in New World since I was a child, and I have made a living by going fishing all year round. Because we couldn't pay the sea management fee stipulated by the pirates, the fishing village was ransacked by the pirates, and most of the villagers were killed. My parents also died at that time. Finally Sister E came, rescued me and took me away. I was only 10 years old at that time." At the end of the story, Momosagi's clear and bright eyes flashed with a hint of scarlet. "From then on, cleaning up the sea has been my biggest vision. No matter what method you use, you have to pay the price." Ron understood in his heart. No wonder you haven't pursued the same tea porcupine. Take the case of Momoshagi. She is a hawk through and through, and she pursues absolute justice. Similarly, hawks also despise moderates like tea dolphins. This is only part of the reason. Momoshagi poured himself a glass of wine and said calmly. "After Cha-Do wanted to marry me, he asked me to take a back seat and live a life of being a husband and raising children from now on. But in my opinion, even if I marry the tea dolphin and have offspring, as long as I can clean up the sea, even if he dies, I will be the tea dolphin's executioner." After a pause, Momoshagi took a sip of wine and looked at Ron with charming eyes. "I think he would understand me if he did, right?" Ron was stunned for a moment, and he was about to say, F***K, in his mouth. The beautiful girl Marine sitting opposite suddenly disappeared. The next moment, a pair of soft hands reached out from his side, wanting to touch Ron's cheek. Ron frowned slightly and turned his face slightly to the side. Does he seem like a casual person? The 4 big words for gentleman? Refer to me, Ron. Momoshagi just smiled when he saw this, and his lazy voice sounded in Ron's ears. If it were you, you would definitely agree with what I'm doing, right? After saying that, she opened her red lips slightly and exhaled the breath that was unique to a mature woman. It was moist, hot, fragrant, but not frivolous. Ron suddenly had goosebumps. While taking a deep breath, he tried his best not to let his second brother raise his head. The two sides were in a stalemate for several seconds. Momoshage suddenly smiled coquettishly, and a hint of blush after drinking appeared on her delicate and pretty face. I'm joking, don't take it seriously, I can't bear to see you die. After she finished speaking, she returned to her original position and continued drinking. Huh. Ron took a long breath, already starting to curse in his heart. Crazy batch, this B****ch is definitely a crazy batch. Chapter 14 Marine who upholds absolute justice. What is crazy batch? It's the kind of monster who was still, I like my brother the most, a second ago. In the next second, my brother's dog's head might be stabbed. And Marine generals like Momoshage, who crazily criticize and believe in absolute justice, can actually be called patients. Just for a moment, Ron even imagined the meeting of these Marine Hawk generals. My lords, the righteousness we keep in our hearts makes us sick. The 4 emperors, the old era, and countless pirates are our medicine. Kill all the pirates, clear the sea and let us become normal people. Akainu gave a passionate speech on the stage, and Marine in the audience was greatly encouraged. It was as if a seed had been planted in their bones, and it kept taking root and sprouting. Until that blood-red bana flower fully blooms. The Momoshage in front of her is definitely the most coquettish and deadly flower of the other side. Momoshage saw that Ron was in a daze, so he smiled and said, although I don't feel anything about dolphins. But I'm interested in you. This time, Mr. Sengoku asked me to persuade you to join Marine. Is this pajamas serious? I hope you are still a girl who hits the nail on the head. Ron shook his head helplessly. My answer is always only one. Reject. Momoshage pursed Sakura's lips. It doesn't matter to me whether I refuse or not. Anyway, I come to drink, and Mr. Sengoku can pay for all the expenses. If you don't drink, you don't drink. What she said surprised Ron a little, according to the plot. Shouldn't they be stalking, coercing and luring, and finally carry out dirty PY transactions? Why does Momoshage seem to be coping with work? But Ron quickly figured it out, he couldn't look at a crazy critic with the eyes of ordinary people. Maybe in the next second, she will make some unexpected move. Time passed by every minute and every second. Ron and Momoshage chatted alternately. When a bottle of plum wine bottoms out. As dusk approaches, everything on the earth seems to be covered with a thin layer of gold. Momoshage put down a pack of berry and got up slowly. Thank you for your hospitality. Come again for a drink next time, see you later. But just as she turned around and walked to the door of the tavern, she turned around again and looked at Ron with a smile. By the way, thank you for the story you told last time. Marine added another 20,000 troops to capture Ace. Oh yes, Akainu Admiral will arrive tomorrow. After finishing speaking, Momoshage twisted her slender waist and walked out slowly until the stunning back disappeared from sight. Ghost knows which one of your crazy criticisms is true and which one is false, Ron murmured softly. Advertisement. But why did Momoshage tell herself that Marine was adding troops and that Akainu was coming? Is it a temptation? Before Ron could think too much, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. Open black lens bracket ding, customer Guion. Momoshage finished talking. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket host options. Armament hockey, Momoshage's fighting instinct, observation hockey. Close black lens bracket. Listening to the system's prompt, Ron also encountered difficulties for a while. I have all these abilities, and those who don't have it, it's useless to choose. May I give it to someone else? Ron asked. Now the fighting power of the sisters Ram and Ram is basically zero. Therefore, it is necessary to appropriately enhance their combat power. In this way, guests who are looking for trouble in the future don't have to do it themselves. Ding! The host can convert repeated abilities into skill books and give them to others. Close black lens bracket. Choose armament hockey, make it into a skill book and put it in the warehouse, Ron said softly. Ding! The transformation was successful. Close black lens bracket as the system's voice fell. A red light ball quietly appeared in the system warehouse. Let's wait for another ability and give it together. Ron touched it and murmured in a low voice. As the boss, Ron still has to treat everyone equally. At this time, Ram's voice came from the kitchen. Master, dinner is ready. Grilled fish tonight, and roast leg of lamb. Here it comes. Ron happily ran to the kitchen to help. Naval headquarters, inside the marshal's office. Well, the two issues raised by Xiaohei just now are very prominent. Sengoku looked at the report in his hand and walked back and forth. But the middle part of the problem is very common, especially at the end. The loophole is a bit too big. I'll add one for you tonight. Crane Vice Admiral nodded silently. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door, and Momoshage walked in slowly. Sengoku glanced back and asked, how is it? The attitude is still the same as last time. Momoshage came to sit on the sofa and chuckled. But, I saw something interesting today. Roger's saber is hanging on the wall of the tavern. Sengoku, Crane Vice Admiral's pupils suddenly shrank, and he was horrified. This knife has been missing for decades. Why did he show up in a pub for no reason? Advertisement, especially at times like this. Marine grabbed Roger's offspring with enthusiasm, and Ron hung Roger's knife on the wall with his backhand. And, why did he tell Ace's life experience in front of Sengoku and Rayleigh at the same time? What the hell is this Ron going to do? Thinking of this, Sengoku and Crane Vice Admiral couldn't help but have a headache. I can't guess. If it is really Roger's knife, then Ron's identity is very vague, and his refusal last time is also very reasonable. Sengoku asked in a deep voice. Did you ask in a circumstantial way? I didn't mention the knife much. Momoshage raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. It's just leaving a suspense before leaving. When the suspense is revealed, we will know whether Ron prefers Rayleigh, Ace, or Marine. At that time, we can invite Ron to join Marine without any scruples. Night fell. A beautiful galaxy comes into view, extremely beautiful. Salty sea breeze. Coupled with the sound of waves lapping on the shore, Ron, Ram, and Ram felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Suddenly, the tavern doorbell rang. Jingle. The door was pushed open and Ron turned his head to take a look. Snapped. Ron slapped his face. Another licking dog. Someone is coming. Well, this can no longer be called a human, it should be said to be a sheep. And it's a sheep with bronze skin and the ability to walk upright. Boiling Sheep. One of the protagonists in the anime, Shi Yang and Big Wolf. Straightforward and brave. But the only drawback is that he is too licking, and he is also a straight man. The moment he saw the boiling sheep, Ron couldn't help but think of the famous memes from before time travel. Beautiful goat. Boiling goat, pleasant goat is out of strength, push quickly. Boiling Yang, don't open your eyes when you push. Hello. Fei Yang walked into the tavern and said very politely. A voice guided me here. It said the grass juice here is delicious. He came to the bar and sat down, looking around. Perhaps it was the strange environment and the occasional gunshots outside that made Boiling Sheep a little restless. Grass juice? Ram had a question mark on his face. Ron sighed softly. Go outside to find some grass and use a juicer to fry it into juice. Chapter 15 Licking selflessly, licking affectionately, licking so hard. The efficiency of Ram is still very high. Just a few minutes, so he made a big cup full of green liquid and put it in front of the boiling sheep. Ram said softly. Guest, grass juice. Thank you. Boiling Yang nodded his thanks. Shouldn't it be arigato, Ram sang. These words suddenly popped up in Ron's mind. And at this moment, the boiling sheep sitting opposite no longer fidgets, probably because he has confirmed that there are no wolves around. He raised his glass and drank most of it in one go. Mumble mumble. The grass here is really fresh, unlike our grassland, where we have to eat it every day for a long time. Boiling Yang sighed softly. Ron smiled and said, I like it, I can take some back with me when I leave. Boiling Yang turned his head to look at the moon outside, and gave a wry smile. Forget it, I still prefer the grass on the grassland. Even though it's not fresh, at least I eat the same grass as her. Ron. Good guy, the dog licking quotes are really open-mouthed. It is worthy of being one of the 4 big licking dogs, licking selflessly, licking affectionately, licking irresistibly. What, something on your mind? Ron asked. Boiling Yang nodded. It's not really a concern, it's just a joke. After gulping down the grass juice in the glass, he pointed to the wine cabinet behind Ron. Can I have a glass of wine? Ron didn't refuse, turned around and took a bottle of erguodo and poured him a glass. The wine smells delicious, but it's too strong to swallow. Boiling Yang took a sip of the wine and said softly. Today, the beautiful sheep was caught by Big Wolf, and I went to save her regardless of the danger. But in the end, I was also arrested. The 2 of us were in the hot pot. At that time, I felt very happy. At least we could die together. As he spoke, tears kept rolling in his eyes. She must have been very touched then, Ram asked expectantly. Boiling Yang shook his head, a bitterness flashed across his bronze-colored face. She cried and said not to stay in the same pot with me. The expectant eyes of Ram were silent for a moment. But I wasn't sad at that time, but I tried my best to hold her above my head, Boiling Yang said frankly. Maybe so. The beautiful sheep will live a little longer. Ron and Ram, who was cooking at the Grandmaster, Ram almost laughed out loud. No wonder I don't want to be in the same pot with you. Advertisement. You really hope that the beautiful sheep will die soon. Water vapor is hotter than water, you know how to steam lamb. Trying to restrain his emotions, Ron said softly. Having said so much, are you ready to give up? It is impossible to persuade a licking dog to turn back, of course, dolphins are an exception. Boiling Yang shook his head and said firmly, no, I just said this to keep myself going. Everything that happened must be a test for me by Mei Yang. As he spoke, he drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. Probably the reason why he seldom drinks alcohol. The eyes of the boiling sheep gradually become blurred, the brain is paralyzed, and the past is like a cloud of the past, constantly flashing before the eyes. She cried, and grabbed butterflies to make her happy, but was released by her and Shi Yang. She was struck with lightning by Marshal Hay, but she cared about the unscathed Shi Yang. Studying in a group with her was rejected, protecting her was rejected, and playing with her was hated by her. Seeing that Boiling Yang lost his mind for a while, Rem whispered, Master, he is so pitiful. Poor. Ron shook his head and sighed softly. It makes sense that he is not liked by Mei Yang. Ram looked puzzled. Ron explained with a smile. Beautiful Yang has pimples on his face, let him speak out in public. The scarf woven by Mei Yang was called old-fashioned by him in public. He gave Mei Yang flowers. It happened that Mei Yang's front teeth fell out at that time. He not only laughed at it, but also took the flowers away. Most importantly, who would like a licking dog who flicks boogers at himself? Ram's gaze was silent again. After looking at boiling Yang Yang with a little disgust, the twin sisters left the bar directly. Nausea. If the licking of tea dolphins is the precipitation of years, He Xiaohu's licking is willing to give everything. The licking of the boiling sheep is just a matter of lust, and his personality is also extremely impulsive. How can I lick my beloved goddess like this? Suddenly, Boiling Goat suddenly raised his head and shouted loudly, "It's all Big Wolf's fault. If he hadn't caught the beautiful sheep, she wouldn't have said such things to me today. If it weren't for him, Yankin wouldn't be harassed every day." He got up angrily, and wanted to go back and fight Big Wolf with the strength of alcohol. "Are you going to deliver supper to Big Wolf?" Ron got up and stopped him. "You better calm down. It's night now, even if you are caught, no one will rescue you." Boiling Yang Yang roared loudly, "I don't care, advertisement. If he disappears from the grassland, our life in Yankin will definitely be much easier." In that case, his tone suddenly softened. "I am the hero of Yankin. Beautiful Yang Yang will definitely treat me differently." "Ron. What the hell? In the final analysis, you still want to eat a mouthful of the mutton of the beautiful sheep. What the hell is it?" Before Yamamoto made a surprise attack on Zhao Jiayu, and Yunlong fell in love with Ping'an County. Now Big Wolf boils sheep in boiling water, and boils sheep and sheep to buy drunk late at night for love. Just when Ron was complaining in his heart, the system voice suddenly sounded. "Ding, the customer has finished talking. Close black lens bracket, ding, the customer involved in the confidant, Big Wolf, will visit the tavern soon. Close black lens bracket." The host can choose. Boiling sheep and sheep physique, fitness experience, fire magic power, close black lens bracket. What a useless fitness experience and physique, Ron asked curiously. Big Wolf and boiling sheep don't have a deep relationship, why are they bound to the tavern? Ding, the system has detected deep hatred, and hatred is also a feeling, close black lens bracket. After hearing this, Ron suddenly understood, and pondered. Choose the fire type magic power and fuse it. Ding, congratulations to host for obtaining the fire magic power of boiling sheep and sheep, close black lens bracket. End with the system prompt. A sudden force came to Ron, rushing into his body with an almost tyrannical attitude. For a while, his skin was flushed like a boiled shrimp, and this force was constantly washing over his body. Since his physique had already made a qualitative leap, he didn't feel pain during this period, instead it was as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. And the fire-type strange power is an ability that will only be awakened after boiling sheep and sheep. The integration of offense and defense can be said to be an all-powerful power specially born for combat. Soon, this feeling dissipated, Ron lightly squeezed his right hand, and purple flames gushed out instantly. At this scorching temperature, the wool of the boiling sheep was instantly burned and crackled. At the same time, it also made him sober up a lot, and his reason regained the high ground. "I was impulsive just now, thank you for stopping me." Boiling Yang Yang lowered his eyebrows, and there was a trace of sourness in his voice. "But one day I will make Mei Yang Yang like me, and this belief will become stronger and stronger." He put down a wad of money, turned around slowly and waved. "Boss, I'll take care of your business next time." Ron watched her figure disappear behind the night and said softly, "I don't know if when they grow up, Mei Yang Yang will say, 'Boiling Yang Yang, let's get married,' and say happily that he likes a wife." After speaking, Ron patted his mouth lightly again. "What nonsense. Continue on, the good memories of childhood, I'm afraid it will become a shadow of childhood." Chapter 16 The Freest Man on the Sea Early Morning. The sky has just emerged a fish-belly white. Several giant marine warships docked quietly at the port of Sabaody Archipelago. Descend with the spiral staircase. A man with a square face and a solemn expression stepped off the battleship slowly. Under the cloak of justice is a dark red suit. Just standing there, a fierce aura rushed towards his face. This person is one of Marine's 3 admirals, Sakazuki, codename Akainu. "Let's go." Akainu lit a cigar, and his deep voice was emotionless. "Even if you flip the Sabaody Archipelago over, get the Fire Fist ace." "Yes." With the sound of the rolling sound, countless Marine soldiers are already lined up and ready to go. This day, countless Marines poured into Sabaody Archipelago's hotels, residences, taverns, foot-washing city, seafood market and other crowded places, searching them one by one. At the same time, in a secret and small room, Blackbeard, who was drinking with his head up, froze suddenly. He swallowed the spirits, gently opened the curtains, and countless Marine soldiers with long guns came into view. Gee ha ha ha, it's getting more and more chaotic. After Blackbeard laughed out loud, his face became extremely gloomy. "Captain Ace, you and I are really cornered now." While resting, Badgers and the others also felt the danger, got up one after another, and got ready for the fierce battle. Running is already impossible. The ports of Sabaody Archipelago are all heavily guarded by Marines. Now, they can only kill a bloody road. No one remembers the dead, so to live, we have to grit our teeth and live. Blackbeard turned to look at his crew, with a hint of madness in his eyes. Since Ace is chasing after him, let's give Marine a big gift. It may be that Sengoku specifically told him to do so. Ron's tavern was not knocked by Marine, so he checked. 8 in the morning. Ron's door was gently pushed open, and Rem came to the bed in white pajamas with a puppy on it and slippers. Master, get up and have breakfast. Rem gave Ron a gentle push. Ron opened his eyes and saw Rem squinting listlessly. His short blue hair was a little messy, showing a sense of laziness. But, although Rem is a sweet and well-behaved type of girl. Advertisement, but the figure is still very capable. The puppy on the chest has gained a lot of weight. Breakfast is very simple. Ron eats buns and porridge. The two sisters, Rem and Ram, each had 2 poached eggs and a grilled sausage. While eating, Ron flipped through the world economic news on the bar counter. Sure enough, the same way as the previous life, at first glance, they are all headlines. For example, shocked. The world's #1 swordsman lives with baboons all year round. Will his sexual interest change? Close black lens bracket. 4 emperors. Big Mom's 50th husband is actually a murloc. Is this a loss of morality or a destruction of humanity? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Big news. The Golden Emperor, Tezzolo, meets a famous singer late at night. Close black lens bracket. Master, your schedule is too irregular, Ram said softly. Sister, let's get used to the length and time of Master's sleep. Rem lightly took a bite of the grilled sausage. Length? Time? With that being said, my sleepiness is gone. As an old driver, Ron's thoughts drifted away in an instant. After recovering, he rubbed Ram's head. I will pay attention to it in the future. Although Ram was a little shy after being masturbated, his eyes were full of enjoyment. Had breakfast. Just as Ron sat down at the bar, suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the distance. Small gunshots, screams, wailing, endless. At this time, the temperature in the room rose extremely. Ron's field of vision was immediately occupied by endless flames and large swaths of lava. Boom. The lava bloomed in midair, each one like a grand firework, and finally hit the ground. Akainu is really here. Ron smiled. Sabaody Archipelago is really lively these days. While talking, Ron, and even the people in the 12th and 13th areas suddenly had a sharp sword light in front of their eyes. The moment the lava disappeared in midair, it rose again and slammed in the direction of Jian Guang. This battle lasted for a long time. From morning to noon, it was barely over. Perhaps it was affected by the battle, and the already scorching noon became even hotter. The scorching sun was like fire, as if it was going to melt the earth. After lunch, Ron found a deck chair and sat under the big tree at the entrance of the tavern to enjoy the shade with his eyes closed. Just when I was about to go to sleep, a burnt smell entered his nostrils. Ron frowned slightly, and when he opened his eyes, Rayleigh's old face came into view. He was a little embarrassed at the moment. His silvery white hair was scorched black, and most of his clothes were burnt. Obviously, when Akainu caught Ace just now, Rayleigh crossed his foot. Advertisement bridge bean sacks. Ron suddenly understood why Momoshage told himself that Akainu would come. It is a temptation. Test yourself in favor of marine or pirate. If Ron told Rayleigh about Akainu, Rayleigh would hide with Ace. Then I will inevitably be harassed by marine in the future. F*K. Momosage's crazy critic really didn't follow the good intentions. I really want to give her a big muscle. After thinking about this, Ron laughed and joked, isn't this my dear Mr. Rayleigh? Why, the old sausage from the old days was roasted today. You know what, Lousy is letting that brat Akainu go today. Rayleigh looked proud. But this state did not last long. His face suddenly collapsed, and he said helplessly, stop talking nonsense, quickly serve the old man a bottle of good wine, and get dressed again. After throwing a bag of gold coins to Ron, Rayleigh walked slowly into the tavern. It's easy to talk about money. Ron shook the heavy gold coins. Just getting up, but I saw a young man coming from another direction. The young man was full of T***s. Madara's face was slightly tired, and her naked upper body was covered with large and small bruises. Ace? Ron frowned. The person who came was Firefist Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Hi, an uncle asked me to come over for a drink, is he here? Ace asked politely. After escaping from Marine, Rayleigh and Ace separated and ran away. Before leaving, Rayleigh told Ace that he was waiting for him in the tavern. After the battle just now, Ace also knew the identity of this uncle. He was that man's deputy captain. Despite the disgust, his heart always forced him to know what happened to that man. And Rayleigh, the closest person to that man. Ace wants to find a different Roger from him, a different answer from others. Ron nodded. Come in with me, come to the tavern. At this moment, Rayleigh has changed his clothes and is sitting at the bar drinking a dull drink. Noticing that the two entered the tavern, Rayleigh didn't look back, but said lightly. I think you already know who I am. The reason why you agreed to come here to find me is also because you want to know about your father? Ace came to the bar and sat down. He didn't respond, but a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes. We were the freest people on the sea back then. Rayleigh leaned back on the chair and opened his arms, as if embracing the past, once. We swam in the sea, shouted against the storm, bowed to the ordinary, asked the price of the most beautiful woman, raised our proud second brother to those stupid celestial dragons. Chapter 17 Rogers will at the same time, in Marshal Marine's office. Sengoku, Ms. Suru, Momoshage and other senior Marine generals are waiting for news from the front line. A long time. The phone bug rang, and after Sengoku opened it, a solemn voice sounded. Today's capture mission failed. Rayleigh showed up and rescued Ace. It is now confirmed that Ace is Roger's descendant. Suddenly, The soldier's report came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Akainu, the location of Blackbeard's group has been determined. Immediately implement the siege, Akainu said solemnly. You continue to act and report any situation at any time. Since Ace was not caught, Sengoku ended the call without saying anything more. Now, many high-ranking generals in the office frowned. It doesn't matter if the capture mission fails. After all, judging from the current deployment of troops, it would be a matter of time before Ace was caught. But now Rayleigh shows up and makes such a big fuss. If the remnants of the Roger pirates are recruited, the situation will only develop in a worse direction. At the same time, it will also cause panic among civilians, which will reduce the credibility of Marine and world government. Just when it fell into deathly silence, Crane Vice Admiral said solemnly, although the operation failed. But Ron did not inform Rayleigh of Akainu's actions. His attitude has been made clear. As long as he is recruited to join Marine will be able to add another powerful force in the subsequent plan against the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku's eyes lit up, and then he looked at Momoshage. After what happened yesterday, how sure are you of recruiting Ron? The chance is almost zero. In this serious situation, Momoshage said calmly with a frosty face. But there is still a need to try. Despite Ron's verbal stimulation and physical testing yesterday, he remained unmoved. But Momoshage once heard an old man say, if the thread cannot go in, lick the thread straight. Sengoku nodded, briefly explained a few things, and was about to end the meeting. The office door was suddenly pushed open. An old man with short hair strode in, stuffing senbei into his mouth and shouting. I will join the mission to capture Ace from now on. At the same time, inside the tavern, when Rayleigh said those bold words. Advertisement Ron slapped him in the face. If you say that, Ace will only hate Roger even more. The kind of son who is filial and takes his father out for medical treatment may loudly applaud after hearing this. But someone like Ace, who lost his mother at a young age, would only think about how to dig Roger's grave after hearing about Roger's deeds of sucking abalone juice when he was young. Seeing Ron's reaction, Rayleigh knew that he had said the wrong thing and immediately added. The captain has never done anything like asking a woman for a price. You don't need to explain. What that B***** D did has nothing to do with me. Ace looked disgusted. Rayleigh wanted to cry but had no tears left. Originally, he wanted to portray Roger as a free man who pursues his dreams without fear of power. But who knew that he might have let it slip? Have a drink first. Ron saw the two of them fell into silence, turned around, took a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet, and put it in front of Ace. Ace picked up the bottle and took a swig without using a cup. Gulu. After taking a sip of wine, Ace couldn't help but praise. Good wine. This is much better than the wine of the Whitebeard pirates. The rich wine aroma goes straight to the brain, and the mouth is sweet, soft but not mellow. If you think it tastes good, you can come here more often, Ron said with a smile. Ace nodded, and was about to say something, but after glancing at Rayleigh beside him, he chose to shut up again. For a while, the huge tavern was extremely quiet, only the occasional gunshots and explosions could be heard outside. Freedom. Ace murmured with his head bowed. Ace hated his father if he didn't turn himself in. The mother didn't need to be pregnant for 20 months in order to avoid Marine, so that she died of exhaustion when she gave birth. My own birthday will not be the anniversary of my mother's death. Since childhood, Ace has asked about his father, and the answers he got are also unprecedentedly consistent. A total jerk. Even the descendants of himself, who may not exist, are full of disgust among the common people. Even after beating those people up, Ace still has doubts in his heart. Is it really right to come into this world by yourself? On the one hand, it is the mother's gift of childbearing, and on the other hand, it is the father's hatred for life. Ace struggled to survive in such a contradiction. Even so, Ace still loves after being weary of the world, because he met a group of gentle people. So a rough life didn't make him a jerk, little by little over time. Rayleigh, who drank half a bottle of wine, kept flashing this past memory in his mind. Advertisement he tried to touch it, but it was like holding fine sand, and the memories could not stop disappearing from his fingers. Sourness and helplessness churned in the bottom of my heart. Finally, Rayleigh couldn't help but muttered. When your father was dying, the only concern was you and Rouge. At this moment, the old man who was completely fearless with Marine Admiral's frontal hard anus, his left hand holding the wine glass trembled slightly. Care, father. Ace let out a low growl. If it's what you said, he won't turn himself in, and his mother won't die. After speaking, Ace regretted a little. I shouldn't be so excited, I should treat that man as a stranger. I only had one father, and that was Whitebeard. Ace lowered his head and took a sip of his wine. Rayleigh snorted coldly. What kind of ecstasy soup did that old guy pour you for? You don't even want to admit to your biological father. Papa is a qualified father. No matter who is in the pirates, Papa will treat him like a family member. Mentioning Whitebeard, Ace's eyes flashed with tenderness. If it wasn't for my father, until now, I don't know what the meaning of living is. It may be due to the loss of his father's love since he was a child. Faced with Whitebeard's family-like warmth and broad mind, Ace recognized it from the bottom of his heart. By contrast, Roger, the biological father, seemed quite incompetent. Alas. That old guy Whitebeard is still so annoying. Rayleigh sighed. Actually, the captain had cancer before he surrendered himself. Ace was stunned when he heard that. It was exactly the answer he had always wanted, a different answer. Rayleigh took a sip of his drink and recounted the situation back then. The story was long, but Ace listened carefully, and the disgust in his eyes began to slowly dissipate. In order to find Raftel, Roger asked famous doctors to prolong his life. Even so, when he arrived, Roger couldn't live for a year, and he spent his last time with Rouge. Surrendering himself was also planned by Roger in advance. He knew from the text on Raftel that he had arrived 20 years earlier, but he didn't have time to do it all over again. And that execution was Roger's ceremony that shocked the hearts of the whole world, making people feel unprecedented motivation to pursue his treasure. From this, there will definitely be a person who can inherit Roger's will and reach Raftel. End of story. It was rare for Rayleigh not to joke, and said in a vicissitudes of tone. From the beginning to the end, Roger has run through D's will, living freely, and freely choosing what kind of life to live. After all, aren't pirates just such capricious idiots who like to have parties, sing, binks, wine, and drink rum? Immediately, Rayleigh rubbed Ace's hair vigorously, and said with a smile. And your father is the most willful fool. Ace, who knew everything, was in a trance, letting Rayleigh mess up his hair. From then on, Ace didn't say a word until he left the tavern. As he walked on the dark path, he kept thinking about Rayleigh's words in his heart, and reshaped the image of that man. Slowly, a figure about his father gradually became full and three-dimensional. It was impossible to forgive Roger. I can only say that I don't hate it as much as before. Chapter 18 The plans of all parties at the same time. Area 11 of the Sabaody Archipelago. The whereabouts of Blackbeard's group were discovered, and a large number of marine soldiers surrounded them. Even so, Blackbeard's expression remained calm and composed. After swallowing the dark fruit, these soldiers were nothing more than a bunch of trash in his eyes. At this time, the soldiers spread out to both sides to make way for them. Akainu's tall figure slowly came into view of Blackbeard and others. Gia ha ha ha. I don't want to start a war with Marine just yet. Blackbeard grinned and looked at Akainu. Furthermore, I hold a secret that can shock the world. I made a deal with Marine on the condition of joining Shichibukai. A trace of disdain flashed in Akainu's eyes, and he conveyed his voice to Blackbeard's ears with a military tone. Is it Ace's secret? Only the top Marine generals knew this news. If the soldiers present heard it, it would only cause unnecessary trouble. When Blackbeard heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank. No, impossible. Ace's secret is his trump card, and it is also the basis for saving his life, and an important part of his follow-up plan. But now that Marine knows about it, everything will be in vain. Nothing is impossible, just die. There was a hint of murderous intent in Akainu's eyes. Blackbeard quickly said, wait, first can help Marine capture Ace. Marine disdains cooperation with pirates. Akainu smiled scornfully, his molten right arm expanded several times, and he hit Blackbeard hard. Instantly, all the Marine soldiers present also pulled the trigger. The muzzles of countless guns vibrated, highlighting the dazzling flames, and the warheads rotated and drew fiery red trajectories. Then let's start the war. The timidity on Blackbeard's face disappeared and was replaced by ferociousness. He spread his hands, and a large area of darkness emerged, releasing a large number of objects that had been absorbed before. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion, lava splashed and turned the surrounding grass into scorched earth. Although Blackbeard blocked Akainu's attack, they were still blown away by the aftermath of the explosion. Blood spilled from the corners of their mouths, and their bodies were burned by the splashing lava. They looked extremely embarrassed. Advertisement. A fruit that has never appeared before. A trace of surprise flashed in Akainu's eyes. The voice just fell. I saw the darkness at Blackbeard's feet quickly spreading in the direction of the Marine soldiers. Wherever the darkness passed, large buildings were sucked in and sank. At the same time, soldiers who had no time to react were also plunged into the darkness. Mr. Akainu, this is a gift for you before I leave. Blackbeard laughed evilly. The darkness behind appeared again, and the buildings and soldiers that had just been sucked in were released from the darkness, and rushed towards Akainu and General Marine. The ruins of the building, the severed limbs of the soldiers, and the internal organs came into view for everyone present. Among them, there were a few soldiers who were lucky enough to survive. Their bodies were also divided into two parts, and they were roaring in pain. The strong smell of blood made even Akainu frown. Taking advantage of Marine's daze, Blackbeard once again released darkness to block Akainu's sight, and quickly evacuated with his companions. Blackbeard and his gang fled to a dark and secluded corner. Their eyes were full of sobriety after the disaster, but at the same time they were still wary in their hearts. That was Akainu Admiral just now. If he missed it just now, he would really be a corpse. Captain, what should we do now? Badger's voice was very low, for fear of attracting the searching Marine. My trump card hasn't expired yet. Marine knows about Ace's life experience, but it doesn't mean that the four emperors know about it. Blackbeard's face was so gloomy that it seemed like it could drip water. What do you mean? Badger's, Duque and others' hearts suddenly sank. Since we can't escape the Sabaody Archipelago, let's make the situation a little more chaotic, so that we can have a chance to escape from here. Blackbeard took out a phone bug from his arms. The phone was quickly connected, and a middle-aged woman's voice rang. Mama. Blackbeard, Big Mom, haven't you always wanted to occupy the Fishman Island and enjoy its cakes? Blackbeard said with a sinister smile. Now is your chance. Ace, the captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division, is Roger's son. Marine is hunting him down. You should know what to do next. After saying that, Blackbeard hung up the phone and looked gloomily at the sea not far away, as if he could see countless surging undercurrents on the bottom of the sea. All nations, Cake Island. The table in front of Big Mom is covered with cakes. But she was not even in the mood to take a look. Her thoughts were completely disrupted by Blackbeard's information. Advertisement at this time. Katakuri walked into the castle and said solemnly, "The intelligence is accurate. Marine has indeed deployed a large number of troops to hunt down Ace, and even dispatched Admiral." When Big Mom heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up, and the doubts in his heart were completely dispelled. After all, to capture the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Marine can't afford to send out an admiral. Now immediately spread the news that Ace is Roger's heir to the whole world. After Big Mom finished explaining, he took out a phone bug with 2 horns. Soon, the phone was connected, and a dull voice echoed in the castle. "Lin Lin?" Big Mom stuffed a piece of cake into his mouth and said with a smile, "Kaido, don't you want to start the biggest war in the world? Now is your chance." After recounting the entire incident, there was dead silence on the other end of the phone. The reason why I told Kaido this, it's completely Big Mom who wants to reap the benefits. Let the 3 forces of Kaido, Whitebeard pirates, and Marine fight. Then go and incorporate the Fishmen Island into your own territory. In this way, regardless of whether Ace dies or not, or who wins the war, the strength of Kaido, Whitebeard, and Marine will be weakened. And Big Mom will be the biggest winner, a long time. Kaido said slowly, "I don't need you to teach me how to do things." Big Mom was not angry, but smiled and hung up the phone. She knew that Kaido was already interested and would take action soon. As the Big Mom pirates released this news, that night, all eyes on the sea were focused on the Sabaody archipelago, and certain forces began to make moves. Inside the tavern, after Ace left, Rayleigh didn't stay long and left the pub after drinking. Just as Ron was about to lock the door and close the business, the system prompt suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding, customer Ace, Rayleigh has finished talking. Close black lens bracket. Ding, the person the customer is talking about, Whitebeard, will be visiting the tavern soon. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 19 Improving Ram and Ram's Strength. Ron raised his eyebrows when he heard the system prompts. Now that Whitebeard is coming to the tavern, will the location of Summit War start in Sabaody Archipelago? Before Ron could think deeply, the system's voice sounded again. Customer Rayleigh. Swordsmanship, combat experience. Host can choose an ability from them. Close black lens bracket. Customer Ace. Combat experience, Mara Mara fruit. Even dogs won't eat Mara Mara fruit. Even though he disliked it, Ron still said softly. Choose Rayleigh's combat experience and convert it into a skillbook. Select Ace's Mara Mara fruit. Ding, the skillbook has been generated. Close black lens bracket as the system's voice fell. An orange with strange lines appeared in Ron's hand. Do you want to become stronger? Ron smiled and looked at the twin sisters who were busy. There happens to be a copy of Armament Hockey and Rayleigh's combat experience in the system warehouse. Of course, if Ram and Ram didn't have an idea, Ron wouldn't force it. Think. The two looked over, their voices extremely firm. Especially Ram, the genius known as the Ghost Clan. After losing his ghost horn in order to protect Ram, his strength was almost 0. Is it really possible? Ram asked cautiously. Ron nodded, of course. One part is Armament Hockey, one part is Rayleigh's fighting instinct, and this one is Logia Mara Mara fruit. After speaking, 2 skillbooks appeared in Ron's hands, and Mara Mara fruit was placed on the bar. When they opened, Ron told them about the power system of this world. So Ram is no stranger to these abilities, just thought about it briefly. Ram put her small hand on Ron's right hand, choosing Rayleigh's fighting instinct. Because of his strength, Ram also chose an extra Mara Mara fruit in addition to Armament Hockey. With a burst of light suddenly lit up, the 2 skillbooks dissipated and disappeared into Ram and Ram's bodies. Master, it's amazing. A lot of knowledge about combat appears in my mind. What a powerful force. Ram's pre-face was full of joy. Available immediately. Advertisement. Ram was a little confused. He heard from the owner that the devil fruit seemed to be unpalatable. Hesitated for a long time. She picked up the Mara Mara fruit and took a bite. The full flesh and refreshing juice flowed between her teeth. It's sour and sweet, it's not unpalatable. Ram looked at his master in confusion. Huh? Ron took the Mara Mara fruit doubtfully and took a bite. It was exactly what Ram said. But, the texture and taste are different. Does that mean the ability is gone? Ding, the system has improved the taste of devil fruit. Host can eat it with confidence. Close black lens bracket. Ron heard this and finally dispelled his doubts. Suddenly, a ball of fire burst out from Ram's hand, warming up the originally cold tavern. Thank you, master. Ram and Ram jumped into Ron's arms at the same time. Feeling the 2 soft bodies, Ron couldn't help but sigh in his heart while trying hard to press the gun. It'll be better if you grow up a bit, but, helping Ram this time, Ram's strengthening of strength is just the beginning. There will only be more and more customers in the tavern in the future, and the 2 of them will only become stronger. In the future, Ron will be able to paddle with peace of mind if he encounters a customer who finds fault. Early the next morning, as usual, Ron ate his breakfast while reading the newspaper that had just arrived in the morning. As soon as he opened the newspaper, a headline immediately caught Ron's attention. Fire Fist Ace is actually the son of Roger, the Pirate King? Can Marine be successfully captured? Close black lens bracket. Although the title is not as fancy as before, but just the word Roger is enough to attract all the eyes of this sea. Not long after breakfast, the tavern ushered in the first guest of the day, Rayleigh, who strode to the bar and sat down, revealing a trace of sadness between his brows. Ram served him a bottle of Modai as usual. It's really rare that I didn't do my morning exercises. Rayleigh opened the bottle cap, filled the wine glass, and joked with a smile. A heartwarming good night is not as good as an affectionate morning exercise. Ron chuckled. I did my morning exercises, but I didn't have time to open the door. However, I see that your eye sockets are deeply sunken, and your complexion is yellowish. You need to pull out a root to quench your thirst, produce body fluid, and invigorate your kidneys. Advertisement. Rayleigh scratched his neck and retorted. Nonsense, I obviously need a sleepless mushroom, sleepless, restless, working day and night. Ron. This is all picked up, as expected of an old driver. Seeing Ron's defeat, Rayleigh took a sip of his drink with a proud expression on his face. But when he saw the headline about Ace in the newspaper at the bar, his complacent old face collapsed again. Rayleigh reached out and clicked on the headline of the newspaper and said in a deep voice, this is trouble. According to the information provided by Shocky, Big Mom ordered Ace's life experience to be exposed. The news announced by the 4 emperors will definitely be flocked to by all forces in the sea. Now it is not only causing panic among civilians. Marine will also greatly increase the efforts to capture Ace for his own face. And this series of effects will eventually break out an unprecedented war. At that time, let alone whether Ace can save his life, I am afraid that even Rayleigh himself will be involved. Don't panic. If things continue like this, Whitebeard and various forces will also appear. Ron analyzed carefully. At that time, it will definitely attract some of Marine's attention. Ace's chances of survival will also be greatly increased, though. Ron paused, and said meaningfully, if he dies badly and is caught by Blackbeard and given to Marine, that's another story. The whole cards in Blackbeard's hand were gone, and he had to use Ace's life experience to make some kind of PY deal with Big Mom. If Marine or Rayleigh corner Blackbeard, he's definitely going to die, and trade Ace for Marine's life. I hope your words don't come true. Rayleigh's face darkened, and he suppressed the urge to stab Ron. Regarding this, Ron just smiled and didn't say much. The more chaotic the situation in Sabaody Archipelago is now, the more guests will come to the tavern. According to the development of the situation, Kaido, Big Mom, Redhead, and even Shichibukai will be visiting the tavern soon. While Rayleigh and Ron were chatting anecdotally. Suddenly, I only heard a creak, the door was pushed open a gap, and a head poked in cautiously. Ron followed the voice, and when he saw the person coming, he unconsciously pulled a wry smile. And what a licking dog, and it is also one of the 4 licking dogs who are as famous as boiling sheep in Hei Shaohu. Someone is coming. Oh no, to be precise, it's a green-headed bee ****************. It is the double-faced turtle from Ron's childhood animation, The Adventures of Little Carp. Chapter 20. She shines in your eyes, but you dim in hers. 3 of the 4 big licking dogs have come. Ron couldn't help but be curious, was the last licking dog from Otherworld Tom or someone else? I'm not disturbing you, am I? The two-faced turtle walked into the tavern and asked tentatively. Rayleigh turned around and glanced, shocked and disappointed. He was shocked because this turtle that walked upright and could talk was a species he had never seen before. The disappointment is actually because the double-sided turtle is not a turtle, otherwise it would be very filling when used to stew soup. With wolfberry turtle soup and tonic wine, in the dead of night, Rayleigh will transform into an emotional pile driver. No, please sit down. Ron greeted with a smile. The two-faced turtle standing at the door came to the bar and sat down, looking around constantly for fear of sudden danger. Ron asked, what would you like to drink? The two-faced turtle hesitated for a moment and said softly, I don't usually drink, just watch it. Not long after, under Ron's instruction, Ram held a bottle of wine and placed it in front of the two-faced turtle. This is Zaifeng wine, try it. Ron introduced. As soon as the double-faced turtle opened the bottle, the rich aroma of the wine hid his face, making his eyes look drunk. Although Zaifeng wine is a strong drink, but the wine is colorless and transparent, the aroma is strong but not bright, clear but not light, and has a long aftertaste. After filling the wine glass, the two-faced turtle took a sip. The moment the wine enters the throat, the cells all over the body seem to come alive, and the taste is even sweeter and mellower. It has the fragrance of fruits and the spiciness of spirits. The double-faced turtle wanted to praise it, but he was at a loss for words. After a lot of searching, he could only say one sentence. It tastes really good. I think it tastes good. I can come here more often in the future, Ron said with a smile. The two-faced turtle nodded and said nothing more. He drank one cup after another. Although his face looked normal, there was always a sense of sadness between his brows. In less than half an hour, the bottle of wine is about to reach its bottom. Seeing this, Rayleigh used hockey to wrap her voice and reach Ron's ears. Won't you try to persuade me? If you continue to let him drink it, maybe something will happen, right? It's okay. Judging from his appearance, he must be suffering from failed mating syndrome. Ron shook his head. Suddenly, there was a bang sound, and the two-faced turtle's claws slammed hard on the table. Under the influence of alcohol, his brain became more and more dizzy, and double images began to appear in front of his eyes, and finally the appearance of Xiao Meimei appeared. Obviously I saved you. Why did you call them both by their names when you woke up? The two-faced turtle murmured unwillingly, and 2 lines of tears fell unconsciously from the corners of his eyes. Immediately, the past played in his mind like a slideshow. Advertisement. Two-faced turtle. When you cry, your eyes will swell and you won't be able to see me. If you can't see me, you will feel even more uncomfortable. Little Mei. If I can't see Bubbles and Aku, I'd rather cry my eyes out. Two-faced turtle. Your voice will definitely recover, don't worry. Little Mei. I'm not anxious for myself, I'm anxious for Bubbles. Double-faced turtle, go make him happy. Xiao Mei. I'm so exhausted. Two-faced turtle, get on my back. Xiao Mei. Your sadness is so hard that it can kill people. Two-faced turtle. It doesn't matter, just put some water plants on it and it will soften. Thinking of this, the two-faced turtle burst into tears. Alas, when I asked why the seawater was so salty, it turned out to be the tears of the two-faced turtle. Ron complained in his mind. What, do you want to give up? Rayleigh asked calmly. The two-faced turtle shook his head. No, I'm just unwilling. Why is she always thinking about Bubbles? Since when? He also wanted to take Xiao Mei away. But she was rejected by Xiao Mei, who said, no, I want to find the real dragon with Bubble. After hearing this, Rayleigh was a little confused for a moment and didn't know how to give advice. He Xiaohu is a villain, he is powerful and rich, so he can do things that ordinary people can't do. The two-faced turtle is different. It's okay to be weak in strength, but also very timid. How can you pursue a woman? At this time, Ron said with a smile, having a love rival is not scary. The scary thing is that you have already retreated, and all your previous efforts will be in vain. What should I do? The double-faced turtle's eyes lit up. Change your timid personality, and become braver and stronger than Bubbles, Ron said calmly. The two-faced turtle nodded vigorously, I will change. But as soon as he finished speaking, his face drooped again. Forget it, I'll just keep everything as usual. If I do as you say, I might die. Rayleigh on the side heard this and shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, the country is easy to change, but the nature is hard to change. Then you can only watch as Bubbles finds the real dragon, defeats the swindler, and takes the beauty home. Ron did not continue to persuade, but smiled meaningfully. Upon hearing this, the two-faced turtle's pupils shrank violently. Advertisement next second. Triangular scales appeared on his forehead, and the flames adhered to the surface of his body, erupting with an astonishing momentum. As the flames rose, the alcohol in the double-faced turtle's body evaporated. After regaining consciousness, he said in a deep voice, no. From today on, whenever there is a fight with a scoundrel, I will be at the front. Seeing this, Ron raised his eyebrows. What a special surprise. Originally, Ron had given up hope on the two-faced turtle's abilities. At best, it's just a tortoise punch. Unexpectedly, the two-faced turtle in this timeline has obtained the fire dragon scale, which is a surprise. It should have been like this a long time ago. Girls like heroes, not timid bastards, Ron said with a smile. Thank you boss, I will definitely succeed. The two-faced turtle said firmly, constantly cheering himself up. I wish you success. Rayleigh smiled and raised his glass. It will definitely succeed. Xiao Mei is the rising sun at dawn, illuminating my dark life. The two-faced turtle raised the bottle and drank the remaining wine in one gulp. She is shining in your eyes, but you are dim in her eyes. Ron shook his head silently. It's time for me to go back. Xiao Mei and the others should be worried again when they find out I'm not here. After putting down some money, the two-faced turtle slowly stood up and said, welcome next time. Ron stood up and said goodbye. The two-faced turtle nodded, with firm eyes, and strode out of the tavern, returning to his own world. How come the guests in your tavern are all weird creatures? Rayleigh asked a little strangely. I only care about making money, it doesn't matter who comes. Ron was prevaricating casually while feeling happy in his heart. Fortunately, it's not Tom Cat who's here today, otherwise it would be even more unclear to explain. It's too much for me to ask. Rayleigh sighed. Oh, I should go look at that careless brat Ace. With that said, he threw down a pile of berries from the pit and slowly walked out of the tavern. Not long after Rayleigh left, the door of the tavern was pushed open again. Hearing the crunch, Ron looked up and greeted with a smile. Welcome, Mr. Akainu. Chapter 21 Akainu's Confession. Akainu, the current Marine Admiral, the future Marine Admiral, is a strong man who can F*K the four emperors hard. He has a square face, a resolute expression, and no emotion in his eyes. Under the white cloak of justice is a dark red suit. Just by looking at him, I felt a fierce aura coming towards me. Yeah. Akainu's voice was low and without any warmth. He came to the bar and sat down. After briefly looking around the pub, he finally fixed his gaze on Ron. This time he came to the pub not just to drink. At the same time, I also want to meet the tavern owner who Sengoku tried his best to invite to join Marine. However, just as Ron was thinking about what wine to serve Akainu, Ram happened to come out of the kitchen. The first time he saw Akainu, he silently walked behind him. The two people, who are from the Ghost Clan, are naturally very sensitive to murderous intent. After feeling the strong smell of blood on Akainu's body and the overwhelming murderous intent, the two sisters immediately became furious. Ram took out a pink meteor hammer. Ram's arms ignited with blazing flames while wrapping his arms around him. Is this how you treat guests? Akainu turned around and glanced at him without paying attention, but said to Ron calmly. Although Akainu looked calm on the outside, he was still surprised in his heart. Why is there another Mara fruit user in the tavern? And why is the fighting posture and aura of the blue-haired girl so similar to Rayleigh? Is it an illusion or am I too sensitive? Just when Akainu was doubting. Ron said helplessly. Don't get excited, this is a guest, Ram is going to get a bottle of Neolanchan. Mr. Akainu, I made you laugh. As expected, bowel training still needs to be done regularly. Of course, the premise for me to teach him everything I have is that Ram and Ram will welcome him from the same side. Your clerk is very interesting. Akainu lit up a cigar and blew out a thick puff of smoke. I don't know how the wine is. What surprised Ron was that while Akainu was speaking, he actually handed him a cigar. Unexpectedly, Akainu, who is cruel in his methods and careless about human feelings when performing tasks, can actually be such a good person. After all, she is Marine Admiral, and she is very good at dealing with people in worldly matters. Advertisement at this time, Ram held the wine and placed it in front of Akainu. Guest, your wine. Akainu nodded silently, his eyes fixed on the wine brought to him. There are 3 big characters written clearly on the label of the green wine bottle. Neolon Mountain. Akainu opened the bottle cap and slowly poured the wine into the cup. The wanton aroma of the wine completely aroused the wine bug in his stomach. After picking up the wine glass and taking a sip, Akainu couldn't help but praise. It's spicy and overbearing. It's my favorite wine. Neolanchan is different from the spirits I have drunk in the past. The burning sensation does not hurt the throat but fills the mouth. The moment the wine entered his throat, his body was churning. This feeling is like fighting pirates on the battlefield. Akainu regretted a little. He shouldn't have come. What if he got addicted? As long as you like it, Mr. Akainu, because of what happened just now, you will get a 20% discount on everything you spend today. Ron smiled and lit the cigar that was just handed to him. It's up to you. Akainu didn't intend to get too involved in this matter. There is no need to say it, and it is not consistent with his status as Marine Admiral. As for Ram, who was standing aside, Ram lowered his head to his chest, his delicate and pretty face filled with regret for having done something wrong. Ron touched their heads and comforted them softly. It's okay, go ahead and do your work. I'll watch over here. Well, although I did nothing wrong, it shouldn't be too much to let you lie against the window at night and feel the surging love, right? The twin sisters nodded, walked into the kitchen, and began to process the ingredients for dinner. After Ram left, Akainu and Ron fell into silence one after another. The only difference between Akainu and when he first arrived was that his resolute face had begun to turn red under the influence of alcohol. For a moment, the tavern fell into silence. Akainu, the cigar in Ron's hand was burning, and the light blue smoke was squeezed into a straight and narrow line, flying up into the sky, and finally dispersed silently. According to common sense, most people who drink will have the desire to talk. Just like dolphins and black tigers. Ron didn't need any guidance. After a glass of wine, he started to lament how difficult it was to be a dog licker over the years. But Akainu is different, it's just one cup after another. Luo Ming wasn't in a hurry, he knew that Akainu hadn't drunk enough yet. If you drink it, you will be happy. Maybe drag yourself to a foot washing city and order a female Buddha who is willing to devote herself to the seafood business. Advertisement then. The winding path leads to a secluded place, and you can explore the flower bed. While Ron was still immersed in the picture, Akainu had already finished the bottle of Neolanchan. Finally, Akainu broke the silence. Boss, have another bottle. Ron nodded, took another bottle of Neolanchan, handed it over, and asked, how is the situation in Sabaody Archipelago now? Fighting every day has made it difficult for me to do business. Taking the drink, Akainu said calmly, with Marine strength, it is only a matter of time to capture Ace. But, he pondered for a moment, with a hint of murderous intent in his voice, because Blackbeard leaked Ace's life experience to Big Mom, Whitebeard, Kaido, red-haired pirates and other pirates all moved closer to the Sabaody Archipelago. It was Marine Bay who learned that it was Blackbeard who leaked the secret through the phone bug. Then Marine needs to work harder. It won't be fun if we don't catch Ace before the 4 emperors arrive, Ron said with a smile. Akainu snorted. Compared to them, I want to clean up the scum in front of me now. What do you mean? Ron asked curiously. Apart from Ace and Blackbeard, the only ones who can make Akainu so miserable are the celestial dragons. It's Doflamingo. Akainu took a sip of wine and started talking completely. Because of the capture of Ace and Blackbeard, his property in the Sabaody Archipelago was affected, and some auction houses even closed down. For money, Doflamingo actually teamed up with the Golden Emperor to put pressure on Marine through the celestial dragons, this bunch of bastards. The more Akainu spoke, the angrier he became. Not only was his resolute face covered with ferociousness, but hot lava began to fall from his body. Fire snakes sprang up from the floor, and thick smoke billowed out. For a moment, the temperature in the tavern suddenly rose. Ron frowned slightly, and the moment he raised his right hand, a strong suction force was generated. The next moment, the flames and lava that were dancing on the floor broke away from the floor and floated towards Ron's right hand. Finally, as Ron tightened his right hand around Hockey, the flames dissipated, and the lava turned into gravel and scattered all over the ground. He Xiaohu's star-absorbing technique wasn't considered useless. Ron nodded with satisfaction. Upon seeing this, Akainu calmed down instantly. He asked in a deep voice, what ability is this? The voice just fell. A young voice sounded from outside the tavern. Boss, I'm here to disturb you again. The door opened in response, and Ace walked into the tavern with a smile, food residue still lingering at the corner of his mouth, and his breath was a little uneven. At a glance, it was obvious that he was either avoiding Marine's pursuit or had just finished his overlord meal. Hearing this familiar voice, Akainu turned around and glanced subconsciously, his pupils suddenly shrinking. At this moment, Ace also froze in place. Chapter 22 All fights are prohibited in the tavern. Looking at the young man in front of him, Akainu was overjoyed. When you go out for a drink, you can meet Ace. And this good thing? As long as he can be successfully captured today, Marine's subsequent plans can continue to be implemented. Fire Fist Ace, it's a pity that you ran away last time. Why, Rayleigh isn't by your side to protect you today. Akainu stood up with a smile and moved closer to Ace step by step. It seems like I'm not having very good luck today, boss. I'll have to come back for a drink next time. Ace grinned and slowly exited the tavern. Even as a natural fruit user, he did not dare to face a Marine Admiral alone. What's more, if a fight breaks out, Marine reinforcements will inevitably be drawn. So the best thing to do now is to run away quickly. You can drink wine anytime, as long as you can escape. Ron shrugged and reminded with a smile. Oh, by the way, all fighting is prohibited in the tavern and within 500 meters, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. The tavern is Ron's foundation in this world. If the tavern was damaged or destroyed due to fighting, Ron would not mind giving Akainu and Ace a love education. However, Akainu couldn't care less at the moment. After he followed Ace out of the tavern, his body quickly turned into lava and his arms expanded several times. Since I want to fight, I will fight with you. Faced with Akainu who could attack at any time, Ace did not dare to be careless. The flames rose from under his feet and then expanded infinitely outwards, burning all the flowers and plants along the way. The next second, all the flames began to gather and finally condensed into a huge fireball suspended above the head. This is Ace's strongest move. Its power is enough to destroy a city. One last reminder, if you want to fight, go somewhere else. This is a tavern, not a battlefield. Ron walked out of the tavern and said calmly. The tavern is destroyed, you can ask Marine for compensation. Akainu snorted coldly. If you insist on hindering my mission, I won't mind taking you back to naval headquarters. After saying that, Akainu's lava-turned arms suddenly stretched out and attacked Ace. Great eruption. The arrow is on the string and it has to be fired. Today is the best time to capture Ace while Rayleigh is away. If you miss it, it will take a lot of time to hunt down. Marine is really generous. Ace sneered and at the same time felt guilty. With a loud boom, the giant great fireball overhead hit Akainu. Great flame ring, Emperor Yan. Just as the fireball collided with the giant fist of lava, a figure suddenly appeared between Ace and Akainu like a ghost. Advertisement, what? Boss, get out of the way. Ace, Akainu's heart sank at the same time. They knew that Ron was very strong, but if he faced two of the strongest attacks at the same time, he would definitely end up dead. And the attack was out of control. Even if you want to take it back, it's too late now. Now. Ron slowly stretched out his right hand in the direction of Ace, and the strong suction force appeared again. Instantly, the huge fireball shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately, Ron took out an ice-cutting knife and wrapped it around Conqueror's hockey. Wang. With a slight harsh sound, a strong momentum surged out of Ron's body. He held the knife in his backhand, turned around and took a step back, then made a crosscut in the direction of Akainu and Ace, slashing out scarlet sword energy. Under a burst of sword light, the incoming giant lava fist stopped in midair and then hit the ground. The fireball, which had shrunk to a certain extent, also disappeared in midair. The lava scattered all over the ground turned the originally vibrant grassland into scorched earth. Seeing Ace in this scene, Akainu opened his mouth unconsciously and his eyes were horrified. There were no gorgeous explosions or deafening roars. Ron's methods of resisting these two attacks are so simple and unpretentious. Is it a little too casual? It's scary, Ace said Kizaru's catchphrase unconsciously. And Akainu, who was standing opposite, finally understood in his heart. Why did Sengoku insist on letting Ron join Marine and give him such high treatment? Except for the kind of fruit that can shatter the sky and destroy the earth. Hockey, or Conqueror's entanglement, is the most powerful force in this world. No matter how you want to fight, I don't care, but don't be at the door of my tavern, Ron said lightly. Forget it this time, but if there is a next time. Ron didn't want to say anything, everyone was smart and knew what to do. There won't be a next time, Ace asked curiously after a wry smile. Boss, what ability did you use just now? How can I say that my strongest move is gone? It's just self-defense, don't worry about it. Ron smiled and waved his hand. The voice just fell. A crisp sound came from behind a big tree not far away. Snapped. The three of them looked in the direction of the sound, only to see Rayleigh slap their faces. Advertisement, and what is the self-defense method, is there no end? Akainu frowned, and said in a deep voice, then you don't care if I leave the tavern area? Ron nodded. Little devil, did you not fight enough last time? Rayleigh stepped forward slowly, and the long sword at his waist was suddenly unsheathed. A cold light flashed in front of Akainu's eyes. Rayleigh was furious. After leaving the tavern today, I have already followed behind Ace. But Ace ran away after eating the Overlord meal. It is worthy of being an elite killed out of thousands of soldiers in Roger's body, as stubborn as Roger. You guys are busy first, I'll go first, see you another day. Ace waved at Akainu, turned around and ran. Seeing this, Akainu made a gesture to chase after him. But when he took the first step, he was stopped by Ron. Are you really going to war with Marine? Akainu asked coldly. You're thinking too much, Ron said with a smile. Before chasing Ace, don't you have to pay for the drink and the floor? How much? It's not expensive, it's 50 million berry in total, it's nothing to a Marine Admiral like you, Ron said softly. Hearing the price, Akainu's pupils shrank suddenly. Black shop. This is definitely a black shop. If it wasn't for Sengoku's intention to invite Ron to join the Marine, Akainu really wanted to blow up the tavern with a meteor volcano. You're blackmailing. Akainu glared at Ron. Ron shrugged. Dignified Marine Admiral, you won't renege on your debt? The current turnover of the tavern is 50 million. Today's blackmail. No, I made 50 million, and I'm still short of 400 million berry, so I can upgrade the tavern. Akainu's face darkened, he gritted his molars and said, I'll give it. But when Akainu threw a card to Ron, when he wanted to chase Ace, he found that he had run away. In addition to being angry, Akainu could only order Marine to search around the tavern through the phone bug. At the same time, inside the largest clubhouse in the Sabaody Archipelago, a man wearing a pink feather coat and sunglasses strode into the resplendent hall after a servant pushed open the double wooden doors. The man's black pointed shoes walked across the wool carpet embroidered with golden patterns, and finally sat down on the golden leather sofa. During this period, he kept cursing loudly. I have spent so much money and fattened up so many celestial dragons in the sea for so many years, isn't it just for today's use? But until now, they can't even do this shit. Chapter 23 The Woman Who Frightened Rayleigh heard the man scolding. The expression on the phone bug in his hand became increasingly gloomy, perfectly imitating Tezzolo's expression. After a short silence, Tezzolo said in a deep voice. Doflamingo, Marine's attitude is very firm, and the 5 elders also support Marine's decision. I can only keep putting pressure on Marine. Faced with this ambiguous answer, the man sitting on the sofa did not respond and ended the call. Don Quixote. Doflamingo. Former celestial dragons, current king of Dressrosa, 7 warlords of the sea, king of the underworld. With all this outrageous aura, it was the man sitting on the couch. The industry was affected and Doflamingo bribed celestial dragons to stop Marine's actions. This was just superficial. The most important thing is what Kaido told him to do. No matter what method you use, you must stop Marine from capturing Ace before he arrives. As long as Ace is still in Sabaody Archipelago, the top battle of Kaido's dream will begin soon. Foo. Things are really getting more and more interesting. Doflamingo burst out laughing suddenly, but the sound stopped abruptly in the middle of the laughter. His face was full of gloom. Kaido. This B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* for Kaido, he wouldn't have had to come to this place of right and wrong and wade through this muddy water. Some of Sabaody Archipelago's arms business, flour, auction houses, and other industries do not need to be suspended to perform this drama. You can't hide the look in someone's eyes that wants to kill you. At least that's what Doflamingo is like. If his strength allows, he really wants to give Kaido a big fight. At this time, Diamante, the leader of the Don Quixote family, opened the door and walked in, saying in a deep voice. Dover, something interesting just happened. According to reports from people following Ace, the owner of a tavern in the 12th area unexpectedly blocked the attacks of Akainu and Ace at the same time, and Rayleigh also frequented this tavern. Doflamingo's pupils shrank, and he felt a wave of panic in his heart. This club is located in Area 12. If you block Akainu and Ace's attacks at the same time, there is no way you won't hear any movement. Driven by his inner curiosity, Doflamingo said slowly, "Come with me tomorrow. Let's go and try the wine in which pub?" Sabaody Archipelago, Marine Temporary Station. Report, the target has been lost. The last place where Ace disappeared was at the amusement park in Area 20, a soldier said seriously. Get out. Akainu waved his hand a little irritably. Advertisement. Not only was he cheated out of 50 million today, but the destroyed grass outside the tavern also had to be restored to its original state. The more he thought about today's events, the more he felt like a resentful person. Akainu suppressed his restless emotions for a moment, and then turned on the anti-monitoring phone bug on his wrist. Soon. The phone was connected, and Sengoku's solemn voice rang. "I hope to hear good news." Akainu took a deep breath and recounted what had just happened. Sengoku couldn't help but gasp after hearing this. After recalling Ron's appearance, he seemed to have seen a peerless beauty. If this is indeed the case, then Ron's strength will be comparable to that of Admiral. Continue to capture. You still have 7 days, Whitebeard. Kaido is expected to arrive at Sabaody Archipelago in 7 days. By the way, Marine is not allowed to go near Ron's tavern until he joins Marine. After Sengoku explained everything, he ended the call. Immediately, he turned his attention to Momoshiki, who was discussing plans with a group of generals in the conference room. No matter what method you use, make sure Ron joins Marine. Did something happen again? Momoshiki asked curiously. Sengoku told the whole story to the Marine generals who were doing it. For a while, the huge conference room was silent. Lava fruit is recognized as the most lethal fruit, not one of them. In Marine, the general who can immediately attack Akainu without taking damage. There are only 2 admirals, Aokiji and Kizaru. After a long time, Momoshiki's lazy voice sounded. Really? Any method will work? There are many ways, but the most effective and time-saving way, the sacrifice is a bit too big. It's nothing more than giving Ron a happy ending. All the Marine senior executives present also reacted immediately, and their eyes were surprisingly unanimously looking at the top of the T-Dolphin, as if they saw a lush green grassland. Wanjie Tavern. After Akainu left angrily, Rayleigh cheekily offered to have dinner, and Ron readily agreed. It's just a meal, after all, I just blackmailed. No, I made 50 million berry. At this time, the mechanical sound of the system suddenly sounded. Advertisement, ding, customer Akainu, the two-faced turtle has finished talking, close black lens bracket. Ding, customer Akainu confides in the subject. Doflamingo will visit the tavern soon, close black lens bracket. Customer Akainu, lava fruit, observation hockey. Host can choose one of the abilities, close black lens bracket. Customer double-faced turtle, fire dragon scale, spinning king Baekwan. What the hell? Spinning Wong Baekwan. Ron blacked out, and then muttered, the dragon scale of fire. Akainu's natural lava fruit. Ding, start settling rewards, close black lens bracket. With the voice down, there is an extra fiery red dragon scale and lava fruit in the system warehouse. Since Rayleigh was watching, it was not easy for Ron to take out the fire dragon scale for experimentation. At this time, Ron suddenly remembered something and said softly, today, I helped Ace by the way. The fact that you gave me the supreme sword, let's just let it go. He paused and pondered, if this happens again next time, I'll just throw Ace out. Whether he lives or dies depends on fate. Well, I made a big profit today. Not only made a lot of money, but also exchanged Rayleigh's favor by the way. Peeved. Rayleigh took a sip of the wine and said with a dark face, you're too dark, aren't you? Darker than Shocky. That is the supreme sharp knife with only 12 in the whole world. Now this favor is gone. Is Shocky really that dark? I seem to know something important. Ron raised his eyebrows, and changed the subject with a smile. Let's eat first, and I will accompany you for a drink today. Just at this time, Ram and Ram also prepared dinner, and the food came over with the tableware. Today's dinner is very rich, and it is actually some unnamed fish. Drink 3 rounds. Rayleigh also let go completely, and he now picked out 7 thorns from the leftover fish and placed them on a vegetable leaf. After all this happened last night, the corners of Rayleigh's mouth began to rise wildly, and his eyes were full of pride when he looked at Ron. Young man, remember, 1 leaf with 7 thorns is just the limit of the body, not my limit. Ron froze for a moment, looking at the scene in front of him, he began to doubt his life. Is this something that people can come up with? Sure enough, no matter how old a man is, until he dies, he will be a teenager. At this time, the door of the tavern was pushed open, and a tall figure walked in with high heels. After Rayleigh turned around and took a look, his old eyes were filled with horror. Chapter 24 Garp is coming to the Sabaody archipelago? The crisp sound of high heels hitting the floor echoed throughout the tavern. But in Rayleigh's ears, it was like a reminder. The woman who just walked in is Shocky, the owner of the pub next door. He is also the last king of the Daughter Kingdom and a great pirate in the old days. Although Shocky is older and his skin is not as tight as a girl's and is slightly sagging, his figure is tall and graceful. Especially those wrapped in tight short sleeves, the child's granary. She had black hair and was clean, with anger written all over her slightly wrinkled face. Shocky grabbed Rayleigh's hair and asked, old man, why don't you go home so late? For you, I will put on your favorite clothes today. But Rayleigh simply showed off and said drunkenly, I really drank too much today. Next time, next time. After saying that, he threw his head on the bar and fell asleep. It's okay. The tavern has a hangover soup prepared. A bowl of it will definitely not delay the two of you. Ron smiled and added insult to injury. A light flashed in Shocky's eyes. Thank you, young man. Ron just smiled and nodded, but immediately realized something was wrong. If it were the plot in the movie, wouldn't my current identity be the subordinate who sent the drunk leader home, the tenant of the landlord who was always hungover, the brother who looked after the drunk groom at the wedding banquet? A few minutes later, Ram then cooked the hangover soup, brought it from the kitchen, and handed it to Shocky. Come on, let's wake up and take medicine. Shocky straightened Rayleigh upright and poured the hangover soup into his mouth. Although Rayleigh was very resistant, she was forced to drink it due to Shocky's power. This thing is really good. Rayleigh woke up pretending to be surprised, and then looked at Ron sadly. Although men all want to explore the truth about black holes. But for a dying old man, his body really doesn't allow him to do this. Come back with me. Shocky dragged Rayleigh out of the tavern, not forgetting to give Ron a wink before leaving. I'm leaving, young man. I'll try your wine when I have time. Ron's eyelids twitched suddenly, and he was covered in cold sweat. At Shocky's age, sitting on the ground and sucking dirt is not something you just talk about. On the way back, Shocky lit a cigarette and said with a wry smile, Garp is coming to Sabaody Archipelago. According to intelligence, neither Sengoku nor Marine senior management allowed him to participate in this operation. When Rayleigh heard this, a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Advertisement. Early the next morning, maybe because of drinking, Ron got up very early. While taking a shower with Ram and Ram blinked and asked curiously, Master, why doesn't Uncle Rayleigh want to go home with that ant? The two of them are going to fight when they get home, and it's going to be very fierce. Ron thought for a while and explained with a smile. Rayleigh can't beat Shocky, so she's very scared. Ram nodded thoughtfully. Uncle Rayleigh has to cover his waist every time he comes in the morning. He still keeps swearing. Ron, you must never drive recklessly in front of the two sisters in the future. What if the two of them know more than me in the future? Why should I be the one being commanded? After washing up, Ron ate breakfast and read the newspaper that had just been delivered today. Decrypted, the world's noble celestial dragon's habits are disgusting, but the reason makes people cry, close black lens bracket. Why the famous tycoon Tezzolo wears only his ring finger without a ring? It's so touching behind the scenes. Shocked, photos of suspected Big Mom when they were young were exposed, attracting countless men to reward themselves crazily, close black lens bracket. Writing a headline like this, Morgan's newspaper wouldn't want to open. Ron smiled and shook his head. Just when I was watching vigorously, with a bang, the door was kicked open, and Rayleigh walked into the tavern with trembling legs. At this moment, the old man's face was pale, and the monstrous resentment seemed to be able to condense into substance and burst out from his body. Rayleigh came to the bar and sat down, asking, "What did you add to the hangover soup last night?" "Last night was the night of a lifetime. Of course it's for your body. What did you go through last night?" Ron shrugged. "Hangover soup has been prepared long ago." Ron even added a few wild things in advance, which are specially prepared for men who have special thoughts when they are drunk. After all, it is not easy for a drunk soldier to stand up and salute. "Forget it." Rayleigh sighed. "A bottle of milder tonic. Goji berry wine is very suitable for you now." Ron turned and took a bottle of red fruit-soaked wine from the liquor cabinet and handed it over. Rayleigh filled the glass with some doubts and took a sip. Gulu. With the moment of drinking down his throat, Rayleigh was sure that Ron definitely didn't cheat himself this time. The bitterness and sweetness of wolfberries complement each other with the sweetness of white wine. Advertisement after the spiciness of alcohol alone. The rich aroma of wine and medicinal herbs immediately filled the mouth. Not bad. Rayleigh nodded in satisfaction, although this wine is not as nourishing as Tiger Whip wine. But Rayleigh's belly was still hot. At the same time, the body that had been tortured all night also felt much better. Can wait for him to taste too much. The door was kicked open again with a bang. Kicking the door again. Ron frowned slightly, and Rayleigh immediately turned his head to look. Under the gaze of the two, Doflamingo walked into the tavern with a figure of 8 stride and an arrogant expression on his face. Followed by the Don Quixote family cadres dressed in aboriginal clothes, Diamante. At the same time, Doflamingo looked at the tavern with great interest. When he saw the material of the tables and chairs, his eyes under the sunglasses faintly flashed with disdain. "If you didn't know how strong you are, you would definitely have been smashed before you left." "What great awe, I use the same thing." That's when Doflamingo arrives at the bar, ready to sit down. Ron pointed to the door and said with a smile, "Welcome, Mr. Doflamingo. But before drinking, please close the door, both of you." Doflamingo froze in place, and a series of question marks flashed in his mind. "Close the door? Did you hear me wrong, or did you really talk to me?" Diamante on the side scolded angrily, "Boss, pay attention to your words. Dover is a majestic Shichibukai, the king of Dressrosa." Doflamingo, however, was silent. Even under Diamante's horrified gaze, she turned around and closed the door silently. Not because he wanted to go, but because of pressure. The silver-haired old man sitting at the bar with his back to Doflamingo was too scary. Although the old man's aura is restrained very well, when the color of knowledge spreads over, he can still feel the faint aura. Roaring like a tiger, tyrannical and domineering. Doflamingo also guessed the identity of the old man, Pluton, Rayleigh. And this is secondary. Most importantly, he saw the twin maids. Chapter 25 Black Shop. Proper black shop. There is absolutely something wrong with this pub. Just now, Doflamingo was about to become furious. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a pair of twin sisters handling a large fish. Among them, the little girl with blue hair took out a small knife. Under a dazzling knife light, the fish bones were separated and the fish meat was neatly sliced, with the same thickness. As if the big fish didn't feel the pain, it kept blinking and its gills kept opening and closing. Even the best swordsman in the Don Quixote family couldn't do this. The girl with short pink hair on the side, while wrapping her white and tender hands around armament hockey, directly bent the steel bars with her bare hands to make a simple grill. Immediately, the hockey lifted, and a blazing flame ignited in his palm, igniting the charcoal under the grill. Doflamingo's pupils suddenly shrank. Just when he was shocked, he saw the supremely sharp knife used as decoration on the wall behind Ron. The broad blade exudes a frightening aura. It was the official sword of the Pirate King, which also caused Doflamingo's brain to shut down instantly. Why does this little girl have the Mara Mara fruit powers at the same time as Ace? Why is Roger's saber here? With all kinds of questions, Doflamingo silently turned around and closed the door, then came to the bar and sat down. After Diamante saw Doflamingo's attitude, she didn't dare to say another word and stood behind him honestly. "You guys go play first, I should go out and get busy." Rayleigh stood up slowly, put down a bunch of berry, and patted Doflamingo's shoulder gently. "Young man, your abilities are very good, but you'd better not cause trouble, otherwise no one can save you." Both a reminder and a threat. Not only was it reminding him not to cause trouble in the pub, but it was also threatening him not to have other thoughts about Ace. Shocky has already received information that Doflamingo is secretly sending people to follow Ace. Facing the threat, Doflamingo grinned, and his eyes under the sunglasses were slightly crazy. Bah. A remnant of the old era, since he wants to retire, he shouldn't worry too much. Rayleigh smiled and put his big hand on Doflamingo's shoulder slightly. Next second, a heartbreaking pain hit him, and Doflamingo's face turned the color of liver. Diamante on the side saw this and just put his hand on the hilt of the sword. But Rayleigh didn't intend to continue taking action. He took one step and his figure disappeared in a flash. What do you two want to drink? Ron asked softly, deliberately changing the subject. In case Doflamingo chases him out, then this business must have been ruined. This man in front of me is a rich man. I would really be sorry if I didn't make a fortune. Ron K has always adhered to the tavern management philosophy of plucking the feathers when the geese pass by, and leaving the skin when the animals flee. As long as it tastes good, Doflamingo said casually, white lines shooting out from his right hand, repairing the wound on his shoulder. Advertisement Rayleigh's blow just now crushed his shoulder. If it weren't for String Fruit's ability to repair the body, Doflamingo would be on his way to see a doctor now. Soon, under Ron's instruction, Ram held a jar of wine and placed it on the bar. Please use your wine slowly. The wine jar is large, completely black, and has the words, bamboo leaf green, marked on the surface. Ron introduced with a smile. This wine is called Zuyeching. It is brewed with liquor as the base wine and precious medicinal materials. With that said, Ron opened the red wine sealing cloth. With a muffled bang sound, a unique aroma of white wine mixed with medicinal herbs spread in the tavern. Try it, but this wine is a bit expensive. Ron took 3 cups and poured 1 cup each for himself and Doflamingo opposite him. Doflamingo looked at the wine in the glass, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The color of the wine is golden and transparent, with a greenish-green color. Just the look alone makes people feel comfortable. How much does this wine cost? Doflamingo said, then picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Gulu. With a sip of wine entering his throat, Doflamingo finally knew why Rayleigh often went to this tavern. Different from the red wine I've ever drunk, this wine is fragrant and mellow, sweet and slightly bitter in the mouth. Under the stimulation of strong alcohol, people will have endless aftertaste. Not expensive, only 400 million berry, Ron said with a smile. The price is acceptable, Doflamingo said softly, this wine is also good. But as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Bridge bean sacks. 400 million berry? Black shop, proper black shop. Doflamingo has always been blackmailing others, but he didn't expect that the person being blackmailed is now himself. Boss, isn't this drink a bit expensive? Doflamingo's face gradually became gloomy. If you think it's not worth it, I don't have to charge you, and you can leave now. Ron smiled, and then covered the wine jar with the wine cloth again, as if seeing off guests. Doflamingo is an outlier, even among countless pirates, he is an extreme outlier. To deal with heterogeneity, we must adopt a completely different method. Plus Doflamingo is a complete rich man. If he succeeds in getting the wool this time, he can patronize the tavern more in the future, and the turnover needed to upgrade the tavern will no longer be a problem. Although He Xiaohu is also very rich, but the number of times he comes to patronize the tavern is really too little. Advertisement. As for Rayleigh, forget it, he probably won't have a few years to live. A man only has about 53 liters in his lifetime, and he is afraid that there is not much left now. Foo. You are really an interesting person. Doflamingo changed from his gloominess just now, and laughed instead. After a pause, he ordered, Diamante, go get the money, get the cash. Diamante did not refuse, and immediately ran out of the tavern and went to the bank to withdraw money. In Doflamingo's view, the 400 million spent is not a loss. After all, the tavern owner in front of him is as strong as Admiral, and if it is useful in the future, he will not lose any money. Of course, if Ron was tough and asked for money just now, then Doflamingo wouldn't mind a fight. 10 minutes later, Diamante returned to the tavern with 2 large black boxes. The box was opened, and a total of 400 million berries were lying quietly inside. This is your wine, please use it slowly. Ron opened the wine seal again and pushed the wine jar over. The voice just fell. The system's prompt sounded in my mind. Ding, congratulations to host for completing a turnover of 500 million, the tavern will start to upgrade after closing. Close black lens bracket. Ding, the privilege of the tavern has increased, and there will be a certain chance to invite a guest from another world to visit the tavern every day. Close black lens bracket. Ding, the Wanjie Tavern mall system is open, the host can use the points to buy the required items in the mall. Close black lens bracket. Ding, after the host completes a turnover of 2 billion, the tavern will be upgraded again. When the upgrade reaches a certain level, the host will break the dimensional wall and go to other worlds. Close black lens bracket. So how many times do you need to upgrade? Is the system overkill? After Ron complained in his heart, he immediately opened the tavern mall system. Pirate World, Marvel World, Shinigami World, Hokage World, Nightwork World. Props from countless worlds are displayed in Ron's mind. Like various types of devil fruit, fairy beans, ninjutsu, any door, Hulk's underwear and so on. As the system said, all these props must be exchanged for points. System. How to get points? Ron asked. Ding, devil fruit and skill books in the system warehouse can be exchanged for points. Close black lens bracket. Ron pondered for a moment, glanced at Doflamingo from the corner of his eye and continued to ask. Can man-made devil fruit be exchanged for points? Ding, 300 points for man-made devil fruit, 500 points for zone devil fruit, 600 points for paramecia, 700 points for ancient species, 1000 points for logia and eudemons. Close black lens bracket. Ron's eyes lit up when he got the answer. And The devil fruit sold in the mall is actually the same price as the points I exchanged for myself. Ron then fixed his eyes on Doflamingo. It may be that he was a little hairy. Doflamingo frowned and asked, "What's the matter? Give up the deal with Kaido, and I will take care of all your man-made devil fruit in the future," Ron said with a smile. Doflamingo. 2 Mount Chapter 26 Revenge. Revenge on this world. Doflamingo was stunned for a moment and then said calmly, "I don't know what you're talking about. Kaido and I have nothing to do with each other." If it weren't for Ron's strength, Doflamingo would really want to curse. If all transactions are stopped now, maybe the first thing Kaido will do when he comes to Sabaody Archipelago is not start a war. Instead, beat yourself to death with a stick first. It's normal if you don't believe me. Take a look at these 2 fruits first and then consider whether to agree. Ron smiled, lit up a cigarette, and waved his right hand lightly on the bar. Next second, 2 fruits covered with strange lines appeared on the bar. It's Logia, the lava fruit, the phantom beast species of the Renren fruit, the form of a giant Buddha. Doflamingo's pupils suddenly shrank, and even his breathing became heavier unconsciously. He had seen the devil fruit illustrated book and was very familiar with the devil fruit in front of him. But weren't these 2 fruits eaten by Sengoku and Akainu? Why are they here? It's so weird. If this news is exposed, the whole sea will go crazy. Doflamingo didn't ask much about this. He pondered for a moment and said, "This doesn't impress me. Your chips are too low to deserve my offending Kaido." "That's right, we should come up with something more interesting." Ron touched his chin and immediately threw the lava fruit to Rem. "You can eat this fruit." Rem took the fruit and raised a sweet smile on his lips. "Thank you, master." As she spoke, she opened her teeth slightly and took a bite. The next second, Rem began to elementalize, and the dripping lava caused the temperature of the tavern to rise rapidly. When Doflamingo and Diamante saw this, their eyelids couldn't stop beating wildly. A Logia devil fruit, known as the most powerful one, was given to a maid to eat? Not only is it a waste, it is simply a waste of natural resources. In this way, if you take 4 artificial devil fruits now, you can exchange them for a real ancient devil fruit, Ron said with a smile. 4 man-made devil fruits cost 1,200 points, while 1 ancient devil fruit only costs 700 points. The price difference is a full 500 points, which is very profitable. Ron asked Doflamingo to give up the deal with Kaido because of this. This wave is actually a win-win situation. Advertisement. Ron earns the difference, and Doflamingo accumulates strength to plan what he has in mind. "Huh. Okay, I agree," Doflamingo agreed without any hesitation. Then, he looked at Diamante. "Go get 3 artificial devil fruits." At this moment, Doflamingo's heart was ecstatic. This is definitely his most profitable transaction, bar none. You must know that artificial devil fruit is very cheap to make, and there is a certain probability of failure after eating it. If this transaction is successful, then he will completely cut off all transactions with Kaido and stop contacting him. He is so unfamiliar. Soon, Diamante ran back to the tavern and placed the box containing the artificial devil fruit on the bar. "You go out first and no one is allowed to approach the tavern," Doflamingo said solemnly. "This matter must not be known to others now, if the news is leaked. Whether Ron can live in peace or not is not mentioned in advance. Anyway, not to mention leaving a single survivor of the Don Quixote family, even the ashes would have to be raised by Marine." "Okay, Dover." Diamante nodded, walked out and closed the door, standing at the door of the tavern to act as a guard. Ron opened the box, checked it was correct, and put it under the bar. Immediately, he said to the system, "Exchange all man-made devil fruits for points." Then exchange the points for an ancient seed devil fruit. Ding, in exchange, the remaining host points, 500, close black lens bracket. As the system's voice fell, a devil fruit appeared in Ron's palm as if appearing out of thin air. "The deal is done." Ron handed the devil fruit over. Foo 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 foo. I didn't expect this to be true. Doflamingo tried hard to suppress the joy in his heart, but the hand he stretched out was still trembling slightly. He took the demon story and looked it over carefully, and after confirming that it was correct, he put it in his pocket. It's an ancient species, that's right. Moreover, it is a dragon fruit that has never appeared before. Ancient species. Tyrannosaurus rex form. Then your deal with Kaido. Ron hesitated. Doflamingo raised his head and laughed loudly. Kaido. Sorry, I don't know this person, I only know that I will only trade with you in the future. Ron. It's so real. Advertisement. I don't know how Kaido will feel when he hears this now. Doflamingo's laughter didn't stop. He stood up, walked to the window and opened his arms, as if embracing the whole world. At this moment, his heart was full of pride. As long as they persist in trading for a few years, the Don Quixote family will have a group of ancient fruit-capable users. It is only a matter of time before the world government is overthrown. Oh, by the way, exchange 2 artificial devil fruits for 1 zone devil fruit, and exchange 10 artificial devil fruits for 1 Logia or Phantom Beast devil fruit. Ron reminded with a smile. Doflamingo's laughter stopped abruptly, and his heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. But suddenly, a deep fear surged in his heart. Who is the owner of the tavern in front of him? Why does he have so many devil fruits? Doflamingo turned silently and looked around. I saw Ron exhale a mouthful of smoke, and his whole face was shrouded in the thin smoke. Can't see through. Even Doflamingo, who has an extremely tortuous life, can't see through Ron, who is much younger than him. Immediately, Doflamingo stopped thinking about it. No matter who Ron is, as long as he can keep the deal until the world government is overthrown, it will cost himself whatever it takes. Turn the world ruled by those bastards upside down. Doflamingo took a sip of his drink and smiled sullenly. He wants revenge. Revenge to this world. To the group of celestial dragons who only know how to enjoy themselves, letting them shed the last drop of blood is the highest respect for celestial dragons to Doflamingo. Doflamingo overthrew the majestic building standing at a height of 10,000 meters and wrote his own justice. No matter what you do, remember not to affect the business of the tavern, Ron reminded softly. Foo 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 foo. Doflamingo laughed, of course, you are my partner. The voice just fell. The tavern buzzed with the phone bug. Boo boo boo. Doflamingo pulled out a phone bug with 2 horns from his bosom. As soon as it was opened, a dull voice sounded. Dover, is the artificial devil fruit ready? Your efficiency is too slow these days. Kaido, don't contact me in the future, I'm afraid Ron will misunderstand. While Doflamingo hung up the phone bug, he stomped it to pieces. Kaido. Chapter 27. Kaido is furious looking at the sleeping phone bug. Kaido couldn't calm down for a long time, and the expression on his face became more ferocious. This feeling. It's like the soft toilet that I have trained for many years, but was snatched away by others in the end. The resentment and anger revealed are all moving. A long time. On the calm sea, echoed Kaido's roar resounding throughout the sky. Doflamingo, and that one named Ron, lousy is going to kill you. Boss, what's wrong with Doflamingo? Jin, one of the 3 disasters, asked puzzled. What's the situation? Is Doflamingo crazy? In Jin's impression, Doflamingo didn't even dare to breathe in front of him. Most importantly, who is the Ron in his mouth? Kaido picked up the wine gourd on his waist and took a sip of strong wine, and said in a deep voice, I don't know yet. All the answers to the mystery can only be revealed after arriving at the Sabaody Archipelago. For this war, the entire Beast's pirates was dispatched except for Quinn. Suddenly, the phone bug in Kaido's arms suddenly rang. Boo boo boo. Opened the phone bug, and the voice of Big Mom came from inside. Kaido, that kid with red hair is heading in your direction. It is expected to meet with you in a few days, you'd better be careful. Inside the Wanjie Tavern. Looking at the shattered phone bugs, although Doflamingo looked calm, he felt a little regretful in his heart. Sure enough, people will definitely be dazzled in the face of huge interests. Impulse. It was too impulsive. What if the Kaido now turns the ship around and goes to Punk Hazard to destroy the man-made Devil Fruit Factory and capture Gaisarin? That deal with Ron fell apart. The entire Don Quixote family will also usher in a catastrophe in the future. Even the eggs at home have to be shaken yellow by Kaido. Advertisement at the moment, Doflamingo can only pray that Kaido doesn't think of that. As the mood gets heavier, Doflamingo drank one glass after another, and the whole jar of wine was quickly emptied. Perhaps seeing the worries in his heart, Ron said softly, if you are worried about Kaido's revenge, then seize the deal and strive to raise the Don Quixote family to the level of the 4 Emperors pirate group in a short time. How come the 4 Emperors are in your mouth? They can be mass-produced. Doflamingo nodded with a dark face. This is the only way to go now. I will send the next batch of men-made devil fruit as soon as possible. As he spoke, he slowly got up and left the tavern with the same figure of sight steps as when he came. The only difference is, Doflamingo's mood is very complicated now, full of excitement and anxiety at the same time. Master, dinner is ready. Rem's voice came from the kitchen. Ron was about to respond when he heard the words, when a system-like reminder sounded in his head. Open black lens bracket ding. Customer Doflamingo finished talking. Close black lens bracket ding. The customer involved in the confidant. Kaido, will visit the tavern soon. Close black lens bracket. Customer Doflamingo. String fruit, conquerors, armed color, knowledge color. Host can choose one of the abilities. Close black lens bracket. Select string fruit and put it in the system warehouse, Ron said softly. The voice just fell. In the system warehouse, there's an extra white pear covered with strange lines. After finishing all this, Ram has brought the food to the bar. Today's lunch was very sumptuous. It was a whole fish feast made with a 1-meter-long sea fish. Suddenly, the door of the tavern was pushed open a crack, and a black cat slipped in quietly. It sniffed the rich aroma of wine in the tavern, stretched out comfortably, and then walked to the balcony and dozed off. Somehow, none of Ram noticed the existence of the black cat. Since Doflamingo left, until after dinner, the tavern did not receive a single customer. Go to bed early today and prepare to close the door. Ron smiled and lit up a cigarette. Ram nodded. After cleaning up the tavern, he went to the backyard to wash up. Just as the cigarette in Ron's hand was about to burn out, a dazzling light suddenly burst out in the tavern, and at the same time the system's beep sounded. Advertisement, ding, the tavern is starting to upgrade, close black lens bracket. The black cat, who was curled up on the windowsill and dozing, immediately noticed something strange. It opened its vertical pupils and looked around vigilantly. At the same time, its back was arched high, and it already looked like its hair was blowing. Soon, the light became dimmer and everything became calm. The first thing that caught Ron's eyes was the wine cabinet, floor, tables and chairs in the tavern, all completely brand new. The original spotlight on the roof has been transformed into a chandelier composed of 18 petals of crystal lotus. Under the bright lights, the entire tavern seemed to be much larger. Ron did a simple calculation and found that the bar counter alone could seat more than a dozen guests. With the tables included, the entire pub could accommodate dozens of guests at the same time. Well, it's time to consider hiring more waiters, Ron murmured, rubbing his chin. If there are more customers in the tavern in the future, Ram and Rem will definitely be too busy. Suddenly, Ron was about to leave the bar and go back to the backyard to sleep when he glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw a black cat licking its body. He stepped forward and picked up the black cat, lifted it up and down a lot, and then spread its legs apart. Meow meow meow. Huh? Ron murmured softly. It's still a female cat, just stay in the tavern as a pet. The black cat seemed to be able to understand people's words, and there was a hint of disgust in his eyes. Available immediately. Ron changed the subject. Why don't you get sterilized? Meow meow meow. The black cat suddenly became furious and struggled in Ron's hands. Or, can I find a male cat for you? Ron said with a trace of teasing. Of course, I can do it for you. I wonder if you can see the fluffy hair when you lift the light yellow dress. Ron said meaningfully, looking at the black cat's legs. The black cat's hair exploded again, and after struggling to break away from Ron, it swung its front paws forward. It can be next second. Ron actually disappeared, and a laugh echoed in the empty tavern. Shihuan Yoruichi, stay in the tavern, the wine steward is enough. Shihuan Yoruichi, from the Shinigami world. Former captain of the Godei 13th 2nd Division, former commander-in-chief of Covert Mobile. He is also the head of the 20th second generation of the Shihuan family, one of the 4 nobles of Soul Society. The one with all these titles is this black cat. After Ron left, the lights were turned off, leaving the tavern in darkness. The black cat that was thrown on the bar suddenly burst into a cloud of smoke. In the smoke, a slim figure appeared. Chapter 28. Leave some money and lust aside to prevent being out of tune with the world. Shihuan Yoruichi has a high ponytail, picturesque eyebrows, and brown skin. Although she is not as gentle as an ordinary woman, her eyes are golden and her facial features are handsome. Rather than describing her as beautiful, it would be better to say handsome. It's just, Shihuan Yoruichi has no clothes on at this moment. Wanjie Tavern, it's really interesting. She sat cross-legged on the bar, her golden pupils full of curiosity. What kind of world is this? It seems very weak. Even an Ajuka's Manos Grande can instantly kill most of the strong men in this world. Immediately, a hoarse magnetic voice sounded in the tavern, with a bit of gritted teeth in his tone. Wait a moment. That B********* D not only wants to sterilize me, but also wants to breed me. I'll kill you. To say such a thing to a lady. Do you think I, Shihuan Yoruichi, am shameless? But, what happened to the sudden change in the tavern just now? Ryotsu spreads a little, and you can detect an irresistible force. And it's obviously not the same world, so why can that kid call me by my name? A question mark flashed through Shihuan Yoruichi's mind, and he seemed a little confused. If Ron could see her now, he would definitely say, dark skin, long legs, and a great body. Early morning. The pub opened early as usual. Ron was eating breakfast as before and reading the newspaper that had just been delivered today. The only difference from before was that he had a black cat in his arms. At first, Shihuan Yoruichi refused. However, Ron's technique for playing with cats is superb. He gently twists and slowly closes the cat, then rubs and picks again, attacking the heart from the top and the body from the bottom. A set of fingering techniques. Oh no, Shihuan Yoruichi could only lie in Ron's arms with a red face. Today's newspapers are, as usual, full of half-truths and half-truths. Open black lens bracket Kazaru Fuka Yoruichi spends a lot of money to recharge the card of red romantic technician with millions. Close black lens bracket. Big news, Kaido, Whitebeard, and the 3 red-haired 4 emperors are sailing towards the Sabaody Archipelago together. Close black lens bracket. Just as Ron was about to close the newspaper, a headline came into view. According to reliable news, the world's singer, Uda will hold a concert at Sabaody Archipelago soon. Close black lens bracket. Uda, the red-haired daughter, Paramecia, the person with the ability to sing the song Fruit. Advertisement, this fruit is interesting, Ron murmured softly. Soon, Uda relied on this fruit to attract 70% of the world's people into the Uda world. Just as Ron was thinking, there was just a crunch sound, and Rayleigh pushed the door open and walked in. He weighed the heavy money bag in his hand and laughed loudly. I was really lucky yesterday. Not to mention robbing a rich man, I actually won after playing a game in the casino. But immediately, Rayleigh's laughter stopped abruptly. Looking at the brand new tavern, he asked in disbelief. What's the situation? Why did the tavern change overnight? It was temporarily decorated last night. Ron hesitated. Rayleigh naturally didn't believe it, but she didn't ask any questions and slowly came to the bar and sat down. Although there are many secrets in Ron, they're even beyond his understanding. But even if you ask something, it doesn't matter at all. At most, it just satisfies the damn curiosity. All Rayleigh cares about now is Ace. How was the battle yesterday? Ron changed the subject and handed over a bottle of wine. The situation in Sabaody Archipelago can be related to the tavern business. The more chaotic, the more powerful people will come to patronize. But Rayleigh didn't seem to understand what Ron meant. After taking a sip of his wine, he smiled and said, What's the battle? I can only say that although digging a well is tiring, the well water is very sweet. Snapped. Old man, you're doomed. I'm asking about Marine's movements. Ron slapped his face. Responding, Rayleigh poked his neck and retorted, "You know a fart. I'm keeping 3 points for money and lust, so as not to be out of tune with the world." After speaking, the old man's head drooped again. Ace seemed to have disappeared yesterday. Even after using Shoki's intelligence network, he couldn't find it. In addition to being angry, Rayleigh can only vent his anger on the innocent rich man. Sudden. The door of the tavern was pushed open. The person who came was a tall and strong old man with dark skin and a hat shaped like a dog's head on his head. Under the cloak of justice is a white suit. Just where you stand can give people an inexplicable sense of security. It would be better if you don't keep putting the senbei in your mouth. Rayleigh. The old man was obviously taken aback when he saw Rayleigh sitting on the bar. Garp. Long time no see. Rayleigh's eyes widened, and he resisted the urge to run. Advertisement: if you don't want to run, it's a lie. More than 20 years ago, the entire Roger pirates could be chased all over the world by this marine. Even several times, they almost compare the Roger pirates to the desperate situation. Even after so many years, Rayleigh retired, he still can't forget this marine's iron fist. The person who came was the marine hero, current marine vice admiral, Monkey D. Garp. Ahahaha. It's been a long time, it must have been more than 20 years? Garp smiled and came to the bar to sit down. Available immediately. Garp changed the subject and said in a deep voice, "How is my grandson Ace doing now?" Heard the words. Rayleigh's face darkened. "The captain's son is now your grandson. You old thing is really good." While speaking, a strong murderous aura spread to every corner of the tavern. Whenever he thinks about this incident, Rayleigh's fear of Garp disappears without a trace, and he even has the urge to kill. Ahem. I can explain this, Garp said with some embarrassment. The voice just fell. Without the slightest hesitation, Rayleigh acted entirely on instinct. Boom. There was only a muffled sound, and Garp's body rushed out of the tavern. Immediately afterwards, a figure followed quickly. Rayleigh's arm landed directly on Garp's neck, knocking Garp to the ground. Don't blame me, I'm also very heartbroken. While beating Garp, Rayleigh said sadly, "This is all for the captain." Garp, who knew he was wrong, originally wanted to hold back. Faced with a rain of punches, he was forced to fight back, punching Rayleigh in the stomach. Ace was entrusted to the old man by Roger, and the old man is going to be a grandfather. Garp stood up slowly, and said with his nostrils pressed. Rayleigh held his stomach in pain, and said in a deep voice, "Now Whitebeard and the captain are your sons. Believe it or not, I will raise the banner again and F*KU with Whitebeard." When Garp heard this, a bitter smile leaked from the corner of his mouth. "Forget it, don't bother, let's go back to the bar. You know the truth." Rayleigh nodded in satisfaction, then slowly turned and walked towards the tavern. But in the next second, Garp's voice sounded from behind. "This old man will be your father." While speaking, Garp's thick right arm was firmly locked on Rayleigh's neck. The left arm wasn't idle either, slamming into Rayleigh's lower back in a vile kidney shot. Rayleigh struggled and cursed loudly, "Old man, don't talk about martial arts." Chapter 29. A promise to a late friend. It wasn't so much a fight between Rayleigh and Garp. In fact, it's more like venting. The two of them did not use weapons, they were just fighting hand to hand. The punch hit the flesh, although it hurt a little, it didn't cause any harm at all. Ron in the tavern saw this and didn't bother him. After all, they were not inside the tavern. Even if they fought at the door, such a physical fight would not have any impact on the tavern. After a while, the two of them seemed a little tired, so they walked into the tavern one after another, without anyone paying attention to the other. After a long silence, "Have a nice glass of wine." Garp pointed to Rayleigh beside him. "He pays the bill." Ron nodded, turned around, took a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet and handed it over. "This is the wine that Rayleigh often drinks. Mr. Garp should also like it." Garp filled the wine glass, took a sip, and suddenly bursts of light flashed before his eyes. It was different from the spirits I had drunk before. There is no spicy or irritating taste in this wine, just soft and smooth. You can instantly feel the time and longevity this wine has taken. "This wine is good, Rayleigh, you still enjoy it so much," Garp teased with a smile. Rayleigh snorted coldly, "Don't talk about me yet. Are you going to watch Ace get caught?" When Garp heard this, his eyes couldn't help but struggle, and his face became ugly. This question seemed to break the old man's spirit. After a long time, Garp said slowly, "The 5 elders just issued an order today, asking Akainu and I to work together to capture Ace. At the same time, there is also the director of Marine Criminal Investigation Bureau, Dark Horse as supervision. Originally, when Garp captured Ace, he wanted to let him go just like he did when he captured Luffy last time. Once Ace runs away, all trouble will be solved. But world government's move really put Garp in a difficult position. Then what are you going to do?" A wry smile appeared on Rayleigh's face. This time, Garp didn't respond and drank in silence, one glass after another. This was the last thing he wanted to see, could it be? "Do you really want me, as a grandfather, to send your grandson to the execution ground with your own hands?" For a moment, the tavern fell into silence again. Only the black cat by the window yawned and made a small sound from time to time. Advertisement. A long time. Rayleigh picked up the wineglass and said softly, "Anyway, I still want to thank you, Captain, for taking care of Ace. Ace is a good grandson." Garp also raised his glass. Ding! The wineglasses collided with each other, making a crisp sound. Once upon a time, after the battle, the Roger pirates and Garp would sit and drink together like today. But time flies by, and in the end, only Garp and Rayleigh are left. I didn't educate Ace well, if I had convinced him to join Marine. Garp clenched his iron fists tightly, his eyes full of regret, then the current situation would not have been cause. Although he is a Marine hero, a different stance than Ace. But after all, Ace is his grandson, so there's no need to sympathize with the villain, but family members are different. Rayleigh shook his head slightly, don't be stupid. Even if Ace joins Marine, once your identity is exposed, both you and Ace will be executed. I will keep him, and protect him with integrity as Marine. Garp took a sip of wine, and a smile uglier than crying appeared on his wrinkled face. But this kid still followed Roger's old path after all, why can't he follow my advice? In fact, in addition to the love that a grandfather has for his grandson, Garp also has a commitment to his late best friend. It's just, this commitment is too heavy. Suggestion? Rayleigh said with a smile. I think you suggested it with your fists, right? Not only were the two grandsons beaten as pirates, but even the only son, Long, became the leader of the Revolutionary Army and the most important criminal in the world government. My love fist must not be deep enough, otherwise they wouldn't stop talking to me like this, Garp said while drinking wine. Didn't my father teach me this way back then? Ron, who had been listening silently, suddenly had a question mark on his face. Good guy. It turns out that using fists to educate people is a family tradition? If you don't obey, you'll be beaten to death? No wonder Luffy's vitality is so tenacious. Regardless of the fruit ability, it turns out that it was all created by fighting. I remember you used to use clogs to fight dragons. Tisk, there are shoe marks on your face, Rayleigh asked curiously. So now you have changed your fists? Garp said with a look of disgust. The world government doesn't like me and deducts my salary every year. And because the son of a B****ch celestial dragons charges Tianlong gold, prices have skyrocketed. In order to save costs, we can only use fists. As he spoke, the old man swung his arms and murmured, slippers are more convenient. Advertisement. Listening to the two chatting, Ron seems to have discovered something amazing. The dragon's face is not a tattoo, but a slipper mark made by Garp? Ron shook his head, dismissing the idea. This is the leader of the Revolutionary Army and the most wanted criminal in the world. The vicious kind. Just when Ron was about to ask for the truth, the system's beep sounded in his mind. Ding, customer Garp has finished talking. Close black lens bracket, ding, the person the customer is talking about. Monkey. D-Dragon will be visiting the tavern soon. Close black lens bracket. Garp. Armament hockey, observation hockey, Marine 6 styles. Host can choose one of the abilities. Close black lens bracket. Ron responded. Pick an armor color. Ding, it is detected that Garp's armament hockey is slightly stronger than Host's existing armament hockey. Is it integrated? Close black lens bracket. And this good thing? Ron said without thinking, fusion. With the voice down. The surging power swept through the whole body in an instant, constantly tempering every inch of skin and every bone in the body. For a moment, Ron even had the illusion that he could break Kaido's head with one punch. No, this is not an illusion. Garp's weapon color does not cover the original weapon color, but appears to be superimposed. At this time, the door was pushed open, and a man with slicked back hair and sunglasses strode into the tavern. The man turned out to be the director of the Marine Criminal Investigation Bureau, Marine Vice Admiral, Dark Horse. However, as luck would have it, Dark Horse stepped on something soft. He looked down and saw the sleeping black cat. Meow, the black cat immediately exploded. But Dark Horse ignored him and said in a deep voice, Mr. Garp, we found traces of Ace and hope you can get there as soon as possible. If Ace runs away again this time, I won't be able to explain it. Garp waved his hand impatiently. Dark Horse, don't kidnap me morally. I've been fighting all my life, and now I can't enjoy it anymore? Black Horse's face darkened and he was about to say something. But suddenly, the black cat squatting at the door stepped back and kicked suddenly, and its sharp claws swept across the Black Horse's cheek. Black Horse felt a chill on his cheeks. The next second, scarlet blood spurted out. Garp, Rayleigh. Chapter 3. I've seen licking dogs go crazy for love, but I've never seen a licking dog go blind. Being R******D by Ron. Yoruichi was so angry that he had nowhere to vent his anger. His tail was stepped on, and he felt even more angry. Can you step on my tail? You see, if my meow fist can't hit you, you'll be finished. Meow meow meow. Yoruichi looked at the Black Horse with his head raised, his eyes full of contempt. Now, not only was Dark Horse confused, but even Garp and Rayleigh also had their eyes widened. The Dark Horse is the Marine Vice Admiral, and his identity is the director of the Marine Investigation Bureau. His strength is not invincible to the average Vice Admiral. But why? Censorship failed to foresee this cat's attack. I was bullied by Garp and recognized by Lousy, and now I am despised by a cat. The Black Horse who recovered his senses was furious and stretched out his big hand to catch Yoruichi. But in the next 5 minutes, the screams of the Black Horse kept echoing in the tavern. Originally, the Dark Horse was chasing Yoruichi, but Yoruichi fought back. But after chasing, it was Yoruichi who chased the Black Horse around the tavern. She chases, he flees, he cannot escape even with his wings. When Yoruichi calmed down, he curled up on the windowsill with all 4 limbs and dozed off. On the other hand, Dark Horse was leaning on the bar table helplessly, his solemn face covered with bloody scratches. Rayleigh and Garp looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Are the cats in the tavern so strong, chasing a veteran Marine Vice Admiral all over the place? Boss, what kind of cat is yours? Garp said with a wry smile, if word of this gets out. Dark Horse will probably be Marine's disgrace from now on. It's just an ordinary house cat. Ron smiled awkwardly. The voice just fell. Rayleigh stood up quickly, took out a camera from his pocket, pointed it at the Black Horse's face and kept pressing the shutter. At the same time, he said excitedly, ha ha ha. Let Morgan see these photos, even if he licks my slippers, there will be no problem. I've lost my money for the next month's drinks again. Dark Horse wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Naval Headquarters, inside Sengoku's office. Garp sat on the sofa with his legs crossed and laughed loudly. Sengoku, you'd better let someone else from the 5 elders supervise the battle. The way he is, he won't be able to recover for less than 10 days and a half. Advertisement at this moment, Black Horse's face was covered with bandages, and his hands and neck were covered with scratches. Sengoku ignored Garp, but looked at the Dark Horse helplessly. What's going on? It was scratched by the cat in Ron's tavern. Black Horse replied angrily. Huh? Sengoku was stunned for a moment. You didn't hide? Can't hide. Armament hockey is useless in front of that cat. Black Horse lowered his head, wanting to bury his head in the ground. It's so embarrassing. What? Sengoku was even more confused. If it is not clear that the Dark Horse has an upright character and is an upright person, Sengoku really wants to return it. Let the Dark Horse be in Zephyr's hands and reinvented from the ground up. I have no problem, I can continue to perform the mission, Dark Horse said solemnly. Sengoku hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Be careful. Although there are many wounds on the Dark Horse. But it didn't hurt any bones. As long as it wasn't a fierce battle, there would be no problem. I knew this was the case, I should have made up for it with 2 punches. Garp curled his lips and walked out of the office feeling a little disappointed. Before they had gone far, Sengoku's roar came from behind. Garp, what did you say? Time came tonight. After hearing the news that Ace was temporarily safe, Rayleigh stayed in the tavern to drink and even had dinner. After drinking and eating, Rayleigh came to fertilize under the big tree in front of the tavern. After Rayleigh was released, he glanced at Ron and asked in surprise. Little ghost, where is your Diao-chan? A little drunk Ron looked proud. My Diao-chan is on my waist. Hearing this, Rayleigh was shocked. The two went back to the tavern and chatted for a while. Rayleigh was just getting up to go home, but there was a creak sound from the door and a man strode into the tavern. Rayleigh looked over at the same time. It was a man in a black gown, with an iron mask on his face, and the eyes under the mask were a little blurred, as if he had received some kind of gift. I don't know if it's because of the night. From the moment he walked into the tavern, a chill swept over him. Advertisement Rayleigh, who was about to leave just now, instinctively made a defensive posture. His whole body was tense, his body was like a sharp knife about to be unsheathed. Terrible. The aura exuded by this masked man made Rayleigh unconsciously think of a person, the former overlord of the sea, Rocks. The last licking dog finally came. Ron was overjoyed and said softly, welcome, please sit down. Should I call you Yutanzi, or Zhuang Juxian? The person who came was Yutanzi from Tianlong. Although he is ignorant, uneducated and incompetent, but only by luck, he can achieve a whole body of strength. And this is still a pervert licking dog. Not only He Xiaohu has to kneel down to worship him when he sees him. Even if it's a boiling sheep, you still have to pay tuition to go to class. It can be said to be the originator of the dog-licking world. Yutanzi slowly came to the bar and sat down, said with a smile. Call me Yutanzi, after all Aussie is used to it. Bring a jug of good wine, let's have a good drink for today's affairs. Ron turned around and took a bottle from the wine cabinet and handed it to Yutanzi. This wine is called Dong wine. Yutanzi took the wine and opened the bottle cap, took a sip into his mouth, he couldn't help admiring. The aroma of the wine is pure and strong, without impurities, good wine. Especially the mellow in the mouth. You can clearly feel the mellow texture and rich aroma when you taste it. The overall taste is full and mellow, making Yutanzi linger and forget to return. Just like it. Ron smiled and continued to ask, what happened to make you so happy? Likewise, Rayleigh looked curious. People who can exude such a cold aura usually have a strange personality. But Yutanzi was different. From the moment he entered the door to the moment he was in his heart, his excitement was beyond words. The girl I like is blind. Yutanzi took a sip of his wine and said with a loud smile. Now there is finally a way to make her see the light again. Rayleigh asked curiously. What way? Gouging out my eyes, with the hands of a divine doctor, press them back on for her, Yutanzi said excitedly. This is what I am willing to do. For her, I am willing to give my all. While speaking, the expression under Yutanzi's mask became more and more crazy. He wished he could gouge his eyes right now. This is a deformed love. At the same time, it is also the evil fate produced by the collision of two extremes, Aussie and Yutanzi. Seeing this, Rayleigh was shocked. I've seen dogs licking crazy for love, but I haven't seen someone licking until blind. Just as Yutanzi was drinking the wine one after another, he heard Ron say indifferently. Actually, you don't need your eyes to cure Aussie. Advertisement Chapter 31 Yutanzi froze in place while drinking. Now, His mind went blank, leaving only Ron's words echoing in his heart. Rayleigh also asked in surprise, "Kid, I didn't know you could still see a doctor." As he spoke, he put his head close to Ron's ear and whispered, "Can my kidney be cured? From now on, you can do whatever you want me to do." Ron pushed his head away and said calmly, "I have a method that can cure all diseases." "Any solution? You need an injection of 37.2-degree protein mixed solution," Ron said seriously. After hearing this, Rayleigh felt more and more familiar. Bridge bean sacks, aren't these just descendants? Rayleigh was just about to yell, but they saw Yujie kneeling directly on the ground, hitting his head hard on the ground, and kept saying, "As long as I can save Ozzy, I won't hesitate to act like a cow." Boom. 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 The iron mask made a crisp sound when it hit the floor. What's going on? Rayleigh looked confused. "How do you say you just kneeled down? Your dignity as a man has been eaten by dogs." Ron did not rush to respond to Yujie, but asked the system, "How many points can I exchange for the Divine Wood King Cauldron?" The Divine Wood King Cauldron is the most precious treasure in the world of Yuden. With its assistance, you can get twice the result with half the effort by practicing the infamous Wa Gong Dafa. It can also eliminate hidden dangers and can be called an auxiliary tool. Now this thing is in the hands of Azzy, Yujie's goddess. Ding, you can exchange for 2,000 points, close black lens bracket. In this case, you bring me the sacred wooden king tripod, and I will cure Azzy's eyes. Ron walked out of the bar and helped Yujie up. Hearing this, Yujie also felt a little embarrassed. "It is very easy for me to get the Divine Wood King Cauldron." Advertisement, but originally Azzy ignored him. If she found out that she had stolen the Divine Wood King tripod, she would never have the chance to marry her in this life. In this case, it is better to take off your eyes. "Can you change the conditions?" Yujie asked tentatively. Ron returned to the bar and sat down, smiling and shaking his head. "You have no choice. In fact, the books in the Sutra Pavilion are also very good." But Yujie probably had his legs broken by the sweeping monk as soon as he entered. Therefore, Ron could only sell for the next best thing and ask for something closest to Yujie as a condition. "Let me think about it." Yujie laughed bitterly, picked up the wine bottle, and took a swig of it. Rayleigh stepped forward and asked softly, "What's going on with this guy? He doesn't understand. What kind of woman is it that can make a man willing to give up his dignity and give without expecting anything in return? He is a poor man." Ron's voice came into Rayleigh's ears with a military tone. Actually, he and Ozzy both have a bit of pervert in their hearts. The mask on Yujie's head was burned red by Ozzy and then placed directly on his face. In order to test whether the mask was strong, Ozzy directly pressed Yujie's head into the lion cage, and he almost died in it. Yujie was even willing to become a human kite for Ozzy's happiness and be hung in the sky for who knows how long. Later, Ozzy even asked Yujie to put his hand in a jar full of poisonous insects in order to practice poison skills. And now, Ozzy is blind, and he wants to dig out his own eyes. Yujie has no complaints about everything he has done. Hearing this, Rayleigh was shocked, and it was written all over his face, "I don't understand." No matter what Ron said, it was unacceptable to ordinary people. In particular, Yujie not only did not ask for any report. He even enjoyed it, which was incredible to Rayleigh. It's really jaw-dropping to lick a dog to such an extent. "This woman is really vicious," Rayleigh said with a frown. Ron smiled and said nothing. In fact, Yujie's love for Ozzy was very twisted from the first sight. It was that glance that made him lose his nature, confused, and unable to feel the pain and abuse at all. In the original work, when the two met for the first time, Yujie even hugged her feet and screamed fiercely. Advertisement, although it is incomprehensible and disgusting. Rather than saying it is a surge of hormones between men and women, it is more like kneeling down to worship a god. I'm afraid this is the only explanation that can explain why Yujie gave everything to Ozzy. At this time, Yujie finally stopped drinking, as if he had made some kind of determination. He slowly raised his head and looked at Ron and Rayleigh, his eyes full of obsession. "I promise you, tomorrow, I will bring you what you want, and I also hope you can cure Ozzy's eyes." While Ron was telling the story, Yujie Yangyang was also recalling every moment with Ozzy. He paused and said with a wry smile, "Actually, when Ozzy was blind, that was when I was happiest. I held Ozzy's soft and smooth little hand, and she followed me all the way. Finally, let me have a little taste of the so-called love. Especially the moment when I changed from Iron Show in Ozzy's mouth to Brother Zhuang. Yujie, suddenly ascended to the blissful realm of heaven from the bottomless hell." At this point, he stopped, not daring to let the story continue. Similarly, those good things can end here, just like fine wine cannot be drunk excessively, it needs to be savored slowly. Yujie doesn't want Ozzy to indulge in the blind reality all day long. And now, the reason why he made up his mind to steal the Divine Wood King Cauldron. It's not that Yujie is unwilling to sacrifice his eyes, on the contrary, he is very willing to do so. After all, in this case, he can always be with Ozzy. But if you lose your eyes, how will you see Ozzy in the future? Yujie also believes that Ozzy will definitely understand after knowing the whole story in the future. Bang bang bang. Rayleigh applauded and said with tears in her eyes, "Brother, you are so affectionate." Emotional. Yujie drank the last sip of wine, stood up and said, "You are wrong. Every man can do this for the woman he loves, but they don't dare. I have the courage to do it. I am willing to die for Ozzy, and my only request before I die is that Ozzy remember that I am a person named Yujie. Not an animal, clown. I wish you a beautiful hug. Ron smiled and stood up to see her off. Yujie nodded silently, threw down 2 gold ingots and slowly left the tavern. But compared with when he came, his straight back was a little rickety, like a dog whose backbone had been taken away. Chapter 32 Beauty Trap. Vulgar, but I like it. Not long after Yujie left, Rayleigh also stood up slowly and said with a wry smile. After hearing his story, I am now a little afraid of women. Fear? Ron said with great disdain. Then put down the tiger p*** wine you just hid. Are you thinking about, Kun, again tonight? You know what you're talking about. There is no redemption for protein kidnapping. We are all prisoners of addiction. Rayleigh threw down a stack of berry and quickly ran out of the pub. Boom. As the door closed, the system's beep sounded slowly in Ron's mind. Ding. Customer Yujie has finished confiding. Close black lens bracket. Yujie. Yi Jin Jing. Ice silkworm poison palm. Host can choose one of these abilities. Close black lens bracket. Ding. 5 guests with dog-licking characteristics have visited the tavern and will be matched again later. Close black lens bracket. Such a middle-class name again. After Ron complained, he said softly. Choose the Yi Jin Jing, make it into a skill book and put it in the warehouse. Although Yi Jin Jing is very strong, but it is too troublesome to practice. If there is a chance, it is better to sell it to other customers at a high price or exchange it for items. But, what made Ron curious was, except for the guests from other worlds who have a chance to visit the tavern every day, who will be the next group of guests from another world with special characteristics? The next day, for the whole morning, the tavern did not receive a single customer. Even Rayleigh didn't know where she went, after lunch. Ram carried Yujie back to the backyard to rest. Ron looked at the empty tavern, feeling sleepy as he was bored. While discussing life with Duke Joe, suddenly, Ron felt his legs sink, and he subconsciously stretched out his hands to hold them. Ron opened his eyes, and a pretty face with delicate features came into view. It's crazy. Are you awake? Momosagi asked with a smile. Are you feeling comfortable? At this moment, Ron's hands were holding Momosagi's asterisk, and the soft flesh was leaking out between his fingers. Comfortable. Ron nodded seriously, with no intention of stopping. Momosagi was stunned for a moment. Immediately, Ron continued. Momosagi Vice Admiral, can you move back? You're on top of me. Momosagi. If it were another girl, maybe he ran out with a red face. Advertisement, but Momosagi is different. She is not only a mature big sister, but also a crazy critic. She tilted her head forward slightly, bit Ron's ear and breathed lightly, swiping her tongue slightly. Honestly, how many women have you bullied with this? I'm still a chicken. Why, do you want to eat chicken? It's too small. It needs to grow a few years. The two of them were whispering at the bar, and the atmosphere of ambiguity was slowly brewing. Just when the silver bottle is about to break, the water slurry bursts out. Suddenly, the system's mechanical beep sounded in Ron's mind. Ding! Guests enter the tavern and start testing the characteristics. Close black lens bracket. After the detection and system analysis, this customer, Momosagi's characteristic is Yujie. Close black lens bracket. The subsequent 4 guests from other worlds will also have the characteristics of the royal sister. Close black lens bracket. Miss Yu? Ron was stunned for a moment, and the corners of his mouth began to rise unconsciously. That's Sister Yu. Knowing how to posture is not something that a little girl who is just starting to take shape can be invincible. The key is, that's Sister Yu. Does Sister Yu understand? I want a royal lady with good looks and good figure. He can be coquettish and coy, but the key is to give him some small benefits occasionally. Who can stand it? Ron couldn't stand it anyway. Of course. Forget about the crazy criticism in front of me. Who knows whether she will pinch her waist in the next second. At this time, seeing that Ron had no next move, Momosagi simply stood up, turned around and sat down at the bar. She stroked the broken hair on her forehead and said with a smile, let's go to the bar. Mr. Sengoku told me when he came that he was not allowed to go back until he was drunk, and the expenses would not be reimbursed. Drunk? Ron was keenly aware that something was not right. What does Sengoku mean? Honey trap. Is it a bit too vulgar, but I like it. After thinking about it, Ron turned around and took a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet and handed it over. Try it, the tavern's new product, osmanthus wine. This is a bottle of wine in a transparent glass bottle. The wine is light yellow in color, and as soon as it comes out of the wine cabinet, you can smell the rich scent of osmanthus. Momosagi opened the bottle cap and took a sip. Gulu. The moment the wine enters the throat, the sweet and sour taste bursts in the taste buds. In particular, the aroma of the wine has the mellow aroma of mountain grapes, which makes Momosagi linger. Not bad. Momosagi opened his teeth slightly, and his tongue greedily licked the remaining wine at the corner of his mouth. You drink slowly, I'll take a nap first. Ron stretched and made a gesture to lie down. Opening a wine cabinet is not a physical job. Advertisement. It's so tiring. I have to manage money, and I have to train Rem and Ram. However, Ron just closed his eyes. Momosagi's cold hands reached out from behind and gently touched Ron's cheek. This is the last time I invite you to join Marine, and probably the last time I come here for drinks. Her hands were not as soft as a girl's, and were even covered with calluses, which may be related to years of holding swords and practicing. What do you say? Ron asked softly without opening his eyes. Not long after, the 3-4 emperors, Kaido, Shanks, and Whitebeard, descended on the Sabaody archipelago. At that time, even Admiral will be in danger, let alone a woman like me. Momoshage sighed softly. The hot, moist, and fragrant breath lingered in Ron's ears, causing him to tremble slightly. To this, Ron didn't respond, but frowned slightly. During the Summit War, just one Whitebeard caused the entire Marine Fendo to overthrow. Not to mention the 3-4 emperors now. By then, even the Marine Vice Admiral will be nothing more than cannon fodder. Why, are you really worried that I will die on the battlefield? Momoshage suddenly laughed and gently smoothed Ron's brow with his fingertips. Don't worry, I'm just teasing you. Sengoku ordered me to let you join Marine at any cost. Sister, he was worried that I would suffer loss, so she asked me to go to the G14 branch to stay for a while. Ron. Damn it, this crazy woman. When Lousy gets up, I'll give you a few blows. But as soon as Ron opened his eyes, he saw sexy and plump red lips and kissed her. Immediately, the two embraced each other, listening to each other's heartbeat and rapid breathing. Is this sister you? A slap, and a sweet date? Ron thought to himself, and his hand unconsciously reached towards the child's granary. Due to years of training, Momoshage has a plump figure but not a trace of fat on his body. The plum blossoms standing proudly on the snow peak are even more of a wonder in the world. Maybe it was because of the first time, and because of the wine, Momoshage's face turned red and his eyes were charming and blurry. Just when you were ready to take a step further, I just heard the soft voices of Rem and Ram coming from the backyard. Sister, let's make abalone sashimi tonight. The master seems to like it very much. Okay, I'll go deal with it now, and Rem will do something else. Momoshage immediately pushed Ron away, straightened his clothes and returned to his original position, as if nothing had happened. Ah Shiba. Although Ron still had more to say, he could only get up. Do you still want to continue? Momoshage narrowed his eyes and said. Join Marine and take your pick. Ron glanced at her and said calmly. Forget it, the price is too high. It's not like I haven't seen women before, Momoshage. Chapter 33 Sister, don't be like this, I'm still a child. If you eat it and wipe it clean, you will turn your back and disown others, right? At this moment, Momoshage finally understood why Sister he said she would suffer a loss. If it were really given to Ron today, then he must have put on his pants and not recognized anyone. And there was nothing he and Marine could do against him. Momoshage was not angry about this, but asked with a smile. Then who is more beautiful between me and the women you have seen? Ron felt the remaining warmth in his palm and was about to respond. But he saw Momoshage's right hand already on the hilt of the sword at his waist. P*****K. The famous sword Kimpira was slightly unsheathed, and Ron even heard the subtle friction sound of metal and Cambridge echoing in the tavern, which was particularly harsh. Damn, this is a proposition. The answer is wrong, you won't kill me, right? Ahem. Beauty is all about appearance. A woman is like a piece of candy. You have to peel off the sugar coating to see the essence inside. Ron coughed and looked at Momoshage provocatively. Can you peel off the icing? Okay, I'll come find you tonight, Momoshage said simply. Ron. The reason for saying this. Originally, he wanted Momoshage to give up and completely give up the idea of inviting him to join Marine. Who ever wanted to get angry? Faced with this kind of female bodhisattva who came to his door, should he let her sit down? Are you scared? Momoshage held his cheek with one hand and looked at Ron with charming eyes. I'm just a helpless woman, and I don't know how to eat people. Ron's face suddenly darkened when he heard this. Nonsense. Which of the Marine Vice Admirals is vegetarian, and you crazy guy is a Marine alternate admiral? Are you really powerless? Ron asked. Momoshage looked at the young tavern owner in front of him, glanced down with his exquisite eyes, and said with a smile. Why don't you let me practice my skills? This is my first time. Snapped. Ron slapped her face. Sister, don't be like this, I'm still a child. Seeing that Ron gave up, Momoshage stopped continuing the topic and started drinking in silence. For a moment, the tavern fell into silence. Advertisement. Until Momoshage finished the bottle of osmanthus wine and left the tavern without saying a word. What is this woman thinking about? Ron murmured in a low voice as he looked at the tall figure walking away. What happened today was too sudden. Especially Momoshage's sudden kiss really caught Ron off guard. The key is, Momoshage didn't pay for the drinks. Forget it, just think of it as a farewell bar. Ron shook his head helplessly. If Momoshage went to the G14 Marine branch in New World, I'm afraid I won't see you again for a long time. At this time, Rem's voice came from the kitchen. Master, dinner is ready. Come on. After dinner. Ron sat at the bar, opened the window, and blew in the cool breeze while watching the merchants and pirates coming and going in the port. I have to say that the women in the One Piece world are indeed unfathomable. Looking around, there are women who cannot be controlled with one hand. Just as he was getting excited, Ron picked up the razor on the side and shaved off some stiff stubble. But just put the razor close to your chin and turn on the switch. A fishy smell spreads into the nose. Have you two used it? Ron looked at Ram. Heard the words. Ram shook his head with a confused expression. Ron immediately looked at Yoruichi, who was lying on the bar. Just at this moment, Yoruichi also looked over, and when their eyes met, Yoruichi immediately became furious. Meow, tell me, did you use the razor while I was sleeping? Ron sighed helplessly. Actually, I can do it for you. You can't hide the look in a person's eyes that wants to cut a knife, at least Yoruichi is like this. Her golden pupils suddenly narrowed, and there was a faint flash of red light. Just when the sharp claws stretched out from the pink flesh pads, they were about to leave some marks on Ron's face. Jingle. The tavern doorbell rang suddenly. Although no one outside the door has come in yet, a cold, evil aura swept over him in an almost arrogant manner. Advertisement with a crunch. The door of the tavern was slowly pushed open, and a tall figure lowered his head and walked sideways. It was a monster with the body of a dragon and the head of a dragon. His eyes flashed scarlet, his face was ferocious, his head was shaped like a flame, and his face was covered with barbs. In response, Yoruichi glanced at the monster, retracted his claws, curled up and continued to sleep. Ron did not chase people away, but welcomed him with a smile. Welcome, Mr. Holy Lord. Holy Lord. The biggest villain in the adventures of Changlong. He was also one of the former rulers of that world. Although he is a villain, but this is a tavern, and you can't kick people out just because of their status. Anyone can come and drink as long as they can afford it. Not making trouble in the pub is Ron's minimum requirement for his guests. After all, the arrival of the Holy Lord today is just the beginning, and more villains will visit in the future. But Ron is still very interested in the 12 talismans of the Holy Lord. The voice that guided me here said that the wine you have here is good. The Holy Lord's voice had a magnetic mix that made people shudder. You will be satisfied. Please sit down, Ron said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the Holy Master coming to the bar and sitting down, waiting for the wine with a calm expression. The surly character in the original work seemed to have disappeared. Soon, Rem then held a bottle of wine and placed it in front of the Holy Master. Use your wine slowly. After saying that, she slowly backed away and stood silently behind the Holy Lord with Ram, her eyes full of vigilance. The Holy Lord is so evil both in appearance and aura that people have to be careful when dealing with him. Plus the first point of Ron's intestinal training. Be more careful when encountering dangerous guests, close black lens bracket. Don't worry, I'm just drunk, I won't cause trouble, the Holy Master said calmly after noticing the gaze behind him. He lowered his voice and tried to be as gentle as possible. This is a bit inconsistent with the character of the Holy Lord. Although Ron was confused, he still smiled and waved. I'm closing the store today, you guys have an early rest today. Ram nodded obediently, picked up the black cat on the bar and walked to the backyard. This wine is called Bawangzui. Although it has a high alcohol content, it is strong but not greasy, Ron introduced. The Holy Lord nodded. As long as you can make me drunk, everything else doesn't matter. As he spoke, he opened the bottle cap and drank the wine in one gulp. Seeing this, Ron handed over another bottle and asked, did something bother you? The Holy Lord nodded, his voice full of helplessness and bitterness. Although I am not a human being, I am also a father. In the past 2 years, I finally know that nothing in this world is more devastating than having a son. Chapter 34 Ron. Are you blackmailing me? Boss, tell me, isn't this the most helpless thing? The Lord looked at Ron expectantly. Ron nodded in a daze. Did this guy get the wrong script? From coming in to sitting down to drink, he didn't behave as he should. And now these words are even more crying about the difficulty of being a father. 2 years. For 2 full years. The Holy Master took a sip of his wine and raised 2 fingers. Boss, do you know how I survived the 2 years I was imprisoned in hell? I fought with my stupid son for 2.5 years, day and night, endlessly. 2.5 years? Ron rubbed his chin, probably knowing that the Holy Master came from that timeline. The adventures of Changlong. After the ending, the Holy Master and the Devil Dragon were completely sealed in hell. Thus, aren't the 12 spells all on the Holy Lord? After thinking about it, Ron comforted softly. Calm down, it's common for sons and fathers to be angry. Rem's voice also came from the backyard. Yes, father and son are father and son after all, there must be a day of reconciliation. Ron turned his head and took a look, only to see Rem standing at the door of the backyard. His little face was full of sympathy. Maybe the Holy Lord's voice is too loud. Let the 2 sisters who have finished washing and changed into pajamas to go to bed come over to check the situation again. The Lord nodded and glanced at the black cat in Ram's arms with interest. From when I first entered the tavern, he immediately probed the breath of everyone here. The twin maids are strong, but one slap can kill them. That black cat seems to have a similar means of attacking the soul. But Ron didn't show any breath the whole time, just like an ordinary person. But how can a person who can transport himself from hell to another world be an ordinary person? Therefore, from entering to now, the Holy Master has behaved very well. You don't have children, so you don't understand the bitterness of a father. The voice of the Holy Master was a little depressed. That stupid son of mine blames me all day for not having time to pay attention to him, and only fights with those wizards. But what's all this for? Isn't it all paving the way for this stupid son? Ron nodded thoughtfully. The strength of the Devil Dragon is indeed a bit hip. Advertisement: if the Holy Lord does not subdue the wizards and demons in hell, it would be very difficult for the Devil Dragon to survive, let alone succeed to the throne. But in the end, Holy Master said with a wry smile, my stupid son betrayed me. And this silly boy was wrong after all. Even though he has gathered the 8 demonic energy, there is still one person who can defeat him. That's me, his father. He paused, took a sip of wine, and continued to vomit bitterness. Although I defeated him, he is my son after all, and I want to save him. But at that time, he actually wanted to drag me down to that eternal hell. Then die together, and our father and son will be reunited in the country that belongs to me. Speaking of this, the Holy Master stopped, and his scarlet eyes were covered with mist. But after all, the sour tears that belonged to the old father still did not stay. There is no overnight feud between father and son. Sit down and have a good talk, and we will definitely get back together, Ron said softly. Alas. The Holy Master sighed and was about to say something. The two looked out the window at the same time. I saw a burly man walking towards the tavern with 3 men and a skinny horse. The man has a rough appearance, with thick hair on his body, and 3 flintlock guns are simmering in his left waist. He is always grinning, arrogant. The visitors were clearly Blackbeard and all his men. The way you look now will scare away my customers. Please change your appearance, Ron said with a smile. The Holy Lord nodded. The power of the monkey charm activates instantly. The originally ferocious-looking monster turned into an ordinary middle-aged man, the kind who wouldn't even notice when he was thrown into a crowd. Soon, the door of the tavern was pushed open, and Blackbeard and others strode in. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect there was a tavern here. Blackbeard grinned. There is no marine nearby. Let's drink today. The captain will pay, Badger said loudly. Suddenly, Blackbeard's eyes were unconsciously attracted to the knife hanging on the wall. This is Roger's saber. Ace. Blackbeard's pupils suddenly shrank. Back then, Roger held this knife and almost killed Odin with a divine strike. For a while, Blackbeard was filled with greed and eager to keep the knife for himself. He did not take action now, but winked at the people beside him and then calmly came to the bar. Welcome. Ron greeted with a smile. Advertisement. What do you guys want to drink? Blackbeard grinned and said, we are pirates, we must drink the strongest wine and play with the most beautiful women. Sure enough, since the word play was added in front of women, the world has become filthy. Ron complained in his mind, turned around, took 4 bottles of wine and placed them in front of Blackbeard and others. Please enjoy. This wine is very strong, it's best to drink it slowly. Blackbeard and others were stunned for a moment. What the hell? Lousy is a pirate, what kind of liquor has he never drunk? Blackbeard picked up the bottle and said loudly, guys, I hope you can survive this storm. You have to grit your teeth and live, after all, no one will remember the dead. With the voice down, the 4 people immediately opened the bottle cap and took a swig of it. Gulu. After taking a sip of the wine, the rich aroma of the wine exploded in the mouth, and the mellow and smooth taste made several people linger. It can be next second. The eyes of Blackbeard and others suddenly widened. The wine they drank just now was like fire, burning all the way from their throats to their stomachs, like a knife slashing through their stomachs. Cough cough cough. Blackbeard coughed and said in a hoarse voice. Why is this wine so strong? Ron shrugged. Remind you, it's not my fault. Why don't you remind me more times? Blackbeard's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. We feel very uncomfortable now. Our throats and stomachs are burning. Tell us, how can we compensate? With the voice down, Fan Oka picked up the sniper rifle and pointed it directly at Ron's head. All it takes is Blackbeard's command. Kill with 1 shot. Ron smiled and asked, are you blackmailing me? Badgers laughed loudly. It's blackmail. Bring the knife from your back and let this be over. After saying that, Badgers felt that his momentum was not enough, so he kicked the Holy Lord who had turned into an ordinary person. Boom. Since he was unprepared, he didn't expect anyone to dare to kick him. The Holy Lord was kicked over, and the wine bottle in his hand was smashed to the ground, and the wine was scattered everywhere. He was stunned for a moment, then slowly stood up and let out a shuddering growl. Why did you kick me? As he spoke, the murderous aura that seemed to turn into reality burst out from his body, locking the Blackbeards in front of him. Chapter 35 You reckless man, you are not afraid of death, Lousy is. The Holy Lord was very angry. I drank quietly at the bar without even taking a breath. You just came up and kicked me? Why? Just because I changed into an honest person? The Holy Lord's scarlet eyes were fixed on Blackbeard and the others. The murderous intent seemed to have turned into reality, evil and domineering, leaving them without even the courage to escape. Boss. What's going on with this guy? Badgers asked with his body trembling. Blackbeard didn't respond, a strong fear rising in his heart. This is humanity's most primal fear, I'm scared. At this moment, Blackbeard was completely cowed, and his eyes lost the arrogance he had when he first entered the tavern. Yes. I'm sorry, my men didn't mean to offend, please forgive me. Blackbeard gritted his teeth and said every word. Ron said calmly, Holy Lord, all fighting is prohibited in the tavern. The Holy Lord nodded and then restrained his murderous intent. He understood what Ron meant. Fighting is not allowed in the tavern, but you can do whatever you want outside the tavern. We're leaving now. Blackbeard swore to himself as he stood up. From now on, before your strength reaches this level, you will definitely not set foot in this tavern. No. You can't even come to Area 12. Just when Blackbeard was about to turn around and leave, Ron said softly. Wait a moment. What else do you want? Blackbeard stopped immediately, forced a smile on his face, turned around and said. Although the tavern owner didn't take any action, he looked more like an ordinary person. But the man next to him listened to him. Blackbeard had to be extremely afraid. Especially after eating dark fruit, Blackbeard even cherished his life. He didn't want to die here inexplicably. The wine has been served, finish it before leaving, Ron said softly. Oh, by the way, now it's my turn to blackmail you. A bottle of 5 million berries is not too much, right? Blackbeard's face darkened. 5 million a bottle, isn't it too much? It's a great loss to the ocean that you're not a pirate. Even if you don't want to. But under Ron's power, the 5 Blackbeards could only return to the bar and sit down with their heads hanging. Learn the lesson just now. This time they did not dare to pour too much into the bottle, but slowly introduced new products. But despite this, after the wine reached his stomach, it still felt like a knife cutting him. After an hour. Advertisement: the 5 Blackbeards finally drank all the wine in the bottle with tears in their eyes. Pay it. 4 people total 20 million berry, Ron said with a smile. Blackbeard, Badgers and the others looked at each other and had no choice but to put all their money on the bar. In the end, I still didn't get enough money. Blackbeard reluctantly handed all the rings on his hands and necklaces around his neck to Ron, and said with a wry smile. Boss, we really have no money. Forget it, it's not easy for you to be pirates, let's go. Ron smiled and waved his hand. Heard the words. The 5 Blackbeards were relieved and rushed out of the tavern without a second thought. Boss, they have left the tavern. The Holy Master slowly stood up and said. Ron whispered. It's okay to kill them, but try not to accidentally injure civilians. It's best to find a place where no one is around. If Blackbeard just had a drink and left today, then everyone could still chat and make friends. After all, the feud between Ace, Rayleigh and Blackbeard has nothing to do with Ron. But now that the gun is on his forehead, sorry, I can only kill GTN. The reason why Ron didn't take action just now was because he didn't want to break the rules he had set. At this time, Ram and Ram ran over from the backyard excitedly, looking at Ron longingly. Since gaining the ability, apart from grilling fish every day, I have never experimented. You guys go, too, and pay attention to safety, Ron whispered. Ram. A baby swallow fell into the forest and fell into Ron's arms. Okay, master. With the voice down, the figures of the Holy Lord, Ram, and Ram rushed out instantly. At the same time, on a plain far away from the tavern, Blackbeard looked back and saw that no one was chasing him out, and he suddenly felt excited about surviving the disaster. Immediately, he and several of his men collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily. From the time they left the tavern to now, they didn't dare to stop for a moment, for fear that Ron would chase them out with a knife. Boss, why should we be afraid of him? Badgers waved his fist in the sky and said in a deep voice. In a fight, it's really not certain who will live and who will die. Blackbeard's face darkened. You reckless man, you are not afraid of death. Lousy is afraid of death. Seeing that the rest of the crew were also aggrieved, Blackbeard sighed softly. Use your brains, since that man listens to the tavern owner. Have you thought about the tavern owner's strength? Remember, everything is arranged by God. In the face of any situation, you must live in the next second. For Blackbeard, only by surviving is the hope and the opportunity to repay all the humiliation of today. The 3 of Badgers were also bewildered when they heard the words, and their eyes were full of horror. Advertisement at the same time, I felt happy in my heart. Fortunately, I didn't rush up just now, otherwise I don't know how to die today. While the 5 were chatting, suddenly, the temperature on the grassland has increased extremely. Immediately afterwards, the night sky seemed to have flashed a bunch of gorgeous fireworks, and then exploded high in the sky, and the flames hit the ground. Immediately, countless dazzling lights shone in the sky. I saw a fireball accumulating in Ram's hand in the distance, and a sea of flames was also rising on the ground. As for the Holy Master flying in midair, the originally scarlet pupils now had a hint of gold. See this scene. Blackbeard got up immediately and shouted loudly, it's Meteor Volcano of Akainu, run. However, it was too late. 2 hotline laser beams burst out from the eyes of the Holy Lord, and they arrived in front of Blackbeard and others almost instantly. Bang! A violent explosion sounded, knocking them all to the ground. Now, the fireworks that continue to fall in the sky also show their true colors. It's countless pieces of lava. Ram has seen Akainu use this trick before, and now he is playing tricks like cats and dogs, and the power is definitely not as powerful as Akainu. Even so, the coverage of this trick was so wide that it was impossible for Blackbeard and the others to avoid it. Boom! The lava crashed to the ground, burning the entire plain. At this time, the fireball in Ram's hand had also been accumulated, and he smashed it towards Blackbeard and others. Accompanied by the Holy Lords, electric eyes, continuous firing, and lava falling from the sky. Tonight, the entire Sabaody archipelago was shaking violently. At the same time, people living on the Sabaody archipelago panicked. They all looked towards the place where the fire was the brightest. Fire Fist Ace is fighting Akainu Admiral again? Stop talking nonsense and run away. When gods fight, mortals suffer. There's an earthquake. Don't be stunned. Run for your life. It's no joke if you get hit. Rayleigh, who was plowing the fields at home, saw this and didn't have time to tremble for the last time. He picked up his pants and went out to check the situation. Ron sat at the door of the tavern, looking at the firelight in the distance and said calmly, if this allows Blackbeard to survive, he will be lucky. Yujie in his arms raised his head and protested loudly. I don't know if he can survive, but you are going too far by disturbing people's dreams. Chapter 36. The whole family is going to die neatly. After the bombardment by Ram, and Holy Lord, the once pleasant grassland has turned into scorched earth. Let's go back, those people are already dead, the Lord said softly. Now, Blackbeard, Vanoka, Badgers, Poison Q, Lafitte, and the horse named Strong were all scorched black, and their vital signs completely disappeared. Rem froze for a moment. Don't you really need a patch? Ron said in the daily training, no matter the enemy you encounter is strong or weak, as long as you win, you must cut off your head. In this way, it can be done once and for all, well. But recalling the natural disaster-like attack just now, Ram still nodded. Half an hour after the three of them left. Hoo-hoo. Blackbeard snapped his eyes open, and while gasping for fresh air, he immediately looked around with knowledge. He was relieved to find that the three of Rem had already left except for Marine who was approaching in the distance. At the same time, Poison Q and the skinny horse on the side also came to their senses. Poison Q said in a deep voice, the situation was critical just now, I can only save you and Zhuangzhuang first. Just on the nick of time, Poison Q fed Blackbeard and Strong a special drug. It was a drug that stopped breathing, made cardiac arrest. Even with knowledgeable investigations, no flaws can be found. Because of this, he was lucky enough to deceive the Holy Master and come back with his life. Puff. Just as Blackbeard was about to say something, a mouthful of blood spewed out immediately. Look down. I saw severe burns all over my body, and my abdomen was pierced by the Holy Master's electric eyes. It's good to be able to survive. If it wasn't for Vanoka, Badgers as a meat pad, and the characteristics of dark fruit, I would have died just now. As Blackbeard was talking, a severe pain hit him instantly, causing him to roll all over the floor. This is a side effect of dark fruit's ability, although it can absorb the fruit ability of Ram. It can withstand the attack of the Holy Lord, and the damage it receives is double the pain. Even so, Blackbeard didn't cry out, his silver teeth were about to be shattered. Let's leave here first, we must not meet Marine in this situation. Poison Q threw Blackbeard on, Strong, and left the scene immediately. Advertisement now. Blackbeard raised his head and looked in the direction of the tavern with the last bit of strength, with a strong murderous look in his eyes. Wanjie Tavern. The Holy Lord was lying on the bar, drinking and crying about the hardships of these years. Fortunately, no one lived nearby, or you will definitely be complained. It's alive? The Holy Master suddenly stood up, his face full of surprise. During this half an hour, the breath of the Holy Master is locked on that plane at all times, for fear of accidents. Unexpectedly, the accident really happened. Have you run away by now? Ron asked with a smile. The Lord nodded, and turned into an ordinary person again, as if he was about to go out and chase him. Look at that posture. If you don't kill Blackbeard's gang today, you won't give up. Although Badgers is dead, but the Holy Master was not relieved, after all, they were all in the same group, and the whole family would die neatly after all. Forget it, if they go to the civilian area, you will only cause unnecessary trouble if you kill them. Ron said softly, don't worry, they won't leave this island anytime soon. If you come here often, there must be a chance to kill them. In case the Lord is exposed to Marine's vision, from now on, Sengoku will definitely have to block the door of the tavern every day, asking for the truth. And Ron wanted the Lord to frequent the tavern too. It's not that you want to make wine money from the Holy Master. But 12 spells, 12 abilities, each of which is at the bud level. Especially the Tiger Talisman, which can turn the holder into two bodies of good and evil. If it is used on Ram, wouldn't it double the happiness of Ram? Not to mention the monkey charm. It is not impossible to directly increase the value of the twin sisters from a to D, or even E. Alright. Holy Master nodded. From now on, I will come to your place to drink every day. If you don't believe me, you won't be able to squat with him. As he spoke, he put down a few gemstones and got up slowly. It's getting late, so I won't disturb your rest. I'm coming for a drink tomorrow. Welcome next time. Ron smiled and got up to see him off. The Lord nodded and walked out of the tavern slowly, his huge figure gradually drifting away in the night. Advertisement until it disappears from this world. Just as Ron cleaned up the mess on the bar and was about to close the door, the system's mechanical voice sounded in my mind. Ding, the customer Lord has finished confiding. Close black lens bracket. Ding, the customer involved in the confidant, Devil Shalong, will visit the tavern in the near future. Close black lens bracket. Customer Lord. Monkey charm, dragon charm, rabbit charm, pig charm. Host can choose any one of them. Close black lens bracket. Ron stroked his chin, lost in thought. Now with the abilities of Conqueror's Hockey, Fire Dragon Scale, and Black Lil Tiger, there is actually no shortage of means of attack. In this case, it's better to make up for my current shortcomings. That is speed. After pondering for a moment, Ron said softly, choose the rabbit charm. With the voice down, an octagonal runestone engraved with a rabbit pattern appeared in Ron's hand. Immediately, after he clenched the rabbit charm in his hand, a group of dazzling light burst out. In the next second, Ron came from the tavern to the bedroom in the backyard in an instant. During the period, he also closed the door by the way, took off his clothes, and tightly gripped the bed. Not bad. Ron nodded in satisfaction and was about to discuss life with Duke Joe. Suddenly, there was a movement by the window. Ron was immediately alert and got up to check the situation, but what happened next left him frozen in place. I saw a tall figure turning in from the window, by dim moonlight. A snow-white and plump body appeared before Ron's eyes. Round and wide, the slender legs are covered with black nylon fabric, and the mermaid line and vest line outline a pleasing belly. Not to mention the tutu scenery on the chest. Momosagi? Ron said with a wry smile. Good guy. What is this woman doing tonight? Momosagi said with a smile. Didn't you agree, I'll come to you tonight? Before Ron could react, a pair of plump lips kissed him. Although men usually think they use the top head. But sometimes, a head without a brain is the essence. And Ron, at this very moment, made the mistake any man can make. This night, Ron gave Momosagi $1,000 in his pocket, leaving the house clean. Chapter 37 The Naval Headquarters shock at the same time. While Ron was on the battlefield, Naval Headquarters was in complete chaos. After a violent bombardment by Ram, and the Holy Lord. The strong earthquake even spread from Sabaody Archipelago to Marin Fendo. In Marshal Marine's office, 3 Admiral, Garp, Ms. He and other high-ranking generals were all summoned late at night. Boom. Sengoku slapped the table and glared at Akainu. If you want to capture Ace, why not send troops instead of fighting on your own? Akainu frowned slightly and said solemnly, I didn't go to Sabaody Archipelago today. According to the information coming back from the front line, Marine found no trace of Ace today. Everyone present was immediately stunned. What about the abilities of Meteor Volcano and Ace that appear in Sabaody Archipelago? At this time, a sailor ran in a panic and handed the video in his hand to Sengoku. The scene of the battle just now was filmed by someone. This is a backup that the intelligence department spent a lot of money to buy. Okay, you go out first. Sengoku nodded and immediately put the video into the playback device. Immediately, the video started to play. At first, Blackbeard and his gang ran out of the tavern in a panic. A little girl with pink hair holds flames in her hands. Sengoku and other senior executives disagreed with this. After all, there are not a few fruits with fire-like abilities. It can be next second. The screen flashed, and a blue-haired girl covered in lava appeared. She stretched her arms into the air and sprayed out countless amounts of lava. Akainu, who had been to the tavern, stood up suddenly and said with disbelief, That's the waiter of the tavern. Why does she have lava fruit? Heard the words. Everyone's faces were filled with shock, immediately afterwards. An ordinary-looking middle-aged man appeared in the sky, and lasers burst out from his eyes one after another, attacking badgers. When Badgers saw this, he immediately wrapped his arms in military colors and crossed them on his chest. However, the armed color seemed to have lost its effect in front of the laser, and 2 dazzling beams of light penetrated directly through the chest. What kind of ability is this? Sengoku immediately exclaimed. It's not a fruit ability, otherwise the blow just now wouldn't have penetrated the weapon color. Ms. He put her chin on her hands and analyzed carefully. Now Sengoku regrets it. At that time, I shouldn't have been so petty and promised Ron something to support Marine Admiral. Advertisement: you should take a gamble. Give him an admiral position, maybe Ron will be attracted. What makes Sengoku even more curious is, what is the situation with the lava fruit? The video still continues. From now on, the loud explosion continues until the end of the video. Especially that ordinary middle-aged man, except for the lasers in his eyes. Waves of terrifying power were condensed in his mouth, and he unleashed them wantonly on Blackbeard and his gang. Although not immersive, but it made all Marine senior executives break out in cold sweat. If this blow hits him, can armed color withstand it? I'm afraid that if I don't die, I will be seriously injured. At this moment, the huge office was silent. Everyone present here are Marine senior executives, and they all thought of a question. If these 3 people stand against Marine, how much loss will Marine suffer? Sengoku, you did the right thing and should invite Ron to join Marine at all costs. Ms. He lost her initial calmness and her face was full of shock. Everyone present nodded unanimously, not to mention Ron. The abilities of these twin sisters alone are enough to add another level of combat power to Marine that is not part of the Admiral. Sengoku took a deep breath and said slowly, then let Momosagi suspend his plan to go to the G14 branch and stay at the headquarters for now. Ms. He didn't refuse this time, nor did she agree, so she acquiesced to the proposal. As for Kizaru, who did not speak, Aokiji smiled at each other. Then they nodded in agreement with each other. Early the next morning, when Ron opened his eyes, he suddenly felt an unprecedented fatigue. My whole body was stiff, it was as if the body had been hollowed out. Lifting the quilt, he glanced at the soaked sheets, and a little blush. Ron felt a sudden headache. How is this still a girl who hits the nail on the head? What, regret it? Yo-Yo's voice came from behind. Ron turned around and saw that Momosagi was fully dressed and was looking at him with a smile. As long as you don't regret it, Ron said softly. Men never suffer from such things, certainly, except for being a dad. That's good. The service last night was good. I'll come to see you next time. Momosagi smiled, took out a bunch of berry from his pocket and threw it to Ron, before jumping out the back window. Advertisement: looking at berry on the bed, Ron also laughed angrily. What the hell is this? Is Lousy being poked? However, Ron took a look at Momosagi's back and felt much better. Different from before. Momosagi's walking posture is obviously a bit strange now. After washing up, Ron came to the tavern as usual, eating breakfast while reading the newspaper. Just opened the newspaper. A bright headline came into view. Can the fruit be copied? Why can a little girl use a Kainu Admiral's lava fruit? Close black lens bracket. At the same time, it was written in the corner of the newspaper. There is a clear image of this battle, 1 for 10 million berry. Ron smiled and said, man, Morgan's made a lot of money this time. At this time, Ram went to Ron's side to sniff and asked strangely, Master, you smell weird. Ram also nodded. It smells like perfume and fishy. The black cat that was drinking water also glanced at Ron in disgust. Ahem. Ron coughed in embarrassment. It happened at this time. The tavern doorbell rang. Jingle. The door opened at the sound, and Yutanzi walked in eagerly, saying, Boss, I brought you the Shenmue Wangding. As he spoke, he placed a 6-inch high wooden tripod on the bar. Yutanzi stole this last night while Ozzy was asleep. The color of the wooden tripod is deep yellow, and the carving is extremely surprising. The wood is firm and moist like jade, and there are faint red threads in the wood grain. Not bad. Ron finished his last sip of porridge, came to the bar, and put the Shenmue King cauldron in the system warehouse. Then, he said to the system, exchange the Shenmue Wangding for points, and exchange the points for a fairy bean. Ding. The Shenmue Wangding has been replaced with 2,000 points, close black lens bracket. Ding, Shendu needs 500 points, and the host has 2,000 points left, close black lens bracket. As the system's voice fell, when a green bean appeared out of nowhere in Ron's hand, he handed it to Yutanzi. Give this to Ozzy, and her eyes will recover. Yutanji glanced at Dozi and didn't say anything, turned around and left the tavern. He wasn't afraid that Ron would lie to him. Anyway, the monk can't escape the temple if he can escape. If the beans don't work, Yutanzi doesn't mind if the bar is smashed. At this time, the tavern doorbell rang again. Jingle. Chapter 38. The word, thank you, comes out of your mouth so much. Jingle. As the doorbell rings, the Holy Lord opened the door and walked in. Boss, I'm here to disturb you again. Welcome. Ron said with a smile. The Holy Lord nodded, but did not rush to the bar. Instead, he turned around and looked outside the tavern and yelled. Get in quickly. Ron tilted his head and glanced. It was a demon with an aura similar to that of the Holy Lord. He is tall and has scarlet eyes that make people shudder. While the chin is covered with tentacles, there are also 2 upside-down horns on the head. The person who came was none other than the demon dragon who had absorbed the energy of the 7 demons. The foolish son in the mouth of the Holy Lord. The demon dragon walked in reluctantly, looked around the tavern, and finally fixed his gaze on Ron. If the wine you have here is not as delicious as this old guy said. I do not mind, he hasn't finished speaking yet. Boom. The Holy Lord directly activated the Ox Talisman, and a big fan slapped the demon dragon on the head. Old guy, do you want to fight again? The demon dragon bared his teeth. The Holy Lord ignored him and said apologetically. Don't mind, boss, my stupid son still needs to be disciplined. It's not that I'm afraid of Ron, but the Holy Lord gave him the greatest respect. Of course. I also want Demon Xiaolong to have a good relationship with Ron. What if it can be used in the future? After all, this is the existence that can break the dimensional wall and pull them out of hell. It's time to discipline him properly. Stop standing and sit down. Ron didn't care too much. The Holy Lord also immediately shrunk the bodies of himself and the demon dragon, and then kicked his silly son to the bar. Boom. The demon dragon who was knocked down on the bar was also stunned for a while. What's the situation? Was this old guy beaten stupid by himself? Why give so much respect to a human being, humanity? Aren't they always the devil's toy? But the more he thought about it, the more he aroused the devil Xiaolong's rebellion and wanted to go against the Holy Lord. However, just when murderous intent surged in his heart, Shihun Yoriichi, who turned into a black cat, walked past him. The 4 eyes are facing each other. Demon Xiaolong's pupils suddenly shrank, as if he had seen a ghost, and the murderous aura in his heart disappeared. What a strong breath. No, this is not only a gap in strength, but also a crushing of souls. Advertisement just a glance. The devil dragon felt that this cat could slap him to death. Stop running around. Did you secretly pee in the pub again? Ron picked up the black cat and asked with a smile. Meow meow meow. Yoriichi protested loudly as he was being R*******D. Seeing this scene, Devil Xiaolong calmed down and stood up obediently and came to sit down at the bar. This moment, he felt that everything his father had just done was right. Seeing his silly son who had calmed down inexplicably, the Holy Master was relieved and at the same time felt pity in his heart. If you can come to the pub earlier, doesn't it mean we don't have to fight for 2 years? At this time, Rem came over with 2 bottles of wine. Please use your wine slowly. The Holy Master smiled and nodded and said as gently as possible, thank you, little sister. Demon Xiaolong's eyelids twitched as he looked at his father's appearance. Thanks? These 2 words are so inconsistent coming out of your mouth. After thinking about it, Devil Xiaolong picked up the wine bottle and took a swig from it. Gulu. As the wine goes down your throat, the rich wine aroma bursts out on your taste buds instantly. It is a pure natural fermentation aroma. No matter in Hell or Blue Star, Devil Xiaolong also drank a lot of good wine. But such a purebred, delicate taste is the first time he has tasted it. Not bad. The devil dragon smacked his lips. Well, I didn't lie to you, did I? The Holy Master patted him on the shoulder proudly. However, the demon dragon didn't respond, and even slapped the Holy Lord's big hand away, with disgust written all over his face. Ron didn't answer either, but just looked at the interesting father and son with great interest. After all, it's not easy for an outsider to intervene in the conflict between their father and son. But it's been a long time. The two only knew to drink and never said a word to each other. It's like two strangers. After a few bottles of wine, the Holy Master finally couldn't help but said, "Actually, we can get along well between father and son, and I can even forgive your betrayal." The demon dragon took a sip of his wine and smiled helplessly. Once upon a time, the devil dragon also wants to see the Lord again. But repeated failures and repeated beatings made him lose hope, and at the same time, his ambition began to gradually expand. In the end, he won the demonic energy of the 7 great demons, perhaps because of his ambition, or perhaps because his heart was affected by the demonic energy. The devil dragon no longer thinks about saving the Lord, but want to destroy that world, turn the world into a demonic Eden. Advertisement, after so many years, this should be the first time for us to sit down and have a drink? The Holy Master asked lightly. Seeing the silly son's response, the Lord smiled and said, "Don't fight in the future, after I die, everything will be yours." A look of joy flashed in front of the devil dragon's eyes. Ron, who was sitting at the bar, almost laughed out loud. The Holy Lord knows how to draw cakes. The dog charm can live forever, how the hell did you die? I'm afraid that when the grass on the head of the devil dragon's grave is 2 meters high, the Holy Master will also start practicing the trumpet. Father, I was wrong. The little demon dragon saved the Lord with tears in his eyes. Silly son. The Holy Lord also choked up, at this time. The door of the tavern was kicked open. I saw Rayleigh's face was sallow, and he swayed into the tavern with his old waist supported. Compared with a few days, it seems to be much older. No bragging, just Rayleigh's current appearance, he can't resist Miss Lu Yu's 5 minutes. After all, Miss Lu Yu is neither black nor bragging. Boys' love should follow the tide, and girls' love should follow the changes. Rayleigh said with a trembling voice. G fart. I just want to grow a kidney now. Last night, Shocky was dissatisfied after he ran out with his pants up. So that after Rayleigh went back, he plowed the field for another whole night. This is simply painful for an old man who has ideas from above but can't do anything from below. Ron smiled helplessly. If you don't temper yourself, you really won't live for a few years. Rayleigh was just about to snap back, but the monsters with 2 heads were embracing each other and weeping, crying about the difficulty of the past 2 years. He wiped his eyes vigorously and asked in disbelief, "Did I go to the wrong place?" Ron introduced with a smile. "This is the Lord and his son, the devil dragon, the new guests of the tavern." Rayleigh frowned slightly, wanted to ask but gave up in the end. He knew very well in his heart that since Ron said it openly, he clearly wouldn't tell himself what he really wanted. "And I'm just a guest, even if I ask clearly, what's the use? Might as well order a few bottles of wine from Ron. Let this old man be vigorous and profound day after day." At this time, the crying devil dragon said with tears in his eyes, "Father, since you want to abdicate, you might as well teach me all the spells for safekeeping." The voice just fell. Only a heavy muffled sound echoed in the tavern. Immediately afterwards, the little demon dragon was slapped flying by the Holy Master. "What the hell? You wanted Lousy's life just after we got back together. Rebel." Chapter 39. The taste of spring. At first, the Lord only thought that the little devil dragon was rebellious. Or not yet puberty. Now it seems. My stupid son is more than a rebellious man. Anti-bone even bone hyperplasia. Old guy, you just made it clear to coax me to play, right? Devil Xiaolong walked back to the tavern cursing. He just wanted to do it directly, and today there will be a patricide. But thinking of Ron, who even the Holy Lord is extremely afraid of, the devil dragon can only give up this idea. "No, you and I have been playing for 2.5 years, and I am really tired." The Lord took a sip of the wine, his brows were full of bitterness. As said before, the two fought for 2 full years, day and night, the kind of deadly hands. No matter how bellicose and powerful a person is, he will get tired. Not to mention the hatred between father and son. HMPH, do you think he'll still believe it? The devil dragon snorted coldly, turned around and left the tavern. Looking at his back, although the Holy Master was a little angry, he was very happy in his heart. Compared with the relationship in the past when we met each other. At least my silly son can sit down and chat with me calmly now. Although the 2 slaps just now were a bit violent. But it's already a good start. I believe that the relationship between father and son will definitely be restored in the near future. Rayleigh, who didn't dare to say anything, also saw the posture clearly and said softly. "Whatever your son wants, just give it to him." The Lord shook his head slightly. "You don't understand. If I hand over my strength to him, I'm afraid I won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. That's how it is among demons. In the face of interests and power, family affection is not worth mentioning at all." Rayleigh was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to say for a while, so he could only smile wryly. "Then I can only advise you to take a trumpet. Good guy, you are not afraid that the devil dragon will break your leg when he hears it." Ron, who was eating melons, shook his head helplessly. Holy Master's eyes suddenly brightened. "Good idea. Although I don't intend to give up the big size of the devil dragon. It is also good to practice a trumpet to pass the time. Ron has a lot of good things here. I can't guarantee that I can drink them well after drinking them. Advertisement. But the fighter who fell will definitely be able to stand up again and continue to sprint. Rayleigh pointed to the wine cabinet with a smirk. The Lord looked in the direction of the finger. I saw that there was a faint medicinal fragrance exuding from a wine cabinet. With just one glance, this demon who has ruled the Blue Star for hundreds of years knows that this frankly is a tonic for nourishing yin and strengthening yang. Although the horse charm can cure all diseases, but he can't invigorate the kidney. Boss, bring me a bottle of wine soaked with tiger pea asterisk asterisk asterisk. The Lord rubbed his paws. Ron turned around and handed over a bottle of tiger whip wine from the wine cabinet. If the devil dragon finds out, it will definitely fight you desperately. HMPH, I can cripple that traitor with a single slap. The Holy Lord snorted coldly, and immediately took a gulp from the cap of the bottle. Soon, the wine was wiped out, leaving only a variety of aphrodisiac herbs in the bottle. Immediately, the Holy Master suddenly felt his body agitated inexplicably. Desires that I haven't had for many years are rekindled like a raging fire at this moment. The hormone in the body, dopamine, is secreted crazily. This is a taste of spring. If the devil dragon was still there, Ron would definitely say, your father was bitten by a centipede, go find a chicken. The year is best to be older to defeat the fire. After putting down a few gems, the Holy Master slowly got up. Boss, practice the trumpet while it's hot, and come back for a drink tomorrow. By the way, I'll pay for this brother's drink. After speaking, he quickly rushed out of the tavern and returned to his own country. Just at this moment, the system's mechanical prompt sounded in Ron's mind. Ding, Customer Lord, the demon dragon has finished confiding. Close black lens bracket. Customer Lord. Monkey charm, dragon charm, tiger charm, pig charm. Host can choose any one of them. Close black lens bracket. Customer Devil Xiaolong. Devil Jiangsu's devilish energy, Devil Bugang's devilish energy, Devil Shimu's devilish energy. Host can choose any one of them. Close black lens bracket. Ron didn't rush to choose, but said softly, if I combine these demonic energy, will I also have the characteristics of a demon? Ding, no close black lens bracket. Ron dispelled the doubts in his heart, and continued. Choose the tiger talisman and suss magic energy in the demon, and fuse them together. Ding, start to optimize the demon Jiangsu's magic energy defect, make up for the lack of ability has been completed, and start to integrate. Close black lens bracket. Ron raised his eyebrows when he heard the system prompts. Is this helping him to complete all the abilities of the devil Jiangsu? Before Ron could be happy, boom, advertisement. An extremely terrifying power of lightning suddenly raged in Ron's body, washing every corner of the body with a tyrannical attitude, and finally melted into bones and cells. Soon, the fusion of magic energy is complete. Ron stretched out his right hand, and a trace of electricity burst from his fingertips. He could feel that this power had completely surpassed Thunderfruit. At this time, an octagonal runestone engraved with a tiger pattern also appeared in Ron's hand. Tiger Talisman. The power of balance. It can balance the yin and yang of the holder or divide the yin and yang into two bodies of good and evil. If it is used on Ram or Ram, wouldn't it double the happiness? Might try it tonight, as time passed bit by bit. In a blink of an eye, it was lunchtime, and Rayleigh chose to eat here as usual. Just when Ron was swiping the system's points mall. A demon summoning ceremony that sells 100 points caught Ron's attention. Take a gamble. What if a succubus is gambled out? After thinking about it, Ron said silently in his heart, in exchange for the demon summoning ceremony. Ding, in exchange, the host has 1,900 points left. Close black lens bracket. With the voice down, a clay pot filled with green liquid, a pile of white candles, and a piece of paper with spells appeared before Ron's eyes. Little devil, what are you doing? Rayleigh asked suspiciously. You'll find out later. Ron smiled and followed the prompts to start preparations. When everything is ready, Ron picked up the piece of paper and incomprehensible characters popped out of his mouth. When the last syllable is spoken, with the rise of a purple magic circle, the clay pot burst into a burst of dazzling light. Immediately afterwards, a lazy mature female voice sounded. Little brother, did you summon me? When the light dimmed, a tall, plump figure was reflected in Ron's pupils. For a while, only 3 words came to Ron's mind, big big. On the other hand, Rayleigh's eyes were full of horror. Chapter 40 made money. This 100 points is definitely not a loss. This moment, Ron has grown up. The so-called growth means that when you hear the words, turbulent waves, you can no longer think of the sea. Usually the first thing a man sees a woman is the face or legs. But this one is different. Ron's line of sight was completely occupied by towering mountains, giving enough visual impact. The woman has blonde hair, tilts her head and looks at this side. Her pair of different pupils are slightly narrowed, giving people an unusually charming feeling. The figure is even more explosive, and the red cheongsam directly sets off the figure perfectly, with large breasts and thin waist. Just looking at it, I have the urge to start in 3 years. On the other hand, Rayleigh has changed from the nature of the old SP. The muscles all over his body are tense, and a drop of cold sweat has streaked across his forehead. Yoruichi, who was basking in the sun, was no longer as calm as before. His pupils were erected, his back was arched high, and he already looked like he was frowning. They can feel it. This sudden appearance is really too strong. So strong that they didn't even have the courage to fight or escape. This is an oppressive feeling that transcends dimensions. Under this pressure, the two even felt that the person standing in front of them seemed to be a god. But, it is indeed a god. When the light faded, Ron saw the woman clearly and recognized who she was. Lucia from Dragon Maid, one of the most high gods. That is, the feathered serpent god, in Mayan mythology, in charge of culture and spread it. According to the original work, Lucia's body is so huge that she can't even see the end at a glance. In the past 2 days, there has been a voice asking me to come to a tavern as a guest. Is this one? Lucia came to the bar and sat down, and asked with a smile. Ron raised his brows. If you heard me right, you've come to the right place. It turned out that the tavern had already invited Lucia. If so, she should also be counted. The tavern should invite guests with the characteristics of Sister Royal, right? For a while, Ron also began to look forward to the following 3 guests with the characteristics of Royal Sister. After all, the first Lucia with the characteristics of Royal Sister is so amazing. The follow-up is definitely not going to go there. Let us fly, Miss Yu. Advertisement. That voice was so annoying. I wanted to have a good sleep. Lucia yawned and stretched beautifully. It just happened to sense that you have a ritual to summon demons here, so I followed along. Ron knew immediately. But, since she can break the dimensional barrier and come to the tavern through the summoning ceremony instead of going through the system, how strong is this woman? Just when Ron was about to ask Lucia what he would like to drink. But seeing her narrowing her eyes, dragging her cheek with one hand, she said with a smile. Since I was summoned by you, the contract has been fulfilled. What do you want me to do? While speaking, Lucia stood up and leaned forward, and a burst of fragrant wind brushed Ron's cheek. Ron was not polite either. He smiled and said, it just so happens that the tavern is short of a waiter. If you want, you can stay. Since the tavern was upgraded, just at this moment. Ram, who came out of the kitchen, Ram just heard this sentence. The two sisters instantly became alert, but looking at Lucia's pectoralis major shaking, he couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. Lucia sat down again, pointed his finger on his chin, thought for a while and then said with a smile. It seems interesting. I have nothing to do recently, so I can stay here temporarily. Speaking of this, Lucia paused and stared directly at Ron. Except for the tavern, I can help you with anything you need. Ron's heart immediately trembled. If you compare Momosagi to a brand new family car with all the performance and luxury, Nalikoa can be called a tiger tank, although barely able to withstand it. But as time goes by, I am afraid that I will be like Rayleigh. Immediately, Ron changed the topic directly and introduced to everyone. From now on, this will be the waiter of the tavern. Her name is Lucia. Lucia also smiled and waved to everyone. Rayleigh and others did not dare to answer, and a smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. It's really scary. I will officially go to work tomorrow. Let's try the bar in the pub today. Ron pondered for a moment, then turned around and took out a bottle of plum wine from the wine cabinet and handed it over. Lucia was stunned for a moment, his face gloomy, as if he had thought of something bad. She took the wine and said calmly, it's best to check whether there is any curse before drinking. Ron just smiled and was not surprised. Advertisement. Although Lucia can still be called a god, his godhood has been stripped away. The reason? It was she who drank the wine that was cursed by her friend, and then took advantage of the wine to force Lily to have S*X with her sister. This is the case now. It must be that once bitten by a snake, he will be afraid of well ropes for 10 years. Rayleigh, who was drinking, saw Ron smiling a little wildly, and he probably understood what was going on. As an experienced driver, he just wanted to show off his driving skills, but when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them alive. Life still matters. This woman is too scary at this time. After confirming that the wine was not cursed, Lucia filled a glass and took a sip. Gulu. As he took a sip of wine, Lucia's eyes suddenly lit up. I didn't expect the wine here to taste so good. This trip is not in vain. The top note of this wine is the fragrance of plums, with a hint of honey. The base note is a natural fruity and sour wine aroma. After drinking it, the mouth will be filled with saliva, and the sweet taste will fill the cavity. Maybe it was because he didn't usually drink, but just a glass of wine made Lucia's delicate and fair cheeks flush. Looking at the beautiful scenery piled on the bar, Ron couldn't help but smile bitterly. There is a reason why God gave men 2 waists. Your smile was weird just now. Do you know something? Lucia held her chin in one hand and looked at Ron and Rayleigh with a smile. Somehow, Rayleigh's body suddenly stiffened, this feeling. It was as if I had been stripped naked, my secrets and everything I thought about were being spied on. It's just that you drank the cursed wine and took advantage of it. Before Ron could finish speaking, a white and tender hand covered his mouth. Lucia's already flushed face turned even redder now, and she looked a little panicked. Stop talking. It was an embarrassing past. Although the process was beautiful, the final result was very bad. What Lucia didn't expect was that Ron actually knew these things. But at the same time, she became more and more interested in the owner of this tavern. At this time, lunch is also ready. Ram ran over from the kitchen. Master, it's time to serve dinner. After saying that, she was about to turn around and serve the food, but asked curiously. By the way, Master, what do you mean by virtual age and full age? Ron touched his chin and explained with a smile. The virtual age is the age when you came out of your father's body, and the first year is the age when you came out of your mother's body. Rayleigh, Chapter 41. A quite explosive existence. This is not a stroller. Open the door, I want to get off. After hearing Ron's explanation, Rayleigh seemed to be enlightened, and a burst of light flashed in front of his eyes. Wonderful. Ron smiled. This wave not only stabilized the steering wheel, but also locked the car door and stepped on the accelerator to 200 yards by the way. Rem, on the other hand, nodded half understanding, then turned and went to the kitchen to serve dinner. This body, that body's, she still couldn't understand. After lunch, Rayleigh left the tavern with a bottle of Tiger Whip wine in his pocket. Before leaving, leave a sentence. Falling fighters will stand up again, and then blow the horn of attack toward the highest peak. After hearing this, Ron just shook his head helplessly. After all, what bad thoughts can a 70-year-old man have? He just wanted to keep his youth in Shaki's body. Ram, please help Lukia make a suit. Ron suddenly remembered this matter. But immediately, he glanced at Lukoya again and immediately added. Be the biggest. No way, Lukia's figure is too good. Even in the world of pirates, it is quite a burst existence. Okay, my sister and I are going to buy fabrics now. Ram nodded, picked up Yujie who was basking in the sun, and walked out of the tavern with Ram. In the past, Ron wouldn't have dared let the two of them go out alone. This is the 13th area located in the undeveloped area of Sabaody Archipelago, where pirates and human traffickers are rampant. It's different now. Ram has Mara fruit and lava fruit in addition to the ability of ghosts. Plus Yujie. Even if the four emperors came, they would have to suffer from two big bullies. Seeing the figures of the two walking away, Lukia brushed her long hair on her forehead and said with a smile. Would you mind having an extra waiter? I have a little friend who needs to learn more about humans. Ron nodded. No problem, but why didn't you say so earlier? You can ask Ram to buy more fabric and make an extra set of clothes. Lukia shook her head slightly and added, she may not come. Now, she is busy fighting with the Protoss, so she may not survive. Is it Thor? Ron suddenly thought of this person. No, it should be a dragon to be precise. If it is true what Lukia said, Dragon Maid, the current timeline hasn't started yet. Ron was able to say the name, and Lukia was not surprised. Yes, she is out of control now. When the child came to me, I should have persuaded her. While speaking, Lukia's pupils, which were always full of smiles, flashed a trace of regret. If only Thor could be persuaded, none of that will happen. But it's too late to regret it now, and go to war with the Protoss alone. Advertisement. Even Lukia, who is the supreme god, dare not say that he will be able to escape unscathed. Thor will be fine, don't worry, Ron reassured with a smile. Lukia froze for a moment, then asked suspiciously, are you sure? Ron wasn't responding, just nodded with a smile. Seeing Ron's determined face, Lukia couldn't help but become more curious about him. Whether it is their own distant past, Ron knew everything about Thor. Who is he? Really just a tavern owner? After thinking for a long time, Lukia didn't think of anything, so he said with a smile. Leave Thor alone and worry about yourself first. When I just had dinner, I noticed that the twin sisters were a little hostile to me, oh, and the same goes for the black cat. That's why I mentioned Thor's matter after they left. Beware of fire in the backyard, Ron smiled helplessly after hearing this. Because of the hostility, don't you know? It's not all about your body. At this time, the mechanical voice of the system suddenly sounded in Ron's mind. Open black lens bracket ding, customer Lukoya has finished talking. Close black lens bracket, ding, the customer involved in the confidant. Thor will visit the tavern soon. Close black lens bracket. Customer Lukia, dragon magic, dragon physique, host can choose one of the abilities, close black lens bracket. Ron asked a little strangely, where are Lukia's other abilities? This is the supreme god, isn't it too shabby with just two abilities? Ding, Lukia's godhead has been deprived, and the corresponding divine power has also been erased. Close black lens bracket. Ron froze for a moment. With the magic in his body alone, he can break through the barriers of dimensions through a summoning ceremony and come directly to this world. This woman is really strong, a bit outrageous. After pondering for a moment, Ron said lightly, choose the dragon physique, make it into a skill book and put it in the system warehouse. Ding, placed. Close black lens bracket. The reason is not to integrate dragon magic now. It's entirely because Ron didn't want Lukia to see the clues, otherwise, then it won't be able to explain clearly. This woman wasn't as easy to fool as Rayleigh, just at this moment. Suddenly the tavern doorbell rang. Jingle. At the same time, several huge whale-shaped pirate ships are sailing rapidly on the sea of New World. On the mast, hung a skull flag with a crescent beard. It is one of the four emperors on the sea, Whitebeard pirates. Spacious deck. A majestic figure sat on the big chair, revealing chunks of gnarled muscles. Advertisement. However, those explosive muscles were filled with long infusion tubes. He is the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, one of the four emperors, Edward Newgate. Now, all the captains gathered here, their expressions extremely heavy. A few days have passed since the exposure of Ace's background. But in these few days, Ace seems to have disappeared, and there is no news from Sabaody Archipelago. At this time, a figure streaked across the sky, its wings were burning with green flames, emitting a bright light. It is the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco. As soon as he landed on deck, he folded his wings and walked up to Whitebeard. Show everyone something good. All eyes were on Pineapple Head. Don't be a secrecy, what exactly is it? Joes frowned and asked. You'll know it when you see it. Marco smiled and turned on the impact phone bug. It cost a lot of money and bought it from the World Economic News Agency. Which is recorded. It was the scene where Blackbeard was beaten up by Lord, Ram, and Rem last night. Play from the screen to the end. The captain of the Moby D*K, the Cadres, and the head of the affiliated pirate group have never closed their mouths, and their eyes are full of horror. For a moment, the huge deck fell into dead silence. At the same time, countless questions flashed through their hearts. Why do those two little girls have Mera fruit and lava fruit abilities? Who is that middle-aged man? Is Blackbeard dead? Why didn't he go up and make up for it? After a long time, Whitebeard asked slowly, have you found out their identities? Especially that middle-aged man, although Blackbeard appears to be dead. But Whitebeard's heart is not good, because he didn't kill it with his own hands. Marco nodded. The man couldn't even find out about the two little girls. Those two little girls were from a pub not far from Rayleigh, Shocky's. Whitebeard stopped for a while and said in a deep voice. If you can pick up Ace home this trip, you can meet up with an old friend by the way, and then go to that tavern. Actually, drinking is secondary, Whitebeard mostly wants to try his luck. What if the middle-aged man and the twin sisters are willing to recognize themselves as their father? Inside the Wanjie Tavern. Jingle. At the same time as the doorbell rang, the door of the tavern opened. Ron then turned his head and looked over. Is it a wolf? And it's a wolf that can only walk upright with a sweet potato hat and a yellow scarf. Chapter 42. With a mortal body, equal to the gods, he wears a patched hat on his head, a yellow scarf around his neck, and the scar on his face reveals a hint of wildness. This wolf is Big Wolf from the Pleasant Goat world. Although there are some unlucky attributes on him. But he is the most powerful inventor in the Wolf Clan, and he also has the highest IQ. Welcome, Mr. Big Wolf. Ron was not surprised by this, and welcomed with a smile. After the boiling sheep left the tavern before. The system has given a reminder that Big Wolf will visit the tavern in the near future. Well, you know me? Big Wolf nodded, and slowly came to the bar to sit down. It's right to know me. There has been a voice guiding me to this tavern these days. There was a hint of sadness in his voice. At the same time, his body was covered with large and small wounds. It looks like he failed to catch the sheep today, and then he came to drink to relieve his worries. No. What the hell is this place? Wei Tailong suddenly reacted, with a strong vigilance in his heart. After agreeing to the voice to come to the tavern for a drink, Big Wolf only felt his eyes go dark, and then appeared at the door of the tavern inexplicably. This was too weird for him. Ron explained with a smile. You are a scientist, you should have heard of the multiverse? This is a plausible explanation. You can't say to Big Wolf, congratulations, handsome, you have traveled to a world where you can eat sheep at any time. Big Wolf's pupils suddenly trembled, and while he was looking up and down the tavern, his brain was spinning rapidly. Available immediately. When he looked at the distant port outside the window, he saw two groups of pirates fighting. I saw that the body of a pirate turned into an animal inexplicably, and both his strength and speed increased several times in an instant. Among them, several pirates had jet black armor emerging from their arms. The defense power can even catch bullets with bare hands. For a while, Big Wolf's worldview was still greatly impacted. He is a scientist, a staunch materialist, although you can make rockets with your bare hands. But he still firmly believes that everything can be explained by science. But everything happening outside is constantly impacting Big Wolf's worldview. And at this moment, Big Wolf is also convinced that he has indeed come to another world. Think for a moment. Big Wolf asked slowly, Boss, what kind of world is this? Advertisement. The people who are fighting outside have been blessed by the gods. The voice just fell. Lucia held a bottle of wine and a cup, and put them in front of Big Wolf. Your wine, use it slowly. Because Ram went out, she naturally took over the work of the two. Immediately, Lucia returned to her original position and sat down, looking at Ron with a smile. Since I choose to live here temporarily, it is also necessary to understand the world. This is a world where the weak prey on the strong. Pirates are rampant. The world government supports a group of descendants who claim to be gods, the so-called celestial dragons. Ron lit a cigarette and said flatly, scorning human life and disregarding the life and death of civilians is what the powerful do. As for the blessings of the gods, there is no such thing. Every world has a different power system. Everything you saw just now is just a unique product of this world. Everyone hates celestial dragons, but everyone wants to be celestial dragons. Pity. Those who want to become celestial dragons, the level of reincarnation is too poor. I see. However, this power is really strong, far stronger than my invention. After getting the answer, Big Wolf sighed softly, and took a sip of wine, as if venting his depression and unwillingness. He paused and continued, if I could have the power of those people out there. My wife doesn't have to go hungry anymore. She has no other wish now. She just wants to eat a bite of mutton. It's all because I'm such a loser. As a wolf, I can't even catch a sheep. Ron smiled and said, don't feel too sorry for yourself. You envy the abilities of outsiders. Likewise, your scientific power can make all the forces in the world flock to you. Big Wolf is good at making rockets and inventing various magical props. Absolutely a genius. If the Big Grey Wolf were placed in this world, he can definitely become a scientist as famous as Vegapunk, Vinsmoke Judge, Geisa Kerrang and others. Unfortunately, this guy's dream is just to take a bite of Mei Yang's delicious mutton. Big Wolf was stunned for a moment. How is that possible? People in this world obviously need science. What you say is really unscientific. Ron shook his head slightly. The abilities you see can be replicated through the science of this world. In another world, advertisement, there is also a scientific research genius like you, who is as good as a god in a mortal body. When Big Wolf heard this, his body froze in the chair. And Ron's words were like a bomb, completely blowing Big Wolf's worldview to pieces. Today, whether it is what I heard or what I saw, it was far beyond his knowledge. Does such a person really exist? Big Grey Wolf was stunned for a long time before asking slowly. Of course, you may have the chance to meet me if you come to the tavern often in the future. Ron smiled and nodded. This is not to fool Big Wolf. As long as you continue to upgrade the tavern, you will increase your chances of inviting guests from other worlds. Tony, who is as good as a god, will be invited to the tavern one day. Of course. Ron's main purpose in saying this, he still wanted Big Wolf to trust him and trade the props he had invented with him. As for what to trade with, that must be mutton. You can see the Big Wolf eating mutton with your own eyes. It can be regarded as making up for the regrets of childhood. The wine you have here is delicious. I will come here often. Big Wolf took a sip of the wine and said with a smile. Lukoa, who had been listening quietly, also smiled and opened his arms with a great heart. That's a good story. I'll reward you with a hug, sister. Ron glanced at her. How dare you breastfeed me, you witch? If this is a hug, why don't you stand up straight and salute you? How do you behave in public? Ha ha ha. You are so interesting. Lukoa understood instantly, her branches trembled with laughter, and the rabbit on her chest also smiled and trembled. At this time, Ram and Ram also returned to the tavern with the cat in their arms. Ron looked over and asked, is there any mutton in the kitchen? There is still more, but the savings are not much. It's all roasted. Add more cumin and chili pepper to remove the odor. Good master. Ram and Ram nodded at the same time, put down the cloth in their hands, and went to the kitchen to start processing the mutton. Snapped. Big Wolf slapped himself and realized that this was all true, he had heard it right just now. At this moment, he actually wanted to cry. Advertisement Chapter 43 The deal between Ron and Big Wolf. The unique smell of mutton wafted out of the kitchen, and finally poured into Big Wolf's nostrils crazily. Smell the familiar taste. At this moment, Big Wolf really cried. His eyes were moist, and he choked up and said, I didn't expect. After so many years, I, Big Wolf, can really eat mutton again. Thank you, boss. Big Wolf wiped away his tears and looked at Ron with eyes full of emotion. Boss, how can I thank you? Ron smiled and said, we can make a deal. You give me the props that failed to catch the sheep before, and the tavern will take care of your family's lamb in the future. How much mutton is a pound of berry? And those props, whether it is Marine or the guests of the tavern, will definitely rush to get them. After Big Wolf heard it, he agreed without thinking. No problem. Those props that failed to catch the sheep are also dust in the wolf castle. It's better to eat meat instead. As he spoke, he took out a bottle of potion from his body and handed it to Ron. This is the potion of invisibility. It's the first transaction between us. Okay. Ron nodded and took the invisibility potion, looked it up and down, and sprayed it on himself. The next moment, Ron's figure flickered a few times before disappearing from the bar completely. Seeing this, Lukia couldn't help being surprised. In the invisible state, Ron not only couldn't feel his breath, but even his breath was barely noticeable. For a while, Lukia also had to start to look at the Big Wolf in front of him in the tavern again. Even if it is learned from Ron that Big Wolf understands science and is an inventor, Rukia still didn't take it seriously, unexpectedly. The potion he invented is much stronger than the hidden magic used by ordinary dragons. It seems that from today onwards, we can meet a lot of interesting people. Lukoya looked in Ron's direction and murmured with a smile. It happened at this time. Ram came over with a lamb leg and a lamb chop. Master, the mutton is ready. The voice just fell. Ram suddenly noticed something strange. She blushed, immediately covered the hem of her skirt, gasped heavily and whispered. Master, don't make trouble, before Ram finished speaking. Ron's figure reappeared in the bar and asked with concern. Ram, do you have a cold? Go and rest. Master, Ram snorted coquettishly and ran away angrily. Advertisement this thing is really good, but don't let that old Rayleigh know. If he discovers the effect of this thing, the women's restrooms and bathhouses of the Sabaody Archipelago will be in bad luck. After thinking about it, Ron asked in puzzlement while washing his hands. Why don't you eat? Is it because Ram and the others didn't do well? The lamb chops and lamb legs on the bar are still intact, without any sign of being eaten. Big Wolf just stared straight at the mutton, drinking the wine in mouthfuls. It took a while. Wei Tailong responded slowly. I will leave it for my wife, and Xiao Wei Wei. In the past few years, Hong Hong has never eaten a bite of mutton with me. Little Wei Wei has also been. I don't know if it's the effect of alcohol, or recalling my own incompetence. Tears wet Big Wolf's eye sockets again. How could I have forgotten that Big Wolf loves his wife? Ron suddenly smiled wryly in his heart. This love is so deep. Lukia couldn't help being stunned for a moment, her nose suddenly felt a little sour. Immediately, she slowly stretched out her right hand towards the bar, and a purple magic circle engraved with countless incantations rose up. Next second, the magic circle disappeared, and a roasted whole lamb appeared inexplicably on the bar. This is for your wife and children, Lukoa said softly. Seeing this scene, Big Wolf drooled and asked, how did you do it? Are you a god? Lukoa shrugged and then looked at Ron. God is nothing special. Didn't he just say that mortals can rival gods? And, among the great gods, in the end they have to be shoulder to shoulder and aligned with each other. Ron, don't you think so? Ron understood instantly and said with a smile, yes, that's right. Big Wolf looked at the two singing in confusion. What more can you say? Why can't I understand a sentence? Finally, Big Wolf still had a mouthful of mutton and didn't move. After drinking a bottle of wine, he stood up slowly and said, I will come again tomorrow, thank you, and this god. Welcome to visit next time. Ron smiled and stood up to see him off, and at the same time he became more and more curious. Tomorrow. What props will Big Wolf bring? Big Wolf nodded, left the tavern with a whole sheep and mutton chops and legs, and finally disappeared from this world and returned to his original world. At this time, advertisement the system's mechanical prompt sounded in Ron's mind. Ding, customer Grey Wolf has finished talking. Close black lens bracket. Customer Big Wolf. Scientific knowledge, sheep catching skills. Host can choose one of the abilities. Close black lens bracket. This sheep catching technique is of no use. Ron slapped him in the face. Scientific knowledge for choosing Big Wolf. Ding, start merging. Close black lens bracket. As the system's voice fell, Ron's mind instantly filled with a bunch of things, including chemical formulas, physical formulas, and many weird invention theories. Yes, you can study it. Ron touched his chin, then took out a piece of paper and started writing and drawing. This went on until the evening, and not a single customer came to the tavern. See, the night is getting darker. Ron whispered. Close the door and rest. Ram nodded obediently and then started cleaning. Go back to your room. Ron said to the system. Start integrating the dragon physique. Ding, start merging. Close black lens bracket language fall. A powerful force forced its way into Ron's body in a brutal manner. Is this the constitution of a dragon? Although Ron didn't feel any pain, he knew that his body was undergoing earth-shaking changes. The already strong body is continuing to strengthen in an unpredictable direction. When the fusion is complete, Ron took a knife and scratched his arm, leaving a white mark that didn't even break the skin. Immediately, a strange energy surged in the body and quickly filled the whole body. But not yet Ron's experiment. A black cat came in and said, Are you stronger again? Ron shrugged. Probably. Yujie was about to say something, but Ron hugged him. Meow. Yujie, who was forcibly stroked, became anxious and stretched out his claws from the pink pads, vowing to leave some marks on Ron's body. But in the end, just like the knife, except for white marks, it did no harm to Ron at all. Finally, Yujie was tired and fell asleep in Ron's arms. Early morning. After waking up, Ron was about to get dressed and get up. But I heard a magnetic female voice in my arms. You've hit my hair. Ron's heart sank suddenly. Hair? Yujie turned back into human form last night? Then you wouldn't have made a mistake last night, right? Chapter 44 Stick to your face and make a big deal? Listening to the slight breathing coming from under the quilt from time to time. Ron was heartbroken. Hula. After the quilt was lifted, a plump and delicate body appeared in Ron's eyes. Snapped. Ron lay on the bed and slapped his face. Why aren't you wearing clothes? While talking, he glanced down and felt relieved immediately. There were no signs of a fight, no wetness on the sheets, no trace of bloodline. It seems I didn't make a mistake last night. Feeling the coolness, Yujie arched into Ron's arms again. A smile flashed in his golden pupils. What, are you shy now? I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Ron denied 3 times and shook his head vigorously. Yujie's smile became even deeper, and he simply put it directly on his face and said, TCH, I don't know who licked the child's granary while sleeping last night, took the child's rice bowl, and was just short of eating. Ron. Grass. Why doesn't my client know this? Okay, I won't tease you anymore, those 2 little guys should have already made breakfast. Yujie left Ron's arms, stood up and stretched comfortably. For a while, Ron had a panoramic view of that beautiful figure. Immediately, with a bang sound, the black-skinned sister instantly turned into a black cat and walked out of the room with her head held high. Get up and eat. Ron smiled, but as soon as he got dressed and got out of bed, Ron suddenly felt a strange power surge through his body. Not only that, even his physical strength was a little stronger than last night. Is this magic? Ron quickly reacted. He has integrated the dragon's physique, which is not just as simple as becoming physically stronger. You know, dragons are born with magic power. Suddenly, Ron noticed that there was a special power floating around him and even the entire Sabaody archipelago, which was slowly being absorbed by his body. Finally, it is transformed into nutrients that improve one's own strength and physical fitness. No wonder the dragons in Lukoa's world are so strong. Ron tentatively raised his hand and held it empty, and used the power within his body. The next moment, the special forces floating around were quickly mobilized and concentrated. Advertisement in an instant. A dark red substance appeared in Ron's hand, and the terrifying aura it exuded made even the air begin to vibrate. At this time, Yujie, who had just left, felt the power and returned. She said calmly, "I have no problem with you wanting to destroy this place, but can you let me leave first?" Yujie, who was already Bankai, could feel the terror of the ball in Ron's hand. Although the power system is different, but Yujie knew that it was a special power floating in the air, which was finally compressed into substance by Ron. Once it breaks out, even if the Sabaody archipelago falls, there will be no problem. And everything on the island will be annihilated. It's just an experiment, don't worry. Ron squeezed his right hand hard, and the red substance turned into dots of light and dissipated into the air. This must be magic, right? Ron touched his chin, secretly confirming it. Magic. It has different names in different worlds. It may be called aura, fighting spirit, soul power, etc. But in the final analysis, it's still the same thing. It's just that the world is different, the power system is different, and the strength and weakness presented are also very different. However, this time Ron was very satisfied. In the future, hand-to-hand combat in the traditional sense can already be abandoned. Throwing the squeezed magic power directly to the face can kill a large number of people. Let's go down to eat. Ron bent down and picked up Yujie and slowly left the room. This time Yujie didn't resist. She knew that it was useless to resist, she might as well lie down and enjoy it. After breakfast, Ron came to the bar and looked through the newspapers that had just been delivered. The Marinette Sword team severely injured the Minister of Fresh Cream of the Big Mom Pirates yesterday, and the world government stated that it is not responsible for the incident. Close black lens bracket. Reveal the secret. The member of the sword team, Peacock, is actually the granddaughter of Marine Staff Officer Crane. Close black lens bracket. Big news, Beasts Pirates and Red Hair Pirates will meet New World in 5 days. Close black lens bracket. Peacock. A person with whip fruit ability. Ron was interested in the newspaper photos. The girl in the photo was wearing a cloak of justice, and inside was a dark red tight-fitting dress, outlining her hot figure with unevenness. She is holding a whip and whipping the building, full of queen style. Do you like this kind of little girl? Lukia glanced at the newspaper and asked with a smile. It's still young. Ron was slightly taken aback, then looked up subconsciously. Okay. Compared with you, she is indeed a little girl, just like a flower bud that is not fully developed and is just about to bloom. Advertisement at this time. The door of the tavern was suddenly knocked open. Immediately afterwards, the body of the devil dragon was thrown in and flew straight to the bar. Lukia frowned slightly, and waved a purple magic circle in front of him. Boom. After a muffled sound, the devil dragon slammed into the magic circle, holding his head and baring his teeth for a while. Old man, what a killer, just now, he was punched in by the Holy Master. Great power. Even the gravitational magic of the moon demon just slowed down the flying speed of the little demon dragon. HMPH, this is the price for interrupting my trumpet practice. The Lord walked in with a dark face. Trumpet? Devil Xiaolong stood up and snorted coldly, I'm afraid the protein in your body is useless? The two of them refused to let anyone else go, and they already had a posture of fighting. You two, what would you like to drink? Lukoil leaned on the bar, smiled and turned to look at the father and son. Following this strange, lazy voice came to my ears. Holy Master, the little devil dragon looked over at the same time. The four eyes are facing each other. In just a split second, the backs of the two of them were wet with cold sweat, as if they were about to collapse. Horrible. Terrible. If it is said that fighting Yujie is a must-lose situation. The woman in front of him made Holy Master, the devil little dragon, not have any desire to fight. Immediately, the Holy Master slapped the devil dragon's head with a slap and bowed 90 degrees. We were impulsive just now, I hope you don't care about it. If the woman in front of you is not satisfied, the Lord will break the legs of himself and the devil dragon without hesitation. After all, life is important. Even if the dog charm can live forever, it can still be nullified by the magic of Shanki. So, what should dignity, honor? Demons don't need internal things, and constantly breaking through their lower limit is their motto. Don't get excited, I'm just a waiter in this tavern, please sit down. Lukia stood up slowly and said with a smile. The pupils of the Holy Master and the devil dragon suddenly shrank. Such existences are all tavern waiters, so how strong is Ron? At the same time, the Holy Master felt even more fortunate. Fortunately, he didn't cause any trouble when he came to the tavern for the first time. Otherwise, Devil Xiaolong will wear hemp and filial piety today, giving himself an overdose. Chapter 45 Rayleigh. This is naked blackmail. The Holy Lord and the Demon Dragon stood there stunned for a long time. If Ron hadn't told them to sit down, the two of them were afraid that they would stand there until the tavern closed. Soon, Lukoa then brought 2 bottles of wine and placed them in front of the 2 Holy Masters. Your wine, use it slowly. Thank you. The Holy Master quickly bowed his head and thanked him, with a very low posture, almost burying his head under the table. The same is true for the Demon Dragon on the side. Did the Demon Dragon interfere with your trumpet practice last night? Ron asked with a smile. Before the Holy Lord could speak, the Demon Dragon snorted coldly. This old guy was just one last tremor last night. Pity. Hell is my spy now, you old guy, don't even think about playing a trumpet. Lousy should have tied you to the wall in the first place. The holy master who was drinking wine turned dark and wanted to do it, but he forced himself to hold it back. He immediately changed the subject and asked in a low voice. Boss, who is that woman? After the holy master finished speaking, he immediately turned around and looked around, and was relieved when he saw that Lukoa was not there. Ron lit up a cigarette and said with a smile, one of the creator gods and supreme gods of Mesopotamia. To be precise, it's Quetzalcoatl, who controls culture and spreads it. No wonder. The Holy Lord and Demon Xiaolong's eyes were full of horror, and they nodded blankly. That being said, everything makes sense, just looked at each other. The two holy masters felt like they were falling into the endless unknown, and they were as small as a grain of sand. At this time, a crisp ringing of the doorbell brought the father and son back to reality, and they immediately turned to look. Jingle. The door of the tavern swung open. Under the gaze of the Holy Lord and the Demon Dragon, Rayleigh strode in, shouting. Ron, serve the wine. Last night was definitely my peak battle. I got within half a foot of the enemy and fought for hundreds of rounds. Shocky sprinkled water on the spot. Ron sneered, I really can't stand listening. Nowadays even muzzle compensators like Tiger Whip liquor are used. You really don't want your old face when you say this. I'm a little embarrassed, Rayleigh said helplessly. Advertisement, first of all, get rid of the dirty roots. Get out, the old man must hold on tight at all times. Rayleigh walked over to the bar cursing, however. When he saw the Holy Lord and the Demon Dragon, his steps suddenly stopped and his heart suddenly stopped. Although I have seen it once, but the ferocious appearance and the aura exuding from their bodies. Like a devil escaping from hell, evil and cold, it made Rayleigh shudder. Seeing Rayleigh stunned on the spot, Ron quickly pulled him down and sat down next to the Holy Lord. The two of them are very kind, don't be afraid. Rayleigh's face darkened suddenly. What the hell? You said that the two of them are kind. Lousy believes that they cannibalize people every day. I just heard from the boss that you also drink Tiger P*** wine. It seems like there's something wrong with you. One of my powers is that I can cure all the ills in the world. I can't guarantee that I can reach the state of my youth, but at least it can allow you to last a few more rounds. The Holy Lord tried his best to make his tone as kind as possible, and forced a smile on the corner of his mouth. But even so, the magnetic mix of his voice still makes people tremble. And the reason why the Holy Lord expressed kindness to a strange alcoholic. It's all for Ron's sake. Most importantly, because of the existence of Luca and Yujie, the Lord made up his mind to build a good relationship with the guests of the tavern. What if he meets a guest who can help him break out of hell and return to Blue Star? Although the probability is extremely low and the identity of the devil is embarrassing, the Holy Master still wants to try. Real? Rayleigh's cloudy old eyes lit up. Of course. The Lord raised his paws proudly on Rayleigh's body. The next moment, with a burst of dazzling white light, Rayleigh suddenly felt as if his body was soaking in a hot spring. For a while, Rayleigh's old wounds and hidden diseases left over from countless vicious battles all disappeared. Advertisement moreover, he even clearly felt that his two kidneys, which were about to dry up, and the ammunition package were being nourished by a force. Combat power continues to rise, but suddenly, the feeling came to an abrupt end, sending Rayleigh from heaven to hell. What's the situation? Why don't you continue? Rayleigh's face darkened suddenly. What's the difference between this and no cure? That is, you can stay in the enemy camp for a few more seconds. The future S**X, abundant ammunition, and two indestructible kidneys that Lousy imagined just now are gone now? There is no rule of law, it shouldn't be. The Lord scratched his head in doubt. Ron smiled and said, although noble horses can cure all ailments. Kidney deficiency is not a disease, there is no cure, the old man accepts his fate. Ah. Rayleigh sighed in disappointment and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's okay to be poor now, but it's so old, it's okay to be old, it's so lecherous. The point is, the body does not allow itself to be lustful. If Roger saw himself now, he would die laughing. Just as Rayleigh was pouring wine into his mouth with a slumped face, a strange voice made him hopeful. The door of the tavern was pushed open. Big Wolf excitedly ran to the bar and sat down, and handed a bottle of pills to Ron. Boss, I brought you the second generation bigger and smaller pill. You can make any part of your body bigger or smaller at will. Okay. Ron nodded in satisfaction, and then told Rem. When Big Wolf leaves, pack him a sheep, no, two. Good master. Rem nodded with a smile. Rayleigh came out of depression in an instant. At this moment, he heard his heart beating wildly and felt his blood boiling. Adrenaline rushing. Can 2 sheep be exchanged for this artifact? He stared straight at the bottle full of pills in Ron's hand, his eyes full of longing. Want? Ron asked. Rayleigh nodded frantically. 1 devil fruit for 5 pills, isn't this a bad deal? Ron said with a smile. You are the deputy captain of One Piece, you can't even take out a devil fruit? Rayleigh's face turned black, he gritted his teeth and popped the characters out of his mouth one by one. Little brat, you're a steal. Chapter 46 Smart IQ regains the high ground. Devil fruit Rayleigh does. When he was in the Roger Pirates, he also found countless treasures and robbed countless pirates. But today is different. Now that Rayleigh is old, it's all in the coffin. So, you have to stick to the bottom line. In this case, 10, no more. Ron pondered for a moment, then said lightly, among the guests who patronize the tavern now. I'm afraid no one will be able to use this thing except Rayleigh. So, if you can slaughter a meal, it is a meal, after all. Ron has paid only 2 sheep in total. The deal is lucrative. After hearing this, Rayleigh agreed without thinking, deal. However, after he took 10 pills that became bigger and smaller, the brainless head below was temporarily silent, and the smart IQ regained the high ground. The more Rayleigh thought about it, the more something went wrong, and he calculated carefully. You exchanged 2 sheep for 30, and the old man exchanged 1 devil fruit for 10. What the hell, brat, you tricked me. Ron smiled and said, we will not return the product afterwards, remember to send the devil fruit over tomorrow. Rayleigh's face darkened, and he just wanted to curse, but he lowered his head in despondency. There is no way, I can't beat it again and again. Usually, I have to rely on the tiger whip wine sent by Ron, and the goji berry wine is kept alive by Shaki. Otherwise, relying on this practice alone, Emu's body may have been squeezed dry long ago. At this time, Big Wolf at the side drank the wine just brought, and thanked. Boss, thank you for your sheep. My wife praised me all night after eating. Come to think of it, she hasn't been this happy for years. Ron nodded with a smile. The sheep will be enough in the future. Rayleigh on the side patted Big Wolf on the shoulder. Brother, are you also afraid of your wife? Big Wolf nodded vigorously, feeling helpless in his heart. It was no longer as simple as fear, but fear. If it weren't for his fate, he would have become a dead soul under the frying pan. Rayleigh also felt deeply. Hey, I'm usually in a good state, and Shaki can still give me a good face when I become Mr. Mighty. Speaking of this, he paused, took a sip of wine, and said melancholy. When I'm not in good shape, I can't say anything. Shaki couldn't help kicking me out. It is said that when you drink water, you don't forget to dig people. When you dig a well, you are still disgusted by people. Big Wolf picked up the wineglass and said slowly. I understand what you mean. Although I was very tired when digging the well water was very sweet. Ron. Advertisement Rayleigh, good guy. Big Wolf has an honest face. I didn't expect to be able to turn the drainage ditch, professional driver. Rayleigh shook his head with a wry smile. That's okay. Since I got old, I have only worked hard to dig wells, but I haven't seen a drop of water. Ron's eyelids twitched. I really want to know some amazing things. As time passed bit by bit, the guests in the tavern also left one after another. Big Wolf wanted to give his wife a sheep, so he left the tavern after drinking a bottle of wine. And the Holy Master and his son still dislike each other because of the trumpet practice. With just one sentence, he threatened to go back to hell to single out. At last, after lunch, Rayleigh kept a bottle of tiger whip wine in his pocket, and continued to secretly watch Ace in case something happened. Looking at the empty tavern, Ron just wanted to take a nap with Yujie in his arms. At this time, jingle, suddenly the tavern doorbell rang. Hearing the movement, Ron subconsciously looked towards the door. Now, the gate opened inward and the original grass outside disappeared. In its place is a world of assholes. In the next second, a green dragon with 2 horns on its head squeezed into the gate, uttering human words. It turns out that the voice didn't lie to me, there is really a tavern here. I didn't expect that the last thing I saw in my life was a human being and a life form with a very high concentration of spirit particles. The dragon's golden vertical pupils swept across Ron and Yujie, and the eyes were full of disgust. Yujie, who was sleeping, woke up instantly, and after looking at the giant dragon, he immediately blew his hair again. What kind of monsters come to your tavern? Each one is more scary than the other. Yujie's vigilance remained undiminished, and he asked with a wry smile. Don't worry, this is Lukia's friend. Ron comforted Yujie softly while rubbing Yujie's back, trying to comfort him. This dragon is none other than Thor from the world of Dragon Maid. The descendants of Emperor Yan, the dragon clan of the forces of chaos. Suddenly, a purple magic circle lit up above Thor's head. Immediately afterwards, Lukia's plump figure fell, hugged Thor's head, and said affectionately. Great, you're not dead. Feeling the familiar and soft touch, Thor's golden vertical pupils shrank suddenly. Lukia? Nor did she expect to see her friend in another world. Lukia frowned slightly, and a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Are you injured? Advertisement now. Thor's breath was weak, it's like dying in the next second. Thor nodded silently, not saying anything, his eyes were full of relief. Not so long ago, she fought against the Protoss alone, and was seriously injured in the end and fell into the world. At this time, Ron's voice came from the bar. Come in and talk, don't block the door. By the way, Thor, you'd better shrink your body, otherwise the tavern won't be able to accommodate your body. Thor's 2 vertical pupils looked over immediately, and the disgust in his eyes remained undiminished. After thinking briefly, she still nodded slowly. Wang. Under a burst of soft light, Thor's body slowly shrank. But she didn't turn into a human like Lukia, but still maintained her original dragon form. When Thor moved his limbs and walked into the tavern, Lukia also saw the long sword stuck in her back. The style is quaint though, but it exudes a strong aura, constantly suppressing and eroding Thor's body. Excalibur, Lukoya shook his head and smiled wryly. No wonder you were so desperate just now. This is the divine sword condensed by the divine power of the gods. If you want to pull it out of Thor's body, that person must have no faith in his heart, and no trace of reverence for God. Even if Lukia, the supreme god, wanted to help, there was nothing he could do. Despair is not so much, it can only be regarded as relief. Thor shook his head and slowly sat down at the bar. Puff. Maybe it was too much movement, the scarlet blood overflowed the wound and kept slipping down the back. Guest, your wine. Ram held a bottle of wine and put it in front of Thor. It's different than before. After serving the wine, Ram did not leave directly, but stood aside and looked at Thor's wound. Thor glanced back. I'm sorry. Ram quickly lowered his head, twiddled his fingers, and whispered. I'm just curious. It must be very painful to insert it into the body. Otherwise, my sister and I will help you pull it out. Ram on the side clenched his fists and nodded vigorously. Whatever you want. Thor's tone was still cold, but the moment he turned his head, the disgust in his eyes disappeared, and a warm current rose in his heart. See, Thor agreed. Ram released the ghost horns at the same time, entangled the armed color, grabbed the hilt of the sword, and pulled it out forcefully. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't shake the Excalibur. 5 minutes later, the faces of Ram were flushed, and the bangs on their foreheads were covered with sweat. When they were exhausted, the two shouted out of breath, Master, my sister and I have no strength. Come and help us. Chapter 47 Ram, the frustration in Ram's heart. Hear Ram's tender voice. Ron, who was drinking and watching the play, almost spit out his drink. Why do you feel that something is wrong? Something is wrong. In order to relieve the atmosphere, Lucius smiled and said, I once saw an advertisement for a socket in the world, and when I plugged it in, I refused to plug it in. When you pull it out, you will never let it out. As he said that, Lucia touched Thor. Do you think this makes sense? Thor nodded slightly stiffly, which obviously touched the blind spot of her knowledge. Do you want to be so direct? Ron said lightly, but seeing the jade dragon rushing into the valley, Dai Mei frowned slightly and groaned softly. Rukia was slightly taken aback. Although she is a god of spreading culture, she knows nothing about Oriental culture. But soon, Lucia reacted and squinted at Ron. So wet, so wet. Would you like to experiment tonight, Tiger Tank? Can't stand it. Ron gave a wry smile and immediately changed the subject. Thor, I can try, but if you pull it out, this sword belongs to me. Something that would amaze even Rukia must be good. Anything you want. Thor nodded, with no waves on his face. She knew it. He must die, and this human being cannot succeed. Similarly, Thor does not believe that there are humans who have no awe of God. Ron at the bar smiled and appeared next to Ram. Leave it to me, he said with a smile. Ram nodded obediently and said in unison, the master will definitely be able to pull it out. After Ron stroked the hair of the two, his hands that took over the hilt of the sword suddenly exerted force. Next second, Thor felt a sharp pain in his back. At this moment, the Excalibur was pulling away from her back little by little. The sharp blade pierced through the hard bones in the body, making a toothache sound. Crunch. Finally, the veins on Ron's arm popped, and he shouted, get up. With the voice down, the Excalibur fell to the ground with a bang, and its original appearance appeared in everyone's field of vision. Huh. Thor took a long breath, his eyes full of surprise. She also didn't expect that there would be someone in this world who could pull out the Excalibur. Advertisement, thank you, if it wasn't for you, I might not live for a few days. Thor turned his head to look at Ron, expressing his gratitude. You're welcome. According to the agreement, this sword is mine. Ron smiled and waved his hands, but was about to bend down to grab the Excalibur lying on the floor. Available immediately. The surface of the Excalibur glowed with light. This is a special restriction set by the gods. As long as Thor dies or is pulled out, he will be sent back to the gods immediately. When it is about to disappear, Lucius smiled and snapped his fingers. Since you have come to this world, don't go back. Language fall. The light on the surface of the Excalibur dissipated, and the restriction was lifted. If it weren't for me, this sword would be gone. How should you thank me? Lucia handed the Excalibur to Ron and asked expectantly. Do you have to do what you ask for? Ron said with a righteous face. Lukoya's eyes suddenly lit up. Taking the Excalibur, Ron turned back to the bar and hung it next to Ace. For a while, this supreme sword with 12 gongs is actually overshadowed by this divine sword. The supreme fast knife refers to the sharpness and toughness of the blade, which is the top among all knives in the world. Of course, if you wind hockey for a long time, you can also improve the big fast knife. But the Excalibur in front of him was different. Not only is the volume several times larger. The aura it exudes is even more awe-inspiring, but it was a pity for Ron. This sword is too big and inconvenient to use. Ron asked the system in his mind. How many points can I exchange for this sword? Ding! The divine sword can be exchanged for 5,000 points. Close black lens bracket. Ron felt happy immediately. By making a transaction with Doflamingo, you can earn up to 1,000 points on the price difference. Earning 5,000 points this time is a huge profit. There are a lot of things Ron wants to exchange for in the points mall now. For example, the Time Stone, the Ancient Giant Bloodline, Hogyoku, the Four Souls Jade. These artifacts are sold for more than 10,000 points, otherwise they would have to be traded with the guests of the tavern. Thor, do you plan to stay like this forever? Lukoa asked in a gentle tone. Thor hesitated, but finally nodded. The next moment, a red magic circle engraved with countless spells lit up at Thor's feet. Under the dazzling light, The giant green dragon with horns on its head turned into a blonde girl in the blink of an eye, but its tail, horns, and wings still existed. Although Thor looks cute, there is no expression on his fair and tender face, like an iceberg girl, without any emotion, and a pair of red gold eyes flashes a hint of melancholy from time to time. She wore a large black cloak, but even so, it could not block her proud figure. Advertisement Ram glanced at him, feeling frustrated. Why are the dragons so big? The wine here is good, let's have another bottle. Thor slowly put the bottle down, and the arm stretched out from under the cloak was white and tender, like a piece of flexible jasper. Ron nodded, turned around, took out a bottle and handed it over. Do you still hate humans? Lukoa touched Thor's hair. Father once said that humans are just a scourge and they should be eliminated. Thor said calmly. Contempt for humans seems to be engraved in the blood of dragons. But when Thor looked at Ram, and Ron, his eyes softened slightly. After all, they saved his life. Sigh. The reason why you say that is because you have to bear the burden of being the daughter of Emperor Zhenyan. Lukoa sighed and said softly, he gave you the freedom to choose your own way of living. At the same time, you also saw and experienced countless things. But in the end, you lost control. Thor didn't respond, just nodded silently, drinking one glass after another. Although Emperor Yan finally gave her freedom, can be used while traveling around the world. Thor saw the wars and intrigues among humans, and while he was against humans in his heart, he was even more resistant to war. To end the war between the forces of chaos and the gods and the hostile reconciliation faction, Thor chose the most direct and extreme way, which is to kill gods. But in the end, she failed and was almost killed. Do you like freedom? Ron, who had been silent, asked softly. Thor was stunned for a moment and shook his head slightly. I don't like it. His father, Emperor Yan, finally gave him freedom. The price of freedom is that you are alone from beginning to end. Thinking of this, the expression on Thor's face was no longer cold, and tears welled up in his eyes. The moment I was really alone, it turned out that I couldn't change anything. I don't like freedom. When I am alone, I find that I have nothing to do. Being alone and free is quite scary. Big tears slid down her fair cheeks. Those words just now. It was when the divine sword was pulled out of his body that Thor's heart surged inexplicably. Turn out to be, from beginning to end, I was alone. Lukoa stroked Thor's long hair and whispered, you can choose to stay here temporarily like me. This pub is very interesting, and you get to see different people and things. Trust me, you will grow. Ron, God assists. Chapter 48 Stay in the tavern. You actually temporarily lived in this world? Thor froze for a moment. Except for sleeping, Lukia never leaves her territory easily. As a spectator faction, although she does not participate in the war, as one of the supreme gods, she must always pay attention to the situation. Lukia nodded. This world is very interesting. You will know after a few days of living. Thor didn't agree immediately, his eyes were full of hesitation. For so many years, I have been alone, can I really adapt to this kind of life? She looked around the tavern. The red gold eyes swept over the busy Ram, and the dozing black cat. Finally, Thor's eyes fixed on Ron. Can you? Ron nodded. If you think this place is good, you can stay and work in the tavern. No salary, just room and board. Not that Ron wants to be the black boss. It's because I'm afraid that Thor will look down upon. She's far richer than Ron. Dragons like to collect shiny things, such as gold and gems. At this time, Ram came over, stretched out his small hand and tugged at Thor's robe. If you are afraid of the dark at night, you can sleep with me or your sister. Ram on the side also nodded with a smile. A simple sentence and a warm smile seemed to melt the last trace of grudge in Thor's heart. She stroked Ram's hair and said with red eyes, okay. Then let's clean up the room and bedding first, Ram said, then took Thor's hand and walked to the backyard. Seeing this, Ron instantly became alert. What's the situation? How do you feel that Big Orange is set? Suddenly, the system's mechanical notification sounded in Ron's mind. Ding, customer Thor has finished talking. Close black lens bracket, ding, the customer involved in the confidant. Emperor Yan will visit the tavern in the near future. Close black lens bracket. Customer Thor. Dragon magic, dragon physique. Host can choose one of the abilities. Close black lens bracket. Ron responded, dragon magic. I have already obtained the dragon physique from Lukia before, and it is useless to choose again. Ding, congratulations, the host has obtained dragon magic, and now he is merging. Close black lens bracket. As the system's voice fell, Ron's mind was suddenly filled with a lot of things. All obscure, complex incantations, but Ron was surprised to find that he could understand it. This feeling is like an instinctive reaction engraved in DNA. Advertisement is it because of the combination of dragon physique? Ron thought to himself, and began to study. There are a lot of dragon magic in my mind. For example, teleportation, stealth, volume change, violent biff, etc. All types are available. As time passed by every minute and every second. Until the tavern closed, Ron still sat at the bar, continuing to immerse himself in dragon magic. Until late at night. Feeling a little tired, Ron fumbled for a cigarette and lit it. The smoky room. A lazy voice broke the silence of the night in the tavern. Is this a cigarette? I want to take a breath too. Hearing this, Ron raised his head when he saw a delicate cheek approaching. It's Rukia. She hadn't slept, just sat on the bar with Ron. At this moment, the distance between the two is very close. We can even hear each other's breathing. Ron asked, "Do you know how to smoke?" "Anything can be learned, and smoking is no exception." Lucas smiled and took the cigarette from Ron's hand. Her bright little mouth was slightly open to hold the cigarette butt. In this very quiet environment, Ron could even hear the sizzling sound of saliva dripping from the cigarette butt. And Lukoa is an unqualified apprentice. The smoke did not enter the throat. After staying in the mouth for a short time, the smoke was exhaled and floated directly towards Ron's cheek. Ron didn't hide. He allowed himself to be overwhelmed by the intertwined taste of Lukoa's mouth and the smell of smoke. The atmosphere gradually became ambiguous, and their breathing became heavier. It was like a primitive desire that had been suppressed for a long time, stirring up in the middle of the night. "Do you think we are kissing indirectly?" Lukoa's voice was still lazy but slightly hoarse, and her tone was full of charm. Ron didn't respond, pretending to be nonchalant, but below, they're trying hard to press. Ron was unmoved. She took a few more puffs until the cigarette butt was filled with her own scent, and then she put the cigarette butt back into Ron's mouth. "Huh." Ron breathed out a puff of smoke as he breathed a sigh of relief. The smoke spiraled up like a rolling blue tide until it dissipated. Suddenly, there were gentle footsteps in the backyard. Lukoa glanced at Ron's pants and was slightly disappointed. "Forget it, I won't tease you anymore." Language fall. Advertisement. This slender, plump figure disappeared instantly. At this time, Thor, wearing Rem's pajamas and slippers, came from the backyard. There was sweat on her forehead, her beautiful blonde hair was matted, and she had a sense of exhaustion all over her body. Speaking of which, it might be that Rem's pajamas were a little too small, and after wearing them on Thor, the puppy pattern on his chest became fatter. "Is there water?" Thor asked softly. Ron handed over a glass of water and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Thor took the water and took a swig. Just now, she dreamed of a scene in which she challenged the gods alone. The god threw out a ray of light, turned into a divine sword, and sank into his back. "It hurts." But Thor did not back down, and instead roared at the gods. Finally, Thor woke up from his dream and came to find water. "I once fought. In that world, my body was filled with swords," Thor said intermittently. Ron looked out the window and asked softly, "Does it hurt?" "It hurts." Thor sipped the water in the glass. "Does it still hurt now?" "It doesn't hurt anymore." "That's good, good night." Ron stretched, stood up, passed Thor, and walked towards his room. Thor's eyes moved slightly, and the fatigue and fear were swept away. At last, she looked at Ron's back with a smile on her lips. "Good night." Back to the room. Listening to Rem's subtle breathing, Thor closed his eyes peacefully. This night, she slept very well and felt at ease. Early morning, the pub remains open as usual. Only, there was a blonde girl in a maid outfit in the tavern, who always had a smile on her lips. Taking advantage of breakfast time, Ron started the intestinal training of Thor and Lukoa. Ahem. First point, once you encounter a guest who is causing trouble, never fight alone if you can fight in a group. If you can't beat them, run away. Second, no credit is allowed for small businesses. A man will have his legs broken, and a woman will be sent to my bed. Oh no, she will stay and work. Thor said softly to Lukoa while holding a small notebook to write down. The training was really interesting. Lukoa smiled and said, "It will be more interesting in the future." Just as Ron was talking endlessly, suddenly the tavern doorbell rang. Jingle. Two tall men wearing righteous cloaks walked in one after the other. Thor immediately stood up and said, "Welcome." Chapter 49. History is always surprisingly similar. The two guests were tall, nearly 3 meters tall. So much so that I had to drink with my head down and enter the tavern. The guest walking in front was wearing a yellow suit with a rough face, and his eyes under the sunglasses were full of laziness and casualness. And another one. He was wearing a green eye patch on his head, a dark blue shirt under his cloak of justice, and his dark face was full of tiredness. The two were the current Marine 3 Admiral, Paluzolino, Marine codename, Kizaru. Kuzan, Marine codename, Aokiji. The two looked at the tavern with great interest, and their eyes quickly passed over Ron and the others. At last, they lowered their heads slowly and fixed their eyes on the blonde maid in front of them. Just about to say hello, somehow, a familiar breath came over the surface. Kaido. The aura of the blonde maid in front of her was extremely similar to that of Kaido when he turned into a blue dragon. No. Even stronger. "Hello, we're here for a drink." Kizaru calmed down the shock in his heart, trying not to blurt out, "That's terrible. Otherwise it would be too embarrassing." On the other hand, Aokiji just nodded silently without saying a word. "Both, please come in." Thor smiled and turned sideways to make way for the two. "Come to the bar and sit down." Ron smiled and asked, "What do you want to drink? Do you like something mild or strong?" Marine Admiral is rich. Akainu is a standard example. Last time he was blackmailed by himself. No, he willingly paid 50 million for the drink. This kind of big family must be well-served spirits. Kizaru, Aokiji said at the same time. Ron glanced at the two of them, an inexplicable smile curled up on his lips. Kizaru in front of him crossed his legs, while Aokiji rested his arms on the bar, with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Although it is a good habit not to raise Erlang, but too out of gregarious and prone to broken legs. Soon, Thor put 2 bottles of wine in front of the two. "Your wine, use it slowly." The wine bottle is made of green glass with 3 large characters clearly written on it. Bored donkey. Aokiji and Kizaru froze for a moment. The name of this wine is too crazy. Try it, it's definitely better than all the spirits you've ever had. Advertisement. Ron smiled and handed the 2 glasses over. Thor's daily training must be strengthened. Serve wine to guests without even taking glasses. Boss, don't talk too much, be careful to slip your tongue, Aokiji said lightly. The voice just fell. Sitting next to him, Kizaru opened the bottle cap. Moment. A strong aroma of wine came to the face. The nostrils of the 2 fluttered slightly, and they couldn't wait to fill up the wine glass, and after they drank it all, a flash of light flashed in front of their eyes. The taste is mellow and sweet, refreshing with the fragrance of food, and will not feel the nose. However, when the wine is swallowed, the throat and stomach are like being roasted by fire. Kizaru and Aokiji's complexion suddenly turned pale. Cough cough cough. The 2 couldn't help coughing a few times. Aokiji wants to use the fruit ability to subside this feeling. But thinking about what I said just now, for the sake of face, I can only hold back. When the burning sensation in the stomach subsided, a surge of sweetness flooded the taste buds. The 2 instantly fell in love with this feeling. Not bad. Kizaru smacked his lips, and couldn't resist taking another sip. This time he didn't dare to take a sip, but took a small sip. Boss, the wine is good. Aokiji sighed softly, apologizing for what he said just now. As long as you 2 like it. Ron nodded with a smile. At this time, a black cat passed in front of Aokiji and Kizaru with its head held high, then jumped onto the windowsill, closed its eyes and began to catch up on sleep. Ron didn't sleep well last night. Yoruichi, lying in his arms, was placed in a large font for a while, and in a herringbone shape for a while, which made Yoruichi sleepless all night. Kizaru and Aokiji looked at each other. Is this the black cat that scratched the backup Admiral's black horse? It doesn't look very strong either. Aokiji winked at Kizaru, who immediately understood and asked. Boss, can I touch it? Although it is not very good to deal with the dark horse. But in the back, Admiral was caught by a cat. Where do you put Marine's face? This face still needs to be recovered, but it's a bit unpleasant to say it out. If you get scratched, the store will not be responsible. Ron did not refuse, but reminded softly. Advertisement. Faced with Ron's warning, Kizaru didn't take it seriously. I am a sparkling fruit-capable user. No matter how fast this cat is, it can't scratch its elemental self, right? Even thinking about it that way. But Kizaru was still very careful when reaching out his hand. After all, this cat can ignore armament hockey. Just when you are about to touch the soft hair, Yoruichi opened his eyes suddenly. His vertical pupils were full of murderous intent. Meow. Kizaru's heart sank suddenly, and he quickly elementalized his body. However, the moment the golden light flashed, a cat's paw occupied Kizaru's field of vision. With a muffled bang, the golden light collapsed. Kizaru's tall body staggered to a firm footing after spinning around, and a scar that was oozing blood appeared on his face. See this scene. Aokiji's pupils shrank suddenly, and his face was full of shock. Originally thought that the black horse was scratched by a cat because he was too weak. But now it seems, it's not that the dark horse is too weak, but that this cat is too strong. Meow. Yoruichi arched his back to Kizaru, looking furious. What the hell? What is my old lady that a cat or a dog can touch? Ron made me sleepless, and now you are disturbing my mother to catch up on sleep. You see, if the old lady's cat punches you, you will be finished. Okay. So scary. Kizaru patted his dazed head vigorously. Just that blow. It seems that not only the body was hurt, but also my soul was impacted. At this time, Yoruichi backed up violently, jumped from the balcony, and slapped Kizaru's head with his front paws. Kizaru's heart tightened suddenly. This time he didn't dare to elementalize his body, but turned around and ran away. History is always surprisingly similar, and the tragedy of the Dark Horse repeated itself on Kizaru. For the next 5 minutes, Kizaru's screams kept ringing, and his body and face were covered with bloodstains. During his avoidance of Yoruichi's claws, tables and chairs were smashed, wine jars were countless. Seeing this, instead of stopping Ron, a smile appeared on his face. Aren't you going to stop it? Lukia asked puzzled. No, it's all money. After lighting an incense stick, Ron shook his head slightly. Today's blackmail. No, whether you can have a good meal or not depends on how much damage Kizaru has caused to the tavern. Aokiji. Chapter 50. God avoids him. About Akainu being blackmailed by Ron for 50 million berry. Aokiji heard about it, and laughed at Akainu about it during the meeting. But, he never thought that such a thing would end up on him. Boss, it's almost time to stop. Aokiji looked at the mess in the tavern, and Kizaru, who was 3 meters tall, was running up and down being chased by a black cat. This scene, it really made Aokiji a little dumbfounded. You take care of yourself first, Ron said with a smile. Aokiji froze for a moment, not knowing why. Next second, Kizaru's voice came next to his ear. Quick, freeze this cat. Aokiji turned his head to look, but saw that Kizaru had already rushed in front of him, and then pushed him towards Yoruichi. Do you want to sell your teammates so directly? Aokiji's face darkened. Resist the urge to curse. Aokiji immediately activates the fruit ability and releases cold air. Just as Yoruichi's claws swung out, she suddenly froze in place, her whole body covered in ice. Huh, so dangerous. After the danger was resolved, Aokiji slowly turned and sat down, taking a long breath. Real men never look back at the explosion. However, just as Aokiji picked up the wine glass, he caught a glimpse of a vague smile on the corner of Ron's mouth from the corner of his eye. Not good. Aokiji's heart sank suddenly, but he just wanted to dodge. The ice cube behind him burst suddenly. With a muffled bang, Yoruichi's paw landed directly on Aokiji's head. For a while, Aokiji only felt his head spinning, and supported the bar with his hands so as not to fall to the ground. Meow meow meow. Yoruichi's slender body jumped to the bar and looked at Kizaru, Aokiji, and Marine Admiral provocatively. Okay, the fun is over. Ron took a towel and wrapped Yoruichi in his arms. Meow. Yoruichi let out a little dissatisfaction. But he didn't struggle, and quietly let Ron wipe his icy body. Boss, what breed is your cat? Aokiji patted his dazed head and asked with a wry smile. Kizaru, who was dealing with the wound, also cast a curious look. Advertisement. It's just a pet cat in the tavern, not worth mentioning. Ron said casually. Quote. Kizaru and Aokiji's faces darkened. What the hell? Whose pet cat can chase Marine Admiral all over the place? Seeing Ron's reluctance to speak, Aokiji didn't pursue the question any further. But as soon as he picked up the wine glass, he thought of another headache. After a while, Ron won't open his mouth like a lion, will he? In case he didn't have enough money with him, Ron asked Sengoku to redeem him with money. It's not just as simple as losing face. Marine's hawkish generals will definitely add insult to injury, not to mention the hype in Marine. Akainu would also laugh at himself about it in meetings. Thinking of this, Aokiji shook his head with a wry smile while praying in his heart. I wish Ron would ask for less money. As time passed by every minute and every second. In half an hour, Kizaru Huang Aokiji only drank half a bottle of wine. No way, this wine is too strong. At this time, the door of the tavern was kicked open. Rayleigh strode in with a wooden box in her arms, her face full of pride. At first glance, it turned out that last night's performance was outstanding. But when he saw a familiar figure sitting on the bar, his steps suddenly stopped. Aokiji, Kizaru. Ron looked up and said with a smile, did you bring devil fruit? Bring it. Rayleigh threw the box over, and while slowly retreating, he said with a smile. The gas at home is not turned off. I'm leaving first. Rayleigh was about to turn around and run away. Lukoa asked with a smile while cleaning up the mess left just now. Are you sure you don't want to sit down and have a drink? Hearing this, Rayleigh's heart suddenly tightened. Even if it offends Ron, he must not offend this woman. Otherwise, the end will be tragic. But then, Rayleigh had a second thought. Ron said that all fights are prohibited in the tavern, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Thinking of this, Rayleigh strode behind the bar, even sat down next to Kizaru, and said loudly. Serve me some wine. This unusual behavior made Kizaru and Aokiji feel a little unsure. The script is wrong. Lousy is a marine and you are a pirate. You should run away when we meet, right? Advertisement. After thinking about it, the two even looked down at the cloak of justice to confirm whether they were marine. But after what happened just now, Aokiji and Kizaru are not in the mood to cause trouble to Rayleigh. How about you sell me all those pills? Rayleigh rubbed her hands and said eagerly. I used to be beyond my reach when facing black holes, but after taking that pill, I spent a whole night exploring the black hole. The characteristic of second generations enlarging and minimizing pills is to make the part of the user become larger or smaller. As expected, the old guy has a coffin book. Ron raised his eyebrows, took out pills from under the bar and handed them over. Take it. With that said, Ron opened the box, and inside lay a fruit covered with strange patterns. Can you detect what kind of fruit this is? Ron asked the system. Ding, the detection is, dragon fruit. Ancient species. Thunder dragon form. Close black lens bracket. After getting the answer, Ron was overjoyed and put the fruit into the system warehouse. 700 points for ancient species. I made a lot of money this time. Kizaru and Aokiji looked at the devil fruit that flashed before their eyes, and their pupils suddenly trembled. The medicine in Rayleigh's mouth is so valuable. Can I exchange it for a devil fruit? Rayleigh, what kind of medicine is that? Kizaru asked casually. Rayleigh didn't hide anything and explained the properties of the pills. After listening, the corners of Kizaru's mouth couldn't help but raise crazily, and so did Aokiji. Nice one. Immediately, both of them looked at Ron at the same time, their eyes full of desire. After all, that man doesn't want to grow longer. Everything is sold to Rayleigh, you have to buy it from him. Ron smiled and handed over a bill. By the way, the drinking money you two spent, plus the damage to the tavern just now, totals 50 million belly. Remember to settle the bill before you leave. What was supposed to come finally came. Aokiji smiled bitterly and took the bill from Jin Yimi. Kizaru was also shocked when he heard the amount and wanted to bargain, but he could only give up after taking a look at the black cat lying in Ron's arms. Why, you two were also tricked by that brat. Rayleigh took a sip of the wine Rem just brought and said with a smile. Don't look so mean and smile. I'll tell you an interesting story about Akainu back then. Aokiji, Kizaru's eyes suddenly lit up, and he leaned over to listen carefully. Rayleigh said slowly, that time he took Marine alone on a mission on the sea and happened to run into us. That kid from Akainu didn't say anything. He used meteor volcano as a firework and set it off on our heads. Roger was angry. He used Ace as a god. Well, Akainu is still very brave. God will not avoid him. 3 Mount Chapter 51. If Kizaru knew the truth, he would be so angry that he vomited blood, right? After Ron heard the word, God avoid, he inexplicably thought of Kid's stunned head. God avoids me, but I don't want to avoid him. I'm more hideous than the gods. Certainly. The results can be imagined. The pirate ship is gone, and so is the historical text. What about the follow-up? Don't be secretive, Aokiji urged. Don't worry. Rayleigh took a sip of his drink with a smile before continuing. In the end, Akainu blocked it, or the old man said he was still very brave. But he was beaten badly by Roger. Tisk tisk tisk. That tragedy is still fresh in my memory. If Sengoku hadn't arrived in time, Admiral Akainu might have been someone else. Aokiji nodded in satisfaction with the result, but then said regretfully. Akainu didn't lose any of his legs. His life is so good. Ron. Prophet, knife. No wonder Akainu broke your legs 2 years later. It turns out it's not just that he doesn't fit in with others. However, Rayleigh's story is not nonsense, it is true. The timeline also fits. Akainu at that time should be Marine Vice Admiral, and the point where it happened was also before the Ohara incident. At that time, Roger had not yet arrived at Raftel. Come on, let me tell you some interesting things about Sengoku. Rayleigh took a swig of wine and said with a smile. After taking the bigger and smaller pills last night, the enemy General Shoki was beaten until he cried out in pain. Rayleigh can also be regarded as avenging his past humiliation and regaining his dignity as a man. So today he is in a good mood today. The chat box is completely open, and I am willing to tell some interesting things that happened back then. There are many stories. For example, Garp once drank too much and revealed it to Rayleigh and the others. One night, Sengoku got hungry, so he went to the hotel in the middle of the night and asked the front desk if there was any fast food. From then on, he embarked on a road of no return. There was also a time when Roger got very drunk. At this time, a female pirate passed by. Roger, who was full of poetry, walked up to the female pirate and wanted to compliment her on her beauty. Finally, he was injected with a 36 to 5 degree concentrated protein. However, Roger suffered the disadvantage of being uneducated. After a lot of searching, he could only say, "Damn it, that's a big deal." Having said this, Rayleigh paused for a moment, feeling something was wrong. That female pirate seems to be really shocky. Advertisement. In this way, Rayleigh said a lot of interesting things about Roger, Sengoku, Kong, Garp and others. Kizaru and Aokiji listened with their eyes shining, and they would ask questions from time to time. Ron, Thor and others were also listening quietly. For a while, the atmosphere in the pub is extremely lively. As time passes slowly, when the sun rises overhead, Rayleigh stopped telling her story, perhaps because she was a little tired, or perhaps because she missed the old days. Now, Aokiji and Kizaru's wine bottles were also empty, so they got up and left. 50 million berry, who will pay? Ron asked with a smile. The two looked at each other, their faces full of bitterness. Last resort. Only by putting together all the money and cards Aokiji and Kizaru had, could they barely reach 50 million. Boss, come back for a drink another day. Aokiji turned and left the tavern with a dark face. No one would be happy if he spent tens of millions on a drink and received a beating for no reason. Rayleigh, don't forget I need to buy your pills in a few days. Kizaru gave instructions and followed Aokiji's footsteps with scratches all over his body. Just now, he made an appointment with Rayleigh to buy the pills for making them bigger and smaller at a price of 5 million berries each. Rayleigh uncharacteristically agreed happily. 5 million berry, isn't it a bit of a loss? Ron asked puzzledly. After all, 10 pills are exchanged for 1 devil fruit. Break one into 5 parts, then mix it with some flour and knead it into its original shape and sell it to him. It can only be said that you make a lot of money. Rayleigh raised her eyebrows and said excitedly, Ron. Profiteer. If Kizaru knew the truth, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood, right? At this time, the system's mechanical sound sounded in Ron's mind. Ding. 3 customers, Rayleigh, Aokiji, and Kizaru, have finished talking. Close black lens bracket. Customer Rayleigh. Armed color, sword skill. Host can choose one of the abilities. Close black lens bracket. Customer Aokiji. Armed color, knowledge color, Logia frozen fruit. Host can choose one of the abilities. Close black lens bracket. Customer Kizaru. Armed color, knowledge color, Logia sparkling fruit. Host can choose one of the abilities. Ron whispered. Choose Rayleigh's sword skills and merge them. Select frozen fruit and sparkling fruit and put them into the system warehouse. I chose swordsmanship entirely because of the 2 swords on the wall. Advertisement. It's not a big deal just to show it off like this. What if it can be used that day? Ding. The fruit has been placed in the system warehouse. Close black lens bracket. Ding. Start merging. Close black lens bracket language fall. Rayleigh's sword skills emerged in Ron's mind. It doesn't take a moment. Swordsmanship seemed to have become an instinct of the body and was completely mastered by Ron. Kid, what are we having for lunch? Seeing him in a daze, Rayleigh asked softly. Before Ron could respond, suddenly the tavern doorbell rang. Jingle. The door opened in response, and a tall, handsome figure walked in. Tap 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 tap. As the high heels made a soft sound on the floor, a permeating chill instantly filled the entire tavern. When Ron saw the visitor, he smiled and said, "Welcome. The owner of the Wanjie Tavern. Become my property from now on." Marineford, in Marshal Marine's office. "Tell me, what's wrong with you two?" Sengoku glared at Kizaru and Aokiji, both furious. If it is possible, Sengoku really wants the two of them to go back and recreate it. Just go out and drink during working hours. He was so injured that when he came back, one of them drank tea with his legs crossed, and the other dozed off on the sofa. Aokiji took me to drink today. When I saw the black cat scratching the black horse, he was also the one who signaled me to check the authenticity. Kizaru drank tea and asked the medical staff to help bandage the wound. Even if the leader's big D*K is just 1 centimeter away from being thrown in the face. But Lousy can still throw the pot out in 0.01 seconds. Sengoku was stunned for a moment, his eyes full of shock. "Is that black cat again?" After a brief silence, Sengoku asked unwillingly. "You didn't hide. If you hide, you can't hide at all, and that cat seems to have an impact on the soul. Then you didn't elementalize your body. Even after using it, I still can't avoid it." Kizaru shrugged, but the movement was too big and the wound was torn, causing him to grimace in pain. Sengoku stood there, unable to calm down for a long time. Chapter 52. The contrast is too great inside the tavern. Because of the woman's words, the air suddenly became extremely quiet. Everyone looked over. The woman is very beautiful, has a cool temperament, and her flawless facial features make it impossible for any man to find any faults. The smooth blue shawl hits her back like a waterfall, and the blue eyes are breathtakingly beautiful. She was wearing a military skirt and white boots, with a belt that outlined her waist, her breasts were stretched out, and her body proportions were excellent. The person who came was none other than Acedes from the world of sister killing. Not only does he have a super fierce personality, but he is also a fighting maniac with a strong desire to conquer. The most important is, this woman invented a series of methods to torture prisoners. Tap 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 tap. Acedes walked forward slowly to the bar. While everyone was stunned, he took out a chain from his arms and pretended to put it around Ron's neck. "General Acedes, please respect yourself." Ron's smile remained the same, and while he turned his head slightly to avoid it, his heart was full of helplessness. He seemed to have touched a cute spot in Acedes' heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so excited. With a crash, the chain fell to the floor, and the movement made everyone come back to their senses. "Don't resist, just come with me. There are too many people in the way." Acedes tilted his head and looked at the man in front of him. Not only was she not angry because Ron was avoiding him, she seemed to be even more excited. Made this series of abnormal actions. Ron totally meets Acedes' requirements for a relationship. Did not grow up in the imperial capital. At a young age, it is easy to be dominated by oneself. Have a clean smile. Just because when Acedes came in, Ron greeted him with a habitual smile. Ace Dayheart, wrapped in a hard shell, seemed to have been severely chiseled, with slight cracks appearing. Last but not least, have the courage to hunt dangerous species. For a man who can transport himself to another world, everything must be trivial. Just when Acedes was about to take a step further, two petite figures stopped in front of her. It was Ram. Their faces were full of vigilance, one palm burst into flames, and the other gave a speech that was steaming hot all over his body. The two sisters were afraid that their owner would run away with another dog. Acedes ignored them. The front is not protruding and the back is not curved. Xiao is ridiculous to a advertisement. It can be next second. Acedes' steps suddenly stopped, and his whole body tensed up. She can feel it. There were two cold eyes staring at him from behind, and the aura they exuded even made him fear in his heart. Turning around, he saw a squinting woman and a blonde girl in a maid outfit. "You are strong and can fight." Acedes drew out the sword from his waist and looked at Lukoa and Thor with passionate fighting intent in his eyes. She likes to challenge the strong. Unfortunately, there is no one in Acedes' world who can fight. According to official data, if you want to defeat her, you will need to deploy 50,000 troops and 10 Tegu users. The combat power is terrifying, and in this tavern, there are actually two strong men who can defeat him. Well, the white-haired old man next to me counts as one, and the black cat sleeping on the bar counts as one. There are 4 in total. Feeling Acedes' burning eyes, Rayleigh quickly shook his head. "Don't look at me. I have a bloody battle tonight, so I can't waste my energy." Acedes nodded, turned around and walked slowly towards Thor. "All fights are prohibited in the tavern. You are delaying my business too much." Ron sighed helplessly. Acedes said with a smile. "You come with me, go back to my room and have a chat about life issues. I will naturally stop." "Did you do the verbal calculations, or I did the fill in the blanks?" Ron complained in his heart. Suddenly, a dazzling sword light flashed past everyone's eyes. It was Acedes. The long sword in her hand had already been swung out, and there were bursts of clanking in the air. When he was about to hit Thor, a figure stood in front of him, only to see Ron holding Ace and stopping the long sword in midair. All fighting is prohibited in the tavern. This is a rule, and everyone must abide by it. As Ron uttered the last word, a powerful conqueror's haki burst out from his body, rushing towards Acedes. For a moment, Acedes' pressure doubled. She even felt that the man in front of her had changed. Not only his temperament, but also his appearance became more majestic. Like the king of heaven and earth. At this moment, Acedes' only eyes were Ron. She didn't feel dizzy though, but the body was pushed out by an invisible force. Advertisement. When he was about to hit the bar, Ron appeared in time and held Acides by the waist. What was the power just now? Acides broke away from Ron's big hand and said softly, "It doesn't seem to belong to humans." The strength that Ron just exploded just now is the only thing Acides has seen in his life. In that suffocating momentum, Acides seemed to see the phantom of the dragon, as if he wanted to destroy everything in the world. At this time, Ron merged with the dragon physique and combined with the new power produced by Conqueror's Haki. Better than the original Conqueror's Haki, I'm more interested in you. Acides did not continue to cause trouble, but came to the bar and sat down with a smile. She is shaking. I don't want to be called M by Ron. Faced with Acides' teasing, Ron just smiled and did not respond. Back inside the bar, he said softly, "They are both tavern waiters and cannot fight except in self-defense. If you can come often and you will always meet some guests who are of equal strength to you." If Ron hadn't stopped in front of Acides just now, she was probably killed by Thor. Even in the Dragon Clan, Thor's strength ranks high, and the power gap cannot be bridged by a single Tegu. And Ron didn't want to embarrass Aestus either, after all. She just wanted to sleep on herself, that can only be drunk. Aestus's eyebrows were lowered, she was quiet, and with her long blue hair, she looked like an iceberg beauty. "Don't frown, drinking is also good," Ron introduced with a smile. "The wine I will serve you later is named Dukong. Someone once said that only Dukong can relieve worries." Soon. Thor then moved a jar of wine and placed it in front of Acides. "Use your wine slowly." As soon as the wine sealing cloth on the wine jar was opened, a strong aroma of wine came out. "Thanks." Aestus let out a soft smile. Seeing this, Thor shuddered unconsciously. What's going on with this woman? Just now he was fighting for his life, but now he has a smile on his face. The contrast is too great. Human beings are indeed difficult to deal with. Chapter 53. I just want to give you a younger brother, what's wrong with that? Try it. Ron filled the glass and handed it over. After Acides took it, after taking a sip, his eyes couldn't help but a glint of light flashed. Much better than the wine in my own world. The cellar aroma is rich and the aroma is obvious. As soon as you take a sip of wine, you can feel the sweetness and fullness of the wine. Same as Ron said. After drinking it, the restless mood did calm down a lot. Good wine. Aestus couldn't help admiring, as long as you like it. Ron nodded with a smile, then changed the subject. General Acides just returned from the expedition against the alien race in the north. Although the tavern is filled with a strong aroma of wine, even so, it couldn't cover up the faint smell of blood on Acides' body. Not overpowering, but noticeable enough. Acides nodded slightly and sighed softly. Before I came here, I was on my way back to the Imperial capital. However, the northern aliens you mentioned are too weak. No, they don't deserve to be called men at all. As she spoke, she took a sip of her wine, her eyes full of disappointment. Acides originally thought that the alien race in the north would let him play to his heart's content. Can result. The opposite side is like paper, it shatters when touched. And that wise and brave prince of a foreign race who was once invincible lost even the minimum dignity after fighting her. Kneeling at last to please Aestus, like a dog. Huh. Man? Then you also have to look at who you are comparing with. You are already the strongest in that world, not just the northern aliens. I am afraid that all men will be overshadowed in front of you. Ron gave a wry smile, and after hesitating for a moment, he still reminded vaguely. Think about how to live, according to the current timeline. It won't be long before Aestus will return to the Empire, where you will encounter the Night Raiders. Up to 2 months. Aestus would die, which was not what Ron wanted. Not greedy for her body, it was because he was afraid that the tavern would lose a rich customer. Yeah. Acides nodded with a smile. It seems that I can only come to your tavern to try my luck in the future. But just finished. Acides felt something was weird again. At this time, Rayleigh leaned forward and asked in a low voice. Advertisement, how strong is this woman? The old man feels that it was definitely the right choice not to fight just now. Actually, how strong it is doesn't matter anymore. Ron whispered back, the important thing is that the woman sitting next to you invented a whole bunch of methods of torture. Such as piercing, stoning, burning, potting, poisonous flowers, dousing the body with wax, psychological torture, etc. Even professional test administrators are convinced. After hearing this, Rayleigh shivered inexplicably. Oh yes, not long ago, this woman buried 400,000 people alive, Ron added with a smile. This time, Rayleigh's heart tightened, and he moved quickly, sitting on the windowsill farthest from Acides. Too scary. Even Akainu isn't that cruel, is he? Immediately, Rayleigh seemed to think of something, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. To be honest, kid, do you like this tune? Do you not want to drink in the future? Ron asked with a smile. Rayleigh immediately bowed his head, saying that he was wrong. Those tonics are life. Suddenly, Aestus stood up with a smile, walked to Ron's side with 2 long white python-like legs, and then sat down on the bar. What did you mean just now, that I will die? Her voice was trembling, not from fear, but from excitement. There are many ways to die, but Acides will only choose one option, and that is to die in battle. That also shows that there is someone stronger than yourself in your own world. Maybe. Ron said calmly. Be careful anyway, you can't make a mistake. You have to experience the rest by yourself. After all, this is your own life. Originally, Ron wanted to say more, but then I thought about it. Acides died because of her carelessness and underestimating the enemy. After a simple reminder, I believe that with her character, she will go all out no matter what enemy she encounters in the future. What you're saying is that you should be careful about night attacks, right? I have received information that they have been very dishonest recently. Acides smiled, his delicate cheek getting closer and closer to Ron as he spoke. For a while, except for Acides, everything in front of Ron's eyes was filled with white snow. Ahem. I said that's your business. Ron turned his head away in embarrassment. The voice just fell. Acides reached out and hugged Ron's head. Ron's eyes suddenly went dark, and a strong sense of suffocation and a smooth touch instantly came. Advertisement? Ooh, cleasing milk? Your reaction proves that my guess was correct. Acides ignored the sobbing sound coming from his arms and continued. Father, I will not die, I will keep your will in my heart. That year, Acides was very young. After hunting alone and returning home, he found that his tribe had been completely wiped out by the aliens from the north. All this expedition against the foreign tribes in the north was not only an order, but also a form of revenge. The last words of Acides' father before leaving were, Death, we are too weak, try to survive, Acides. At this time, Acides let go of Ron and gently touched his cheek with his slender palm. Thanks for your reminder. Warm, fragrant breath fanned onto Ron's face. For a while, the atmosphere in the bar became ambiguous. Just as Acides' hands were about to be tied around Ron's neck, a lazy, mature female voice sounded, It's time to eat, Ron, stop playing these little bondage games. This sentence seems to have magic power. Unexpectedly, Acides' hand movements froze in place. When she came to her senses, she found that Ron had disappeared from in front of her and slipped to the dining table to start eating. Acides put away the chain and turned to look at Lukoa, who was eating. Is that what this woman said just now, under that voice? Not only was he imprisoned in place, but even the ice tegu was completely ineffective. I really want to fight her. Acides' eyes were burning and he murmured in a low voice. Language fall. The tavern doorbell rang. Jingle. The door opened in response, and the Holy Lord and Demon Xiaolong, father and son, walked in with curses on their lips. Sir, I just want to give you a younger brother, what's wrong with that? The Holy Lord let out a shuddering roar. The demon dragon disapproved and snorted coldly. Huh, I'm not afraid that you will die suddenly in bed. In return, you should hand over the charm and step aside. Acides turned his head when he heard the noise, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Dangerous species? Still a dangerous species that can talk. As he spoke, the long sword at his waist was unsheathed again, and a sharp sword light flashed in the tavern. The Holy Master and his son. Chapter 54. No if. A sharp blade strikes from above the head. The sharp sword light flashed in front of everyone in the tavern. This moment, Holy Master, the father and son Devil Xiaolong are confused. Who knows the family? Today, Laozi just brought his son to drink, and develop a relationship by the way. Who knows where a crazy woman jumped out, holding a sword and trying to cut us down. A whole speechless, and Ron didn't care and continued cooking. Seeing that the long sword was about to hit the head of the Holy Lord. Suddenly, Holy Lord, a phantom appeared on the body of the devil dragon. Then, as if they had never appeared before, they disappeared out of Acides' sight. Next second, only a crisp sound of bang was heard. The long sword broke suddenly, and the fracture was also very neat. Little girl, hands are not allowed in the tavern. The Lord's voice came from the bar. The devil dragon snorted coldly. If it weren't for the tavern, you would be a corpse now. The moment Aestus swung his long sword, the Holy Lord suppressed his anger, first slapped his son who was about to attack, and then urged the power of the rabbit charm, and immediately came to the bar with the devil dragon in his arms. If there was a real fight just now, Acides will be killed in an instant. But the Holy Master still resisted the desire to do something. The reason is still afraid of Ron. Interesting, is it a dangerous species with speed ability? Acides turned around slowly after throwing away the long sword in his hand. Bursts of cold air condensed out of thin air. At this moment, the temperature in the tavern plummeted. The floor was covered with frost. Rayleigh's eyes widened. Isn't this Aokiji's frozen fruit ability? No, it seems stronger. You can stop, this is a guest of the tavern. Ron put down the bowl and chopsticks and sighed helplessly. If you want to continue, then I can only invite you out of the tavern. Hearing this, Acides immediately restrained his ability, and a trace of sadness flashed in his blue eyes. Oh well. She walked slowly to Ron's side, shook his arm lightly, and said aggrievedly. Don't be so fierce next time, I will pay attention in the future. Ron had no choice but to nod with a wry smile. After all, who would have the heart to refuse a sister who can speak? Seeing this, Rem looked at Acides with vigilance in his eyes. Advertisement. It seems that his master is really going to run away with other dogs. Lukoya on the side is also watching the excitement, so he smiled and said, Aren't you two going to take care of it? Rem. A trace of fear flashed in Ram's eyes. He was about to get up, but gave up after thinking about it. Well, as long as the gun is in our hands, it's not a big deal to waste a few bullets. Ram sighed softly, his tone full of unwillingness. Ram, who was sitting by the side, nodded silently. Lukia froze for a moment, then opened her narrowed eyes suddenly, looking at the pair of sisters in disbelief. They. Who did you learn this from? Just based on the words just now, even Lucia, the god of spreading culture, would be ashamed of himself. After lunch, Rayleigh, who was full of food and drink, patted the shoulder of the Lord with a smile while drinking. Believe it or not, if it was you looking for trouble just now. It's not as simple as being coquettish. Behave in a spoiled manner? Does this word match father? The devil shuddered violently after filling up the picture in his brain. Nausea. No, there is no if. The holy master shook his head vigorously, trying his best to veto it. Rayleigh curled his lips, contempt filled his heart. What the hell? You are a devil, you are so fierce looking that even children will wet their pants when they see you. Why is Ron so cowardly? Seeing that the time was almost up, Rayleigh put down a bunch of berry and stood up slowly and said, Let's go, it's time to protect my eldest nephew. Devil fruit will be delivered tomorrow. Ron handed him a bottle of wine and said with a smile, It's still the same, wolfberry wine, tonic. I don't want you to die before I empty out your coffin. That's interesting. Rayleigh smiled and took the drink, then strode out of the tavern. The reason for sending wine. It was entirely Ron who wanted Rayleigh to introduce his former subordinates to the tavern business. Just introduce a guest. Its value is equivalent to a dozen bottles of wine or more. Ever since Rayleigh left, there hasn't been a single customer in the tavern. Still the same as usual. Ram takes Thor to get familiar with the work. The father and son, Holy Lord and Demon Xiaolong, were sitting on the platform arguing with a pile of wine. Although his posture was strong, his voice was almost inaudible, for fear of disturbing Lukoa who was taking a nap. It was Demon Xiaolong who used the power of Demon Zhaofeng to stir up a stream of air and transmit the sound to the outside. Ron, on the other hand, was chatting with the seeds. She talked a lot. From the birth of the tribe, daily hunting, and finally the tribe was wiped out. Advertisement. Many years later he became the general of the empire. Among them, Ron also learned that although Acides was merciless to his enemies, he could even be said to be cruel. But he was very generous to his subordinates, always sharing the empire's bounty with his subordinates, and often eating with ordinary soldiers. Therefore, the morale of the army she led was extremely high. Finally, as the sun set, Acides drank the third bottle of Dukong wine in one gulp, then stood up slowly and said, I have to go now. I hope that next time I come here, I can learn from the strong men in the tavern. She put down a few captured gems as drink money, and before leaving, she looked at Ron with eyes filled with tenderness. I also hope you can come with me next time. After saying that, she turned around and left the tavern. Against the backdrop of the setting sun, Acides' figure looked particularly slender, and his long blue hair fluttered in the wind. If you could freeze the world, it would be a beautiful picture. At last, this back figure slowly disappeared into this world. You look disappointed. How about you catch up now? Lukoa suddenly appeared in front of Ron. Maybe it was because he had just woken up, but there was a hint of hoarseness in his lazy voice. I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Ron quickly shook his head in denial. He can sense it. When Lukoa finished asking, there were several angry eyes staring at him. I think she has a good figure and looks, but it's a pity, Lukoa said with a look of regret. Not as good as you. Ron looked at the tiger tank in front of him, patted his chest and said, I have to say that this kind of mature lady is easy to coax. After hearing this, Lukoa's chest trembled with laughter, and then she left the bar and went to help Thor and the others prepare dinner. At this time, the system's mechanical beep suddenly sounded in Ron's mind. Ding, customer. Ace Day has finished confiding. Close black lens bracket. Customer Acides. Swordsmanship, physical skills, and the Ice Emperor's Devil's Appearance, Devil's Essence. Can choose one of the abilities. Close black lens bracket. Customer Demon Xiaolong, Holy Lord. Ron said directly without any hesitation. Select the Ice Tegu and put it into the system warehouse. In my memory, the Ice Tegu is the blood of dangerous species, stored in a pot. As for the abilities of the Holy Lord and the Demon Dragon, Ron chose the Moon Demon's magical energy that can manipulate gravity and the dog charm that can make him immortal. After dinner, the Demon Dragon and the Holy Lord also left the tavern. When the time reached around 8 o'clock, Ron saw that there was still no customer, so he ended the day's business. Locked the door. After washing up, Ron just got into bed and was ready to discuss life with Duke Zhou. Suddenly, the window next to the bed was opened. With the faint light of the moonlight, Ron saw a plump, familiar figure rushing towards him. Chapter 55. Sure enough, there is nothing left after licking the dog. Momosagi, you didn't leave? Ron was a little surprised. Wasn't this crazy batch transferred out of Marine Fenduo and went to the G14 Marine branch? Why are you back now? However, Momosagi did not respond. In this silent room, Ron could only hear the sound of pieces of clothing falling to the ground. Immediately, a smooth, plump body slipped into the bed. The two of them got straight to the point, this night. The bed creaked and creaked until it was dark, and then it stopped. Early the next morning, after a long night of hard work, Ron was still immersed in sleep. Rem's urging voice sounded outside the door. Master, it's time to have breakfast. Ron's eyes slowly opened, and he stood up suddenly like before. You have so much energy. Momosagi's hoarse voice sounded from the bedside. She was fully dressed and was looking meaningfully at the lower part of Ron's abdomen. It's okay, it's okay. Ron smiled awkwardly and quickly got dressed. I have to say that the dragon's physique is really top-notch. After working all night, my waist is no longer sore, my legs are no longer painful, and I still have plenty of energy. In contrast to Momosagi, as long as the body swayed slightly, a feeling of weakness immediately came from the waist. His whole body was stiff, as if he had just experienced a big battle. Last night was indeed equivalent to experiencing a big battle. I'm leaving. I'll see you next time. Momosagi smiled charmingly, took out a handful of berries from his pocket, sprinkled them on the bed, and jumped out of the window like last time. What did this ***ch think of lousy, poo, nausea? Ron angrily rebuked this behavior in his mind and counted the money happily. System, take out the ice tigu. After counting the money, Ron said softly to the system. With the voice down, a golden cup filled with liquid appeared out of thin air in Ron's hand. The liquid is ice blue. It is the blood of a super dangerous species that is said to live in the far north. Everyone who drank it went crazy except the seeds. Without hesitation, Ron drank it all in one gulp. Advertisement Gulu. With the liquid into the throat. A biting cold filled Ron's limbs. It was the ultimate cold. Almost instantly, not only Ron's whole body was covered in ice. Even the room was covered with a thick layer of frost. This feeling lasts only a short time and disappears after a few minutes. Immediately, Ron slowly stretched out his palm, and an ice crystal condensed instantly. Just listen to a swish sound. The ice shot out and sank directly into the wall. Good. Ron nodded with satisfaction and whispered. I just don't know which of the three Dragon Clan's ice magic, frozen fruit, and ice tigu is stronger. After washing up, Ron came to the pub from the backyard, ready to have breakfast. Can glance behind a punch, but they found that Ram, and Thor had extremely serious dark circles under their eyes, as if they had not slept well last night. Lukoa also yawned, looking listless. Not only that, even Yoruichi, who transformed into a black cat, lowered his eyebrows and even glanced at Ron with disgust when he passed by him. Did you sleep well? Ron asked softly. Ram, and Thor blushed and shook their heads. What do you think? Lukia asked back with a smile. Ron seemed to think of something. His old face blushed immediately, and he lowered his head and sipped his porridge silently. Last night, it is indeed a bit disturbing. The five of them didn't come and knock on the door. It's true love. ... After breakfast, Ron was still the same as usual, sitting on the bar and reading the newspaper delivered today. There are still very few dry goods, and most of the lace news. 4 Emperors Kaido actually has a daughter. There are unreliable rumors that the mother is Big Mom. Close black lens bracket. It's really unreliable, that Big Mom can't give birth to such a filial daughter. Ron murmured with a smile. Exclusive reveal, Golden Lion made a fuss at Naval Headquarters because of Roger. Close black lens bracket. Not to mention the two of them seem to have a passion. Ron turned the page with a dark face. Open black lens bracket shock. Akainu Admiral was beaten by Roger. Close black lens bracket. Below this news, there is also a thoughtful chapter with a photo of Akainu's injury. At the same time, there is also the author's signature below, a daily paddler who loves to wear yellow suits. Ron raised his eyebrows. Kizaru was really not afraid of being beaten by Akainu. But, advertisement. After reading this news, Ron also finally understood why Kizaru was willing to pay such a high price for the pills to make him bigger and smaller. The story is told by Rayleigh and sold by Kizaru of intelligence. In the end, Kizaru didn't pay anything, so he could enjoy the happiness brought by the pills that become bigger and smaller. This wave, Kizaru is on the atmosphere. Rayleigh would be P***** D off if he knew. Ron shook his head with a smile. Language fall. The tavern doorbell rang. Jingle. The door opened in response, and Yutanji walked in with an excited face. Boss, Ozzy's eyes are healed, thank you. Just as he was speaking, he came to the bar counter and was about to kneel down. But suddenly, a piece of ice appeared and pressed against Yutanji's knee. Seeing this scene, Lukia and Thor, who were chatting, froze for a moment. This is the ice magic of the Dragon Clan. But it doesn't seem to want to. There's no need for that, it's just a deal, and now it's officially done. Ron smiled and said, sit down. Yutanji hesitated for a while, then stood up straight, went to the bar and sat down. Soon, Thor put a bottle of wine in front of him. Your wine, use it slowly. Yutanji said softly, thank you. I don't think your mood is the same as your tone. Did something happen? Ron asked puzzled. Although Yutanji's voice was very excited, there was a trace of sadness in his eyes. Actually, I'm used to it. Yutanji smiled wryly and said. After Ozzy's eyesight improved, I became the dispensable person again, and she always only had that brother-in-law in her heart. As he spoke, he took a sip of his drink. The sweetness brought by the alcohol makes Yutanji's brain relax for a short time. These days, he is very tired. Not physically tired, but mentally tired. It's because Yutanji can't stand Ozzy saying, brother-in-law, every day. It was that person who indirectly killed his entire family. Sure enough, there was nothing left after licking the dog. Ron sighed helplessly in his heart. At this time, Lukia came to the bar and said softly. I have a way to change the relationship between you. Real. Yutan's eyes shone golden, he bowed his head. Advertisement Chapter 56 Thor's father. After Yutanji knelt down, his forehead was just about to come into close contact with the floor. The next moment, a strange gravity lifted his body up and stood up straight. Sigh, you'd better change your habit of kneeling when you see people. Lukoa sighed helplessly. Please don't hesitate to teach me. Yutanji sat down again, with a hint of pleading in his voice. He's had enough of this. If Lukoa could change her relationship with Azee, even a little bit, Yutanzu is willing to do anything for Ron and Lukoa. Lukoa said with a smile. It may be a bit difficult, that is, changing your current personality. And starting from today, you can't just listen to that Azee's words. Just now, Lukoa used magic to explore all of Yutanji's memories. Under balance, this is the most likely way to change the relationship between Azee and Yutanji. Heard the words, Yutanji couldn't help but look troubled. Too difficult. It's not that he doesn't want to do this, it's that he can't refuse any of Azee's requests. Azee's request. It's an imperial edict. It is also the motivation for Yutanji to survive. Kings and mountains are easy to change, but nature is hard to change. Your method won't work. Ron sighed softly. In this case, Lukoa thought briefly for a while, then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Actually, there is an easier way. That is to kill your love rival, so that you can naturally embrace the beauty. Ron's face suddenly darkened. Are you really afraid that Yutanji will not die quickly enough? If Xiao Feng dies, Azee will die for love. Then Yutanji still can't bang his head against the wall. Forget it, that's good. At least I can see Azee every day. Yutanji smiled bitterly and took a sip of wine. Although I really want to kill the person who killed my whole family. But, with Azee here, there is no way to take action. In the following time, Yutanji drank one glass after another, drinking the strong liquor as plain water. There was no pause in the middle, as if he was venting. The pupils under the mask flashed with pain. Advertisement. At this moment, Yutanji could imagine what he looked like. Weak, embarrassed, like a bereaved dog. When the third bottle of wine is finished, Yutanji did not ask for wine, but put down a piece of gold and said slowly. It's time for me to go back. It's time to worry if Azee can't find me. Come back for a drink another day. Just when he was about to walk out of the tavern, he turned to look at Lukoa, as if he had made a lot of determination in his heart, and said in a deep voice. I will consider your opinion, thank you. After saying that, Yutanji walked straight out of the tavern. His back was very straight, but he looked a little rickety, and he seemed to have a lot of sadness in his heart. He is a poor man. Thor whispered, his tone slightly low. While traveling around the world, I have also met many people who are unable to love. But this is the first time I've seen this kind of almost pervert-like sadomasochism. Ron touched her head and whispered. You will see many things and people here, so take your time and experience them. Yeah, facing Ron's touch, Thor not only did not avoid it but actually enjoyed it. Suddenly, the system's mechanical beep sounded in Ron's mind. Ding, customer Yutanji has finished confiding. Close black lens bracket. Yutanji. Combat experience, Ice Silkworm Poison Palm, host can choose one of the abilities. Close black lens bracket. Ron said softly. Choose the Ice Silkworm Poison Palm, make it into a skill book and put it in the system warehouse. Because of the Taigu of ice, it is too tasteless to fuse the poisonous palm of the ice silkworm, so it is better to keep it and trade it with other guests of the tavern. Ding, the system warehouse has been placed. Close black lens bracket. With the voice down. There was a red light in the system warehouse. After Yutanji left, until it was time for lunch, the tavern did not welcome a single guest. Lunch is very rich. Turtle soup, abalone and sauce, sashimi. But just when Ron was about to serve dinner, the door of the tavern was kicked open, and Rayleigh swaggered in with the money bag in his hand. Just by looking at it, one can tell that he randomly robbed another lucky rich man last night. Don't wait for the old man when the meal is ready. Maybe because he was used to eating and drinking, Rayleigh sat down next to Ron. Ron was about to yell at the old man for being shameless. But he saw that Rayleigh put two wooden boxes in front of his eyes. Open it and have a look. I saw two fruits covered with strange patterns lying quietly inside. Ron turned off the ignition immediately, thinking to himself. Advertisement. System. Detect these two devil fruits. Ding. Detected as zone Mau fruit tiger form. Close black lens bracket. As well as the bug fruit. Beetle form. Close black lens bracket. Two zone fruits can only be said to be a small profit. Ron closed the box with some disappointment, and took away the pot of soft-shelled turtle soup in front of Rayleigh by the way. Little devil, you are killing a donkey. Rayleigh said dissatisfied. Ron glanced at him. You don't deserve it, I'm afraid you will die. For a while, the two had a verbal fight at the dinner table, and no one would let the other go. Thor and others next to him just smiled helplessly. After a nice lunch, Rayleigh drank Tiger P*** wine to vent his dissatisfaction. At this time, suddenly the tavern doorbell rang. Jingle. The door opened, and a white-haired old man with a beard walked in slowly. The old man has a serious expression and is wearing a dark red robe. Although he is a little short in stature, the majesty on his body makes people feel palpitating. He looked around the tavern, and finally fixed his eyes on Lukoa and Thor. At the same time, Thor and Lukia also looked at each other, and said in unison. Emperor Yan, father. The person who came was Thor's father, the leader of the dragon clan of Chaos Forces. Finally Yan Emperor. The main body is a huge red dragon. Come back with me, we cannot interfere in this world. Emperor Yan said in a deep voice. I want to stay here, this is where I belong. Thor lowered his head, a struggle flashed in his eyes. She likes this tavern. The friend, the funny drinker, the twin maids, the black cat, and Ron are all things Thor misses. Unlike the dragon clan, who are lifeless all day long, except for war, it is war. Now is not the time for you to be willful. Emperor Yan's face became more and more gloomy. Instantly. Not only that, but the clear sky outside has also turned gloomy. But it didn't wait for Thor to respond. Not knowing why, Rayleigh stood up and patted Emperor Yan on the shoulder with his big hand. If the child likes it, just let her stay here. Also, don't put on a straight face, just smile. Saying that, Rayleigh also tugged at Yandi's wrinkled old face. Thor. Chapter 57 Human, you have to apologize for your unreasonableness. Thor was dumbfounded. Shock was written all over that delicate little face. Does Rayleigh want to live? If you pinch your father's face like this, the grave will be 1 meter high next year, right? This moment, the dense dark clouds in the sky are like faces that need to vent, glaring at everything on the earth. The movements of Rayleigh's hands continued, without any sense of danger. But Emperor Yan's face became more and more gloomy like the weather outside. The next moment, a terrifying breath erupted from Emperor Yan's body. Rayleigh's face suddenly became extremely pale, and then his body instinctively retreated quickly to the bar. Human, you have to apologize for your unreasonableness. Finally Yandi pointed at Rayleigh, and a burst of energy shot out. Father, Daba. Thor immediately stepped forward to stop him. But, it's too late. Rayleigh also made the quickest reaction, with his arms crossed while wrapping around the armed color to resist. At the critical moment, a red magic circle full of spells blocked Rayleigh's front. Just heard a bang. The magic circle shattered, and the energy dissipated into the air. Rayleigh breathed a sigh of relief. See, as the final emperor of the dragon clan, Thor, a trace of surprise flashed in Lukoa's eyes. This is dragon magic. How could Ron, a human being, know dragon magic? All fighting is prohibited in the tavern. Ron stood up and said flatly. Since Emperor Yan just wanted to teach Rayleigh a lesson, he didn't kill him. Because of this, Ron, a beginner in dragon magic, was able to block this attack. That's just your rule. As Emperor Yan walked slowly towards Thor, a pair of red dragon wings spread out instantly. The terrifying aura rose again. That's right, Ron shrugged. As long as Thor is willing to go with you, I have no problem. After all, this is the family affair of the father and daughter. As long as Emperor Yan didn't force it, Ron wouldn't be able to intervene. I don't want to leave here. Thor groaned, and came to Ron's side, grabbing his sleeve tightly. Well, seeing this, Emperor Yan finally sighed helplessly. This is the rule of the world. Although this place is different from other human worlds, it is also weak. The existence of dragons will only disturb the balance of the world. Who the hell are you calling weak? Rayleigh's face darkened. He just wanted to go up and fight hard. Advertisement. But after thinking about it, I haven't used up all the big and small pills I spent a lot of money on. It's too bad to die before enjoying it. It's okay to work hard. At this time, Lukoya, who has never spoken, slowly stood up from the chair, and said with a smile. I am here. Do you think the balance of this world will be disturbed? And Thor will always return to that world, so don't worry about it, just sit down and have a drink. The wine here is really good. As he spoke, Lukia took a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet and handed it to Emperor Yan. As a bystander faction, you would meddle in such nosy business. Finally, Emperor Yan took the bottle and asked in surprise. In his impression, apart from sleeping and watching the battle, Lukia never interfered with anything. This is not a trivial matter. Lukia smiled and patted Ron on the shoulder. I'm working in his tavern now, and I can't be lazy when Thor's gone. After finishing speaking, she leaned on Ron's ear and whispered softly. Thor is gone, and the 5-person party will not be able to play. Do you think I should be rewarded? Hearing this, Ron said with an upright face, it's cloudy with light rain. Lukia raised her eyebrows, and her chest trembled with laughter. Ha ha ha, you are so interesting. Watching the two of them rubbing their ears together. Emperor Yan couldn't help but reconsider his purpose, which was to prevent Thor from disrupting the order of the world and disturbing the world's creator god. But there seems to be no god in this world. Just a little kid who won't live more than 800 years. The key is, not to mention Lukoa's promise. And the owner of the tavern in front of me, Ron. Not just dragon magic, he can even break the dimensional wall and pull himself down to this other world. Maybe, it would be nice to let Thor stay here for a while. In this case, Thor will stay here for a while. Emperor Zan Yan calmed down and Long Yi carried the wine and came to the bar to sit down. Thank you, father. Thor smiled happily. Well. Emperor Junyan sighed helplessly, then opened the cap of the wine bottle and took a swig into his mouth. Gulu, with a sip of wine entering his throat. The rich aroma of wine fills the entire taste buds. The entrance is soft and long, and the aftertaste is long, making Zhang Yandi linger on. The wine is good, Emperor Zongyan said with satisfaction. After saying that, he thought of something again and asked angrily. Now that I'm here at the tavern, can you please stop letting that voice ring in my head so early in the morning? Advertisement. Torture. Too much torture. A few days before coming to the pub. At 7 o'clock in the morning every day, Emperor Junyan would hear a voice in his mind. The Wanjie Tavern has invited you, do you want to go? After every rejection. At 7 o'clock the next day, the sound would still sound on time, making it so noisy that Emperor Zongyan couldn't sleep well. Even shielding it with magic is useless. Probably not. Ron touched his nose awkwardly. He also didn't expect that the system would, violently, invite someone to confide in the pub guest. And in the end, Emperor Yan. This was the person involved in the invitation after Thor confided in him. That's good. Emperor Zon Yan nodded and was about to pick up the wine bottle, but when he glanced out of the corner of his eye, he saw a huge long sword hanging on the wall. He was suddenly shocked. Isn't this the divine sword condensed by the gods? When I was hit by this sword, Ron saved me when I was about to die. Thor saw Emperor Junyan staring at the sword and explained with a smile. After getting the answer, Emperor Zongyan didn't say anything. But bursts of anger flashed faintly in those cloudy old eyes. I'm leaving, I'll see you again when I have time. After Emperor Yan drank all the wine in the bottle, he stood up and walked out of the tavern. Ron's voice sounded slowly. You haven't paid yet. Emperor Zon Yan almost stumbled and fell to the ground as soon as he reached the gate. What the hell? Laozi's daughter is working for you for free, but she still wants money for a bottle of wine. The tavern was smashed by you. Seeing his father deflated, Thor, who was sweeping the floor, covered his mouth and snickered. Think of this as drink money. Emperor Junyan suppressed his anger, threw several gems behind the bar, and walked out until his figure disappeared from this world. Ha! This girl is ABCH. Lukoa chuckled. I don't think so. The old man didn't react at all when he heard that Thor was about to die. There was a trace of confusion in Rayleigh's eyes. He should run back and declare war on the gods now. Ron said softly. I just heard that Thor almost died, and Emperor Zong's eyes almost burst into flames. There is a kind of father's love that is silent. Thor pursed his lips and smiled, and couldn't help but think back to the past when he was a child. Very happy. At least he doesn't need to go through those wars, and his father can be with him every day. At this time, suddenly the tavern doorbell rang. Jingle. The door was gently pushed open. What caught Ron's eyes was a snow-white jade foot, followed closely by the golden footbell ring on the slender ankle. Chapter 58 Tushan Hong Hong. The person's feet are beautiful. Although Ron is not a foot control, but this must be admitted. The toes are crystal clear and round, and the little feet that are grasped are white and delicate. Tread, tread. When the guest walked into the tavern, Ron also saw her in full view. Very beautiful, as if walking out of a painting. The temperament is cold, the eyes are round and charming, and the green pupils are like emeralds, crystal clear and moving. Wearing a lavender and pink ancient dress, showing two big white legs. Two fox ears, together with the pale pink fluff inside, add a strange beauty to her. Behind her, there was a little fox demon, blinking its big eyes and curiously looking at everything in the tavern. The person who came was Tushan Hong Hong. Fox Demon, the king of the fox demon in the world, is the strongest person in the demon world. It is also the fourth guest with the characteristics of royal sister. The little fox demon behind him is the future king of Tushan, Tushan Yaya. Welcome. Thor stepped forward slowly and welcomed with a smile. What do you two want to drink? Looking at Thor's two red gold vertical pupils and the dragon's horn, Tushan Hong Hong couldn't help being a little surprised. Same as myself. It just doesn't look human. Similarly, Lukia, who was fishing and being lazy, and Ram, who was tidying up the wine cabinet, were also not human. Even the sleeping cat on the balcony seemed a little odd. It's all right, just watch it, excuse me. Tushan Hong Hong didn't speak directly, but used ventriloquism, or a spell called tears for thousands of miles. The voice was very cold, without a trace of emotion. This time when she came to the tavern, Tushan Hong Hong didn't really want to drink. Instead, I want to confirm whether the voice in my head is my own demon, or whether there is really this tavern. Sister, I like this place. The wine smells so strong, and this uncle's wine is also very good. Tushan Yaya dragged her sister to the bar and sat down, drooling from the corner of her mouth. She is addicted to alcohol. The gourd that is as tall as a person is carried on the back is also full of wine. Rayleigh didn't speak to him, drinking in silence. It's scary. Although this woman who doesn't speak with her mouth doesn't seem to be as strong as the final Yandi. But Rayleigh could still feel the terrifying aura exuding from Tushan Hong Hong. Drink less, don't cause trouble. Tushan Hong Hong sighed softly, then looked at Ron. Are you the owner of this tavern? Advertisement. Ron responded with a smile. Yes, my name is Ron, Miss Tushan Hong, hello. It happened at this time. Thor walked from the backyard to the bar with a large jar of wine, and put it in front of Tushan Hong and the two. Slow use. Ron introduced. My daughter is red. You two should drink in your own world. After speaking, he opened the ceiling cloth and gave Tushan Yaya and Tushan Hong Hong a cup respectively. The rich and fragrant aroma hits the face. This is the unique taste of daughter red, and the longer it is stored, the stronger the taste will be. Tushan Hong Hong, who usually doesn't drink much, couldn't help picking up the wine glass and taking a sip. Gulu. With a sip of wine. 6 flavors of sweet, sour, bitter, pungent, fresh, and astringent fill the taste buds, as if tasting the various aspects of life. Good wine. Tu Shanhonghong couldn't help admiring. Ron looked at the hesitant Tu Shan Yaya again. Little beast ear girl. There is an internal smell. Although a little petite, but the figure is well developed. She has long black hair, 2 drooping fox ears, and a red and white skirt that exposes half of her shoulders. But the next second, Tushin Yaya ignored the wine glass in front of her, picked up the wine jar and started pouring it into her mouth. This bold and almost arrogant gesture directly broke all Ron's illusions. Boom. With half a jar of wine down, Tushin Yaya stood up suddenly, slammed the wine jar on the bar, and let out a happy moan. Cool, boss, the wine you have here is good. It seems I will come here every day from now on. As he said that, he put his little hand into the bar and patted Ron's shoulder hard. Ron could only smile wryly. Welcome to come often. Seeing this strange scene, Rayleigh asked in confusion. Can this little girl drink? Although he was worried about Tushin Yaya's strength and his aura of keeping strangers away. But facing Tushin Yaya, Rayleigh only regarded her as a cute little girl. Ron smiled and teased. The little girl you are talking about is much older than you. But if you really want to know your age, it's not an exaggeration to call you ancestor. Rayleigh's face darkened. Advertisement. What the hell? I had a bad day today, and every person I met was more outrageous than the last. Tushin Yaya, who was pouring wine into her mouth, also said with some dissatisfaction. Boss, it's so impolite to discuss a girl's age casually. Be careful, I'll let my sister beat you up. After saying that, he shook his pink fist at Ron. Ron leaned forward, reached out and rubbed her head vigorously. When you grow up, maybe you won't need your sister anymore and you can do it yourself. Yaya when she grows up. All I can say is amazing. After Tushin Yaya broke free from the big hand above her head, she continued to pour wine into her mouth, not paying attention to Ron's words. On the contrary, Tu Shan Honghong raised her eyebrows and asked in confusion. After growing up, what do you mean? Boss Luo can predict the future. Ron shook his head slightly and said softly, I'm not a magician. What I mean is, don't let Yaya blindly imitate you. She has a better way to go. Tu Shan Yaya is a standard sister-in-law. He has always imitated his sister's powerful moves, and even used the 1,000 miles telephone technique to communicate with people when he grew up because of this. I think you are a great stickman. My sister is the strongest. There is nothing wrong with learning from my sister. Tushin Yaya put her hands on her hips and looked at Ron with hostility. Don't be rude. Tu Shan Honghong glanced at her sister. Immediately, Tushin Yaya turned off the engine and sat down again aggrievedly. I hope Boss Luo won't hesitate to teach me. Tu Shan Honghong picked up the wine glass and took a sip of the wine and said softly. She is the Nine-Tailed Sky Fox. It is best if she can practice ice spells. Ron pointed at Xiao Doubting who was drinking and said slowly. If he keeps practicing, he is expected to reach the highest level of ice magic, the absolute zero realm. At that time, she will be stronger than you are now. When Tushin Honghong heard this, a ripple appeared in her always calm eyes. Absolute zero. For thousands of years, no demon has ever cultivated cold-natured demonic energy to such an extent. Tushin Yaya was about to get angry when she saw that her sister was moved. Available immediately, Ron actually took the wine glass from Tu Shan Honghong's hand. Almost instantly, the wine in the glass actually condensed into ice cubes. Seeing this, all the people present changed their expressions. Alcohol has a very low freezing point, very low. Chapter 59. Don't tease her now, it will be too late when she grows up. Can liquor still freeze? Is it a little too fake? Thor, Rayleigh, Tushin Honghong and others were all stunned. Kid, how did you do that? Rayleigh asked with a surprised look on his face. As an old wine bug, he used to put the wine in the refrigerator, so that although the sweetness of the wine was lost, the taste was much better. And it's easy to get addicted. But at that time, he discovered that no matter how high the temperature of the refrigerator was, it would not freeze. Tisk, it's nothing special. Tushin Yaya said unconvinced. A fox demon who practices ice magic can definitely do it. Boom. As a crisp voice sounded, Tushin Honghong's head suddenly crashed onto Tushin Yaya's smooth forehead. I usually ask you to study more and play less. The freezing point of wine is very low, and it will only condense when it reaches -117 degrees. At that temperature, everything dies. Perhaps due to drinking and educating his sister, Tu Shan Honghong talked a lot more than usual. However, in the beginning, it was okay not to explain. But after Tu Shan Honghong's explanation, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank, and the look of shock on their faces deepened. The temperature in the cup can reach -117 degrees in an instant. Horrible. Even the dragons Thor knew who knew ice magic couldn't do this anyway. At this time, after being beaten by her sister, Tushin Yaya changed her irritable look and asked curiously. Can I do it? Ron smiled and said, of course. These will be nothing to you in the future. If you practice ice spells to the highest level, you can freeze everything in the world. Certainly, this kind of strongest is nothing in front of the ice taigu. After all, the hidden ability of the ice emperor, Mokobotomo, can freeze the entire time and space. This is a height beyond absolute zero. How about you teach me, and I'll introduce my sister to you. Tushin Yaya waved her hand and said with a smile. The voice just fell. Boom. There was another crisp sound. I saw Tushin Honghong gently flexing her fingers, and a brain popped on Tushin Yaya's head. Advertisement. I told you to drink less, but you talk drunkenly. Ice spells are in Tushin's library. Ron also almost spit out a mouthful of water. Good guy. Is it okay to send it directly to my sister? After thinking about it, Ron defrosted the wine in the quilt, handed it back to Tushin Honghong, and said softly. The wine after freezing has a unique flavor, give it a try. But limit it to one sip. Frozen liquor contains toxic substances. Take the wine glass. A blush flashed across Tushin Honghong's frosty face. Because just now, Ron's hand happened to touch the lip mark on the wine glass. Thank you. I will let Yaya practice it when I get back. If there are any results, I will give you a big thank you. Tushin Honghong finally showed a smile, and then took a sip of wine. The wine has just entered my mouth. The cold taste made Tushin's red body tremble slightly. Although there is less stimulation from alcohol, the choking smell is reduced, the entrance is smoother, and the aroma of the wine is more refreshing. Thank you very much. Ron touched his chin, thought for a while, and said softly. When you or Yaya come to drink in the future, just bring me 1 or 2 books from Tushin's collection. Can. Tushin Honghong nodded directly in agreement. After all, this is another world, and even seeing some secret techniques will have no impact on Tushin. After drinking a few more glasses of wine, Tushin Honghong put down a piece of gold, stood up slowly and said. I'll come back for a drink tomorrow. Now Tushin has some things to deal with. Yaya asked Boss Luo to take care of her. Welcome next time, Ron said softly. He knew it. It is impossible for a guest like Tushin Honghong to confide in the tavern for the first time. So, it's better to leave a better impression. And give her a reason to continue to come to the tavern next time. For example, sending books from Tushin's collection. This is why, Ron revealed from the beginning that Tushin Yaya has the talent to learn ice spells. Don't do it. The insulated claws have nothing to do with him. After Tu Shanhong nodded, she turned and walked out. Stepping on the cold floor with bare feet, the 2 bells at the end of her hair made a small crisp sound every time she took a step. The sun is very good at noon. The sun shines on Tu Shanhonghong's body, the back view looks beautiful, but there is a faint feeling of thousands of things hidden in her heart. Advertisement. Hey, I'll be fascinated after watching it again. Tushin Yaya waved her little hand in front of Ron, and said with a proud face. Is my sister pretty? It's not that you are beautiful, what are you proud of? Ron asked with a smile. The little fox demon is still very cute. If you don't tease her now, it will be too late when she grows up. Tushin Yaya was speechless for a moment, she could only puff up her cheeks and sulk. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Help me tell your sister a word, whether we meet or wait, these are meaningless, nothing lasts forever. If you keep immersing yourself in the past and don't care about the people in front of you, you will regret it later. Ron smiled and touched Tushin Yaya's 2 fox ears. Fluffy and nice to the touch. Suddenly, 2 faint voices sounded together. Master. Ron followed the sound and saw Rem, who was looking at him with anger. It seems that his owner is going to run away with other dogs again. No, this time it's a fox. Ron said embarrassingly, I just touched my ear, it feels so good. Ram sighed helplessly. Are you touching your ears? You are a greedy person, lowly. Hearing this, Tushin Yaya quickly broke away from Ron's big hand with a blushing face and muttered. I see. After speaking, she paused, a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. My sister seems to be hiding something from me. I haven't heard her speak for a long time. It'll be fine, Ron reassured softly. After Tushin Yaya nodded silently, she took another sip of wine into her mouth. In a blink of an eye, she drank the 2 large altars of wine completely. Even asked for 2 more altars. It's really drinkable. Rayleigh on the side was amazed, then turned to look at Ron with a smile. You've finished drinking the Tiger P*** wine. Are you giving me a bottle? Ron was stunned for a moment. Didn't I just give you a bottle yesterday? Are you not afraid of getting tired of doing this? Rayleigh raised her head and said as if she had come before. You don't understand. Although Shaki and I have been together for many years, we have long lost the passion we used to have. But putting some Vaseline on it and wearing a hat will give it a different flavor. Ron. Chapter 60 Big Wolf's new item. Good guy, the drainage channel is curved. What a show. Ron handed over a bottle of Tiger P*** wine and said with a wry smile. There are children here, if you call Yaya bad. Her sister can definitely break both of your legs. When Rayleigh heard this, he suddenly broke into a cold sweat. I should go see my eldest nephew, see you tomorrow. With that said, he put down a stack of berries, picked up the Tiger P*** wine and rushed out of the tavern. Why is this uncle gone? Tushin Yaya, who had just finished drinking a jar of wine, tilted her head and asked with a confused expression. Maybe the gas at home is not turned off. Ron said with a smile. Gas. Tushin Yaya shook her furry ears, and her little face full of doubts was so cute. It's just that she's too young now. If you wait until she is a little older, the focus will usually not be on her cuteness, but on being in front of her. The fur around my neck is very soft. No, to be precise, the buttons should be really round. Never mind, she couldn't get any furs, let alone buttons. I should go, come over for a drink next time. Tushin Yaya stood up from the chair. Due to her lack of height, she could only stand on tiptoes and look at Ron at the bar. Damn, can I pack some wine? Don't think about it. Ron refused without thinking. Why? Tushin Yaya drooped her fox ears and said aggrievedly. Originally she was very fierce. But since Ron had just frozen the wine, the little fox demon didn't dare to lose his temper anymore. What if you are frozen into an ice sculpture? The gourd behind you is an endless wine jug, and what you want to pack is not wine. This is my tavern, right? Ron also couldn't laugh or cry. The endless flask is an artifact. After drinking the wine inside, Tushin Yaya can reveal her 9 tails, which can be said to be an exclusive magic weapon. The key is, this gourd is like a black hole. Who knows how much wine it can hold? In case she fills it up with a year's worth of wine. What if I don't come to the tavern for consumption in the future? And as long as Tushan Yaya is in the tavern, Tushan Honghong will definitely come there often. That way, insulating claws will be within reach. Tushin Yaya's face turned red when she was seen through, and he hesitated and said. Actually, I didn't want to pack so much wine. Ron held out 2 fingers. Just 2 jars, any more. Advertisement. If you want to drink more in the future, you can come. You are always welcome in the pub. Okay then. Tushin Yaya drooped her head, her soft voice full of reluctance. Forget it, 4 altars. Faced with a cute girl with animal ears, Ron softened his heart. Real. Tushin Yaya's eyes suddenly lit up. She jumped into the bar, then gently stepped on her feet and bumped Ron's waist with her crotch. 1 word. Ron's face suddenly darkened. Who did you learn this from? If Tushin Yaya recalls this scene when she grows up, she will definitely not be able to sleep. After putting the 4-day daughter's red into the endless wine pot, Tushan Yaya sounded like an adult and patted Ron on the shoulder. It's getting late, I should go too. Ron smiled and touched her ear. Welcome to visit next time. Don't touch my ears. Tushin Yaya's face turned red and she left the tavern as if running away. Seeing this petite figure disappear from this world, Ron felt a little disappointed. The ear feel is certainly good. But Tushan Yaya's 9 tails are king. At this time, the system's mechanical beep sounded in Ron's mind. Ding, customer. Tushin Honghong has finished talking. Close black lens bracket. Ding, customer. Emperor Yan finally finished his confession. Close black lens bracket. Customer 2 Shanhonghong. 9 tails Tianyu bloodline, Faxiong Tiandi. You can choose one of the abilities. Close black lens bracket. Customer final Yandi. Dragon physique, dragon magic, forbidden technique. Host can choose one of the abilities. Ron said softly. Choose 9 tails sky fox physique, forbidden technique and start to fuse. Ding, start to optimize the blood, make up for the lack of blood, start to merge. Close black lens bracket. With the voice down, strong and domineering power instantly poured into Ron's body. A certain brand seems to be engraved in the blood. In about a minute, the blood fusion was completed. Ron clearly felt that his physical strength had become stronger again. Not only that, even absorbing the magic power floating in the air is much faster. In other words, Ron's physical strength is increasing every minute. If circumstances permit, Ron really wanted to have a simple hand-to-hand fight with Thor to see how strong his body was. But, this is just a thought, if I get lost, the entire One Piece world may be destroyed. Suddenly, something was forced into Ron's mind. Look back on time, peel off the soul, and forever sing the dragon's law. A trace of surprise flashed in Ron's eyes. Advertisement. I made a lot of money this time. There are a total of a dozen dragon forbidden spells in his mind. No matter which one is bug level. But, the price of use is also huge. Either lose life, sacrifice it as a living sacrifice, or turn yourself into a near-death state instantly. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Ron would not be able to use these forbidden spells. A whole afternoon, not a single customer came to the tavern. Ron simply kept studying these forbidden spells and tried to integrate them with various dragon magics to produce a new ability. The sun gradually sets and night falls. At this time, Lukoa's lazy mature female voice said, Ron is ready to eat. Tonight we will eat grilled oysters, stir-fried oysters with leeks, steamed oysters. Ron. Early the next morning, as soon as Ron opened his eyes, his pupils were filled with berry bills floating in the air. Immediately afterwards, that beautiful figure left the window with ease. Not a word of greeting. There was also no look of reluctance when parting. What does that woman think of me? Ron muttered and counted the money happily, then got dressed and went to the backyard to wash up. Came to the pub and had breakfast. Ron was flipping through the newspaper as usual. Open black lens bracket countdown. Beasts pirates and red hair pirates meet in New World in 3 days. Close black lens bracket. Celestial dragons scolded Marine in the street. Celestial dragons fighting power exploded. With a finger, rap started. With a small mouth, the birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant. Close black lens bracket. At the same time, thousands of words were written in the article, and the content of Celestial Dragons was written. Between the lines, it is full of contributors kneeling and licking Celestial Dragons. Ron hasn't finished flipping through it yet. The door of the tavern was kicked open. I saw Rayleigh striding in with his head held high, his face was sallow and his eyes were bloodshot. Ron, serve the wine. Rayleigh came to the bar and sat down and said with a smile. You'd better temper yourself, Ron reminded with a smile, then turned around and took out a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet, and handed it over. Rayleigh was about to respond. The door of the tavern was pushed open again. Big Wolf rushed in excitedly. Boss, I brought you obedient broad beans. He who swallows the beans obeys the order of the one who eats the beans. Rayleigh. Chapter 61. The fifth guest with the characteristics of royal sister. Rayleigh's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. This moment, the silver-haired old man became short of breath, his eyes were red and full of longing. He could even hear the blood boiling in his veins. Obedient broad beans. No. This is clearly the magic of my happy life after Rayleigh. Seeing Rayleigh's appearance, Ron on the side not only guessed what the old guy was thinking. I have even figured out that he used it on Shaki. 100,000 words are skipped here. Lukia, who was sitting by the side, was also a little surprised. Make the person who eats the beans obey the order of the person who eats the beans. Although it looks very simple. But this is a real rule type item. Is this man-made? I want all the money. Rayleigh said with a trembling voice as he tried to calm down. Big Wolf shook his head and directly refused. I can't trade with you. According to the agreement, my invention can only be traded with Ron. With that said, he handed Ron a bottle containing about 10 obedient fava beans and a purple whistle. Take the bottle, Ron shouted towards the kitchen. Rem, roast 5 sheep, and Big Wolf will pack them up and take them away soon. Okay master, I'm going out to buy with my sister, Thor. Rem walked out of the kitchen and nodded obediently. Then, Rem took the money, hugged Yujie and Ram who were catching up on sleep, and Thor walked out of the tavern. At this time, Lukoya walked into the bar step by step, opening her white teeth lightly. I want to see the effect, can I? Ron nodded. Okay. The voice just fell. A delicate cheek full of fatal temptation to men, directly confronted Ron. The distance between the two is less than 5 centimeters. Ron could even smell Lukoya's scent, and the breath coming out of his mouth. However, Ron, who was tired all night, had already entered the sage mode, raised his head slightly, which was regarded as respect for Lukia. Immediately, he took out a broad bean from the bottle and put it in Lukia's mouth. Immediately afterwards, Ron blew the purple whistle. With the whistle coo sounded. Advertisement. Lukia froze in place, and her different pupils also became dull. Punch ma back. Seeing that the obedient broad beans took effect, Ron gave the order. Yes. Lukia responded immediately, then walked up behind Ron like a robot, and patted the back lightly. Bang. Rayleigh watched the scene in front of him with a serious face. The light thumping on the back was like a heavy drum beating, hitting his heart every time. Really useful, even for a god like Lukia, there is no exception. Tell me, how do you plan to trade this obedient broad bean? Rayleigh was ready to be slaughtered, asked in a deep voice. Not much, just 2 devil fruits. Ron said with a smile. Rayleigh bargained for a change with a black face. 1 devil fruit, plus a big sharp knife 21 workers, this is my low price. Ron didn't rush to answer, but asked the system in his heart. Be obedient broad beans, how many points can I get in exchange for Dakue Dao 21 workers? Ding, obedient broad beans are edible items, which can be exchanged for 80 points. Close black lens bracket. Dakue Dao 21 jobs can be exchanged for 400 points. Close black lens bracket. The price is fair. Ron glanced at the obedient broad beans in the bottle, and there were 10 more, which could be exchanged for 800 points. That is, even if you give yourself a zone devil fruit, you will earn something. After all, 21 jobs for a big knife can be exchanged for 400 points. Deal. Ron smiled and called for the bottle in his hand. Little ghost, this time the old man really gave you the coffin book, next time the good things must be free. Rayleigh took the bottle, heartbroken and regretful. I knew it earlier. When I was in the Roger Pirates, I should have searched for more good things. Okay, no problem. Ron didn't refuse. After all, these things are only exchanged for a few sheep. And, Rayleigh must have devil fruit. At this time, the sound of pounding the back stopped, and Lukia's eyes regained their expression, and said with a smile. This stuff is nice. Can control me for about a second. Rayleigh was taken aback. If you can control Lukia for 1 second, the time you can control Shaki will be immeasurable. Advertisement. And Big Wolf, who was drinking, also had pride in his eyes. Things invented by oneself can control gods. Even if the time is only a short second, it can be regarded as a great invention. I beat your back just now, do you have to give me some reward? Lukia narrowed her eyes and said with a smile, you can't make me work in vain. What do you want? Ron asked. How about me tonight? Ron, seeing that the molestation was successful, Lukia smiled and turned away, and dealt with the bought sheep and other ingredients with Lei Ming, Thor and others who had just returned. At this time, the door of the tavern was slowly pushed open. I saw the Holy Master, father and son walking and cursing. Old man, I seem to hear the sound of glue being glued last night. The devil dragon sneered. Nizi, don't inquire about what you shouldn't. The Holy Master angrily gave him a big blow. Boom. With a muffled sound, the devil dragon was slapped with stars in his eyes, just about to fight back. But then he thought that this was in Ron's tavern, so he could only endure it silently, and return to hell when he returns to hell. When Big Wolf saw the father and son, his eyes widened. Demon. Don't get excited. The Holy Master and his son may look a bit scary, but they are very kind. Rayleigh said as if he had been there. The Holy Master who had just come to the bar and sat down, the devil little dragon gave Big Wolf a nuclear smile when he heard the words. Hello. Wei Tailong greeted with a trembling voice. Kind. I believe you said they eat wolves. Although Big Wolf thought so in his heart, after drinking 2 bottles of wine, he gradually became acquainted. Big Wolf put his arms around the Holy Master's neck, bragging about his glory days in the Wolf clan. Not only did the Lord not mind. Instead, he talked about the past when he and several other demons dominated Blue Star. The devil dragon scoffed at this. But he didn't dare to show it, for fear that the Holy Master's big fight would suddenly come into intimate contact with his head. Just when the tavern was full of fun, the doorbell rang suddenly. Jingle. As the door opened, a woman with smoky makeup walked in cursingly. Bitcha. Chapter 62 I don't even think your orphan strategy is good, it's too extreme. Blow up the Juxia first, and then kill Geis's BCH. No, I don't even think your orphan strategy is right, it's too extreme. What the hell are you saying I can't die? Scratched by Geisha's silver wings, it's hard to heal. What that BCH wants most is to chop my old lady into pieces and put them in bottles. The woman was very irritable, and she kept cursing from the moment she entered the tavern to when she sat down at the bar. During this time, the entire tavern was silent, staring blankly at this cursing woman. Her face was painted with thick smoky makeup, and she couldn't see her original appearance. The only thing that is certain is that a woman's figure is very top. She was wearing a black low-cut leather jacket and leather pants, although there were no decorations, they clearly outlined her figure. If you quote the lyrics of a brother who wears suspenders, it is. If you take one more look, it will explode if you look at it, and if you get closer, it will be melted soon. The woman is the 5th guest with the characteristics of Royal Sister. The Devil King from Super Seminary Morgana. In the Super God world, the greatest evil in the known universe. An angel who used to be an angel civilization, named Liang Bing. King Apocalypse of the Three Kings era, sister of the Holy Geisa. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded in Ron's mind. Ding. 5 guests with the characteristics of Royal Sister have visited the tavern, and they will be rematched in the future. Close black lens bracket. Ron froze for a moment. Is this the end of my own happiness? In other words, no matter who came to patronize the tavern later, the system will detect the characteristics he has, so as to rematch. Thinking of this, Ron couldn't help but began to pray silently in his heart. Don't be so weird. About 10 minutes later. After Liang Bing finished the cursing, he began to look at the tavern, his eyes quickly skipped over everyone, and he began to read the information. Strong humans, dragons, aliens, wolves. When Liang Bing looked at Shengju and his son, his eyes suddenly lit up. That is an extremely huge dark energy. Even the core calculation engine of the Devil's Wings cannot be analyzed in a short time. Liang Bing smiled and patted Shengju on the shoulder. Kid, are you interested in following the Demon King? I can fulfill all your wishes. The Holy Master and his son who were drinking were stunned when they heard the words, their scarlet eyes were slightly moist. Advertisement. Finally waiting for someone who can save himself from hell. I can finally say goodbye to hell, a place that dogs don't want to stay in. Although Liangbing is very strong, it cannot cross into your world. Ron reminded with a smile. These words were like a pot of cold water, directly extinguishing the hope that the Holy Master and the Devil Dragon had ignited in their hearts. Really? Liang Bing shrugged helplessly. I can travel through the universe, but I cannot travel to other worlds. Then don't talk big. The Holy Master looked disgusted, and even leaned to the side. Do not suffer lousy. In this regard, Liang Bing didn't mind. After all, her philosophy is depravity and freedom, whether to join or not depends on voluntary. Immediately, Liang Bing looked at Ron, and asked with some vigilance. How did you know my original name? Ron said with a smile. You are the Apocalypse King of the Angelic Civilization, I have heard of your name. FK. Don't mention those B****************. I'm an angel's mother now. Liang Bing snorted coldly, and then began to read the information about Ron and this world. It can be next second. A trace of astonishment flashed faintly in those eyes with smoky makeup. If the Holy Lord is just slow to analyze, then Ron and this tavern just can't be parsed. In this pre-nuclear civilization, such a situation is simply impossible. At this time, the information about this world has been read. After Liangbing glanced at it, she couldn't help but swear. Damn, what kind of derogatory term is degenerate here? Ron said helplessly, this is a tavern for drinking, not a place for cursing. The atmosphere in the tavern was originally very relaxed. But since Liang Bing came, the tavern was quiet again, and it wasn't just Ron who didn't like the atmosphere, the guests were uncomfortable too. You are the boss, I listen to you. Liang Bing smiled. This demonic makeup and attire make me want to scold those B**********. As soon as the words fell, a ray of light lit up. The smoky makeup completely disappeared from Liang Bing's face, leaving her face bare. The black leather jacket she was wearing was replaced with a camel-colored windbreaker and an open-chest cheongsam. At this moment, her image changed from a devil to a seductive woman. Advertisement. A pair of charming eyes, shining with hope, a handsome nose, and long and straight eyebrows. Exquisite facial features are outlined on a pretty face, which makes people unconsciously think of the 4 words, beauties bring disaster. Looking at the reflection from the window, Liang Bing was both familiar and unfamiliar. She almost forgot herself. It has been a long time since I showed this appearance to others. After pondering for a moment, Liang Bing somehow thought of the days when he and Geisha fought against Tianjia. Grass. This bitcha. At this time, Lukoa, who had just finished taking a nap in the backyard, put a bottle of wine in front of her. Your wine, use it slowly. Liang Bing glanced up and nodded blankly. Okay. Another incomprehensible existence. If we say that the gods in the super god world are technological ascension, technology becomes gods. Nalukoa is the legendary god. For a while, Liang Bing couldn't help but become more and more interested in this tavern. Try it. This wine is called Zuyecheng and it tastes pretty good. Ron said softly. Liang Bing nodded, filled the wine glass, and took a sip. Gulu. With a sip of wine entering his throat, the unique aroma formed by alcohol and medicinal infusion bursts in the mouth. The taste is sweet and slightly bitter, mild and not irritating, leaving people with endless aftertaste. The wine you have here is pretty good. You can come here more often in the future. Liang Bing nodded with satisfaction. As long as you like it. Ron nodded and then changed the subject. I heard you said when you first came in that you were going to invade Blue Star. This news is important. If it is true, then Geisha will die completely soon. Morgana did not hide anything and said calmly. It's still being planned, and it's not clear when it will be implemented. That bitcha, when I walked there and she followed her, why not use this opportunity to kill her? After saying that, she drank the wine in one gulp, and then stretched beautifully. The exaggerated body proportions almost made Ron, who was sitting across from him, sink into the ravine on his chest. What, are you stunned? Liang Bing slowly stood up and lay on the bar, saying to Ron in a lazy voice. Do you want to leave something inside the devil's body? Maybe this will make you shine. Ron. Chapter 63 The medical insurance card arrears you. Ron finally understood. Why is Geisha chasing Liang Bing throughout the universe to carry out justice? What a big, evil. Ha ha ha, I'm just teasing you, I'll scare you. Liang Bing sat back in his original position, smiling tremblingly. During this time, her eyes never left Ron. This is a kind of test. Test whether Ron is hostile to him or not. After all, this is another world. Even if Liang Bing breaks through the 4th generation divine body, he will feel extremely fearful when encountering someone who cannot decipher him. Okay, let's get back to the topic. Liang Bing held her cheek with one hand and opened her teeth slightly. I was on Devil 1 and I heard a voice inviting me to come to the pub for a drink. I just nodded and instantly appeared at the door of the tavern. Is this the power of the void? In her cognition, only the void studied by Carl can achieve this level. The position remains unchanged, but the position in space has changed. Therefore, in this theory, Liang Bing is still above Demon No. 1. Certainly, this is just theory. Actually, you can also understand that you came directly to this world from a certain node on Devil No. 1. To put it more bluntly, it is breaking the dimension. Ron pondered for a moment and explained softly. Liang Bing's pupils suddenly shrank as he picked up the wine glass, and his hand just hung in the air. This explanation was completely beyond her academic understanding. It is also the existence of the theory of crushing the void. Gulu. After Liang Bing regained consciousness, he drank the wine in the glass and laughed happily. Ha ha ha, BCH, you and I fought and argued about 10,000 years. You think ultimate fear is a fallacy, but now I finally found something that can be demonstrated. The reason why the two sisters turned against each other back then was. It's because of academic issues about ultimate fear. Liang Bing is fascinated by it, while Geisha is afraid or resistant. In the known universe of the super god world, except for the angel civilization, which exceeds 10,000 years. Other civilizations will be completely destroyed whenever they develop to a certain level. And this destruction comes in many forms. Advertisement. Liang Bing believes that this may be the intervention of some kind of law. In other words, matter does not exist, and everything we see and possess is false and does not exist. But we can't find it, as if we have been interfered with. This is the ultimate fear. What Ron just explained. It is precisely the power that Liang Bing has been looking for, or the existence of a deeper civilization. Of course, these are just some clues. But it was enough to overthrow Geisha's theory. Drinking wine, thinking too much will only make you feel depressed. Ron said softly. Let's just get drunk today. Liang Bing directly picked up the wine bottle and poured it into his mouth. If your sister, Geisha, recognized the existence of your ultimate fear, would you still kill her? Ron asked curiously. Liang Bing was stunned for a moment, and his eyes flashed with complexity. Although she and Geisha are sisters, we have experienced a lot together, a lot. But that was only a few hundred years. And the war waged between the devil and the angel lasted for 10,000 years. Could it really resolve this grievance with the success or failure of academic issues? The key is, I even stabbed that by Kai back then. I don't know, the matter between me and that BCH is too complicated. Maybe even if I confirm the ultimate fear, she will still think about how to chop off my head. Hee hee, this BCH. Liang Bing took another sip of wine, and there was a trace of silence in his lazy voice. There's nothing we can't talk about. Look at me and my silly son. We fought to death for 2.5 years, but now we can sit together and drink. The Lord patted the devil dragon on the head, his trembling voice was full of joy. But the voice just fell. A gravitational force directly threw Shungju out of the tavern, and his body fell on a big tree. Immediately afterwards, with the big wave of the demon dragon, countless thunderbolts with the thickness of arms fell from the sky, slamming on the head of the holy master. Bang! A huge roar suddenly sounded, attracting countless pirates, civilians, and marines to look at the tavern. Old man, lousy really gave you face. The devil dragon took a sip of his wine and cursed in a low voice. Not long after, the Holy Lord walked back to the tavern in disgrace, and said apologetically. Sorry, this is a wrong demonstration. As he spoke, he suppressed his anger and looked at the devil dragon. If you have the ability, go back to hell with me now. Old man, the medical insurance card owes you money. Devil Xiaolong put down several gems and strode out. Advertisement. But not out of the door. The fist as big as a sandbag made close contact with the head of the devil dragon again. Boom. With a muffled sound, the devil dragon turned into a black shadow and flew out of the tavern. Boss, I'm leaving. The holy master raised his head, and his figure disappeared in an instant. See, Lang Bing said with a smile. It's really a loving father and a filial son. If I met that bitcha in the tavern, it should be the same. Ron shook his head slightly. No, all fighting is prohibited in the tavern. After hearing this, Liang Bing immediately understood. No wonder the Holy Lord and his son not only suppressed their anger the whole time. The hands were all outside, and the tavern was not damaged at all. Suddenly, Liang Bing's face darkened, and there was an inexplicable pain in his abdomen. FK, a woman is a woman. That's coming, even a god can't avoid it. Saying that, Liang Bing bent over and covered his stomach and ran to the toilet. Ron, this is all right. All the 4th generation gods, and the big ant. Rem, give her the 7th dimension. Ron ordered softly. Good master. Rem blushed and ran quickly to the toilet. Seeing this, Rayleigh, who had been silent all this time, asked meanly. Little ghost, isn't it a pity that you don't send it yourself? Ron asked with a straight face, do I look like that kind of person? Bloody warriors, who spout blood or something. I, Ron, have no idea. The 4 characters of, a gentleman and a gentleman, refer to me. At this time, the door of the tavern was gently pushed open. I saw Doflamingo striding in with several suitcases in hand. Boss, I'm here to deliver something to you. Ding, guests enter the tavern and start testing the characteristics. Close black lens bracket. After the test, after system analysis, guest, Doflamingo's characteristic is villain. Close black lens bracket. The next 4 guests from other worlds will also have, villain, characteristics. Close black lens bracket. Villain. Before Ron could respond, Rem ran back blushing, and said timidly. Master, that sister said she was a little small, she wants to wear wings. Chapter 64 Liang Bing. Talent. With wings. And too young. Liang Bing's god-killing weapon arsenal doesn't even have a large band-aid. Bad review. Must be bad review. Countless questions flashed through Ron's mind. But, the characteristics of this villain are quite good. Since he can become a villain, he must be very capable and have money. The only drawback is that some of the villains have a violent personality and flip the table if they disagree. After all, not everyone knows the current affairs like the Holy Lord. After thinking about it, Ron sighed. Forget it, let's go out and buy it. Rem was just about to go out. But he saw Lukoa wave a purple magic circle, and a bag of pink items fell on the bar. Use this. Rem quickly hugged him in his arms, blushing, and ran to the toilet quickly. Ron said in a daze. You. Before he could finish speaking, Lukoa said with a smile. Even though I am a god. But I'm also a woman, and women can't avoid these troubles. The size of this tiger tank should be enough. Ron said with a serious face. I understand. In this case from now on, I can rest without working. The smile on Lukoa's face grew wider, obviously satisfied with this answer. And at this moment, Doflamingo, who was exposed to the sun as soon as he entered the tavern, was confused. What more can you say? Why the hell can't I understand a sentence? Kid, you just missed a good opportunity. Rayleigh saw Doflamingo stunned, and joked with a smile. Doflamingo came to the bar and sat down, and asked in confusion, what just happened? Rayleigh smiled and recounted what had just happened. And it is emphasized that Liang Bing may have the power to destroy this world. Doflamingo felt as if he was struck by lightning after hearing this, and made a decision in his heart. It doesn't matter what you come to this pub for in the future. Gotta get a pack of large band-aids. If we build a good relationship, it won't be a matter of minutes to overthrow the world government, kill all the celestial dragons and smash them to pieces. Although the chance is very slim. Advertisement. But Doflamingo vaguely felt that this was an opportunity. Did you bring the stuff? Ron asked with a smile. Well, there are 16 artificial devil fruits in total. Doflamingo nodded and opened all the boxes he brought. The dark-colored fruit covered with strange lines caught the eyes of Ron and others. Rayleigh was shocked when she saw this. Although he doesn't like the artificial devil fruit, its value at auction is still very high. And, eradicating the information provided by Shaki, hadn't Doflamingo been providing artificial devil fruit to Kaido? Why are you suddenly dealing with Ron again now? How do you want to change it? Ron asked. Replace all of them with ancient species. You can exchange for 4 in total. Doflamingo pondered for a moment and said slowly. Regular zone devil fruit is cheap though. However, users cannot develop to the ideal level within a short period of time. The ancient species were different. Even if it has just been eaten, the combat effectiveness displayed is very objective. Ron nodded, and with a slight wave of his right hand, all 16 artificial devil fruits disappeared from the bar and were stored in the system warehouse. After doing all this, Ron thought to himself. System, exchange all artificial devil fruit for points, and then exchange them for 3 ancient devil fruits. Ding, in exchange for 4,800 points, host now has 6,700 points. Close black lens bracket. Ding, in exchange for 3 ancient devil fruits, 2,010 white points will be deducted, and the remaining host points will be 4,600 points. Close black lens bracket. As the system's voice fell, 4 ancient devil fruits were neatly placed in front of Doflamingo. One of them, got it from the big and small pill deal with Rayleigh last time. Seeing this, Doflamingo gradually became short of breath, his blood pressure soared, and he could even hear his heart beating clearly. Rayleigh on the side wiped his eyes too, not sure if it was true. There are 4 ancient species. Even the current 4 emperors don't have such a big hand. After a few trades, you'll be qualified to challenge the 4 emperors. Ron said with a smile. Of course, the premise is that your strength must also improve, otherwise, even if you have an army of fruit-capable people, it will be nothing but cannon fodder. This transaction can be said to be a blood profit. Earned a total of 2,700 points, and the price paid was nothing more than talking. Okay, I will keep your words in my heart. Doflamingo restrained his previous aggressive posture, put his legs together, sat up straight, and his eyes under the sunglasses were full of respect. If it is said that facing Kaido, I am afraid. That faces Ron. Doflamingo is full of fear. Advertisement. Although Ron never showed his strength. But just from Rayleigh's attitude, the ability of the tavern maid, and the number of devil fruits, the horror of strength is reflected from the side. At this moment, Doflamingo felt rejoiced. Thanks to Ron who asked him to close the door, he went to close it honestly. At this time, Liang Bing came out of the toilet cursing. Depend on. The next time you upgrade your divine body, you must get rid of this trouble. She went back to the bar and sat down, picked up the bottle and took a sip before continuing to curse. But then I thought about it. Geisha's BCH also bleeds a little every month just like herself, and Liang Bing felt a lot better immediately. At this time, a low voice rang in Liang Bing's ear. Queen, we learned through monitoring that Blue Star has already started a god-making plan. With the power of that immature galaxy, our Nuoxan god of war. After Liang Bing sneered, Lu Mei frowned slightly. That Nuoxan god of war is a problem. Queen, they still have a plan called the 3-stage battle plan. FK, I'm scared to pee just hearing this name. Liang Bing smiled, then waved his hands impatiently. I'm drinking outside, and I'll talk about these things when I get back. When Doflamingo, who was drinking, heard this, a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Killing God, Nuoxan god of war, he understands every word, why can't he read it together? This is the woman I mentioned to you just now. Rayleigh reminded with a smile. Doflamingo suddenly understood, and wanted to go up to talk to him, but he didn't know what to say. You can't just come up and say, help Lousy to overthrow the world government, we will divide this ocean equally. At this time, Liang Bing also noticed Doflamingo's gaze, and turned to look over. The 4 eyes are facing each other. The Demon Wings core computing engine interprets everything about Doflamingo in an instant. Liang Bing's eyes suddenly brightened. Talent. This person's heart is completely in line with his own degenerate and free thoughts. Kid, are you interested in hanging out with me? Liang Bing said with a smile. I can make everything in your heart come true. Including overthrowing that ridiculous world government. Doflamingo. Chapter 65. It hurts too much. Surprise. What the hell is a surprise? This happiness came too suddenly. So much so that Doflamingo's brain instantly went blank. But soon, Doflamingo suppressed his inner excitement and asked in a deep voice. Aside from following you, what are the conditions? He knew it very well. Simply following or being loyal to the woman in front of you can help you overthrow the world government. This condition is too simple. There must be other requirements. You are very smart. I like to deal with smart people. Liang Bing said with a smile. I want to spread the thoughts of depravity and freedom in this world, and you will be the first seed I broadcast. And your seed will grow wildly until it covers the entire world. After saying that, Liang Bing picked up the cup and took a sip of the wine without looking at him again. It doesn't matter whether Doflamingo agrees or not. She just wanted to see her own ideas of depravity and freedom. Can it flourish in this world where degenerate is a derogatory term? Heard the words. Doflamingo was silent. In this world or his perception. Promoting the concepts of depravity and freedom is undoubtedly inciting civilians to become pirates, or human traffickers, etc. That is unacceptable to civilians. It is even more unacceptable to the world government, because it will affect their rule and upset the balance. Once signs of it show up, they will be completely eradicated by Marine. But, even though it was dangerous, this hard-won opportunity was right in front of him. If you don't seize this opportunity, just trading devil fruit with Ron and building an army of espers would be too long ago. And once it encounters high-end combat power, it will be in a state of collapse. Thinking of this, Doflamingo said slowly. Before I agree to you, I want to see your sincerity first. This request is not too much. Liang Bing asked with a smile. The queen is never stingy with her subordinates. Tell me, what ability do you want? Eternal life, flames, infinite power. Oh, by the way, since you are the first one, I can give you a rubber body. This thing is very expensive. I traveled to many planets to get some materials. Ron, who was sitting at the bar, raised his eyebrows. Advertisement. Good guy. Rubber body. Isn't it similar to Luffy's rubber fruit? Can you awaken the Nika form? And at this moment, Doflamingo was confused. Can these abilities be given at will? If he hadn't been in Ron's tavern, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. After thinking for a long time, Doflamingo rubbed his hands and asked tentatively. Can I have them all? Liang Bing was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, you are really greedy, but this happens to be in line with my philosophy. However, it's too wasteful for you to ask for so many. I happen to have a few fire genes and freezing genes in my arsenal. Take them and use them. With the voice down, a darkness enveloped Doflamingo, and then disappeared out of thin air the next second. The two genes were endowed instantly under the Devil's Wings core computing engine. Immediately afterwards, a burst of flame burst out from Doflamingo's right hand, and an ice ball instantly condensed into his left hand. Feel the two kinds of energy that suddenly emerge. Doflamingo's pupils shrank suddenly. Although he was shocked, his heart was filled with panic. Who is this woman? Even if I am as in front of her, it is not worth mentioning at all. Don't guess, you remember that I am your queen. After reading what Doflamingo was thinking, Liangbing couldn't help laughing and said. The I am you think of as just a kid who has lived for 800 years. Don't compare me with her, it's too cheap. Doflamingo and Rayleigh, who was sitting silently watching the play, felt trembling at the same time. How can this be said? Are you really afraid that Marine will bulldoze this place? Oh, by the way, the idea of depravity and freedom I mentioned is not what you understand. Liang Bing stroked his chin and explained softly. Degeneracy and freedom are completely effortless. People don't need order, there is no justice, people are completely free. Since it is not a world, there is also no concept of the universe. Liang Bing simply simplified this concept. Even so, after hearing this concept, Doflamingo and Rayleigh suddenly felt that their three views were impacted. Advertisement. Fall and freedom. The absence of order means that there is no oppression, and people live freely without any restrictions on their thoughts. For the two of them who are pirates, this is heaven. But, let people choose independently. As for the consequences, they must be personally responsible. For people themselves, Liang Bing's concept of degenerate freedom is the most in line with the principle of releasing nature. That's why Ron didn't stop the cool ice. He also wanted to see what would happen after a person completely released his nature. And that requires a long wait. It is impossible for Doflamingo to spread this concept to the entire pirate world overnight. Although I can't read your memory. But I can tell from your expression that you agree with my ideas, right? Liang Bing looked at Ron with a smile, leaned back on the chair, tapped his legs in black nylon fabric, and wrapped his arms around his chest, making his whiteness look even stronger. Under the contrast of one white and one black, Ron who was sitting across from him almost couldn't open his eyes. Maybe. Ron shrugged. Actually, I want to see that if Geisha's ideas are also spread in this world, people will choose your Geisha. Liang Bing snorted coldly. The order in that BCH is full of the rancid smell of a dictator. His uncles, it's really disgusting. It seemed to her, before merging into ultimate horror. Any effort at order is laughable and self-righteous. What's more, it is ABCH that spreads the concept of justice all over the universe. At this time, Rayleigh, who had regained his senses, came over and said obsequiously. Queen, I also want to be your follower. I only have one condition, can I bring my body back to its peak? Liang Bing glanced at him. I can see your dirty thoughts at a glance. Give up, unless you choose a kidney transplant. Rayleigh's look of anticipation turned bitter in an instant. That feeling, it was like a fire of hope had just been ignited in my heart, and was extinguished by Ron without saying a word. It hurts, it hurts. At this time, the system's mechanical beep sounded in Ron's mind. Ding, the customer cools down and finishes talking. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding, customer Doflamingo finished talking, customer Devil Dragon, Holy Master, close black lens bracket. Ding, the customer is cool, and the person involved, Guy Shaw, will visit the tavern soon. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 66. Geisha, after she and Liang Bing met here. There won't be a fight, right? This kind of fight between these two sisters is not about a little girl pulling clothes or hair. By then, forget about the tavern, maybe the entire One Piece world will be destroyed by them. Ron complained in his mind. At the same time, the system beeps continued. Customer Liang Bing. 4th generation divine body, wormhole computing ability. Host can choose one of the abilities. Close black lens bracket. Customer Demon Xiaolong. Demonic Chi of water, demonic Chi of earth. Host can choose one of the abilities. Open black lens bracket customer. Close black lens bracket. Without any hesitation, Ron said directly, choose the 4th generation divine body. Although after merging the dragon physique and the Nine-Tails Sky Fox bloodline, the physical strength has reached an extremely terrifying level. But compared to Liang Bing's other abilities, the 4th generation divine body is the most cost-effective. And 4th generation's body has the ability to fuse atoms, and even if it is cut in half, it can recover quickly. As for the others, Ron chose Demon Dragon's Water Magic, Holy Lord Dragon Talisman and Doflamingo's Conqueror's Hockey. Ding! The 4th generation divine body has been copied successfully, the optimization of missing abilities has been completed, and the fusion has begun. Close black lens bracket. Ding! The demonic energy of water has been copied successfully, making up for the lack of ability has been completed, and the fusion has begun. Close black lens bracket. With the voice down. Bang! Ron's whole body was suddenly shaken. 2 different terrifying forces raged directly within the body, crazily integrating into every bone, cell, flesh and blood. Immediately, Ron noticed a huge change in the level of life, as if the genetic sequence had been reorganized. The whole process lasted a full 5 minutes. The 2 forces gradually became softer, like water flowing through the body. Call. Ron took a long breath and felt unprecedented relief throughout his body. After integrating the 4th generation divine body, all aspects of the body have experienced explosive growth. Now, with his physical body alone, Ron even feels that he can be much cuter with just one punch. Hey, what are you doing? The cool white hands waved in front of Ron. It's nothing. Ron came back to his senses and couldn't help but joked. Didn't you just say that you wanted to discuss the ultimate fear conjecture with Geisha? Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, she will visit the tavern. Liang Bing was stunned for a moment, and then seemed to be stressed. She stood up from her chair, leaned forward, and grabbed Ron's collar. How did you know that Geisha's bitcha was coming? Has she been here before? Advertisement. No, if that bitcha had been here, I could smell her smell. Although Liang Bing and Geisha are biological sisters. But, just like the Holy Master and his son, they always fight each other whenever they meet, and they are the traitors who will kill them. In previous wars, Liang Bing almost died in Geisha's hands several times, but she was not afraid that it was a lie. And Geisha's silver wings are really strong. Even the cold ice that breaks through the 4th generation divine body can easily cut it in half. Doflamingo on the side saw Liang Bing's reaction and immediately showed his loyalty. Bah, Queen, I think I can stop the bitchy in your mouth. After acquiring 2 abilities, Doflamingo's heart was swollen to the extreme. That means Kaido is not in front of him. Otherwise, it will be a big fight. You. Liang Bing glanced at him with disdain. It's better to save your life and do what I told you. Don't talk about Geisha, even those little b asterisk 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 under her can chop you into pieces. The expression on Doflamingo's face suddenly became extremely embarrassed. This feeling is the same as Rayleigh. Just now I felt that I could do it, but the reality and Merciless gave me a big hard fight. Immediately, he got up resentfully. Queen, boss, I'm leaving first. Liang Bing waved his hand. The next time I come, I want to see you succeed in spreading the idea of depravity and freedom to the whole family. Good Queen. Doflamingo nodded, and walked out of the tavern with a figure of 8 stride. It's different from before. His back seemed to be bent again, as if the dignity in his heart had been completely abandoned after he yelled the phrase, Queen. For the overthrow of the world government. And kill the group of slaughterers who think they are superior. You haven't answered my question. Liang Bing tugged at Ron's collar. With the ups and downs of the body, that touch of whiteness also began to shake violently. Ron in front of him didn't look sideways, and instantly entered the sage mode. Too capricious. You can't do whatever you want even if you're pretty, right? At this moment, Ron knew that the unavoidable test in life appeared again. The last time it was Momosuke, he couldn't resist making a mistake. But this time, even if he died, Ron would never look at it. Immediately, he said with a straight face. I didn't answer that question. Advertisement. The reason why I remind you is to prevent the 2 of you from fighting in the tavern. If the tavern is destroyed, I will definitely hang you 2 up and beat you. Liang Bing picked out her long and thin willow eyebrows. You said that, I'm still looking forward to it. When the time comes, you will beat that BCH hard for me. What you said was so wrong. Ron's face darkened, and the scene appeared in his mind at the same time. Here, it's really fragrant. What the hell? Directly destroy Lousy's Dao heart, right? At this time, Liang Bing let go of Ron's collar, sat down on the chair again, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Does it look good? I said it didn't look good. Would you hit me? Ron said awkwardly. I'll hang you up and beat you. Liang Bing took out a steel whip from the arsenal, and shook his hands outward. Snapped. The steel whip made a crisp sound in the air. Ron was sitting upright, and said against his will, it looks good. Forget it. Don't tease you. I'm leaving. I hope I can meet that BCH when I come back another day. Liang Bing smiled, got up and was about to leave. Wait, you didn't pay. Ron said helplessly. Liang Bing froze for a moment, then slowly walked to the bar, leaned over and kissed Ron on the cheek. Pull. This will be the drink price. I'm at a big loss. Next time I'll pay for it. Liang Bing bumped him lightly, then turned and walked out of the tavern. Under the care of the sun. This woman, known as the Demon Queen to the outside world, does not see a trace of evil in her body, but more of a beauty that liberates the divinity. Perhaps, for a civilization, freedom of thought cannot be called degeneration, the solidification of order is the beginning of decline. And at this moment, Ron in the tavern touched his face in a daze, and he seemed to be able to smell the remaining deodorant in the air with his nostrils fluttering. Rayleigh, who has been quietly eating melons and watching dramas, said with a smile. Little ghost, it's May, the season of crazy secretion of dopamine. It's a pity not to leave him alone. The voice just fell. Ram, Lucia and the others looked over at the same time, their eyes glowing red. Originally, Ron was kissed by other dogs, and they felt resentful in their hearts. And Rayleigh's words intensified this resentment. So, time to hunt. Chapter 67. Sure enough, it's still Ram. A little girl like Ram is easy to coax. For the next 5 minutes, Rayleigh was pinned to the ground and beaten violently, and Yujie took the opportunity to mend some paws. For a while, there was endless wailing in the tavern. Fortunately, Ram and the others didn't kill him, and Rayleigh also had some flesh wounds on his body, not internal organs. Even so, he grinned in pain. Tear, little ghost, didn't you say that all fighting is forbidden in the tavern? Ron shrugged. That's only for the guests of the tavern, not for our own people. Rayleigh's face darkened suddenly. This hand is double standard playing 6. If he can't beat Ron, Rayleigh really wants him to experience the beatings of society. Sudden, a red magic circle engraved with countless obscure spells lit up above Rayleigh's head, and bits of light fell from it. This is the healing magic of the Dragon Clan. When the light touched the wound, it began to heal quickly. In less than a minute, Rayleigh's body was back to normal. You still have a bit of conscience. Rayleigh moved his body and got up slowly. It's time for me to check on Ace, and the stuff will be delivered to you tomorrow. After speaking, he put down a stack of Baileys and strode out of the tavern. Ron just wanted to get up and see him off. But when he glanced out of the corner of his eye, he saw Rem, who was looking at him angrily. The cheeks of the twin sisters are slightly puffed up, the willow eyebrows are slightly wrinkled, and the eyes are full of sorrow. They look really cute. It was a misunderstanding just now, and you all saw that I was passive. Ron said with a wry smile. HMPH. The two sisters turned their heads to one side, not looking at him. Don't be angry, this kind of thing will never happen in the future. Ron gently rubbed Ram's head, and I have nothing to do with Liangding. It's impossible for you to see this kind of thing again in the future. Really? Ram looked suspicious. Really? Ron nodded seriously. But suddenly, he changed the subject and said with a cold face, you can't beat the guests of the tavern anymore, remember? Understood, master. Ram hurriedly whispered timidly, it won't happen in the future. Get to work, Ron said softly. Seeing that the master is not angry anymore, Ram has a sweet smile on his face, and forgets what happened just now. The two sisters then headed to the kitchen to start processing the ingredients for the evening. Advertisement. Looking at the delicate backs of the two of them, Ron sighed in his heart. Sure enough, it was still Ram was so coaxing. Instead Momoshiki, if there is no night of hoeing and noon, it must not be solved. After Rayleigh and others left, the whole afternoon, the tavern did not welcome a single guest. After dinner, around 9 o'clock, Ron ended his day's business and returned to the backyard to rest. Early the next morning, it is still the familiar figure, the familiar dressing movements, and the familiar gesture of throwing money. After 3 consecutive times, it's not just the sage mode that's causing trouble, it's also gradually becoming a little numb. For all of this, Ron was a little surprised, and there was no ripple in his heart. Except at night, of course. Just as Momoshiki was about to jump out of the window, Ron stopped her. Can you give me a reason? Momoshiki turned around slowly, caressing Ron's face with her tender palm. Reason? Little brother, you are so cute. There is no reason in the adult world, only comfort or discomfort. Don't worry, I won't pester you. You and I will only maintain this relationship. Do you understand? After saying that, Momoshiki turned around and jumped out of the window without giving Ron a chance to respond. But at that moment he turned around. Ron saw a trace of pain in her eyes, a cruelty that was hard to let go. Maybe what Momoshiki told before was not true, and there is another version of the story. The state presented is also a disguise. Although Ron could use dragon magic to explore Momoshiki's memories, he didn't want to. He wanted Momoshiki to speak for himself. Maybe after he confided it out, the Momoshiki Ron saw at that time was the real Momoshiki. After washing up, Ron came to the pub from the backyard. Today's breakfast is buns and soy milk. While Ron was eating, he was reading the newspaper that had just been delivered today. World government issued an order to convene Shichibukai. Will Marine make big moves in the near future? Close black lens bracket. Revealed, supernova. Kid's arm was actually chopped off by the redhead. Close black lens bracket. Condemn. The Golden City distributes small chips for free. Ordinary people don't have them, but the nobles can't hold them. This newspaper severely condemns them. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Seeing that, Ron smiled and shook his head. Good fellow, this carriage incident before time travel cannot be said to be similar, it can only be said to be exactly the same. The faces of capitalists are really ugly. Whether it is the world of pirates or the blue star that travels through money, nothing can be changed. At this time, the door of the tavern was kicked open. Rayleigh was seen striding towards the bar with a black face and a knife on his shoulder, holding a box in his hand. With a bang, Rayleigh left the 2 items on the bar and cursed. My coffin was really cleaned out by you. Speaking of this, he changed the subject and the corners of his mouth began to rise crazily. But it's so worth it. Shaky was so obedient after being fed obedient broad beans. I can only say that last night I felt like I was in heaven that I couldn't extricate myself from. Lousy knows you didn't do anything good last night. Ron complained in his heart and said calmly. It is recommended to remove the dirty roots, so that you can live for 2 more years. After saying that, Ron opened the box in front of him, and a fruit covered with strange lines came into view. Ding, the fruit is dog fruit. Fantasy beast species, crow tengu form. Close black lens bracket. Hearing the hint, Ron was ecstatic. This transaction can only be said to be a blood profit. 1 phantom beast can be exchanged for 1,000 points. If Rayleigh knew that this fruit was a phantom beast, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Your drink is free today, drink whatever you want. Ron said with a smile. Rayleigh froze for a moment, then asked with a vigilant look. Why are you so generous today? You're not going to dig another hole and wait for me to jump in, right? The voice just fell. Suddenly the tavern doorbell rang. Jingle. The door opened and a blond man strode in. The man's facial features are very deep and his appearance is handsome. The dark blue tight-fitting uniform not only does not make him feel bloated, but also perfectly highlights his strong figure. The only thing that didn't match up was that he was holding a baby bottle in his mouth. When he came to the bar and sat down, the man put down the bottle and smiled at the corner of his mouth. Have a glass of wine. I'm very unhappy now. If I'm not satisfied, the consequences will be serious. Chapter 68. You can only recite the sutra once, and you will have to go beyond the next time. Rayleigh glanced at the man beside him in some surprise. Do you want to be so crazy? Immediately, Rayleigh slowly spread observation hockey over curiously, wanting to see where this man came from. Tear. Next second, Rayleigh's pupils shrank suddenly, and his body instinctively put on a defensive state. It's scary. Even Whitebeard in his prime, Garp, couldn't compare to this man. From him, Rayleigh couldn't find any flaws at all. It seems that every inch of skin on the whole body can become a murderous weapon. Ron smiled and said, don't be nervous, the villagers are very nuclear and kind. Fellow countrymen. To be precise, people from the motherland. The first guest from another world with the characteristics of villain. Black robe, heroes and villains in the world. Although the name is somewhat contradictory. But this does not prevent him from being a villain who wears a Superman uniform but is extremely pervert in his heart. The key is, this product is extremely lacking in maternal love, and the bottle is full of fresh milk. At this time, Thor held the wine and put it in front of the motherland. Your wine, use it slowly. The motherlander nodded, first drank the last drop of fresh milk, and then filled the wine glass. He knew in his heart that this was in another world. So don't worry about the image. If there is a pasture next to it, the motherland will definitely go straight into the cowshed and have a drink. Try it. This wine is called Yang Dachu. Ron introduced with a smile. If you compare wine to a woman, then the taste of this wine is like a gentle, virtuous, full-bodied young woman. Heard the words. The eyes of the people from the motherland suddenly lit up, and they couldn't wait to pick up the wine glass and take a sip. Gulu. With a sip of wine entering his throat. You can taste the soft, refreshing and sweet taste in an instant. Although the alcohol content is slightly lower, it is soft but not weak, plump and coordinated, just like a young woman. The wine is good, the motherland said lightly. You don't have to die. Heard the words. Thor, Rem, and Ram who were cleaning up the tavern froze. Lukia, who was fishing, also opened those strange eyes. Yoruichi, who was lying by the window to catch up on sleep, stretched and stood up slowly, with sharp claws protruding from the pink flesh pad. At this time, the door of the tavern was pushed open again. Advertisement. I saw Holy Master, father and son of Devil Xiaolong walking and cursing. My dear father, a succubus body in the warehouse seemed to be missing for an hour last night. The devil dragon teased with a smile. Do you know where it went? Succubus body. It's a little toy that wizards make when they have nothing to do. Although it is a dead thing, it is a bit soft, and its body looks real. The pleated inner allows you to feel the firmness and beauty of ultimate. The Holy Master was shocked, and quickly denied. I don't know, don't ask me. With that said, the father and son came to the bar and sat down one after another. Rayleigh asked curiously, what is a succubus body? The devil dragon just wanted to explain, so that the Lord died completely in the tavern. It can be next second. A huge claw directly sent the devil dragon flying. Boom. It was so powerful that it even produced bursts of sonic booms in the air. Immediately afterwards, 2 beams of light shot out from the eyes of the Holy Master, and directly hit the demon dragon. What a rebellious son, if you don't fight, you won't succeed. The Lord smiled, and said to Ron very respectfully. Boss, it's still the same. Ron nodded. Wait a minute, Lukoa will serve you wine. Don't bother her, just let my son-in-law move it. The Lord shook his head hastily. Although consumers, Kelukia was so terrifying that the Holy Lord was in awe. See this scene. The faces of the people of the motherland are full of disbelief. These two monsters are so strong, why do they still respect the tavern owner so much? Obviously this tavern owner looks like an ordinary person. And that slap just now. Even on par with myself. And, why does the monster's eyes also emit lasers? Just when the heart of the motherland was in shock, his body instinctively made a defensive posture. While the muscles all over his body were tense, the blood seemed to be coagulated. The people from the motherland turned their heads and looked a little stiffly. I saw the four waiters in the tavern staring at him, with a faint red light in their eyes. Especially when the eyes of the people from the motherland looked at the woman with different pupils. The four eyes are facing each other. The eyes of the motherlander shrank suddenly, and the blood in his whole body seemed to cool down at this moment. A penetrating chill surged through his body from the soles of his feet, making him feel exhausted. Pressure. This is an oppressive feeling that transcends the level of life. Immediately. Advertisement. Lukoya narrowed his eyes again, brought several bottles of wine to the bar with a smile, and placed them in front of the Holy Master. Your wine. The Holy Master quickly said, thank you. There was respect in that trembling voice. I'm just a waiter. Don't be like this in the future. Ron will definitely scold me again. Lukia smiled and waved his hands, then looked at the natives beside him. You can only recite the scriptures once, and you will have to go beyond the next time. The motherlander nodded in a daze. He wanted to resist, and even wanted to raise his middle finger at the woman in front of him violently. But driven by inner fear, the people of the motherland can only bow their heads and apologize. Sorry, I apologize for what I just said. I'm in a bad mood today, please forgive me, boss. Lukia nodded in satisfaction, then turned around and walked to the sofa beside him with lotus steps, and continued to fish. It's okay, don't be afraid. Whether it's the guests or the waiters here, they are very kind. Ron didn't mind either, instead he smiled and comforted him. After all, who would have hatred for someone weaker than themselves? Immediately, Thor, Ram and others looked back and continued to work on their own. Yoruichi also continued to catch up on sleep. Also until then. The bodies of the people from the motherland gradually relaxed, and they seemed to have the feeling of surviving after a catastrophe. It wasn't just the girl with different eyes. The little blonde girl with horns in the back and the black cat lying by the window also gave him great pressure. In less than a minute, the forehead of the motherland is already covered with cold sweat, and the clothes are soaked in sweat. Mumble. He poured wine into his mouth in big gulps, while calming down his fear. He also seemed to be venting his inner grievances. Just now you said you were in a bad mood, can you tell me why? Ron asked softly. The faces of the people from the motherland became even more gloomy. He tore his hair vigorously with both hands, and said in a hoarse voice. Today is my birthday, but the people I love have left me one by one. Lukoya and the others on the side heard the words, and there was a faint wave in their hearts. I shouldn't have scared him just now, just beat him half disabled and let Ron heal him. He is so pitiful, like a lost dog. The native continued. Today, I just used the remaining right hand of the storm girl to give myself a crescent sky rush. But not long after, she committed suicide. Maybe she couldn't bear her disfigurement or was completely paralyzed. Lukia, Thor, Ram. This B********** D should have been killed just now. Chapter 69 Since enough is enough, then destroy it. Not just Lukia and the others. Even Holy Master, the devil dragon who just came back, turned dark. Too pervert. Not to mention his disfigurement, he was paralyzed in bed. You still used her only right hand to shoot the crescent sky. Ron also shook his head with a wry smile. Really? A pervert's quirk is always a pervert's. Father, I don't think we are like demons, but he is. The demon dragon said in a deep voice. Silly son, you need to know. The Holy Master took a deep breath and said slowly, some people look like humans, but they are actually more terrifying than us demons. The devil dragon nodded thoughtfully. That's right. So, my dear father, you should stop practicing the trumpet, abdicate quickly and give me the spell. When I can return to Blue Star, I will clean the whole world in your place. The voice just fell. Boom. It was that familiar muffled sound resounding in the tavern again. The devil dragon flew straight out of the gate of the tavern again. It's really a dog who can't change eating shit. The Holy Master shook his paw and said in a deep voice. The people from the motherland who had been interrupted looked at the figure of the devil Xiaolong flying out, and said slowly. He was right. This is a sick world, and the world's people are also sick and need to be cleaned. Today, after learning that Storm Girl died and committed suicide, Xingguang succeeded me as the captain. I'm sick of being like a kid, like a jerk, apologizing to the camera. I took off all the pretense and accused the world and the company of suppressing me at the press conference. I didn't expect people's support for me to increase instead of decrease. Do you think this is a sick world? The people of the motherland are no longer talking about it. Instead, he was accusing the world of being unfair to him. With red eyes, he picked up the bottle and licked the fresh milk left on the glass. For a while, the tavern fell into dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at this pervert who had no reservations and completely liberated humanity. At this moment, the hearts of the people of the motherland seemed to have been completely ripped apart, showing the beating heart unreservedly in front of outsiders. Suddenly, Ron's voice broke the silence, and at the same time brought everyone's thoughts to reality. He looked at the people of the motherland and said calmly. Advertisement. Since you have had enough, then destroy it. But, this may be your last madness, because someone will kill you regardless. Such as, your father, the soldier boy, and others who have your enemies. For a pervert, persuasion is not only useless, but also counterproductive, making him even crazier. So it's better to explain the stakes, which may calm him down. Ron didn't want to lose a tool man who could gain abilities for a long time. Father. The Motherlander froze for a moment. Soldier boy. That's right. Isn't he dead? The Motherlander was startled, and then asked. And why did he kill me? No, he was refrigerated in the laboratory. Ron smiled and shook his head, but did not answer the second question. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The wild goose plucks its hair, and the beast leaves its skin. This is the core concept of tavern management. The people of the motherland also saw Ron's thoughts, so they said in a deep voice. What do you want to say? Ron shrugged. It's easy. Chemical 5. This is a reagent that can gain superpowers. Of course, the abilities obtained are random, just like opening a blind box. Moreover, the side effects are extremely strong. After a few times of use, the person may disappear. After the natives came to the tavern, Ron called the attention of chemical number 5. Although it is not used, it can be traded with other guests or exchanged for points. Impossible. The Homelander shook his head vigorously. Chemical number 5 is prohibited and has been strictly guarded by the company. Once things are exposed, even the people of the motherland cannot bear the wrath of the company. You do whatever you want, I never force others. Ron shrugged. Pity. I also have a kind of wine here that can make the crescent sky fly a few meters away. Really. The motherland's heart beat wildly, and at the same time, that picture appeared in his mind. On dark and windy nights, the moon hangs high in the sky. Standing on a tall building by myself, braving the wind, it's just a crescent sky rushing. Oh, my god, this picture is so beautiful. Of course. Ron nodded with a smile. Sure enough, against pervert. It is necessary to start with pervert's daily preferences. Advertisement. I can bring it to you tomorrow. The motherland's eyes were burning, and his face was full of expectations. At this time, the system's mechanical beep sounded in Ron's mind. Ding, the customer's motherland has finished talking. Close black lens bracket. Customer motherlander. Perspective, super power, super speed, super defense. Host can choose one ability. Close black lens bracket. Without the slightest hesitation, Ron said directly, see through. Ding, start merging. Close black lens bracket. With the voice down, Ron's eyes felt a sudden coolness. When you open your eyes again, whether it was the tavern or the people present, there was another scene in front of Ron's eyes. Lucia noticed this gaze immediately, and asked with a smile. Does it look good? Ron blurted out. Good luck. Ram and the others were at a loss as to what they were talking about. Only Thor covered his skirt with a blushing face. At this time, the door of the tavern was pushed open. I saw Liang Bing, wearing a low-cut black cheongsam and shiny black nylon fabric on her legs, walking in slowly. Did you miss me? He came to the bar and sat down, looking at Ron coldly. For a while, as Lei Ming was busy, Ram put down his work one after another. The two sisters looked at this dog, who wanted to abduct their master with hostility. No, Ron looked serious. Liang Bing's two long legs were slightly tilted up, and he lay on the bar counter, and asked with a smile. Really? Ron didn't look sideways, and sat upright, but his eyes couldn't help but glanced over. Here, it smells so good. Okay, let's stop teasing you. If you continue, the little sister behind me will kill me with a knife. Liang Bing sat upright, and glanced at the new face beside him with great interest. Just for an instant, the memories of the people of the motherland are all red. Talent. Liang Bing's eyes suddenly brightened. Hey, kid, are you interested in hanging out with me? The people from the motherland waved their hands impatiently. No, get out. Chapter 70. You are truly a role model for our generation. Maybe it's because Liang Bing didn't wear makeup and restrained her breath. The people of the motherland just regarded her as an ordinary, pretty woman. If it weren't for being afraid of Ron, and the woman with the strange eyes just now. The people of the motherland really wanted to slap Liang Bing's neck in a big fight just now. What the hell? What does it mean to hang out with you? If this gets out, what will others think of me, Azu? I like your attitude, but your words make this queen very unhappy. Liang Bing took a sip of wine and said lightly. The people from the motherland directly turned back. If you were not in the tavern, you would already be a dead man. With the voice down, the originally lively tavern suddenly fell into silence. Everyone looked at the people of the motherland in unison, their eyes full of disbelief. Especially Rayleigh, who has seen the strength of Liangbing, couldn't help but admire in his heart. He is really a role model for my generation. Can you educate me? Liang Bing asked tentatively. Ron said softly, don't do it in the tavern, fight it out. Liang Bing nodded gently, and then closed his hands forcefully. The next moment, accompanied by the air around the people of the motherland, there was a strange fluctuation. A pair of pitch black and huge devil's claws protruded from the space on both sides. Boom. Hearing a muffled sound, the people of the motherland didn't even know what happened. They were firmly grabbed by the devil's claws, and then flew out of the tavern. It all happened too fast. Not only the people from the motherland, but even Rayleigh on the side, the holy master didn't react. I'll be back soon. After Liang Bing blinked at Ron, he twisted his slender waist and walked out slowly. The next few minutes, there are only two voices in everyone's ears. One is the screams and wails of the motherland. The other is the sonic boom of the steel whip passing through the air, and the muffled sound of the whip hitting the body. Don't look. Then we know the miserable situation of the people of our motherland. What was that just now? It flew out with a whoosh. The Holy Master asked curiously. The demon dragon on the side also cast a curious look. Since the two left early yesterday, they did not see the scene where Liang Bing gave Doflamingo strength. All the same as the people of the motherland. They also always thought that Liang Bing was just an ordinary woman who was a bit neurotic and picked up younger men everywhere. It's Liang Bing's unique power. Ron touched his chin and explained softly. Advertisement. If Lukoa is the legendary god, then Liang Bing is the god of technology. Let her technology develop for another 10,000 years and add the void, maybe it can help you escape from hell. Heard the words. Holy Lord, Demon Xiaolong is filled with joy. Fortunately, I didn't act like the stupid guy from my motherland yesterday. Otherwise, you will offend a big boss who can help you escape from hell. Bridge Bean Sacks. Do we need to develop 10,000 years? That's okay. At this time, the door of the tavern was suddenly knocked open. I saw the body of the motherland being thrown in and flying straight to the bar. Ron saw this and waved a red magic circle to block the front. Boom. After a muffled sound, the magic circle turned into little bits of light and dissipated in the air. The people of the motherland, as if all their strength had been drained from their bodies, slowly collapsed to the ground. Everyone looked over, and after one glance, their faces were filled with horror. Now, the people of the motherland are covered in bruises and there is not a single piece of intact skin on their bodies. Blood dripped down the wound. He couldn't help twitching in pain. In just a few minutes. No matter how hard the people of the motherland struggle, they can never break free from the clutches of the devil. And his own super defense seemed to have disappeared. With every blow of Liang Bing's whip, the people of the motherland will feel heartbreaking pain. What made him most desperate was, after his laser eye penetrated Liang Bing's body, he actually returned to his original state in an instant. Can you talk now? Liang Bing walked into the tavern, and her high heels made a pleasant crunching sound on the floor. Although the steel whip in his hand looked very light. But the sound it made when it was dragged on the ground made people feel harsh. At this moment, Liang Bing's eyes were full of hockey, and she looked like a queen. Any man will go crazy when he sees it. In the eyes of the people of the motherland, Liang Bing seemed to be a Shinigami holding a sickle, slowly walking towards him. His heart was already filled with fear of cold ice. If you can. The people of the motherland really want to forget everything that happened today. Tool Man. The Storm Woman's suicide. Advertisement. Starlight succeeded him as the new captain, and his son also left him. I came to a tavern to have a drink, I was threatened, and I was hung up by a crazy woman and almost beaten to death. Anger, sadness, coupled with physical pain, all kinds of emotions continue to burst out in my heart. Let the people of the motherland be on the verge of collapse. He's in so much pain that he can't speak anymore, Rayleigh said with a wry smile. Oh, it's okay. Liang Bing came to the bar and sat down, crossed his legs, and said calmly. This kid is just a little broken. After a pause, she took a sip of wine and sighed with some disappointment. However, he is quite durable. It's a pity. I originally wanted to see how long he could last, and it happened that I could extract some genes for experiments. Everyone, are you a devil? This guy is already miserable enough, and you still want to experiment on him. Holy Lord, please use the horse charm to heal me. Ron said with a frown. It's not that the people of the motherland will die. But he was afraid that his blood would soak the floor. Not to mention the smell of blood, Rem and the others would have to change the floor. Okay. The Holy Lord nodded, then squatted down and put his hand on the motherland. The next moment, with a burst of dazzling white light. The injuries on the people of the motherland are healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few minutes, he was completely healed. Thanks. The people of the motherland nodded to the Holy Lord, their voices full of gratitude. Now, he finally knew that he must speak well when going out. Otherwise, the big fights from society will definitely be thrown in your face. Immediately, the motherland man turned back to Liang Bing and said in a deep voice. I apologize for being rude just now. Liang Bing asked with a smile. Then are you willing to follow me? Follow the Demon King, Morgana. Any wish you have, Queen, I can fulfill. I do, Your Majesty the Queen. This time, the people of the motherland did not refuse. After all, it would be rude to say no. The main reason is that the people of the motherland are afraid of being beaten. The voice just fell. There was a sudden ripple in the air. Immediately afterwards, a cake was drawn out of the space and fell in front of the people of the motherland. Liang Bing smiled and said, I read that today is your birthday, please blow out the candles. People from the motherland. Chapter 71 Soft Heart Spray. Smelling the sweet fragrance of cake. Candles flickered on the bar. This moment, the eyes of the people from the motherland were faintly red. Yes, today is his birthday. Before that, no one remembered, and no one celebrated his birthday. Only one bad thing after another happened one after another. Fortunately, before today is about to pass, there is one person who remembers. Even though they only knew each other for a short 10 minutes, they almost beat the native of the motherland to death. But this was enough to move him, and at the same time he made up his mind to follow the queen who called herself Morgana. Thank you. Thank you, my queen. The Motherlander said with a choked voice. Eat, you're welcome, Liang Bing said with a smile. When everyone saw this strange scene, their faces were full of shock. What's the situation? It was you who beat the people of the motherland to death just now. Now it's you again to celebrate birthdays. Do you want to be so abstract? Boss, why do I feel that this woman is more pervert than this pervert? The devil dragon asked in a low voice. Ron shook his head slightly and explained softly, you don't know her. Although Liang Bing calls herself a devil, she also holds the idea of depravity and freedom in her heart. But she cares about her subordinates and cherishes those comrades who follow her wholeheartedly. And this piece of cake is a small ceremony for Liang Bing to welcome people from the motherland to join the demon civilization. Holy Lord, Rayleigh and the others nodded thoughtfully. I also have a new understanding of this neurotic woman who looks for her younger brother everywhere. Little devil, you understand me well. Liang Bing brushed the broken hair on his forehead and winked at Ron. At the same time, it seems that some kind of restriction on Liang Bing has also been untied. Ron was nearly blinded when he looked over. What to do? Eat Sakura peaches every day, so how can Lousy talk to cherries in the future? I don't know, I was talking nonsense just now. Ron's old face flushed suddenly, and he stared straight ahead. Ha ha ha, Liang Bing laughed out loud immediately, but didn't expose him. Only at this time, Thor, who was busy, blushed again and realized that he was covering the hem of his skirt. Queen, this cream can be replaced with fresh milk, the motherland muttered while eating. But he hasn't finished speaking yet. The devil's claw appeared out of nowhere and sent him flying. Advertisement. FK, my lord, I really can't have a little pity for this kind of pervert. My old lady was also blind just now. Why do you accept this kind of pervert as a subordinate? While sending a telegram, Liang Bing took out the steel whip and walked out slowly. The moment the tavern door was closed, the mourning of the people of the motherland, begging for mercy. And the sonic boom of the steel whip waving never stopped. If he hadn't sensed the gradual weakening of the breathing of the people of the motherland, Ron went out in time to stop it. I'm afraid the black-robed picket team has already ushered in the finale. As the wounds on the motherland were healed again by the Holy Lord's horse charm. He got up quickly and said, Boss, Queen, I'm leaving a little earlier. After saying hello, he ran out of the tavern as if fleeing. It's scary. Just for a moment, the people of the motherland even thought that they were going to explain here. The man from the motherland hasn't paid the bill yet. He is your subordinate. Remember to pay the bill for him when you leave. Ron reminded with a smile. Grass. It's so troublesome. After Liang Bing sent a series of telegrams, she suddenly smiled charmingly. Why don't you pay the bill like last time? I'll pay double this time. Last time. Ron froze for a moment. The last parting kiss couldn't help but come to mind. Oh, I get it. This BCH wants to take advantage again. We'll discuss it again. We'll discuss it again. Ron glanced at Rem warily, and whispered. Liang Bing smiled and took a sip of wine, then fell into silence, as if thinking about something. At this time, just listen to a crunch. The door of the tavern was suddenly pushed open. I saw Big Wolf happily running to the bar and sitting down. Boss, I brought you a soft-hearted spray this time. As long as the user pretends to be pitiful, everyone will become soft-hearted and unable to refuse the user's request. As he spoke, he handed Ron 2 bottles of spray containing purple potion. After taking the spray, Ron shouted towards the kitchen. Rem, Thor, roast 5 sheep and let Big Wolf pack them away. Okay master, Rem's soft voice came from the kitchen. And on the bar, maybe it was because the coffin was almost gone, but Rayleigh surprisingly didn't say anything this time. On the contrary, the Holy Master's eyes suddenly lit up. Can I make my stupid son obedient by using this thing? Just when Ron was about to collect the obedience potion into the system warehouse. Advertisement. The Holy Master hurriedly stopped. Boss, can you sell this thing to me? I can give you a complete collection of witchcraft. Although I have never seen anything invented by Big Wolf. But the Holy Lord knows that if he can trade with Ron, it must be something good. After hearing this, the demon dragon on the side couldn't help but sneered. Old man, are you stupid? This thing is useless at first glance. The Holy Master ignored his stupid son's cynicism and still looked at Ron with burning eyes. Sure, no problem. Ron smiled and handed over a bottle of softening spray. After receiving the spray, the Holy Master sprayed it directly on the face of the demon dragon without saying a word. Bah, feeling the mist on his face, the devil dragon suddenly became furious. Old man, did I give you face? Let's go back to hell to fight. The Holy Lord did not rise up in response. Instead, he said pitifully, Son, my father made a mistake. It hasn't been easy for me these past few years. As he spoke, tears slowly fell from his scarlet eyes. When the demon dragon saw this, he was about to continue scolding, but for some reason his heart suddenly softened. Immediately afterwards, he hugged the Holy Lord for the first time. Father, you are so pitiful. It is my fault these years. I will listen to you from now on. The Holy Master was immediately overjoyed and continued to strike while the iron was hot. What about me practicing the trumpet? Do not care. What a good son I am. For a moment, 2 huge monsters with ferocious faces hugged each other and cried in the tavern. That picture is so beautiful. Kid, do I still have a chance now? Rayleigh rubbed her hands and asked with a flattering look on her face. Ron refused. You have no chance, I want to use that bottle. Heard the words. Ram, Thor and others who were busy put down their work one after another and looked at Ron. Use. Who is it used on? Isn't it the woman who jumps in through the window every night? Ram, and Thor looked at each other, and then nodded in perfect agreement. Suddenly, Liang Bing, who was drinking silently, suddenly raised his head, his muscles tensed up, and he murmured. I seem to smell that beach's smell. With the voice down. Suddenly the tavern doorbell rang. Jingle. Chapter 72. Who the hell are you implying? Ron glanced at Liang Bing in surprise. Can you smell this? How much hatred and hate. And according to the script, shouldn't you run now? How can you still drink wine so calmly? Aren't you afraid that Geisha will stab you immediately after coming in? Just when a series of questions flashed through Ron's mind. The tavern doorbell suddenly stopped ringing. As the door was slowly pushed open, a woman wearing a white gilt war skirt walked into the tavern with smooth steps. The woman's appearance is absolutely beautiful, as if God was partial and gave her the most perfect facial features. The small rhombus-shaped mouth is ruddy and attractive, with luster, a pair of clear eyes are shining with hope, the nose is straight, and the eyebrows are long and straight. The laces on the soft armor outline the waist, and the breasts are swollen, which fully outlines the perfect figure. The most important thing is that her whole body exudes a holy and inviolable aura, which makes people feel ashamed. The person coming is none other than Liang Bing's sister, Holy Geisha. At the same time, he is also the supreme leader of one of the oldest civilizations among the main biological civilizations, the Angel Civilization. Super God in the world, the strongest person in the known universe. Geisha looked around the tavern. After scanning everyone one by one, a trace of surprise flashed across the cold face. Strong humans, dragons, demons, ghosts. Such creatures from different dimensions are actually in the same tavern. And they can sit and drink together in peace. What is the origin of this tavern? While Kasha was dazed, Ron's voice brought her thoughts back. Welcome, Queen Geisha, my name is Ron and I am the owner of this tavern. Geisha nodded slightly. It's interesting. It can directly cross the world, and even pass the celestial computer and directly transmit sounds into my mind. She came to the bar with her skirt fluttering and sat down. She never glanced at Liang Bing from beginning to end. Certainly, Liang Bing did the same, drinking wine silently. It's like two strangers who don't know each other. Now, the Holy Lord and the Demon Dragon also stopped crying. The huge body moved to the side, looking at Geisha with eyes full of disgust. Did it disturb you enough to take a rest? Ron asked softly. As long as they are guests invited by the system as the target of conversation. At 7 o'clock in the morning, a reminder will sound in my mind on time. Emperor Zongyan is an example. Fortunately, it just serves as an alarm clock. Geisha pinched her eyebrows and said in a playful tone. Advertisement. But, getting up early can help me think about how to kill a certain bitcha with one knife. Liang Bing, who was about to pick up the cup to drink, hesitated, then turned around and cursed. Geisha, UBCH. Who the hell is this? Everyone present was stunned when they heard this. What's the situation? Why did these two people suddenly start scolding each other? And, it seems like they know each other. Rayleigh, who was quietly watching the show, saw a flash of light in front of his eyes. I love watching women fight and stuff like that. You should know who I'm talking about. Geisha crossed her legs, the hem of her skirt was soft and clinging to her delicate body, her long, milky white legs were slender and round. FK, your uncles. Liang Bing raised his eyebrows and sent out a series of telegrams. You bitch are only good at talking. Geisha smiled and shrugged. Oh, right, can you stop shaking your hands before you curse? Ron at the bar took a look. Really? Liang Bing's right hand holding the wine glass trembled a little. I don't know that it is the strong fighting spirit, which caused the body to be excited. It was still suppressed by the blood of Geisha, her own sister, and she was afraid of being beaten, which made her feel fearful. I can't stand your BCH anymore. Liang Bing growled. But when it's about to start, a figure suddenly appeared, with a pair of slender hands resting on their shoulders. Calm down. If you two fight and destroy the tavern, I won't have a place to live. Geisha, Liang Bing tilted his head and glanced, and Lukia's pretty smiling face came into view. The next moment, the prompt sound of the astronomical computer sounded in Geisha's mind. Ding, a huge amount of dark energy has been detected, and the progress of the analysis is slow. Now link Tianren number 1 to analyze it together. Close black lens bracket. Unlock hidden ban. Transfer password. Open Shikai analysis. The current analysis progress is 0.1%. Ding, analysis failed. Do you want to reopen Shikai analysis? Close black lens bracket. Bitcha, don't waste your energy. Liang Bing suppressed the urge to stab Geisha in his heart, and said lightly. This is a true god, which is different from our technology becoming a god. But her strength is unpredictable. It's better to drink alcohol honestly. Advertisement. That's why she doesn't run away when she sees Geisha. All fighting is prohibited in the tavern. In other words, no matter how Liangbing greets Geisha's uncle, and mother, and other relatives. Geisha has nothing to do with her. If you really want to move your hands. Judging from the strength system, even Liang Bing and Geisha can't beat Lukia together. What's more, there is also a Ron that cannot be parsed. Certainly, if Liang Bing and Geisha move a supernova that is about to explode, there may be a chance that Lukia will be seriously injured. God. A trace of surprise flashed in Geisha's eyes, and then she murmured with great interest. Then just wait a minute, let's take a look at how this strange world can give birth to a god like you. Ron's eyelids twitched. Geisha's look is not as sloppy as cold ice, and it's done with a rough glance. Instead, use the astrocomputer to see through the essence of the entire world, and to spy on everyone's hearts. But anyone who can use the power of knowledge can be keenly aware of it. Just when Ron wanted to stop it, he realized it was too late. Geisha's pupils were already blinded by a piece of white. In the next instant, the powerhouses of the entire pirate world seemed to have fallen into a brief stupor. Even Rayleigh, who was there, was no exception. This feeling, it's like being naked and being seen by others, and there is no secret at all. Soon, Geisha came back to her senses and stared at Ron with her beautiful eyes. It's a beautiful world, but it's full of wars. Why can a pre-nuclear civilization breed gods and demons, as well as stronger existences like you? Well, there is only one possibility. Speaking of this, she paused, dragging her cheeks with one hand, and gently raised Ron's chin with the other. You are not. Before she finished speaking, Ron directly covered Geisha's mouth, and said with a smile. Her Majesty, you are not a little girl anymore, you should know what to say and what not to say. What the hell? Rayleigh is still around. Although he already knew a general idea, it's best not to say anything about this kind of thing. With her mouth covered, Geisha's eyes were full of sorrow, and she sobbed. Woo. But Liang Bing at the side snorted coldly at this moment. Little girl. Stop joking. Even if this BCH has menopause now, my wife will believe it. Chapter 73. She really broke my heart. Nausea. Already lived for 10,000 years, what kind of little girl? After Liang Bing heard these 3 words, goosebumps all over her body suddenly popped up. But at this time, Ron also let go of Guy's sad eyes. The next moment, everyone present finally knew what it means to want to kill someone. You can't hide your eyes. Geisha exuded a murderous look all over her body, and a trace of scarlet passed before her eyes. Period. Do you, BCH, know that I just need to issue a justice ruling now? Don't talk about menopause, even if you are a woman, your characteristics will disappear. Not to be outdone, Liang Bing replied, hee, a just verdict. The whole universe is chasing after you to convict my old lady, is it just for the order you made up yourself? Guy Shaw said lightly, you are still like this. If you can't tell me, you can only engage in your heresy. It's ridiculous. If you weren't in this tavern, you wouldn't even have the right to have an equal conversation with me. Liang Bing was speechless for a while, her cheeks were flushed. Want to do it, but when he thought about the rules of the tavern, he had no choice but to give up. Stop making noise, drink some wine. Ron smoothed things over with a smile, took out a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet and handed it over. Take the bottle. Geisha glanced at it, and opened her teeth lightly. Is there red wine or coffee? The hand poured one. Use filter paper. I can do it by hand, but use toilet paper, not filter paper. Ron complained inwardly, then shook his head slightly. Only white wine or fruit wine. The name of the wine in your hand is Zhonlanshun. Geisha didn't refuse any more, but just after opening the bottle cap, the rich aroma of wine wafted into her nostrils. Before she drank it, her delicate cheeks were slightly flushed under the mellow flavor. Immediately, Geisha filled the wine glass and took a sip. Gulu. With a sip of the wine into the throat, the rich aroma of the wine immediately lingered between the lips and teeth. The sweet and clean taste, coupled with the mellow and soft taste, made Guy Shaw couldn't help but admire. Yes, much better than my usual drink. As long as you like it. Ron smiled, then turned his head to glance at the quiet Liang Bing. Her expression is complicated. While frowning, a faint smile flashed in his eyes, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Advertisement. Just when the tavern fell into silence. But it was broken by Liang Bing's lazy voice. You always think my thoughts are fallacies. Ultimate fear does not exist. Then you come here now, after seeing the legendary gods and the tavern that even your knowledge treasure house can't analyze, do you still think so? Although they are not in the same world, this place actually exists. Speaking of this, she looked at Geisha calmly, and said in a deep voice. Angel civilization is not unique, nor is it the only supreme existence in the universe. The ultimate fear will come completely one day. Hearing this argument, Geisha fell silent, her star pupils half opened and half closed. She wanted to refute, but couldn't come up with evidence. You can't say. This is another world, whether it's a tavern or a legendary god, it's impossible to come to our universe, BCH. This is not a quarrel between children, but an academic problem. Since it happened, we must face the problem head on. Before this, Geisha has always thought of herself as a master creature, that is, the master creature of the universe. Those so-called voids and ultimate fears are all invisible and unknowable things, and they are all defined by her as secondary creatures. They do not belong to this visible mainstream world. But now, this statement has been pried open by a tavern. A long time. Then Geisha said slowly, maybe you are right and I am wrong. As long as you can find a civilization history of more than 10,000 years in the known universe, then I am willing to die. Well, by the way, even if you find that kind of civilization, your theory is still evil. In order without justice, everything is chaos. This time. Surprisingly, Liang Bing did not refute, but said with a smile. Your pedantic and outdated ideas will eventually lead the angelic civilization to perish. When the ultimate fear comes, I will cut off your head with my own hands. I'm leaving, I hope to see you, bitcha, tomorrow. After finishing speaking, Shi Yingying got up and prepared to leave. Before leaving, this time the bill will be paid together tomorrow. Liang Bing turned around and winked at Ron, then left the tavern with a smile. Because of ultimate fear, and the idea of depravity and freedom, the two sisters fought for 14,000 years. And today, this theory finally stood up in front of Geisa. Liang Bing was very happy, her back was not as heavy as before, and she was bouncing around when she walked. People can't see the shadow of the demon queen, just feel that this is a beautiful woman who has encountered good things. Certainly, this does not prevent Liang Bing from still thinking about how to kill Gai Sha. Advertisement. ... It's still the same look that you think you will be happy if you get a little advantage. Geisha looked at Liang Bing's back and murmured in a low voice. Hee, if the ultimate fear is real, at least before that thing comes, I can't let the universe and my civilization live in the shadow of fear. Heard the words, Ron, who was sitting at the bar, suddenly understood. In fact, Geisa already knows in her heart that this kind of secondary creature she thinks really exists. Otherwise, she wouldn't study void quality either. Thus successfully arming 3 warriors with sub-biological engines. If conditions permit, would you kill Liangbing? Ron asked softly. I don't know, maybe I will. Geisha shook her head slightly, and gently stroked her left belly with her right hand. When that sword went down, until 10,000 years had passed, when I broke through the body of the 4th generation, I still had a dull pain here. She really broke my heart. In that year, Geisha didn't expect it anyway. The person who betrayed and stabbed her turned out to be her own sister, Liang Bing. Perhaps in Geisha's eyes, Liang Bing is still a willful and rebellious child. The Lord, who was drinking silently, wanted to share with Geisha the deeds of the reconciliation between their father and son. But think about it. Forget it, angels are not worthy. Lucia, who happened to pass by the bar, said softly. Similarly, my sister and I have also quarreled for many years over a trivial matter. There will always be reconciliation. The faces of Thor and Ron on the side turned black at the same time. Are you sure that's a small thing? Have you forgotten why you were deprived of your godhood? Geisha sighed softly. We fought for 10,000 years and quarreled for 10,000 years, during which countless people died. It won't end so easily. The voice just fell. The door of the tavern was slowly pushed open. Akainu walked in quickly with a gloomy face. Rayleigh turned around and glanced at it, and immediately covered his old face with his hand, thinking silently. Can't see me, can't see me. Geisha's eyes suddenly lit up. Talent. Chapter 74 Holy Lord. First of all, secondly, and finally, I didn't mess with any of you. Akainu is in a bad mood. Just now, he felt as if he had been stripped naked and looked at from the inside out. There are no more secrets in the heart. This feeling is very bad. He tentatively asked Flying Squirrel and others, and the same thing happened. If the deeds of technician number 8 who often goes to popular romantic spots are exposed, how can Lousy still hang out at Marine? While I was feeling depressed, I happened to find no trace of Ace. Akainu thought of going to the tavern for a drink. But when he entered the tavern, his mind went blank. A blonde maid with a green tail. A wolf that drools over roasted sheep, and doesn't look like a fur tribe. Demons wiping tears from both sides and whispering to each other. And a blonde woman who calls herself Talent. Everything here is madly impacting Akainu's cognition and worldview. So much so that he ignored Rayleigh's existence. Ron, what's going on? Akainu stood there and asked in a deep voice. He can sense the threat to him from these unknown creatures. So out of instinct, I didn't dare to approach. Don't be nervous, Mr. Akainu, these are just tavern guests, they are very kind. Ron explained softly. The voice just fell. The Holy Lord, the Demon Dragon, and Big Wolf all turned around and grinned at Akainu, expressing their goodwill. The picture was so beautiful that Rem and others couldn't bear to look at it. Akainu hesitated for a moment, then came to the bar and found an empty seat to sit down. Soon, Thor put a bottle of wine in front of Akainu, but he had his tail tucked away when he came. Your wine, use it slowly. Akainu nodded, then filled the glass and drank silently. Still the same as before. He didn't like to talk and made no unnecessary movements. He always stared at the wine glass in his hand, one glass after another. At this time, Geisha seemed to have read something, and raised her eyebrows. Oh. Has that bitchy already spread the evil ideas of depravity and freedom in this world? Ron just smiled and nodded, not saying much. After all, this touches on the privacy of the two guests Liang Bing and Doflamingo. As a tavern owner, you still have to stick to the bottom line. That's fine. Let's do an experiment with this world. Geisha murmured with interest. This world will eventually be immersed in depraved freedom and unable to extricate itself, and will become completely crazy. Advertisement. Or a just order can make people live a happy life. Justice triumphs over evil, and angels punish demons. This is one of the reasons why she and Liang Bing played 10,000 years. Now that the seeds of depravity and freedom have been spread into the world, they are spreading crazily. Then Geisa must not let it go. Although her theocracy does not directly involve itself in the management of lower civilizations. But the Akainu in front of him is the best disseminator of justice and order. Don't overdo it. Ron didn't stop. When Liang Bing lets Doflamingo spread depravity and freedom. He thought, what would happen if Geisha's justice also came? Which philosophy will civilians choose? Geisha nodded. Don't worry, I won't be as stupid as that bitcha. As she spoke, she turned to look at Akainu, crossed her legs, and sighed softly. Kid, I like your justice. Now that the seeds of depravity have been sown, justice must curb this evil idea. Akainu ignored it, his eyes full of disgust. Crazy woman. Can you tell me something that people have said? Oh, you may not understand what I said, and Marine is not aware of Morgana's depraved thoughts. Geisha instantly read Akainu's thoughts and continued without getting angry. To put it simply, I need to find someone who spreads justice and order in this world. In the Marine organization, only yours is interesting. Sengoku from 20 years ago was also good, the justice of King's Landing. It's a pity that since he became a superior, he has learned to check and balance, and he still favors moderates. It's ridiculous. What kind of soldiers are created by what era? My child, your justice is not wrong, you must spread your justice and my ideas to every corner of the world. Clean away all the sins and do's in this sea, and shine the order of justice on the whole world. Geisha's eyes were calm, and her voice was clear. Like a nun, singing the Bible in her hand, praising the great God, justice. Akainu was stunned when he heard that. But when observation hockey spread, it was discovered that Geisha was just an ordinary person. For a while, the veins on Akainu's forehead popped instantly, and a trace of anger flashed faintly on his dark face. What the hell, are you an ordinary person talking about justice in front of Lousy? Also, kids, it's endless, isn't it? Lousy is in his 50s this year. This age is enough to be your father. He ignored Geisha, but looked into the bar. I don't remember that Sabaody Archipelago has a lunatic asylum. Where did she come from? Heard the words. Everyone in the tavern was taken aback. Rayleigh couldn't hold back even more, and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Advertisement. Sakazuki, on this day next year, I will definitely go and dig weeds from your grave. The Holy Master also cried to the foolish son. Son, don't talk nonsense when you go out in the future, it's easy to lose your life. The effect of soft heart spray is still effective. So much so that the devil little dragon nodded with tears in his eyes. Good father. Inside the bar, Ron said helplessly, she came from another world. Akainu looked confused. Another crazy one. Nothing seems right today. First, I felt that I was being spied on, and then a lunatic appeared to let me spread justice. Geisha sighed lightly. According to what Blue Star said. I didn't want to reveal my identity, I wanted to talk to you as an ordinary person. Oh, but now, with the voice down, a pair of pure white wings spread out from Geisha's back. The white gilt battle skirt on her body was also replaced by a dark black armor, and the red cloak was windless and automatic. Instantly, holy, domineering, and the aura that makes people dare not look directly bursts out in an instant. And after this aura hovered around the tavern for a week, it pressed down on Akainu. It was Geisha's punishment for what he thought in his heart just now. For a while, Akainu's face turned red under the pressure, and he panted heavily. God, an angel. Shouldn't angels be a species that lives in books? Why did you suddenly run in front of me? This moment. Akainu faintly felt that something was broken in his heart. It seems to be a worldview that I have spent more than 50 years building up. At the same time, he also finally understood what Geisha meant. It turned out that she wanted to find a believer, spread the concept of justice, and kill corruption and freedom in the cradle. How about it, do you still think I'm a crazy woman? Geisha asked with a smile. Mumbling, Akainu swallowed with some difficulty, then gritted his teeth and said with a wry smile. No, you're not. But immediately, he pointed at the Holy Master and his son, suddenly changed the subject and asked in a deep voice. Since you are an angel, then there are two demons sitting here, why don't you kill them? The Holy Master and his son. First, then, finally. Lousy is here to drink honestly and didn't mess with any of you. Chapter 75 Teacher Geisha started class. The Holy Lord is in pain. First, he became an ordinary person, sitting at the bar and drinking. As a result, he was kicked over by Blackbeard's men. Now someone wants an angel to kill him for no reason. What the hell, does Lousy have any grudge against you? At this time, Geisha raised her index finger slightly, and while controlling her breath, she also changed back to her original attire. Hoo. As the pressure dissipated, Akainu breathed in the air greedily. The moment just now, he even felt like he was going to die. I wanted to take action, but found that I couldn't muster the courage to do it. This is not just a gap in strength. It's more like a crushing of species and realm levels. You are right, I should indeed kill them. Geisha said with a smile. The Holy Lord and his son. What the hell, are you serious? Almost instantly, the Holy Master and his son were ready for war, and the aura on their bodies no longer restrained, but completely burst out. The air of coldness, evil, and suffocating terror filled every corner of the tavern. Geisha didn't pay attention and continued to say with a smile. But I'm sorry, you should know the rules of this tavern. All fights are prohibited. Before that, she analyzed Liang Bing's memory. If the tavern is destroyed, Ron will hang himself up and beat him. Geisha doesn't want this. The crisis was over, and the Holy Master and his son also breathed a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Akainu's face turned dark. Are you kidding me? Have you forgotten that you are an angel, you freaking Ron? If he dares to say one more word, he will be stabbed directly. After thinking about it, Akainu suppressed his restless emotions and asked in a deep voice. Tell me, what is your philosophy? Although Akainu was not happy about Geisha's play. But what she just said. But Akainu, who upholds absolute justice, agrees. Therefore, he wanted to hear what concept of justice this angel upheld. Ron, who was eating melon and watching a show at the bar, raised his eyebrows. Advertisement. Good guy. This is the rhythm of class. There is a small notebook, hurry up and grab the notes. Immediately, Geisha first told Liang Bing's evil ideas of depravity and freedom. And specifically stated, this depraved evil idea will cause the number of pirates, human traffickers and other lawless elements on the sea to increase in a short period of time. And now this concept has appeared in the sea. Upon hearing this, Akainu's heart suddenly sank, and his face became extremely solemn. Now Marine, 4 emperors, and Shichibukai stand as 3 pillars to balance the power of the sea. Although fighting broke out every day, it was just a small fuss. Once a large number of pirates flood into the sea in a short period of time, this balance will inevitably be disrupted. At that time, the sea will once again fall into chaos. It's very dangerous, so we must eliminate it completely. Geisha took a sip of wine, leaned her back on the chair, found a comfortable position and continued. And the concept I uphold is called divine authority, which is not suitable for this world. God can decide everything about lower civilizations. The judgments made by God are the most just. This is God's will. This is too macroscopic and is used to manage the known universe. To simplify it a bit, for the rest of the time until the end. Akainu sat blankly in his chair, forgetting that he was still holding a glass full of wine in his hand. Geisha's words kept echoing in my heart. Especially that sentence. If war breaks out, then war. How heroic. This is the indisputable nature of justice and order. After coming back to his senses, Akainu regrets it, he should have written it down in his little notebook. Remember, those who are chained by grief will be inflamed with flames, and the fallen will not be forgiven. You will spread righteous order to this world, no matter what the cost. Geisha's clear voice echoed in every corner of the tavern. Just like angels teaching people, every word spoken will make people's hearts pure and yearn for freedom. That's the truth. At this moment, Akainu looked at Geisha with extremely hot eyes, as if he could spit out fire in the next second. This feeling, it was like looking at the god he had always believed in. This moment, Akainu sublimated. That is justice that sublimates absolute justice to a higher level. Ron at the bar could even imagine the scene after Akainu became Marine Marshal. Akainu raised his arms in the stands and shouted. Advertisement. We are born of the fire that burns sinners. The corruption in the world will be purified, darkness will be destroyed in the name of justice, and the thirst for justice will reach the sky. The voices of countless Marines below resounded throughout the entire Marineland. We will defend justice to the death. Ron knew in his heart that the largest war between pirates and Marines would break out in the near future. The scale is even far greater than some at war. But Doflamingo and Akainu will be the leaders of both parties. Angel, Queen Geisha, I will keep your words in mind. In time, the order of justice will be the greatest order in the world. Akainu suppressed his inner impulse, and when he thought about being calm, his voice actually trembled slightly. Rayleigh on the side heard this, leaned into Ron's ear and whispered. This guy's thoughts are very dangerous. What will the 5 elders think when they hear this? Ron said calmly. I will probably kill him to sacrifice to heaven. After all, the order of world government is the greatest now. Rayleigh nodded. I wonder if the seats at naval headquarters are delicious. I can try them out then. Can you go in? At worst, wear a hat and sneak in secretly. Rayleigh said with a smirk on his face. Ron, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand a word? But, Akainu is indeed too dangerous now. What if I saw celestial dragons killing civilians on the street that day? Akainu might really be able to smash the heads of celestial dragons with Dark Hound, while shouting, in the name of justice. At this time, after Akainu put down a stack of berries, he stood up slowly and said. Queen Geisha, I'm leaving first. This concept must be engraved in every Marine's heart immediately. Don't worry, Geisha stopped him. That Baikai has given power to the fallen. If we encounter him, you may not be able to kill him now. She paused, then held her right hand in the void, and a long sword with a double-edged red light appeared out of thin air, and then handed it to Akainu. Take this flaming sword and let them lead you to death. With the appearance of this long sword, the temperature in the tavern also inexplicably increased a bit. Akainu took the flaming sword and the sharp blade sliced through the air, causing a ripple. At the same time, Geisha also passed the usage method to his mind. The next moment, message received. Akainu couldn't help but flash a flash of scarlet in his eyes, and murmured. With this sword, I wonder if I can kill these 2 monsters. By the way, I'm going to kill this old guy Rayleigh.
4 Mount Chapter 76 The cold rain slapped Akainu's face indiscriminately. Swell. After getting the flame sword, Akainu's mentality is extremely inflated. Especially after learning what it really does. He even wanted to single out the entire 4 Emperors group with 1 sword at a time. The Sword of Flames. It is the 3rd ranked weapon in the Super God world. It has the ability to resonate with solar energy. So, the power it produces, as well as the radiation effect, are unprecedentedly powerful. This sword goes down. Even Kaido, known as the strongest creature, had to be bloodied on the spot. Now, Rayleigh, who was drinking, was taken aback suddenly, and so was the Holy Master at the side. Although Akainu's voice was very small just now, it was still keenly captured by the three of them. Immediately, Lord and Son, Rayleigh looked at Akainu. And just at this moment, Akainu also held the flaming sword and looked at them with a nuclear smile in his eyes. Look at each other. Rayleigh stood up abruptly, leaning on the bar with one hand, spun around, and jumped directly behind Ron. With that movement, it was completely impossible to tell that it was an old man in his 70s. Stretching his head towards Akainu, he yelled, "Come on. Akainu, cut it here. If you don't do it today, the old man will look down on you." Akainu's face turned black suddenly. What the hell, it's a dog's way of life, right? Come out if you have the ability. You see, if Lousy kills you, you are finished. The power of the flame sword is too strong for this world. Ron said flatly, if you want to continue the experiment, you'd better change your power. Although Cool Ice endows Doflamingo with two genes that look gimmicky. Ice again, fire again. But the actual effect is far inferior to frozen fruit and Mara fruit, and it can only be counted as an auxiliary. But the flame sword is different. That's way beyond the specs of this world. Also, Geisha touched her chin and sighed softly. Then take back the flaming sword and transform your body into the second-generation divine body. With the voice down, the flame sword disappeared out of thin air under a burst of space fluctuations. Looking at Konluoluo's right hand, Akainu's heart is full of disappointment. Lousy's happiness is gone. Advertisement: if you give everything away, can you still ask for it back? And the ambition to single out the entire Four Emperors group just now also dissipated. At this time, there was a slight ripple in the space around Akainu, and a mechanical reminder sounded in his mind. Unlock the hidden ban, transfer the password, start to fuse the second-generation god body. The current progress is 30%. This is Guy Shaw, who solved the world through quantum analysis and laid out the star map. On this basis, wormhole bridges were built around. After doing all of this, finally began to fuse the genes of the second-generation god body with Akainu. During this time, Akainu felt that his life level had completed several transformations. The gene sequence has been reorganized, and the body is several times larger than before. This process lasted a full 5 minutes. When the fusion was completed, Akainu's physical body ushered in explosive growth. If he was compared to a child before, then he is now a teenager after merging the second-generation divine body. Without the fruit ability, just relying on the physical body, you can punch a child. Akainu felt the power in his body, and a gleam of joy appeared on his dark face again. Lousy's joy is back. However, Guy Shaw's words gave him another ruthless punch. Don't be too happy. You who have merged with the god body of the second generation are only physically stronger, and are much less powerful than the flaming sword. But this power is enough for you to be the marshal of the marine. The god body of the second generation? Akainu asked with a puzzled look on his face. Is there a higher level divine body? Geisha nodded. I am the fourth generation god body, and so is that B***ch. The god body of the fourth generation already belongs to the conceptual life. It can be said to be an immortal existence. Speaking of which, Guy's beautiful eyes looked at Ron unconsciously. Well, he seems to be too. After hearing this, Akainu felt a throbbing pain in his heart. This feeling. It was like feeling invincible just now, only to be woken up by Ron P**********. But what Geisha said also reminded Akainu. He must not mess with Ron in the future, otherwise he will die miserably. Ron sighed helplessly. You guys did well in class, don't bring hatred to me. Ha ha ha. A smile curled up on the corner of Geisha's mouth. This world is obviously not suitable for you anymore, why not follow me to Tiancheng? Come on, the angels will stand in 2 rows and welcome you. Forget it, I'm fine here. Ron smiled wryly and shook his head, thinking of something bad for a moment. Is Angel's driving skills so fierce? Drain bends? Rayleigh's eyes lit up too, but when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them with force. He was afraid of being beaten to death by Geisha. Advertisement, the Queen, I will take my leave first, and now I have a task. Akainu slowly got up and said. Geisha took a sip of the wine. I hope I can see certain results when I see you next time. Akainu nodded silently, turned and walked out, just as he was about to step out of the gate. But he turned to look at Rayleigh again, and said provocatively. Old man, if you have the ability, don't just hide behind Ron and take advantage of others. Rayleigh is an individual, knowing that he can't beat him, so he doesn't pay attention to the yelling. Suddenly, the Lord approached and handed Rayleigh a charm engraved with rabbits and cows. Lousy has been annoyed at seeing him for a long time, so use these 2 charms to destroy him. Rayleigh was a little suspicious. Really, why don't you go? The Lord sighed softly. Without the permission of the boss, I dare not do anything to people in this world. Trust me. 1 Ron is fine. The key is Lukoya, who is similar to, seeing the scene. This made the Holy Master to be very careful, for fear that the result of trying casually would be death. After hearing this, Rayleigh believed it. After taking the spell, he shouted arrogantly. Little ghost, don't cry for a while. Today, the old man will let you know. The little flying sticks of the new era can't compete with the old sausages of the old era. Language fall. Akainu only felt an afterimage coming, and at the same time, his face was hit hard, and his body spun and flew out of the tavern. In the following time,
Rayleigh relied entirely on the speed of the rabbit spell and the strength of the bull to beat Akainu all the way. Fortunately, the second-generation body has just been fused. Relying on his strong resilience, Akainu can also sneak back 2 punches from Rayleigh. Just when the two couldn't leave each other, the system's mechanical prompt sounded in Ron's mind. Open black lens bracket ding, customer Guy Shaw finished talking. Close black lens bracket, ding, the customer Devil Shalong, Holy Master, Akainu. Finished talking. Close black lens bracket. Customer Geisha. Eye of Insight, Flame Bombardment, Sacred Domain, Sacred Body, the host can choose one ability. Close black lens bracket. Customer Lord. Chicken Charms, Cow Charms, Horse Charms. Ron said softly. Choose Geisa's Sacred Body and fuse it at night. There are too many people in the tavern now. Merging the divine body would definitely make a big noise, and Ron didn't want to attract attention. As for the abilities of Holy Master, Devil Shalong and others, Ron chose the Bull Charm, the Demon Bugang Demon Chi, and Akainu's Observation Haki. At this time, suddenly the tavern doorbell rang. Jingle. The door swung open. A green creature with a giant needle-like tail came into Ron's eyes. Chapter 77. Do you really want her to die? The creature's grooming is simple. There is only a black vest on the upper body, the body color is turquoise, and the earlobes are very long on the shoulders. A pair of blood-red pupils made people feel frightened. He is the second guest in the tavern with a villain from Otherworld. Merlium. Hunter. The villain of the world, the race is chimeric ants. It is the king born after the chimeric ant queen continued to forage for human beings. But, the Meluum at this moment is just a giant baby who is only 20 days old. But even so, Holy Master, Devil Shalong, Guy Shaw and others can still perceive his terrifying strength. But they didn't care too much, it's just a stronger ant. The big wolf at the side was trembling with fright. Welcome, Mr. Meluum. Ron greeted with a smile. Huh. Meluum came to the bar and sat down, and couldn't help being a little puzzled when he heard the name. You know my name? Ron didn't hold back, and explained softly, it's your mother's name. The meaning of this name is, the light that illuminates everything. Originally, Ron didn't want to call out the name directly. But then I thought about it. I can't just call him, Wong, all the time. It's more comfortable to just call him by his first name. Meruem nodded thoughtfully. From birth to now, he has always been called by his subordinates, King. Before coming to the tavern, Meruem learned the importance of names during a conversation with a chess player. He wants to have a name, instead of just a simple, King, character. How did you know? A trace of vigilance rose again in Melem's eyes, and the strong murderous aura leaked out uncontrollably. On the day of his birth, he clearly remembered it. There is no human being in the ant nest. Your mother told me before you were born, Ron prevaricated. Heard the words. Meluum frowned, just when she was about to continue asking. Lucia came to the bar without warning. With a bottle of wine in his hand, he put it in front of him. Your wine, please use it slowly. Who allowed you to interrupt me? Advertisement. A murderous look flashed in Meruem's eyes, and his tail swept straight towards Lucoa's neck. See this scene. The Holy Lord and his son couldn't help but gasp. Geisa also raised her eyebrows, admiring Melem's courage in her heart. May angels be with you. Seeing that the needle-shaped tail was about to stab it, it stopped strangely. Lucoa's eyes, which had been squinting all along, also opened. The 4 eyes are facing each other. Meluum froze in place, and his field of vision was completely covered by a pair of different pupils. This moment, he felt that everything around him was squeezing towards him crazily. It was as if an island had hit him directly. The body was crushed, the blood was drained, and all the organs were emptied. This is the absolute crushing between races. Meruem wanted to struggle. It can be found that apart from the fact that the brain can rotate, the body seems to be completely separate from itself. Under this pair of different pupils, for the first time since birth, Meluum felt despair. It was a kind of fear that could not raise the heart of resistance, resulting in despair. Children, the moment you touch your hands, everyone is a sin. Lucia narrowed his eyes again, and said with a smile, since you are still a baby, let's forget it this time. And next time, Ron won't be able to save you. I can't save you, I'll hang you up tonight and beat you. Ron secretly decided. Really? Lucia smiled and looked into the bar. Ron's face suddenly darkened. What the hell? This B****ch won't use dragon magic to spy on Lousy's mind, will she? Don't get me wrong, I've lived for too long, and people's thoughts can be known at a glance. That's it, I'll see you tonight. Lucia winked at Ron, twisted her slender waist and left the bar. Ron's eyelids twitched wildly after hearing this, and he had a vague premonition in his heart. If she and Momosagi run into each other, there won't be a fight, right? No, must move to Rem's room to eat sakura peach tonight. After Lucia left, the breath suppressed on Meruem disappeared in the air. After regaining his freedom, he panted heavily, and his whole body was soaked in sweat. Horrible, it is completely crushed from species. Meluum even felt that what he faced just now was a god. Advertisement. After thinking about it, he picked up the wine bottle on the table and poured it into his mouth. There are 3 big characters written on the green bottle, Neolonshan. Gulu. With a sip of wine entering his throat, the hearty taste made Melem's tense nerves relax a lot. After a short period of calm, Meluum said slowly, the wine here is very good. I also like the name you said,
Thank you, Ron asked softly, so sensitive to names. Did you meet someone? Did something happen? This person refers to Wheat? If the Ant Queen gave Meluum life, Ron gave him his name. That Wheat endowed him with a complete soul. As for humans, it gave him a deadly nuclear flat mushroom cloud. That is a human being. She is very good at playing military chess, and even beat me many times. There was a slight tremor in Meruem's calm voice. When I saw her being pecked by an eagle, the kind of weakness that was completely unsuitable for her chess skills made me very confused. I don't even know how to face her, this moment. Meruem's mental immaturity and bewilderment are gradually revealed. He began to think about himself, others, and the world. He also has conflicting feelings towards Wheat, but in the final analysis, Meluum is just a giant baby who came to the world for dozens of days. Originally, I didn't know how to worry about this body, and I was most afraid that if I saw tenderness, Ron couldn't help sighing inwardly. The birth of Meruem was the result of combining the genes of all things. But, even though everything is in one body, there is only a trace of humanity missing. Because of the appearance of Wheat, he sensed the subtle emotions in his heart. This kind of feeling spreads rapidly like ants multiplying. Do you want to beat that girl in military chess? Geisa asked suddenly, a look of anticipation flashed in her eyes. Just now, all of Meruem's memories were red, since it lacks humanity and the feelings that a creature should have. Then give him a question like this, and what kind of answer will he get? Coupled with the fact that races such as ants can evolve to such a point, Geisa is very interested. Meruem was taken aback for a moment. According to the original agreement, as long as he wins the chess game, Xiaomai will die. But do I really want her to die? Chapter 78. The world is inherently turbid and cannot tolerate the light that illuminates everything. Face Geisha's question. Melem's eyes were full of confusion and bewilderment, and he never stopped drinking one glass after another. During this time, the frail figure of Mai kept flashing in his mind. Helplessness, confusion, pain, under the continuous burst of all kinds of emotions. The sliver of humanity that had never existed in Melem's heart was being expanded infinitely. It's been a long time. Maybe it's because of the alcohol, or maybe it's because of the hidden humanity in my heart. Under the watchful eyes of Ron, Geisha and others, the cold words slowly spit out from Meruem's mouth. I want to win her, but I don't want her to die. In her body, I felt the consciousness of human beings for the first time, a different quality. I first became overwhelmed with humans when I saw her being bruised by an eagle. I'm also at a loss for myself. Melem's voice was a little trembling. The human nature and animal nature were constantly torn apart in his heart, exposing his beating heart to the air. From birth to now, for the first time, he realized that power is not absolute violence, not meaningless destruction of life, but protection. From the moment he saw Mai covered in injuries, Meruem realized her importance and wanted to protect her. Has the human nature in my heart defeated the animal nature? Geisha Liu frowned slightly and said in a calm voice, it seems that the little girl warmed you up. Ron nodded slightly. He's a pure man. It is this purity that makes him the only one in the world who sees the light in Mai and takes care of such a weak person. Similarly, Mai was almost the only one who saw the light on Melem's body. Perhaps, a pure Meruem is not suitable to be a king in the first place. But he had no choice. When he was born in this world, his subconscious mind was, I am the king of the world. Light? Meluem looked at Ron in confusion. My name is the light that illuminates everything in the world, but I don't see the light. I am a king, but who am I, and what am I born for? Because of Wheat, and after Meluem learned about the power of the tavern. At this moment, he no longer thinks that he is an invincible king, he wants to communicate and listen. From other people's mouth, hear a true self, Geisha said lightly, stand on your ant clan's standpoint. You are the light that dispels the darkness and illuminates the ants. You were born in the darkest period of the ant clan, and now you will lead the ant clan from darkness and danger to a bright future. Ron stopped talking and continued, you are not who. You're just Meluem, that's all. Heard the words. Meluem froze for a moment, and the confusion written on his face gradually dissipated. The inner question has finally been answered, just at this moment. Advertisement Geisa and Ron looked at each other at the same time, looked at each other and smiled. That kind of tacit understanding, as if the two have known each other for many years. See this scene. Ram, who was busy, Ram and others couldn't help becoming vigilant. Lukoya smiled and murmured, oh, if this continues, there won't be many bullets left in the gun. Thor put his hands on his hips and said flatly, Ron doesn't like this kind of old woman who has lived for 10,000 years. Ram, after hearing this, a smile appeared on Ram's delicate face. Even so. But my heart is already vigilant. On the other hand, Lukia was stunned for a moment. Lived 10,000 years, Granny, has been connoted to? After falling into deep thought with Meruem. The tavern is also back to its original state, in the huge space. Echoing the crisp sound of wine glasses colliding with each other, the cry of the Holy Master and his son. And the sound of fighting and howling came from outside from time to time. At this time, Meruem put down the wineglass in his hand and asked slowly. Boss, do you think humans can coexist peacefully with chimeric ants? I want to build a fair and perfect world, from beginning to end. Meruem is always exploring how he can become a qualified king. On this basis, he has been actively learning, exploring, and feeling. Ron shook his head slightly, you'd better not have such childish thoughts.
You have to remember. Any species that poses a threat to humans unless domesticated, like dogs. Otherwise, no matter how much goodwill you show, humans will try to eradicate the threat because that's human nature. The eyes of the Holy Master and his son were filled with contempt. In the eyes of the two of them, Meruem was equivalent to a demon. Since he was born with a ferocious and violent nature and has the strongest power, he also tries to bring equality to the world. In the end, use this power to protect the weak but worthy of living, not to bully the weak. This is really ridiculous in the eyes of the devil. The world is already muddy, and there is no room for the light that illuminates everything. I see. But I still wanted to give it a try. Meruem nodded silently, drank the last sip of wine, put down a wad of money, and slowly got up to leave. Welcome to visit next time. Ron couldn't help sighing while saying goodbye with a smile. I hope. There is also a chance to meet Meruem. He is both unfortunate and lucky. Unfortunately, he only lived 38 days. Advertisement. Fortunately, he met Mai, the blind girl who made Meruem human. I will come often. I have learned a lot from you and her. After Meruem finished speaking, he turned around and left. Get out of the tavern. He ignored Rayleigh and Akainu, who were huddled together, and drifted away into the sun. In a trance, Meruem saw a girl with eyes closed, snot and slobber waving at him. Lord Commander-in-Chief, you're back. Close black lens bracket. Well, it's time to play chess. Go and prepare the chessboard. By the way, the real name is Meruem. The corners of Melem's mouth rose slightly, and for the first time he smiled from the bottom of his heart. With the voice down, his figure also disappeared from this world. Inside the tavern, Guy Shaw asked curiously, I'm curious what will happen to him. What's the end of this ant clan? Ron said softly, maybe it ends with death. As for the ants, there may be some left. Ants devour for growth, for a better self. But this seemingly beautiful but extremely selfish growth is at the cost of aggression and killing. No one can blame this kind of race for its genocide. Geisha nodded thoughtfully, then fell silent, as if thinking about something. At this time, the door of the tavern was pushed open hard. Immediately afterwards, Akainu's body was thrown in by Rayleigh and then hit the floor hard. Thank you, Holy Master. I'll return the spell to you. I'll leave first. After Rayleigh threw the charm back to the Holy Master, he hurriedly ran away. Just now, many Marine soldiers have seen Rayleigh and Akainu fighting. Now that Marine's reinforcements are coming, if Rayleigh doesn't run away, he will have no choice but to fight Marine to the end. Now, Ron and others all looked at Akainu, who was lying on the ground. It's too awful. Not only his nose was bruised, his face was swollen, but his whole body was covered in bruises. Especially the position of the two kidneys is the most obvious. Fortunately, after fusing with the second-generation divine body, the injuries are recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. That old guy Rayleigh is truly a kidney shooter, Ron said with a smile. Everyone nodded in agreement. Really? Once a man is weak in that area, he will most despise others as being better than him. Since you can't get it, let's destroy it together. Suddenly the tavern doorbell rang. Jingle. Chapter 79. Without a woman in your heart, draw your sword and be a natural god? Jingle. As the doorbell rang, the door was pushed open. The T-Dolphin wearing a justice cloak walked in slowly, followed by a bony T-Bone colonel. To Ron's surprise, I haven't seen him for a few days, but the temperament of the T-Dolphin has changed. His eyes are firm, his steps are calm, and his brows are full of the posture of a strong man. But Ron always felt something was weird. Does it really answer the sentence? There is no woman in the heart, and the sword is natural? Tisk tisk. Eldest brother, do not deceive me, however, after seeing Akainu's tragic situation. The T-Dolphin who had just entered the tavern, T-Bone's expression suddenly changed, and he subconsciously wanted to help him up. Suddenly, a crisp voice came from the bar, interrupting their movements. Don't move him, after a while, his wounds will heal. The T-Dolphin looked in the direction of the sound. A blonde woman with excellent temperament and impeccable complexion came into view. Listen to Geisa. The queen. Akainu struggled to open his eyes and spoke intermittently. Geisha queen. You mean this beautiful woman? I don't understand, was written all over the faces of Chafu and T-Bone. Akainu has a fiery personality. Even if 5 elders provoked him, he dared to face his face, pointing his nose and cursing, old thing. But this guy is now called an ordinary woman, queen? Is this world abnormal, or did I hear it wrong just now? Just when the T-Dolphin looked dazed, Colonel T-Bone said with a shocked expression, Mr. Akainu's injury is healing. After regaining his senses, the T-Dolphin quickly turned around and looked around. I saw that Akainu's breath gradually stabilized, not only the wound on his body was healing. Even the bruises on the skin faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. This recovery speed is incomparable even for Zone and even Devil Fruit. Since you two are fine, sit down and have a drink instead of standing, Ron greeted with a smile. Heard the words. Reassuring the T-Dolphin, Colonel T-Bone nodded silently, and walked slowly to the bar to sit down. Available immediately. 2 monsters who were hugging each other and crying appeared in the field of vision. When the Lord and his son saw that the two were looking at them, they habitually grinned to express their kindness. T-Dolphin and T-Bone sat in place for an instant. Don't be afraid, the two of them are very kind, Ron explained helplessly. What the hell? Come and explain it to someone. I hope so.
The tea dolphin nodded with a wry smile, but the vigilance in his heart was not reduced by half. Advertisement at this time. Thor came with 2 bottles of wine and put them in front of them. Your wine, take your time. Tea dolphin, Colonel T-Bone nodded, fill the glass with wine. The tea dolphins who had been to the tavern drank 1 cup after another, and their tense nerves were also relaxed. As for Colonel T-Bone, he frowned slightly, unmoved by the alluring aroma of wine. Colonel T-Bone, if a Marine dies at the hands of civilians instead of on the battlefield, how would you feel now? Ron asked softly, in a few years. Colonel T-Bone will take up the Marine Vice Admiral. And this Marine General will die at the hands of the civilians he has protected all his life. The reason is also very simple. That commoner is starving to death, so is going to trade Colonel T-Bone's head for a bounty to stay alive. Poverty and money completely distort people's hearts. It's ironic, but also very real. After listening to T-Bone, his face remained calm. How do you protect civilians if you're worried about being attacked by civilians? How to guard this sea? Our justice drives me to turn my back to the civilians, and the blade is held in my hand to protect them. Even in an unequal world, I want to show the justice I deserve. Even in this rough sea, I will definitely protect the future of innocent people. T-Bone's voice was extremely firm, and the cloak of justice behind him moved automatically without any wind. Now, everyone in the tavern looked at this haggard-looking man. Expressions of surprise, agreement, appreciation, etc. flashed in front of everyone's eyes. If you know it cannot be done, do it. This is the courage of a Marine and his belief in justice. No one can laugh at it. You have integrity and are determined to protect civilians. Marines like you don't die easily. I wish you good luck in martial arts. Ron raised the wine glass in his hand. I'd like to lend you some good words. T-Bone didn't drink, but just raised a glass filled with water. Ding. The glasses collided with each other, making a crisp and sweet sound. The tea dolphin on the side frowned slightly. There was obviously something in Ron's words. No, I need to pay more attention to my T-Bone in the future. If it's like what you said, you can leave it to me, Geisha said softly. This justice will not die with death in the biological sense. He will continue his ideals in another world. Ron smiled. It's too early to say that now. The T-Bone will have to wait at least 2.5 years for death. Before that, what Doflamingo and Akainu represent, the war between corruption and justice will also draw a grand curtain. Advertisement at that time, the pattern of the sea will be redrawn. Many things will undergo certain changes, including perhaps the T-Bone. Geisha nodded silently, then stood up to leave. I'm leaving. Come back tomorrow. Wait, you haven't paid for the drink yet. I don't have the habit of bringing money, so I can only give it to you using Bitch's method. Geisha smiled brightly, leaned down and gently slapped Ron on the face. See, everyone couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Wait until you come to your senses. Geisha's beautiful figure had disappeared into the tavern, leaving only waves of body fragrance still lingering around Ron. The corners of Ram and Ram's 2 sisters' mouths twitched, and they looked like, I'm not happy. Lukoa also narrowed her eyes, confirming her previous thoughts. Yoruichi's claws also retracted back and forth from the pink flesh pad several times. On the other hand, Thor was very calm and just smiled and said, Ron, let's eat grilled dragon tail tonight. Ron, if you want to hit someone, just say so. Your tail is so poisonous, okay? At this time, a phone buzz suddenly rang. Pulu pulu pulu. Chado's face lit up. He quickly took out the phone from his pocket, opened it, and asked softly. Did you leave his house? Last night I saw you kissing him with your feet up on the street. I couldn't bear it, so I took a few stones and put them under your feet. Fortunately, you didn't squat down. Wait for me. I'll pick you up later with the soup I made. Your throat must be sore now, right? Turn off this phone, bug queen. Soon another call from the phone rang, and the T-Dolphin immediately opened it and said with a smile. I told you, I won't lick you anymore, just do your job in the hospital. What? You come to me tonight wearing a nurse uniform? Then I'll think about it, for the next half hour. T-Dolphin had 5 more phone calls ringing and started his dog-licking behavior on a dozen different women. And just at this moment, Akainu's injuries have healed. After standing up, he approached the T-Dolphin step by step with a sullen face. This chapter is mainly about remembering the character T-Bone. That's right. He died in the latest chapter of the One Piece manga, and he was killed by civilians. The reason is also very simple. If you kill T-Bone, you can receive the bounty from the Cross Guild. That civilian can survive, and so can his family. It's ironic, but also realistic. Finally, please ask for free update reminders and small gifts, thank you. Chapter 80 broken. At this moment, Ron finally understood what was wrong. Why did the T-Dolphin's temperament change to look like a real strong man? This is a sublimation from being a dog licker to a wolf warrior. Can you not hold your head high and your chest not firm? And I licked a dozen of them at the same time. What happened? Ron was very curious about what happened to the T-Dolphin. The T-Dolphin did not notice the approaching danger at all and sighed softly. That day when I left the tavern, I saw a house that had been burned to the ground. The fire seemed to have burned away my home, and it also seemed to have burned away my persistence. At that moment, I woke up from the dream. Since licking Momosagi is licking, then why can't I lick 10, or even more? Ron raised his eyebrows. Then I can only congratulate you. It's true that I don't know how to lick while I'm licking, and I'm already a dog among dogs. This sentence is indeed correct. Now I can only say that I have regained my life.
Dolphin lit up a cigarette and said calmly, I am very happy now. I can lick it whenever I want. I'm not afraid of women abandoning me. And the fact is exactly the opposite. Like just now, when I stopped licking, she was still very disappointed and even begged me. Seeing the arrogant look in the Dolphin's eyes, Ron was even more confused. This realm. Get rid of the word, dog licking, completely. The operable base is also large, plus the affectionate aura blessing of licking Momoshagi before. All we can say is that you can attack when you advance, and you can defend when you retreat. Immediately, Ron joked with a serious face, think about what I said to you a few days ago. You will only hollow out your body, destroy your beliefs, and make you farther and farther away from your own justice. Give me the contact information of those women, and you can continue to uphold your justice. Look at the T-Bone next to you, and the Akainu behind you, that's your role model. T-Bone said nothing, with a hint of disgust in his eyes. The T-Dolphin was said to be a little confused. What you said makes sense. But, Lousy will never believe your lies again. You fool me all day long. Bridge bean sacks. Ron just said Akainu behind him. Chado instantly sat upright, feeling as if someone was watching him from behind. Immediately afterwards, Akainu's murderous voice then sounded. Yujie, it looks like I'm going to give you a good lesson. Advertisement. You will be the first Marine to hear Queen Geissa's justice. Chado hurriedly explained. Mr. Akainu, please listen to my explanation, what I just said was all fake. Before he could finish speaking, Akainu picked up the T-Dolphin by its collar and walked out of the tavern. Boss, next time I take a break, I must come and try your wine. After T-Bone put down some money, he quickly followed. Welcome to visit next time. Ron smiled and stood up to see them off. Not long after the three left, the system's beep sounded in Ron's mind. Ding, customer Meruem has finished confiding. Close black lens bracket. Ding, customer T-Dolphin, Colonel T-Bone has finished talking. Close black lens bracket. Customer Malum, Chimera Ant Bloodline, special telepathy ability, host can choose one ability. Close black lens bracket. Customer T-Dolphin, dog licking experience, observation hockey, physical skills. Ron said softly, choose the Chimera Ant Bloodline, make it into a skill book, and put it in the system warehouse. But, what is the experience of T-Dolphin licking dogs? Do you want to be so outrageous? Ding, the system warehouse has been placed. Close black lens bracket. As for the latter ability, Ron chose dog licking experience and T-Bone swordsmanship. At this time, the voices of Thor, Rem and others sounded together. Dinner is ready, Ron, master. Ron came to the table, forked a piece of grilled meat, and asked. What kind of meat is this? Ram blushed and did not dare to speak, and Lukia also chose to remain silent. Only Thor kept urging. Eat it quickly, this meat is absolutely tender. The voice just fell. Ron came to Thor's back in an instant, and gently lifted the corner of the maid's skirt. Really? Ron also laughed angrily. I knew it was the meat on your tail. A blush flashed across Thor's delicate and pretty face, he forked a piece of meat, and stuffed it into Ron's mouth. It's hard to get rid of the toxins inside, so try it quickly. Could it be that your appetite can no longer satisfy you, and you still want to? Ron's face darkened. Really poisonous. Lunch ended easily with laughter and slapstick. Before the meal, Big Wolf returned to his own world with the roasted sheep. Night fell. Advertisement. The tavern is not welcoming a single guest. The Lord and his son also left the tavern in the afternoon. Because of the soft-hearted spray, the Devil Dragon wanted to go back with the Lord behind his back. Lying on the generous back, the Holy Master shouted with tears, my son is too filial. The picture is very beautiful. Let Rem, Thor and others can't bear to look directly. Now, Ron was the only one left in the huge tavern, and Thor and the waiters had returned to the backyard to rest. Looking at the empty tavern, Ron couldn't help sighing softly. Hey, did you fail to invite random guests from another world today? Since upgrading the tavern, the system gave another feature, that is, a guest from another world can be randomly invited every day. But, there is a probability of failure. Forget it, let's integrate the sacred body. Ron said softly to the system. Ding, the lack of optimization capabilities has been completed, and the integration begins. Close black lens bracket. With the voice down, dazzling light burst out from Ron's body, but then dimmed again, as if submerged in the body. Next second, the blood in Ron's body suddenly boiled in his veins. The veins all over his body seemed to be engraved with some kind of power. Sublimation. This is an absolute sublimation in the sense of life. The definition of death was completely rewritten. Even Ron's body was disintegrated into impenetrable particles. However, the sacred atoms can be positioned with each other and aggregated into the previously set form. This should be the unique power of Geissa's fourth-generation body. Ron murmured under his breath. Each god's fourth-generation body is slightly different. For example, Hexy has a special upgrade for void-level strikes. Rose has an absolute advantage in the wormhole algorithm. After thinking about it, Ron got up and closed the door of the tavern, ending the day's business. After some washing, Ron went back to his room and got under the covers just getting ready to sleep. Suddenly, there was a small movement from the window. Immediately afterwards, the doorknob of the room trembled slightly, and a gap opened. Ron opened his eyes sharply.
It's broken. Chapter 81. I gave you the heart-softening spray, and I'm not far away from death. Broken. Ron's eyelids twitched suddenly, and he felt regretful. You should pack your bedroll and go to Rem's room, or go to Rayleigh's. Today Luciana Tiger Tank said that it would attack his room at night. I didn't expect that she would actually come. Suddenly. The windows were pushed open. A graceful figure jumped in, still with the familiar posture of jumping out of the window, familiar cheeks, and familiar undress. And the other side. The gap in the open door of the room became wider and wider, and a figure barely squeezed in. Ron, I keep my word, lucky as lazy, mature female voice echoed in the small room. Very tempting. But it's also dangerous. Momoshiki, who had just jumped in from the window, suddenly stopped. But suddenly, several more figures walked in through the door of the room one after another. Ron's eyes suddenly widened, snapped. The light switch was touched by someone unknown. The soft light dispels the darkness of the night and illuminates the entire room. At the same time, Thor, Lukoa, Ram, and Yujie, who was being held in his arms, also came into Ron's sight. It's chaos, the whole northwestern Shanxi is in chaos. Did I come at the wrong time? Momoshiki asked with a smile. Ron, owner, meow, Thor, Ram and others all shouted in unison, and then looked at Momoshiki warily. Instantly, Ron knew, lying on the bed. The most difficult choice in life has appeared. After all, let this woman who talks to each other every night leave. Let's push Thor, Lukoa, Ram and the others back to their rooms. It is impossible to keep them all. But Lousy can ask for them all. Ron said with a smile. The weather is nice tonight, let's go for a walk on the beach. It doesn't matter whether they agree or not. Snapped. Ron raised his hand and snapped his fingers, followed by a crisp sound. The next moment, a red magic circle enveloped everyone in the room. This is the teleportation magic of the Dragon Clan, which can teleport multiple people at short distances. When everyone opened their eyes again, the scene of the salty and wet sea breeze tearing up the waves appeared in their field of vision. Look, the scenery is so beautiful. Advertisement. Before Ron could finish speaking, he was forcefully taken away, and his figure disappeared instantly. Momoshiki, Ram and others also just nodded, but found that no one was there. Thor bit his teeth, and cold bites popped out of his mouth one by one. It's Lukoa. ... The other side. When Ron opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a deserted plain. Very quiet. Only the cool breeze and the sound of breathing beside me lingered in my ears. Suddenly, Ron's eyes were suddenly shrouded in darkness, his face was buried in an abyss, and a strong sense of suffocation came over him instantly. Ooh, Ron's sobs of pain echoed across the plains. But no one responded, because Lukoa had placed a ban on the surrounding area. 100,000 words are omitted here. ... Early morning. Ron slowly opened his eyes and stood up from the bed. Last night, I can only say it was very moist. Although driving a tank is a bit tiring, the driving fun and experience are still great. Are you awake? Lukoa's hoarse voice sounded in the room. There was a little sadness in his voice. Ron followed the sound and saw that Lukoa was dressed and ready to leave. Call. Fortunately, there was no scene of throwing money. Ron said softly. Yeah, I'm awake. Let's go out for breakfast. Rem should have already prepared it. Lukoa shook his head. You guys eat, I'm a little tired, I'm going to catch up on some sleep. As Ron watched, she yawned and left the room. It's a little different from before. Lukoa's walking posture was a bit outgoing, and her hands kept rubbing her waist. After a simple wash, Ron came to the tavern from the backyard and saw that Thor, Rem, and Ram had already laid out breakfast. As if they had made an agreement in advance, they kept silent about what happened last night. But there was a flash of determination in those beautiful eyes, as if something was determined in her heart. Ron had a bad feeling when he saw this. Master, dinner is ready. Rem saw Ron with a sweet smile on her face. Okay. Ron smiled and touched her hair, then sat down and prepared to eat. Today's breakfast is still rich. Omelette, toast, bacon, porridge. As usual, Ron was eating while reading the newspaper that had just been delivered today. Beasts Pirates and Red Hair Pirates will meet in New World the day after tomorrow. Please continue to pay attention to this newspaper for subsequent events. Close black lens bracket. Informed sources revealed that a Kainu Admiral was violently beaten by a mysterious strong man in Sabaody Archipelago. Now Marine has issued a message to refute the rumors and declares that those who spread the rumors will be severely punished. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Shocked. Someone stabbed celestial dragons in the street, but was shot and killed by celestial dragons in the end. Everyone present was shocked. Close black lens bracket. Below this is a picture of civilians kneeling before celestial dragons. Lying on the ground was a middle-aged man lying in a pool of blood. And this man was unarmed. Tisk tisk tisk. Morgan's is so lickable this time, I guess he got a lot of favors. After Ron sneered, he stood up and sat down at the bar, feeling vaguely curious. If justice, which Akainu represents, wins over Doflamingo, who represents corruption, will he still tolerate the existence of celestial dragons? If a war breaks out, what will be the difference between it and the current revolutionary army? On the contrary, he is still just a puppet of the celestial dragons. Just as Ron was lost in thought, the door of the tavern was suddenly pushed open. The Holy Master and his son came in cursing. The demon dragon looked ferocious, with murderous intent in his eyes. Old guy. Hurry up and hand over that thing, or I will kill you now. Just thinking about the scene of hugging and crying with the Holy Lord yesterday made him feel sick to his stomach. If it weren't for the heart-softening spray's expiration date. I'm afraid that the devil Xiaolong will continue to play the role of a filial son. How disgusting. Silly son, I gave you the softening spray, and I'm not far away from death. The Holy Master smiled, went straight to the bar and sat down, then handed a book to Ron. Boss, this is the witchcraft that promised you. Ron took the book and briefly flipped through a few pages. The records in it are very complete and detailed, and several of them have been reduced to bug level. For example, Qi and blood can help injured people recover as quickly as possible. Prediction, the ability to easily observe celestial phenomena and predict what will happen within a period of time. There is even a resurrection technique that can bring people back to life and make them immortal. Yes, I can experiment with it when I have time. Ron nodded with satisfaction. Boss, it's fine if you like it, but some of these witchcrafts are best not to be tried lightly. The price is too high. Even. The Holy Lord hesitated to speak. Seeing this, the demon dragon came over curiously. What even? Of course I want you to become my good son. The Holy Lord spoke very quickly. The rabbit charm was activated instantly. He took out the softening spray, pointed it at the devil dragon's face and pressed it. Phew. The demon dragon's eyes suddenly widened, and his expression changed from dull to angry, and finally murderous. Damn it, this old guy doesn't have martial ethics. Just when he was about to take action, the Holy Lord's cry sounded. Son, my father made a mistake. My father just wants you to be more filial. The effects of the heart-softening spray take effect. The murderous look on Demon Xiaolong's face turned into heartache. Father, it's not my fault. Language fall. The two monsters hugged each other and cried again. Chapter 82 Flexible Bottom Line. The time when the father and son, the Holy Lord and the Devil Dragon, cried. 4 regular customers, Rayleigh, Doflamingo, Big Wolf and Liang Bing, also came to the tavern one after another. For a while, in addition to crying, the tavern is also more lively. Doflamingo reported to Liangbing the results of spreading corruption and freedom in the past 2 days. Rayleigh smiled and patted Big Wolf on the shoulder. When the Devil Dragon returns to normal, it will definitely strangle you. Big Wolf froze for a moment. Why? If it wasn't for your invention, he wouldn't be what he is now. Rayleigh grinned. After hearing this, Big Wolf's heart trembled. At the same time secretly make a decision. I must make a few more bottles of soft heart spray when I go home today, so that the Devil Dragon can continue to be in this state. In this way, my majesty will not be in danger. After thinking about it, Big Wolf took out a belt and tied it around his waist, and said to Ron. This is the transformation belt. After wearing it, it can turn the user into any item. With the voice down, a beam of light shot out from the center of the belt and shone on the chair beside it. Immediately afterwards, Big Wolf actually turned into an identical chair, and said with a smile. Boss, what about my invention? See this weird scene. The pupils of everyone on the bar suddenly shrank. This is probably too outrageous. Become a living person. The Lord touched his chin and said in disbelief. The ability of this belt is very similar to the monkey charm, but there are some gaps. The belt of transformation transforms the user into something they see. The monkey charm, on the other hand, can turn a target, even an object, into a living animal. But there is also an obvious disadvantage, that is, it cannot be transformed into anything other than an animal. This is also the reason why Ron has never chosen the monkey charm. Liang Bing got up slowly, and after walking around the chair transformed into Big Wolf, said in amazement. It can change the structure of the object, but the life consciousness is still intact. Interesting. Sell me this invention, I am willing to pay a high price. Boom. With a muffled sound, a puff of smoke burst out from the chair, and Big Wolf changed back to its original appearance, shaking its head slightly. Sorry, I can't sell it to you. As agreed, I can only sell to Ron. Liangbing refused to give up, and offered a high price. I'll give you 2 copies of jeans, can you sell them? Feel sorry. Advertisement. Big Wolf still refused, and took off the belt and handed it to Ron. Rem, roast 5 sheep and let Big Wolf take them away. After taking the belt, Ron first yelled to the kitchen, and then said with a smile. The props are good. Even if you don't have these props in the future, I will continue to give you sheep. Thank you, boss. Big Gray Wolf was moved. From now on, I and my family will not need to worry about eating meat for the rest of my life. Not only that, I can finally say goodbye to the pan. Ron, sell me the belt. Liang Bing stepped on her high heels, ran to the bar counter, and kept shaking Ron's arm. The voice of a mature woman is full of coquetry. Can't stand it. At least Ron couldn't stand it. This is Sister Yu, and she is still Sister Yu who knows how to beep. Alas, Ron couldn't resist after all, and sighed softly. What can you give? Don't fool me with those jeans. Liang Bing pointed her sharp chin with her index finger, and after thinking about it, she opened her white teeth lightly. What about the Suyin dagger? It's hard to get this kind of material. Ron didn't rush to agree, but asked the system. How many points can be exchanged for Suyin dagger and transformation belt? Ding, the silver dagger can be exchanged for 2,000 points. Close black lens bracket. Transform into a belt to exchange for 800 points. Close black lens bracket. After getting the answer, Ron smiled and handed the belt to Liang Bing. It's yours. At the moment when the items were exchanged, Liang Bing always felt something strange. It's like I've been tricked. Immediately, Liang Bing blew gently into Ron's ear. How about you give it to me for free? I will repay you with a spring of water. Are you serious about your last word? Ron's face turned dark and he resolutely resisted the temptation. No, you still owe me money for a drink. What a pity. Liang Bing sighed softly, turned around and sat down in his original position. Ron also looked disappointed. You are giving more. I might agree. I have a flexible bottom line. At this time, the door of the tavern was slowly pushed open. The motherland man strode in with a gloomy face, holding a stack of reagents. Something was wrong with him. While his eyes were full of murderous intent, he seemed to be hurt. Here, this is chemical reagent number 5. The motherland man handed the thing in his hand to Ron. Advertisement. Tell me, why on earth did Soldier Boy want to kill me? Ron explained softly. First of all, you were cultivated in his test tube. Soldier Boy is only your nominal father. As an old soldier boy, he definitely doesn't understand and has very weak feelings for you. After all, he didn't even have a mobile phone at that time. Having said this, he paused, took a bottle of wine from the bar and handed it to the motherland. Secondly, his machismo is almost pathological. As his son, you are very emotionally unstable, always crying and breaking down. So to make Soldier Boy think you are a good-for-nothing BCH, why not kill him and start a new account again? Heard the words. The people of the motherland were stunned. He is his biological son. Even though they have never met before, there is no need to kill themselves just because of such a trivial matter, right? Since that's what he thinks, don't blame me. When the people of the motherland look gloomy, they seem to be able to drip water. Sissy, crying, breaking down. Each of these words seems to be turned into a sharp sword, piercing the hearts of the people of the motherland. Once, he also fantasizes about taking his son to meet his father and have a happy reunion. But now, after all, it is just a fantasy. Just as the people of the motherland are immersed in grief and anger. Liang Bing asked with a smile. How did you go about the things I told you? They didn't even call her queen when they entered. It seems that the beating was too light the day before yesterday, so the leg should be broken immediately. Hearing this familiar voice, the people of the motherland suddenly shivered in fear. The fear of being dominated by Liang Bing came to mind again. Without any hesitation, the people of the motherland quickly stood up, bowed 90 degrees and explained, I'm sorry, queen. Yesterday I had a fight with my so-called father at the Gathering of Heroes. I have to steal chemical number 5 for my boss again, so I don't have time to spread your ideas. Liang Bing was very satisfied with his attitude and did not delve into it further. This is not an example. The motherland man breathed a sigh of relief. After sitting down slowly, he asked, Boss, where is my wine? But Ron had promised it at that time. As long as chemical number 5 is stolen, it will not only tell why Soldier Boy killed himself. Also give me a bottle of wine that can make the crescent moon soar 5 meters into the sky. Drinking fresh milk, going to the rooftop to have a crescent moon burst, and then giving a series of speeches to gain attention. This is what life is called. That's the bottle I just handed you. Ron said with a smile. But just finished. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Bridge bean sacks. Ron's eyes suddenly lit up. Did you just talk about the Heroes Exchange meeting? Advertisement chapter 83 because only the winner is just. When Ron heard the words, exchange meeting of heroes. Suddenly there was nothing else to focus on. What appears in my mind is all a mosaic. That's right, it's the exchange meeting of heroes. The native shrugged, and then impatiently took a sip of the wine Ron handed him. The name of this wine is seahorse wine. It is made from seahorse, rice wine and honey. It has the effect of warming the kidneys and strengthening yang. Gulu, with a sip of wine entering his throat. A flash of light flashed before the eyes of the people of the motherland. Ron didn't show any favoritism. The people of the motherland can clearly feel the crazy secretion of dopamine, and the adrenaline is also rushing all the way. It's such a pity that I couldn't see that kind of scene with my own eyes. Ron said with a disappointed look on his face. What do you mean? Rayleigh asked curiously. As a veteran driver, I smelled a hint of stickiness in the air very keenly. However, before Ron could say anything, the native people explained it first. Certainly, because he had a shadow of Liang Bing, his way of expression was very subtle and tactful. I was afraid that before I finished a word, I would be served with another steel whip. But as an experienced driver, Rayleigh understood instantly and subconsciously glanced at each other with Ron. The four eyes are facing each other. The corners of their mouths could not stop rising crazily. Forget it, I want to kill Shanghai when I think of that incident. The native said in a deep voice. Laozi asked him to keep an eye on the Dynamite twins. But he secretly played with Octopus in the room, FK. Now there are countless heroes who have been killed or injured participating in the Heroes Exchange meeting. This project will be permanently banned. Deep Sea. Ron couldn't help but froze for a moment when he heard the name. Lobster's best friend, Dolphin's savior, Octopus's lover. Certainly, the most important thing was the quarrel between him and Starlight. It's too strong. Rayleigh couldn't help but curled her lips. Liang Bing also covered his face and shook his head. I am now very doubtful whether the concepts of depravity and freedom can bear fruit in your world full of perverts. Let's not mention the exchange meeting between heroes. Just the deep sea where octopuses have friendly exchanges makes Liang Bing feel less confident. After hearing this, Doflamingo, who was drinking silently, couldn't help but look at the native of his country in surprise. Is he also someone who wants to spread degenerate ideas like himself? Comrade, Queen, trust me, advertisement. The motherland man said with a serious face, your ideas will definitely be carried forward in my world. I hope you can bring some good news next time you come. Liang Bing nodded silently. The voice just fell. The door of the tavern was pushed open. I saw the T-Dolphin holding the phone slowly walking in. Baby, I bought you buns stuffed with chives this morning. Is he satisfied? Did you put on the lipstick I gave you last night? I wanted to have a sense of participation. Ah, if you come to see me tonight, I'll book a room right away. After hanging up the phone, Chado changed his flattery and proudly came to sit down at the bar. Rayleigh, who didn't know why, was shocked. Doesn't this guy stop licking? Not only has it gotten worse, it seems to be very powerful. Really, the practicality of tongue training is now reflected. Ron explained softly. After that day, the T-Dolphin realized that it had evolved from a dog-licking beast to a complete body. Rayleigh understood. Soon. Ram then put a bottle of Moutai in front of him. Please use your wine slowly. Thank you. Chado nodded, and after taking a sip of wine, his face drooped again. Mr. Akainu doesn't know if he took the wrong medicine. Whether they are moderates or hawkish generals, he held a one-night meeting, preaching sublimated justice. So much so that the number of missions assigned to us by the general staff has surged. Ron raised his eyebrows. He did this, isn't he afraid of Aokiji making trouble? There are also factions in Marine. Akainu is the chief of the Hawks, and Aokiji is the head of the moderates. And now, Akainu enjoys a brand new idea combined with his absolute justice and Geis's justice to assimilate moderate generals. At that time, not only Aokiji, but even Sengoku will definitely stand up against it. Because that will only intensify the faction dispute. Thereby exacerbating unnecessary internal friction in Marine. The T-Dolphin shook his head slightly. It's too late. After last night, although no one from the moderates agreed, their hearts have already begun to waver. They feel that over the years, they have betrayed the ideals and justice when they joined Marine. Justice, there is no such thing as gentleness. Only by cleaning up the crimes in this sea can we shoulder the justice behind us and the mission entrusted to us by the common people. Sure enough, the moderate Marine was not so easily persuaded. Ron pondered for a moment, then asked with a smile. What about you, were you persuaded? It's a heartbeat. The T-Dolphin sighed softly, but the painting style suddenly changed. But the heartbeat is the heartbeat, and the woman can't be pulled down, it can be operated in 2 lines. Just a little tired. Ron, you are hopeless. Advertisement. If Akainu hears this, he will definitely give you a big fight without saying a word. ... And at this moment, Doflamingo, who was listening silently, frowned. I just said it coldly. Geisha's ideas will also come to this sea, and confront corruption and freedom. But Doflamingo never expected it. It is Akainu, that mad dog who upholds the philosophy of Geisha. Liang Bing lightly reminded. You have to be careful. With your current strength and your subordinates, if there is a conflict with Marine, it will definitely be broken at the first touch. Don't let the queen shed tears for you. Doflamingo's eyes were full of gloom, but his face was full of smiles. Foo. It just keeps getting more and more interesting. Justice must prevail. Yes, because only the victor is just. Queen, just watch, the largest battle for supremacy in the history of pirates is about to begin. Snapped. Liangbing slapped Doflamingo's scalp with a slap, and cursed. Don't drag your words, be normal to my old lady, shit. That BCH is Akainu second generation divine body, as my subordinate, you must have it too. Doflamingo covered his head in pain, gritted his teeth and cracked his mouth. Available immediately. An inexplicable force poured into the body, completely disrupting the body's structure and genes, and then reorganizing. A few minutes later, the fusion of the second generation's divine body is complete. Doflamingo's eyes widened suddenly, and the joy in his heart was beyond words. With this power, it is only a matter of time before the world government is overthrown. Even Akainu, Kaido, stand in front of them now and have to suffer 2 big blows before they go. Just when Doflamingo was excited, Ron poured cold water on him. Don't be too happy. With your current strength, it can only be said that Akainu can't do anything to you. Maybe they will be counter-killed. Doflamingo. Do you think you are very humorous? As soon as you were happy, why did you pour hot P******s on Lousy's head? At this time, there was a sudden call of a phone bug. Pulu. When the T-Dolphin heard this call, it seemed to instinctively searched up and down. Available immediately. Doflamingo took out a phone bug and opened it, and Diamante's voice came from inside. Dover. According to people in the underground world. 5 minutes ago, Redhead and Kaido fought in New World. Chapter 84. The scene where the sea is stained red with blood will definitely be beautiful. War started. Didn't the newspaper say that the red-haired man can only meet Kaido tomorrow? It wasn't just Ron who was confused. Even Rayleigh, the T-Dolphin on the side, looked confused. Based on the intelligence provided by Shaki and Marine's huge information network. The information they got was basically consistent with the information in the newspaper. How could it go wrong? Are you sure? Doflamingo frowned. Very sure. The islands near where they started the war are owned by the Don Quixote family. My subordinates said that Kaido turned into a green dragon and flew to the red-haired ship. They started fighting when they disagreed. At the same time, the large fleet of beasts pirates is also approaching there with all its strength. It is expected to arrive at dusk. Diamante said a lot. Use this to express the accuracy of this message. Bah, okay, I understand. Doflamingo hung up the phone and smiled sadly. He knew the opportunity had come. In this battle, whether Kaido wins or the redhead wins, one of the two must come to the Sabaody Archipelago. Whitebeard is also on his way. Soon, the world will usher in an unprecedented huge war. It was a scuffle between four emperors and Marine. Whether Doflamingo gets the heads of the 4 emperors or the Admiral, he will rise completely to recruit more men. If placed before, he didn't even dare to think about it, but it was different now that he had merged with the second-generation divine body. Boss, I'm leaving now. I'll come back another day. Dolphin threw down a wad of money and left the tavern without looking back, his steps extremely firm. To stop this war, the only way now is to capture Ace alive. I'm leaving too. Rayleigh put down the money and walked out with a gloomy face, but the direction of leaving was the opposite direction of the Dolphin. Ace must be found and every possible means must be used to get him out of the Sabaody Archipelago. Otherwise, once this war breaks out, Rayleigh has no confidence that he can keep Ace. The two of them also knew it very well. A heavy rain is coming, and no one can survive alone in the center of the whirlpool. Now there's something exciting to watch. Ron murmured in a low voice. Let's start with the current situation. Summit War is scheduled to advance. The location was also changed from Marinfendo to Sabaody Archipelago. The 3 forces of Shichibukai, Marine, and 4 emperors will compete here at the same time. Who wins and who loses is now a blur. After all, both Doflamingo and Akainu are sufficiently strengthened now. Liang Bing said with a smile. People from the motherland will come tomorrow. I can't interfere, but you can. Perhaps due to the power of the steel whip, the people of the motherland nodded vigorously like a dog legger. Advertisement. No problem, Queen. Immediately, he hesitated and said, Queen, Boss Luo's side. The people of the motherland know this clearly. In this pub, Ron has the final say. Without his consent, the people of the motherland really don't want to get involved in the affairs of this world, because they are afraid that if they make a mistake, they will really turn into corpses. Liang Bing waved his hand. Don't worry about him. I have a way to deal with him. Ron pouted. What else can you do, and you have to complain again? Lousy doesn't want to be fooled by you. Suddenly, Liang Bing's figure appeared in the bar. She bent down and whispered in Ron's ear. You should know that temple is a verb, right? Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Ron was about to nod. Sudden, the door of the tavern was pushed open. Geisha walked in slowly, and the bright sunshine shone on her dress through the window. The whole person seemed to be inlaid with a layer of gold, coupled with the smooth blonde hair. He was graceful and luxurious without losing the dominance of a king. It's very beautiful. If the world were frozen at this moment, it would definitely be the most beautiful painting. Verb. You bitcha really talk like this bitcha. After Geisha snorted coldly, she walked to the bar and sat down. It can be next second. She frowned, pointed at the motherland and said with a frown. Do you want him to participate in the war in a few days? No. Geisha's voice was slow, with a hint of laziness. But when it came to the ears of his motherland, he was so suppressed that he didn't even dare to raise his head. Even the queen dares to scold him. If I say one more word now, at least the steel whip will get wet, or at worst, the person will definitely be dead. Geisha, IFCK *U, I********. Liang Bing first slapped his unlucky subordinate, and then acted as a telegraph operator to Geisha for a while before saying in a deep voice. Bitcha, just read my memory. You don't need to worry about my affairs. Geisha leaned on the back of the chair, crossed her legs and said calmly, okay. Then tomorrow I will come to this world with the holy left and right, and completely understand the depravity you have spread into this world. I think, when the flaming sword cuts through their necks and the blood dyes the sea red, the scene will be beautiful. Boom. Liang Bing slapped the table and said angrily. Come on, who is afraid of whom? My demon will arrive by then and kill those 2 little bitches. Language fall. The surrounding air gradually began to twist. Devil's claws and silver wings poked out from the space, and a terrifying aura spread throughout every corner of the tavern. Advertisement. Stop arguing, you are not allowed to interfere in this world's war. Ron frowned slightly. After hearing this, Geisha and Liang Bing immediately stopped their scolding. The silver wings and devil's claws were also withdrawn one after another. Only the remaining breath and the shivering people of the motherland proved the horror just now. Snort. Liang Bing glanced at Ron fiercely, then returned to his previous position and sat down again with a frown. You look so disgusting. Geisha couldn't help but complain. You. Liang Bing bit her teeth and turned to glare at Geisha. The 4 eyes are facing each other. The two immediately established a secret communication and started a new round of swearing. The dirty words and the sharp voice are simply unbearable. At this time, the sound of the system rang in Ron's ears. Ding, the customer's motherland has finished talking. Close black lens bracket. Ding, the person the customer confided in is Deep Sea, who will be visiting the tavern soon. Close black lens bracket. Customer's motherland. Super strength, super speed, super defense. The host can choose an ability. Close black lens bracket. Customer Doflamingo. Armament hockey, observation hockey. Ron responded. Super strength. Ding, the optimization power is missing, start merging. Close black lens bracket. With the voice down, Ron felt that his body had been strengthened in all aspects. There was no strange feeling during this period. After all, after fusing the dragon's physique with the Nine-Tails Sky Fox bloodline, his body has reached an extremely terrifying level. As for the others, Ron chose Pig Talisman, Doflamingo's armament hockey and T-Dolphin's taijutsu. But, it's okay to have a pervert who drinks fresh milk, but why does he need to have a pervert who plays with octopus? The scolding battle between Liang Bing and Geisha continued in the afternoon and ended. Before leaving, everyone put down their harsh words and continued tomorrow. At night, the motherland, the Holy Lord, his father and his son, and Big Big Wolf also left the tavern one after another. During this time, the tavern is not welcoming any more customers. Ron simply closed the door early and prepared to rest. Early the next morning, when Ron woke up, he saw. There is still the familiar figure, the familiar action of throwing money, the familiar posture of jumping out of the window. All I can say is boring, so boring. After washing up, Ron came to the tavern and saw Thor and others setting up breakfast. Just getting ready to eat. A man's urgent voice sounded outside the tavern. Lord St. Charles, this tavern is not worthy of your status. And, there is news from the Holy Land that the Sabaody archipelago is very unsafe. Chapter 85. Everyone hates celestial dragons, but everyone wants to be celestial dragons. Celestial dragons. Ron frowned slightly and looked out the window. It was a fat man with resin bubbles and a skinny pirate as his mount. He was followed by several knights and 2 bodyguards in black. It is worth mentioning that there were several beautiful women behind them, with chains tied around their necks, being dragged along by the celestial dragons as they staggered forward. Really, everybody hates celestial dragons, but everybody wants to be celestial dragons. No matter who sees this outrageously extravagant life, they will be crazy about it. Now, when St. Charles faced the reminder from the bodyguard, he gave him a big mouth. I'm a celestial dragons. I need you to teach me how to do things. After speaking, he gently pulled the chain, and the pirate mount under his feet crawled forward with difficulty. The woman behind staggered to follow. Creak. As the bodyguard pushed open the door of the tavern, a group of people walked in. The wine here tastes so good. St. Charles sniffed the aroma of wine in the air, and was as excited as a 200-pound child, dancing on his mount. Maybe the range of motion is too large. The pirate mount, which was already covered in injuries, could no longer bear the weight and collapsed directly to the ground. This also caused the fat body of St. Charles to be completely pressed on his body. Just hear a click. That was the sound of a broken spine. Trash, you can't even be a mount. In this case, you'd better die. Pull him out and kill him. Don't make this place dirty. It will affect my mood for drinking. St. Charles was a little painful from being thrown, and couldn't help but cursed angrily. Language fall. The bodyguard dragged the half-dead pirate out of the tavern, took out the pistol in his waist, pointed it at his head and pulled the trigger. Fire snakes erupted from the muzzle of the gun, and the bullet spun in the air at high speed before sinking into the pirate's head. With a muffled sound of bang, the head exploded directly, blood and white brains splattered. If I need another slave, I'd better borrow it from my father. St. Charles sighed slightly, then looked at Ron at the bar and angrily said. Why don't you kneel down to greet the great celestial dragons when you see them? The dirty untouchable dares to look directly at me. It's disrespectful. It's so disrespectful. As he spoke, he pulled out the solid gold pistol from his waist and pointed it at Ron. When Thor, Ram and others saw this, murderous intent flashed before their eyes. Just when he was about to take action. Advertisement. Ron glanced at them, then said with a smile. Your figure is so charming. I was a little stunned just now. It would be too boring to simply let St. Charles die. On last night, Ron has already read through the encyclopedia of witchcraft given by the Holy Lord, and it just so happens that he can experiment with the effects. Since it is a threat, it can only be killed. Ha ha ha. Yes, I like you a pariah very much. Street. Charles was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed, his nose shaking like a giant baby. Immediately, he came to the bar and sat down, smiling and saying. Let's do this. If your wine satisfies me, you can avoid death. No problem. Ron nodded in agreement. Soon, Ram then put a bottle of wine in front of St. Charles, his eyes full of disgust. Your wine, use it slowly. St. Charles raised his head and glanced, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. It was a face as delicate as an elf, like jade with pink eyes, and a pair of pink eyes that seemed to make people fall into it. He turned his head and glanced at Rem and Thor who were busy, and their appearance was almost the same as that of the girl in front of him. It's just a pity. Street. Charles didn't like this kind of child. Plump and mature ones were more delicious. Especially other people's wives. But, these 3 beautiful women are quite good as servants. No matter what happens to the wine later. The holy city of Charos said it was unpleasant, then killed Ron and took away these 3 women. Think of this. He almost admired his own intelligence. After the bodyguard confirmed that the wine brought was non-toxic, he filled the glass and handed it to Charles Luo Sheng. This wine is called Maotai. You will like it, Ron explained with a smile. St. Charles nodded, smelled the rich aroma of the wine, and couldn't wait to take a sip. Gulu. With a sip of wine. The long and mellow taste immediately made St. Charles's eyes shine. Especially the fragrance of soy sauce that he had never tasted too much, and its elegance and delicacy made him couldn't help but admire. Good wine, Ron asked with a smile. Then I don't have to die. St. Charles realized that he had said something wrong, and his fat cheeks suddenly turned the color of pig liver. No, you're still going to die. All the women in this tavern belong to me. With the voice down. Advertisement. The bodyguards and guards beside him took out their guns and pointed their guns at Ron's head. At this time, a lazy, mature voice said, Ron, I'm hungry. Did you leave breakfast? It's Lukoa, after the battle with Ron the night before yesterday. Probably because she was tired, she slept all day and all night and only just woke up now. When Charles Luo Sheng heard this lazy voice, his heart suddenly thumped, and he subconsciously turned his head to look. The moment I saw Lukoa, that foul-level figure, lazy temperament, and strange eyes full of fatal temptation. As a result, this celestial dragon's lover who had countless girls couldn't help but feel his heart beat faster and his blood pressure soar. I want her, I will marry her today. No matter the woman I tortured to death, or the woman I'm marrying now, they can't compare to her. Charles Luo Sheng's eyes were red and he was breathing heavily as he approached Lukoa step by step. Lukoa tilted her head, then looked at Ron with a smile. I saw some pretty nasty stuff in his memory. Ron, do you do it or let me do it? You just woke up, I'll do it. Ron smiled, slowly raised his right hand, and a black energy instantly entered Charles Luo Sheng's body. See, the bodyguards and guards' pupils suddenly shrank, and they all pulled the triggers. Can be ignored. The space seemed to have stopped. The fired bullets fell to the ground one after another. The bodyguards and guards also lost their vital signs and were thrown out of the tavern one by one. All this happens in an instant. No one except Lukoa reacted. Charles Luo Sheng also realized it later. He stopped and turned around to see that all his people were gone. Only 2 women were left, tied by iron chains and shivering. What did you do? Charles Luo Sheng couldn't help but feel fear, and his legs couldn't stop shaking. Nothing, just killed a few people. Ron smiled gently, his delicate face filled with harmlessness. But the voice just fell. Charles Luo Sheng's arm fell to the ground without warning and turned into a puddle of black water. Immediately afterwards, that is the shoulders, abdomen, legs and various organs. In the end, only a head without facial features was left. The gums without teeth and tongue closed up and down, as if whimpering in pain. Just when Thor and others thought it was over. Next second. A horrifying scene appeared. The black water on the ground seemed to go back in time, turning into limbs again to reassemble Charles Saint's body. Chapter 86. It's time to hunt. I didn't expect it to happen. Ron's eyes flashed with joy. The reason why Charles R.O. Street was able to come back to life. Not going back in time. Instead, Ron used witchcraft to capture the soul and control it to control the immortality of the soul. Then use a dog charm to preserve his vital signs, and finally use dragon magic to reshape his limbs. And at this moment, Charles Luo Sheng touched his body in disbelief. He actually survived. Could it be? Was everything just an illusion? Yes, that must be the case. He confirmed it repeatedly in his heart. But suddenly, Ron's voice sounded in his ears. Next, let's use ice. As the words fall, Charles Luo Sheng's whole body was covered with a layer of frost. He could clearly feel that his skin was becoming pale, his body was becoming stiff and numb. At last, subcutaneous tissue, muscles, and bones are all necrotic, and vital signs are gradually disappearing. This moment, Charles Luo Sheng knew that it was not an illusion just now, but it is also true now. Weakness, desire, collapse, pupils. All kinds of emotions burst out completely in his heart. He didn't care whether the lips that were stuck together would tear, he opened his mouth forcefully and shouted. I was wrong, let me go. I can give you endless wealth, power, and even a lot of devil fruit. It's too late to say that now. Ron shrugged and shook his hands lightly. In the cold wind, St. Charlo's body was completely frozen, then exploded, and the ice shattered all over the ground. It can be next second. His body is reassembled again. St. Charlo's died several more times in the ensuing time. His pupils gradually became numb, and his hope of survival was completely shattered. At this moment, this noble celestial dragon just wants to die. After experiencing death for the 10th time, Ron smiled and said to the 2 women wrapped in chains. How about you guys come here once? It can be regarded as revenge for myself. Heard the words. The faces of these 2 pretty women became extremely ferocious, their eyes filled with the flames of anger and hatred. Scum, I'm going to make you die 10,000 times. Give me back my husband and children. The 2 women roared and rushed towards St. Charles, regardless of the chains scratching their fair skin. See. Advertisement. St. Charles was instantly frightened. Compared to Ron's methods, he was even more unwilling to face this kind of woman. Crazy and hysterical. Of course, this is indeed the case. For the next 5 minutes, Street. Charles's cries for help did not stop. During this period, there were also the woman's crazy smiles and cries, as well as the sound of nails scratching the skin and the sound of flesh and blood, pricking. At this time, the door of the tavern was pushed open. Rayleigh walked in with a frown. Kid, why did the celestial dragon's bodyguards and guards die at the door? But just as he finished speaking, the scene of two women chewing and tearing apart Charles Luo's body came into view. Rayleigh was immediately dumbfounded, blatantly killing celestial dragons. Are you really afraid that the third admiral will come and bulldoze the tavern? He wants to kill me, take away Thor, Rem, and Ram, and then marry Lukoa. There's nothing I can do. Ron smiled and shrugged. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh subconsciously looked at Lukoa and the others. This guy is really looking for death. After thinking about it, Rayleigh stepped forward and slapped Charles Luo Sheng on the head. Not long after, Charles Luo Sheng died, his face full of despair and pain. There was no good piece of meat on his body, and his eyes were also censored. It can be seen how much these two women hate Charles Luo San. You can go, Ron said softly. One of the women, who was beautiful and voluptuous, asked timidly. Can I stay in the tavern? Any conditions are acceptable. Another woman with the temperament of a good family also nodded vigorously, revealing her pride to Ron. They both know, if you kill the celestial dragons, you will definitely face endless pursuit from the Marines and world government. Rather than doing this, it is better to stay here. Lukoa and the others all frowned and looked at the two women with wary expressions. I like personal cars, but I don't like secondhand cars used by others. Ron said with a serious face. Now you are free. There is no need to compromise and rely on others. You should have your own future. See Ron refuse. The two women couldn't force themselves to stay, so they had no choice but to walk out of the tavern. Just before leaving, Rayleigh thoughtfully gave them some money and asked for their addresses in Sabaody Archipelago. At first glance, the motives are not pure. After the two women left, the tavern became peaceful again. Thor, Rem and the others are dealing with the bloodline on the floor. Ron sat at the bar. Except for the lingering smell of blood in the air, it was as if nothing had happened. Advertisement. Rayleigh took a sip of the Tiger P*** wine that was just served, and said with a smile. Things are a little troublesome now. Each celestial dragons has its own identity. And the corpses piled up outside were also seen. Marine and world government must know that you killed the celestial dragons. Marine's duty is not only to catch pirates, defend justice, and maintain order in the sea. The most important, it is to protect the safety of celestial dragons and protect this privileged class. Celestial dragons are dead and it will be the biggest news in the world. The world government and Marine will also try their best to eliminate Ron as the culprit. To defend the position of celestial dragons. Ron lit a cigarette and said calmly, it's okay if you know. I welcome Marine's arrival. Isn't the body of St. Charles still there? If placed before, Ron may still hide this matter and try not to provoke Marine and world government. But now there is no need for that. Since you killed me, admit it openly, and feel free to cause trouble if you want. Alas, Rayleigh sighed softly. There's really nothing I can do about you. Ron smiled and said, don't think about this, just drink. Rayleigh nodded silently and couldn't help but drink more frequently. Information about eradicating Shaki. The number of troops sent by Marine to Sabaody Archipelago has increased again. As the search scope gradually expanded and became more detailed, it only took 2 days to catch Ace. The reason, or the disappearance of the Whitebeard pirates. Once before the Whitebeard pirates descend on Sabaody Archipelago, Ace has not been captured. Then Marine will be extremely passive. As Ron and Rayleigh chatted one after another. Liangbing, Geisha, Shengju and his son and other regular customers also visited the tavern one after another. The atmosphere suddenly became lively. Suddenly. It was getting noisier outside the tavern. Countless Marines stationed in Area 12 rushed toward Area 30. Ron, Rayleigh and others didn't care about this. But after a while. Liang Bing stopped scolding Geisha and raised his eyes to look into the distance. It's about to begin. The voice just fell. The sky-high flames lit up and the endless darkness collided in Area 30. Boom. Accompanied by violent roar. The strong aftermath caused a slight tremor throughout the Sabaody Archipelago. It's Blackbeard. The Holy Lord groaned, his scarlet eyes filled with overwhelming murderous intent. It's hunting time. Chapter 87. The name of a hero is a kind of glory, and it is the belief of all Marines. Even after many days, the scene of that day still echoed in the mind of the Holy Master. Laozi was drinking honestly. Why did you kick me to the ground? Why? It's not just physical harm. It's a double psychological trauma. Therefore, in addition to enlightening his son and repairing the relationship between father and son, coming to the tavern and squatting with Blackbeard every day has become a required course for the Holy Lord. Father, what's wrong? Maybe it was because he was sprayed with soft heart spray again, Demon Xiaolong asked with a concerned look on his face. The Holy Master hesitated for a moment, then, choked, and told the story exactly. Kill him. He must experience the ultimate despair. I will take his soul back to hell and let him repent in the endless abyss forever. The demon dragon let out a trembling roar, with strong murderous intent bursting out of its scarlet eyes. If his only reason hadn't told him not to be impulsive. Only when Ron nods his consent can he leave the tavern to kill people. If not like this, the demon dragonette has now gone out to kill Blackbeard. Calm down, my silly son. The Holy Master wiped away the tears that he squeezed out, and raised his eyes to look at Ron. Boss, look. Ron lit a cigarette, thought for a while and said. I'll come with you to deal with the trouble of St. Charlos. Kill the celestial dragons. Reconciliation is impossible. After today, the world government will definitely let Marine bulldoze the tavern and kill Ron at all costs. Instead of them coming to the door, let a large number of Marine soldiers block the door of the tavern. Might as well go find Sengoku for a showdown now. Whether we want to start a war or negotiate today, it doesn't matter to Ron. You mean to get involved? Rayleigh, who was about to go to Area 30, looked happy. My eldest nephew seems to be saved. Making such a big fuss. The Marines stationed at the Sabaody Archipelago will definitely surround Area 30 with water. If nothing else, Ace will definitely not be able to run away today. So, Rayleigh is in a hurry. Ron shook his head slightly. Don't think too much, Ace's life or death has nothing to do with me. I'm going to take care of my own troubles. Let's go, Holy Master. With the voice down, a breeze blew through the tavern. The Holy Lord, his father and his son, together with Rayleigh, disappeared instantly. Geisha and Liang Bing, who were cursing, looked at each other and slowly walked out of the tavern. At the same time, advertisement. An amusement park located in Area 30 of the Sabaody Archipelago. This place has been surrounded by marine water. A large number of Marines gathered around Ace and Blackbeard. After the two of them decide the winner, Marine was able to take down the two of them in one fell swoop without any effort. Now, the edge of paradise. The Marine Vice Admiral of the headquarters gathered together, and two Shichibukai were also summoned. 50,000 troops, plus Akainu and Kizaru are on hand. Even if Whitebeard comes, he will still be able to fight. Marine is fully prepared for this war. Sengoku sat on the stopped carousel and said in a deep voice. In 5 minutes. Arrest immediately. Be sure to capture Ace before Whitebeard comes to Sabaody Archipelago. All the Marine Vice Admirals said in unison, yes. Doflamingo, who was standing not far away, smiled sadly, his eyes fixed on Akainu. I was thinking about how to kill him in a while. Certainly. Kizaru is not a bad idea either. Just at this moment. Akainu also looked over and met Doflamingo's eyes. Instantly, a trace of murderous intent raged between the two of them. Although Akainu doesn't know the identity of Doflamingo yet, there is always an urge to kill him in his heart. Soon, the two of them staggered their eyes, as if nothing happened. The other side, a strong old man with white hair silently lowered his head listening to Sengoku's deployment. The name of a hero is a kind of honor, and it is the belief of all Marines. But, this is also a bondage. He wanted to save Ace, but in that case, how could he bear the justice behind him? The heart of the amusement park. The battle between Ace and Blackbeard is drawing to a close. Because dark fruit can make people with fruit abilities lose their abilities. Ace's body was covered in injuries of all sizes, not to mention 2 broken ribs. Of course, Blackbeard didn't have a good time either. His body was covered with burns, and his chest was pierced by a spear turned into flames. The two are clear in their hearts. Judging from the current situation, the next blow will be the final collision. Blackbeard leaned on the guardrail of the Ferris wheel, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said with a sullen smile. Gee ha ha ha, Captain Ace, you have so much energy. Advertisement. While avoiding Marine's pursuit, he still bit me all the way. Now there are Marines all around, neither of us can run away today. Blackbeard felt extremely remorseful. Why did I go to Witch Tavern? Why did I mess with the boss? If it hadn't been hurt by that man. His men did not die. This battle could have ended with a complete victory long ago, and there is no need to be so embarrassed by Ace. You killed Sage and broke the rules of Whitebeard pirates, unforgivable. Even if captured by Marine today, I will never let my life leave regrets. Ace put away the flames, looked up at Blackbeard. Understood, B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* a way out. A person's dream will never end, bury me in the darkness. Blackbeard let out a low growl, and endless darkness gushed out from behind. Great flame ring, Emperor Yan. Flames erupted from Ace's feet, and then spread layer by layer, sweeping outward continuously. As the flames continued to gather, a huge great fireball exuding a terrifying temperature was held above his head by Ace. The next moment, the flames collided with the endless darkness. Boom! A violent roar suddenly exploded. The frightening aftermath spread around the paradise, causing a shock to be felt throughout the Sabaody archipelago. Countless civilians ran out of their homes. What can be presented in front of your eyes is the darkness and flames that seem to be able to divide the entire island into two. The aftermath of terror swept across the entire island. Finally, when everything is calm, Blackbeard's strange laugh suddenly sounded in the dust. Gee ha ha ha. You're still far behind, Captain Ace. Having said that. But Blackbeard was covered in blood. Coupled with the fact that he has to endure several times more pain than ordinary people, he is at the end of his strength at this moment. But Ace is worse. Not to mention the bruises all over his body, his consciousness also began to blur. He relies too much on fruit abilities, no matter in terms of physical strength, he is far inferior to Blackbeard. It really doesn't show any affection at all. Blackbeard stepped forward slowly, kicking Ace's body like venting his anger. Puff. Ace spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes gradually lost. Then leave you to Marine. Blackbeard grabbed Ace's body and shouted. I surrender, I just ask for a way to survive. In exchange I'd give up a living Ace. Presumably, a living descendant of the Pirate King is far more useful than a dead one. Chapter 88. Do you still remember me? At the same time. Above the altitude of 1,000 meters. Guy Shaw, Liang Bing sat on the clouds overlooking the scene below. This kid is quite interesting. Liang Bing regretted for a while. Compared to Doflamingo's desire for revenge, she preferred Blackbeard's ambition and unscrupulousness. This is very much in line with the qualities of a demon. It's a pity. Blackbeard probably won't survive today. Guy Shaw murmured with great interest. This man has 3 souls in his heart, no wonder he doesn't need to sleep. Liangbing smiled and asked, Bitcha, do you think Doflamingo can kill Akainu today? Bitcha, who are you scolding, Bitcha? Bitcha scolded you. Guy Shaw is very happy with this answer. Realizing the slip of the tongue, Liang Bing raised her brows upside down, and her small mouth sang like birds and flowers. If asterisk 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 Guy saw asterisk 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 me. Gaisha was not to be outdone, and immediately turned back. The two started a new round of cursing at high altitude. Forget about Doflamingo and Akainu completely. In the amusement park, after hearing Blackbeard's terms of surrender, Sengoku frowned. He's right, a living ace goes a long way. Make Whitebeard afraid to say nothing. Once the descendants of this One Piece are publicly executed, not only can it deter pirates, it can be a great inspiration to civilians, to Marine, and to the whole world. But, in any case, Sengoku can't compromise with a pirate in front of so many Marines. Come in, I have a way to kill Blackbeard, Akainu said in a deep voice. Since merging the second-generation divine body, whether it is defense, strength or speed, they have all been greatly improved. Akainu is confident, and grabs the ace before Blackbeard makes a move. At this time, a handsome boy wearing sunglasses cast a disdainful look. Sudden, the phone bug in Sengoku's arms rang. Boo boo boo. Turning on the phone bug, a solemn voice sounded. Sengoku, transfer some of the Marines and go to the tavern in the port of the 13th area, where our men found the bodies of Saint Charo's bodyguards and bodyguards. I think that guy should be dead too, no matter what, bulldoze the tavern immediately. To assuage the wrath of the celestial dragons. Although the voice from the phone bug was not very loud, it was enough for all the generals present to hear clearly. Now, advertisement. It wasn't just Sengoku who just stood there. Even Akainu, Kizaru, Garp, Momoshiki and other generals who had been to the tavern were stunned. Ron killed the celestial dragons. Over. The situation has developed in an unpredictable direction. If we deploy troops to bulldoze the tavern now, let's not say whether we can beat it or not. In case Whitebeard is here now, the troops deployed by Marine are not enough at all. And the pretty guy in the flamingo coat and sunglasses had a look of ecstasy. The corners of the mouth could not stop rising crazily. Hey, Sengoku, can you hear me? Sengoku was brought back to reality with the urging sound of the phone bug. He pondered for a moment. He was just about to respond. Negligible. A lazy voice echoed in everyone's ears. There's no need to go to the tavern, I'm right here. With the voice down, there was only a muffled sound of bang. An inhuman corpse was thrown in front of Sengoku. Everyone looked up, and what they saw was a gentle face, with delicate and handsome features, without the slightest aggression. At first glance, it seems that you have never experienced the beatings of society. Ron, Momoshiki, who had been clubbed by Ron last night, immediately responded. Heard the words. Only then did Sengoku and the others come back to their senses, and look down at the corpse at their feet in a daze. Although there is no good meat on the face, and the eyeballs are gone. But it was indeed St. Charles Rose himself. I need a reason, Sengoku said quietly. Ron smiled and said, it's easy. If he wants to kill me, I can kill him. Isn't that fair? If you change to a civilian. I'm afraid I didn't even have a chance to speak, so I was headshot by celestial dragons. You know he can't kill you. And there are many ways to deal with this, but you chose the most extreme way. Sengoku growled with anger on his face. Extreme. Ron sneered, and scanned all the Marine generals present. If this celestial dragons wanted to kill you, or your wives and children, what would you do? Will it break his neck the moment he pulls the trigger? Forget it, I didn't come to argue with you. War, or negotiate, Mr. Sengoku, or the 5 elders over at the phone bug, you name it. For a while, there was no sound in the huge paradise venue. Yes, what would it be like if what happened to Ron today was replaced by yourself? It's compromise. Or contend with this privilege. Advertisement. There is no answer to this question in this sea. A long time. The phone bug made another sound. Since you dare to face Sengoku and the others alone, it seems that you are very confident in your strength. But you still have to die. Sengoku, do it. The voice of 5 elders is calm, always maintaining the elegance of a superior, without a trace of anger. Certainly, phone bugs are not hung up, but smashed. It's crazy. I have never seen such a crazy person in my life. Still fighting, still negotiating. Are you worthy? Watching the phone bug falling into silence, Sengoku said slowly. Capture Ace, delay Blackbeard's mission, capture Ron alive first. Immediately, when the last bite is spit out, Sengoku slumped directly on the bench in the park as if he had exhausted his last bit of strength. His eyes were full of numbness. For celestial dragons, I gave up the layout plan for so long. Is it really worth it? If Marine is suffering heavy casualties now, the Whitebeard pirates will take advantage of it. Then Marine will lose everything. For a while, Sengoku felt more tired than ever. At the same time, all the Marine vice admirals present rushed towards Ron. Only Doflamingo, Akainu, Kizaru and another Shichibukai, Empress, Hancock didn't make any moves. Do you still want to choose to go to war? Then we can only subdue you, so as to avoid future troubles. Ron smiled, and a terrifying breath rushed out of his body. ... Here, the center of paradise, Blackbeard, who hadn't received any response, was stunned. How long has this been going on? You haven't discussed it yet. Even if you don't agree, even if Lousy is a pirate, just respond and show some basic respect. What's more, Ace is still in Lousy's hands. Just when Blackbeard was about to kick Ace to vent his anger, Rayleigh's deep voice suddenly exploded in his ears. Want to die? At the same time, Conqueror's hockey swept in, covering the entire amusement park in an instant. Blackbeard's heart skipped a beat. It can be next second. But two monsters appeared before Blackbeard first. A human body with a dragon head, a chin covered with tentacles, and a pair of wings growing on the back. The Holy Master stretched out his paw and patted Blackbeard's big dark face. Still remember me. Chapter 89. Although you will be late for the big fight, you will never be absent. Bang bang bang. The Saint Lord slapped his face very lightly. Just like a man caressing his lover. But feeling the cold temperature coming from his claws, Blackbeard's heart suddenly trembled. If we were to face Whitebeard, we could still bite the bullet and give it a try. But facing these two monsters, he couldn't even muster the courage to take action. Horrible, cold, evil. The various auras exuded by the Holy Lord and his son are like demons in hell, wanting to drag the world into an endless abyss. The Holy Lord said calmly, "You seem to have forgotten who I am." Blackbeard nodded in confusion. What the hell? We've never met before. Take a closer look. Did you recognize the wrong person? It can be next second. The originally ferocious monster turned into an ordinary middle-aged man. It's the kind of look that once you see someone, you'll forget about them. But Blackbeard is different. When he saw this familiar face, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his body slumped to the ground uncontrollably. Instantly, the events of that day were reduced to fragments, flashing through Blackbeard's mind one by one. This monster is that man. Yeah, sorry. The person who kicked you is dead. He doesn't care about my business. Please let me go. Blackbeard trembled all over and kept moving back, trying to get away from the two monsters. At the same time, Blackbeard also sent greetings to Badger's family in his heart. What the hell? Why are you kicking people when they are sitting nicely? You really deserve to die. It's too late. If you hadn't made trouble for Boss Luo first, none of this would have happened. The Holy Lord changed back to his original appearance, with endless murderous intent flashing in his scarlet eyes. However, just when he was about to take action, the demon dragon stopped in front of Blackbeard. Father, can you let him go? He is so pitiful. Not only was Blackbeard confused, the Holy Lord also slapped his paw on the face. Grass. Heart-softening spray is still in its expiration date. In other words, no matter who is pretending to be pitiful now, it can make the devil dragon feel soft-hearted and unable to refuse any request. Blackbeard also reacted quickly, as if grasping a life-saving straw, he hugged the demon dragon's thigh directly and cried loudly. Let me go. No matter what you want me to do, as long as you give me a way to live, I will agree. Advertisement. Demon Xiaolong couldn't help but soften his heart and was about to plead for mercy. However, although Da Bai Do will be absent, he will never be late. The Holy Lord slapped the demon dragon away and then slowly walked towards Blackbeard. Those scarlet eyes burst out with dazzling light. The next moment, a gravitational force struck, pulling the Holy Lord and slamming it against the big tree. Boom! The Holy Lord's body slipped to the ground. After thinking for a moment, he burst into tears. Silly son, I just want revenge. Can't you even be satisfied with this as a father? Upon hearing this, the demon dragon looked at Blackbeard with a murderous look in his eyes. Father, I will avenge you now. See. Blackbeard's heart suddenly tightened, and he quickly hugged the demon dragon's thigh and cried. I'm so miserable. The Holy Master frowned, and his voice couldn't help but sound a few decibels too high. After several reversals, the demon dragon suddenly stood there, looking like he had been spoiled. I saw that my son was motionless. The Holy Master's heart suddenly sank, and he quickly stepped forward to check the situation without caring about Blackbeard in front of him. But no matter how much he shook, the demon dragon never responded. Only the scarlet eyes were constantly switching between pity and anger. At this time, a purple teleportation magic circle suddenly appeared. What is presented inside is the scene of a tavern. Big Wolf came out of it eagerly, and said with embarrassment. I'm sorry, Brother Holy Master. I watched the scene through Thor's magic illusion just now, and I realized that this softening spray seems to have been touched by my son, and it may have urinated in it, or added other things. Otherwise, this situation would not have happened to the devil. This is the antidote I just prepared in the tavern. Explain why. Big Wolf took out a tube of reagent and splashed it on the devil dragon's face. The devil dragon gradually came to his senses, and looked around in a daze. See. Big Wheelang ran into the magic circle without looking back. In case the devil dragon knows that there are some bad ingredients in the reagent. I will definitely be beaten to death. Son, you're all right, that's great. The Holy Master hugged him and burst into tears. Available immediately. An extremely heavy resentment mixed with murderous intent rushed out of the demon dragon. Old stuff. As the soft heart spray fun. Advertisement. Shungju's expression froze, and he was just about to take out the softening spray. But it was too late. The demon dragon shook off Holy Master and Blackbeard, who was on his lap with a look of disgust, and pointed to the sky. The next moment, a thunderbolt the thickness of an arm descended from the sky and slammed heavily on the Holy Master. Bang! The deafening roar resounded throughout the paradise. The devil dragon didn't give Shungju a chance to breathe. The earth split open, then closed again. The Holy Master's body was firmly imprisoned on the ground, only one head was exposed, and then dozens of thunderbolts descended. Take advantage of this gap. Blackbeard was just about to pick up Ace and run away. But he saw the owner of the Conqueror's hockey flying towards the ground. Rayleigh. Blackbeard's heart sank suddenly, and he had no time to turn his head and run away. Next second, a sharp sword light suddenly lit up in front of his eyes, causing him to subconsciously close his eyes. Immediately afterwards, Blackbeard's screams resounded throughout the park. Ah! It hurts. It hurts, Rayleigh, why aren't you dead yet? The Holy Master and the Devil Dragon, who were fighting fiercely, turned their heads and saw that Blackbeard's right arm had been severed. Ace fell to the ground. And Blackbeard was rolling all over the floor, his remaining arm clutching his bleeding wound. The Lord shouted. Brother Rayleigh, help me kill this B*****************. I owe you a favor. Let Ace live through today, that's all I ask. Rayleigh nodded and walked towards Blackbeard, sword in hand. No problem. The Devil Dragon put his foot on the Holy Master's face. Old man, you still care about whether you can survive today. Just think back to the scene of crying with the Holy Master in the past 2 days. The Devil Dragon felt nauseous for a while. So much so that he wanted to kill this so-called father. Suddenly, a majestic, vast aura spread crazily from the edge of the paradise. The Holy Lord and his son, who were in a ball, immediately stopped their movements, their hearts trembling unceasingly. The pupils of Geisha and Liangbing, who were above 1,000 meters above the sky, shrank suddenly. This moment, time seemed to freeze. All the marine soldiers and generals in the paradise froze in place. Facing this breath, they can't even raise the slightest desire to struggle. This is completely beyond the scope of Conqueror's hockey. Under the pressure of this terror, a group of marine generals even felt that the person standing in front of them seemed to be a god. Brilliant Kamui, the coercion on the body. Chapter 90. Don't be afraid even if you are covered in broken bones, you must remain innocent in the world. The edge of paradise. Now, several marine vice admirals rushed towards Ron with only fear in their eyes. And the inexplicable chill that kept pouring out of his body. Too strong. Not even against the 4 emperors, not even the rocks. Do you still have to do it now? Ron asked softly. If you don't want to, just blink. With the voice down. The marine generals headed by Sengoku blinked wildly. It's kind of interesting. Ron smiled, and then drew back his breath. The next moment, the power suppressed by Sengoku and others dissipated instantly as if it had never appeared before. In this short period of 10 seconds, the backs of the marine generals were already drenched with cold sweat, and they seemed to be collapsing. They bowed down, put their hands on their knees, and breathed in the fresh air. And that face that was originally full of fighting spirit. Now I am full of joy for the rest of my life after the catastrophe. They knew in their hearts that if Ron did something just now, none of the Marines present would survive. If so, Naval Headquarters will lose half of its backbone, and the sea will fall into its darkest age. But, at this time, a pretty guy wearing sunglasses cast a dissatisfied look at Ron. Bad review. Why not kill them all? Especially Akainu, that slaughter. Serious injuries are fine, lousy can go up and make up for the knife. Who is this man? Hancock asked softly, summoned forcibly. He. Kizaru raised his eyebrows. A tavern owner, a good citizen who is not a good citizen, nothing more. Certainly, if today's incident hadn't happened and the celestial dragons hadn't been killed, Ron would definitely be a good man. Hancock nodded slightly, then fell silent. It's just that those beautiful eyes are always fixed on the dead celestial dragons. Murderous intent flashed faintly on Weime's face, like that, he wished he could make up for it twice. A few minutes later, after Sengoku recovered from the pressure just now, he slowly asked. What the hell are you going to do? Ron smiled and said, You're wrong, Mr. Sengoku. I gave you the right to choose from the very beginning, whether to go to war or to negotiate. I didn't do anything just now, I just wanted to give you a chance. Sengoku's face suddenly darkened. What the hell? You just said let the celestial dragons die for nothing. And how to start a war now, you see who dares to fight now. Advertisement. Kizaru and Akainu were still playing dead there. If you go back to lousy, your wages will be deducted. After pondering for a moment, Sengoku said in a deep voice, negotiation, hey. What you can't get on the battlefield, don't expect to get it on the negotiating table. The 5 elders want your life, can they be negotiated? Ron Yao nodded. No, you are wrong again. Negotiation as I said. I say what you say, and you agree to it. It's easy if you don't agree. I don't mind destroying world government now. At this time, a pretty guy was screaming madly in his heart. Sengoku, don't agree, don't agree, don't agree. Destroying the world government and so on are all bluffing you. This is a weak chicken. Really, believe me, fight Ron, be brave. For a while, Sengoku is also having a bit of trouble. If you agree to Ron's negotiation, now, it will undoubtedly be a huge blow to Marine. But if you choose to go to war, that loss will be something Marine can't afford anyway. Sengoku said slowly, I'm going to talk to 5 elders, it's not something I can make alone. Ron nodded, okay, but you're running out of time. By the way, let me remind you. Tell the 5 elders, do you still remember that your mind was spied on a few days ago? In a few days ago, Geisha has explored this world, including the hearts of everyone in the pirate world. It just so happens that it can be taken out now to give the world government a warning. As for to what extent, it depends on whether Geisha can probe into Im's heart. Heard the words, everyone present was shocked. All the Marine generals looked at each other with fear in their eyes. Death is not terrible. The scariest thing is having your deepest secrets being spied upon. Don't be afraid of your bones being shattered into pieces, you want to keep your innocence in this world. Sengoku nodded, turned on the carousel, and sat back on it. Open black lens bracket, what's dad's name, close black lens bracket. Cheerful music although cover up the process of the call. But it couldn't hide Sengoku's expression. From heaviness to anxiety, and finally from shock to disbelief. A few minutes later, the music was turned off, Sengoku suppressed his inner excitement and said with a trembling voice. 5 elders said they would not pursue the case. And feel free to ask for any of your requests. Finally, the 5 elders tell me who is coming to your tavern. Advertisement. Speaking of this, Sengoku changed his words again, it's not a visit. It's a visit. Heard the words. A certain handsome boy's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. Waste. Why don't you dare to fight with Ron? Compared to Doflamingo's incompetent rage, Marine was deeply shocked. That's all right. The ones who died were celestial dragons. If it were anyone else, not to mention the ancestral graves would have to be dug up, and the eggs at home would also have to be shaken to make them yellow. Ron smiled. Quite sensible. After this war is over, come to the tavern to negotiate terms. Sengoku nodded, and then asked tentatively. What are our actions now? You can do whatever you want. It has nothing to do with me from now on. Ron waved his hand. The purpose of coming here. Just solve some of the troubles that come with killing celestial dragons. As for Ace, that's the problem with Rayleigh's relationship. Sengoku's face suddenly became happy and he immediately gave the order. Send the order down. Capture Blackbeard and Ace immediately. All the Marine generals said in unison, yes. With the voice down. Marine Vice Admiral rushed to the forefront, followed by countless soldiers, and marched towards the center of the park. Suddenly, Blackbeard's figure flew from a distance, after crashing into countless paradise buildings and trees. It finally hit the carousel facility. Before Marine could react. With murderous intent in his eyes, Rayleigh came over with a long sword stained with blood. Immediately afterwards, 2 more huge figures descended from the sky. Astonishingly, it was the Holy Lord and the Devil Dragon fighting together. Of course, the Holy Master still carries Ace under his arm, and he always remembers Rayleigh's instructions. Old man, the soft-hearted spray is fun, isn't it? Practice the trumpet, right? Lousy rejected your idea today. The demon dragon raised its big foot that danced with electric arcs and stepped hard on the Holy Master's fatal spot. Treason, do you really want to kill your father? The Holy Master quickly took Ace to avoid and responded with 2 electric eyes. For a while, there was a mess on the spot. Everyone stared blankly at the 2 monsters and Ace, who was messy in the wind. Sengoku was even more stunned on the spot, his face twitching. What's the situation? Chapter 91 The Warmth of Home. Sengoku looked at the scene in front of him, and countless question marks flashed in his mind. Where did these 2 monsters come from? Besides, why does he have Ace in his armpit? Ready to save for dinner. For a while, all the Marine generals didn't know where to start. It's not just because the situation is too chaotic. It was also because of the terrifying aura emanating from the Holy Master and the Devil Dragon when they were fighting. That cold feeling, all the Marines present could not help but feel palpitations. At this time, Sengoku suddenly recalled that when the 2 monsters appeared just now, there was a wry smile on Ron's face. Could it be, the appearance of these 2 monsters also has something to do with him? You should know what's going on. Sengoku asked in a low voice. Ron shrugged. They are father and son, but there seems to be some conflict now. Don't worry, just keep going. I won't interfere. Sengoku nodded silently, and after thinking for a moment, he immediately issued a combat order. Do it. Everyone will do whatever it takes to get Ace from that monster. With the voice down, Marine immediately went into action. But to everyone's surprise, as Shichibukai's Doflamingo, he rushed to the front this time. Actually, he wanted to make the situation more chaotic. The best way is to kill Ace and blame Marine. When the Whitebeard pirates descend on the Sabaody archipelago, they will definitely retaliate when they see Ace's corpse. At that time, no matter who wins or loses, there will be a situation where both sides will suffer. Doflamingo can reap the benefits of fishing. Even if the plan fails, he is not afraid of being hunted down by marine and whitebeard pirates. Take refuge in Ron's tavern. Thinking of this, Doflamingo inexplicably feels the warmth of home there. He really worked really hard this time. When I received the compulsory summoning order, I couldn't help complaining, and I'm still at the forefront. Tisk tisk tisk. There aren't many such pirates, what do you think, Sakazuki? Kizaru's eyes under those sunglasses narrowed in amazement. There's something wrong with him. After Akainu snorted coldly, his figure disappeared instantly. The speed is fast. Even Kizaru was surprised for a moment. He caught up with Doflamingo in a matter of seconds. But, at this moment, Kizaru is already scolding his mother in his heart. What the hell? Advertisement. Why are you so diligent? If you do this, it will look like I'm fishing. Comma. Come to the Lord, not far from the Devil Dragon. Doflamingo teased with a smile. Soon, Mr. Akainu. You are fast, your whole family is fast. Akainu's face darkened, but he was not angry, instead he said with a smile. Go ahead, I'll cover for you. The reason for saying this. Totally Akainu wants to see what the hell is the purpose of Doflamingo. Foo, you seem to have made a mistake. I accepted the call only to assist Marine. It's still up to you to charge into battle. Doflamingo shook his head slightly, making it clear that he wanted to do foreign work. Akainu just wanted to refute. But suddenly, a huge figure suddenly flew upside down towards the two of them. It is Holy Lord. Because it is inconvenient to move around with Ace, he has been pressed and beaten by the Devil Dragon. Just now, it was blown away by a gust of wind. And at this moment, the eyes of Akainu and Doflamingo suddenly lit up. Here's your chance. The two seemed to have discussed it in advance, and with the help of the second-generation divine body, they flew into the air and attacked the Holy Lord. In midair, Akainu took the lead, his lava-formed right arm suddenly swelled, and then swung towards the Lord. Great eruption. The lava fist moved straight forward, and the scorching heat made the air tremble along the way. Boom. With a loud bang, the lava exploded on the arm of the Lord supporting Ace. Although not directly through the body. But this sudden blow. Can't help letting Shungju's arm loosen, Ace who was caught in the armpit also fell from it. Akainu's face suddenly became happy, and lava spewed out from the soles of his feet as power to fly towards Ace. But when he was about to touch Ace, Doflamingo, who had been motionless, pulled the almost transparent thread and took Ace into his hand. Leave him to me, and I can pretend that nothing happened. Seeing that the prey he had just obtained was robbed, Akainu let out a low growl with an angry expression on his face. This feeling, it was like the daughter I had raised for many years, who was finally abducted by a ghost boy. One last thing to add. Lao Deng, my car is downstairs, please help me charge it. You'd better take care of yourself. The corners of Doflamingo's mouth rose wildly, and then he pulled his hands down violently. Immediately afterwards, the huge body of the Holy Lord was parallel in the air, and directly bumped into Akainu. For a while, the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Looking at Akainu in his arms, the Holy Master questioned his soul, why did you hit me? It's not over, is it? Advertisement. Can't kill Blackbeard with his own hands, just be chased and killed by his son. Now you punch lousy again. You wanted to kill me when you were in the tavern, but now Xiao Haitzi has finally leaked his chicken feet, right? I just wanted to grab the ace. Akainu explained casually, and began to struggle to break free, trying to escape from the embrace of the Holy Lord. Negligible. A thunderbolt as thick as an arm descended from the sky and struck the Holy Lord directly. Boom. Accompanied by the thunderous explosion. Shungju and Akainu were charred black, breathing black smoke from their mouths. Fortunately, under the restoration of the horse charm and the second-generation divine body, the wounds of the two were healing rapidly. Father, why promise Rayleigh to protect an irrelevant human being? Otherwise you wouldn't be so embarrassed. Looking at you now makes me sick. The devil dragon flapped its wings and came before the Holy Master, and said with a gloomy face. When Doflamingo, who came on the white line, heard this, his eyes lit up. He pinched Ace's neck and asked with a grin. Devil little dragon, how about we discuss it? You hold the Lord, I'll kill Ace, so your father will definitely suffer for many days. The reason why he didn't rush to do it. He was completely afraid of the pervert-like speed of the Holy Master. Doflamingo knew that. The Holy Master wanted to kill himself, just like crushing a chicken, he didn't even have time to react. No problem. The devil dragon didn't hesitate at all, and hit it off immediately. The Lord's face suddenly darkened, and so did Akainu who was held in his arms. For a while, the four people in midair have their own ideas. Akainu wanted to capture Ace and kill the Whitebeard pirates. The Lord wanted to fulfill the agreement and ensure that Ace survived today. Doflamingo wanted to kill Ace and make the situation more chaotic, so as to sit firmly on the Daoyutai. As for the idea of the devil dragon, it is even simpler. Since you can't kill the father with the dog spell, it's good to discuss him. At the same time, the carousel in the park. A scout ran over in a hurry and shouted loudly, Mr. Sengoku. The Whitebeard pirates suddenly appeared at the port of the 13th island of the Sabaody archipelago. Sengoku's eyelids twitched when he heard that. Enough is messed up. The sudden appearance of the Whitebeard pirates will only make the situation develop in a more unpredictable direction. Sengoku did not dare to hesitate, and immediately issued an order. Divide half of the troops. Garp, The T-Dolphin will lead the team to intercept the Whitebeard pirates. We must not let them set foot here. Want to solve the immediate predicament. Only hold off the Whitebeard pirates first, then capture Ace and Blackbeard as fast as possible. When everyone is moving, Sengoku wasn't idle either, rushing straight into the carousel's facility, ready to capture Blackbeard alive. Chapter 92. Doesn't your conscience hurt when you make this kind of money? In paradise, Ron, who was eating melon, watched Sengoku step into the carousel facility. I don't know if it's because of the switch being touched, or if it's malfunctioning. The carousel that had been destroyed began to spin again. Open black lens bracket. What's the name of Dad's dad? Close black lens bracket. In the sound of cheerful music. Conqueror's hockey and the fierce sword intent wreak havoc in the carousel facility. It is clear. Rayleigh wants to kill Blackbeard and Sengoku wants to capture him alive. The two fought directly because of their disagreement. Suddenly, all the facilities of the carousel exploded. In ruins, a huge Buddha glowing with golden light towers from it. Rayleigh, holding a long sword and Blackbeard under his feet, stood proudly on the opposite side. Marine will win this war at all costs. Besides, what's the difference between killing Blackbeard now and capturing him? Let yourself go, why stick to the past? Sengoku, who transformed into a giant Buddha, sighed softly, his voice full of heaviness. If you kill Rayleigh here, the remnants of the Roger pirates are sure to rise up. I promised the Holy Lord that Blackbeard must be killed. Stop talking nonsense. Let me see how much you have grown over the past few decades. Rayleigh's old eyes flashed with determination, and the long sword wrapped around Conqueror suddenly swung out. Instantly, a sword energy slashed through the air and roared towards Sengoku. Sengoku didn't even take a step back, and struck down hard with the majestic power brewing in his hand. Boom. The moment the two collide with each other. A violent explosion suddenly sounded, and the aftermath wiped out everything around it. The next moment, Rayleigh seemed to notice something and immediately looked aside. Call me, don't look around. Sengoku saw the opportunity, stepped forward quickly, and slapped him. Shock wave. Rayleigh was just about to raise his sword to stop him. Available immediately. Next to Blackbeard, countless golden particles appeared, forming a human form almost instantly. It's Kizaru. He has not taken any action and has been waiting for this moment. Moses, Rayleigh-san. Kizaru raised his finger and pointed it at Rayleigh's chest, and a dazzling light burst out from his fingertips. Facing two Admiral-level pincers. Advertisement. Rayleigh did not choose to defend, but felt confused. He held the long sword in his backhand and stabbed downwards, the tip of the sword sank into Blackbeard's throat. Phew. There was a sound of a sharp weapon cutting through the skin and the sound of chopping bones. A large amount of blood burst out from Blackbeard's throat and splashed Rayleigh's face. Blackbeard, who was already unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes. He wanted to say something, but his throat was pierced, leaving him unable to make a sound. Despair, unwillingness, pain, all kinds of emotions burst out in him. In order to realize their own ambitions. Blackbeard has endured this for more than 30 years and has never slept once. He was even willing to kill his partner and abandon the family that he was his own family. But, Blackbeard has no regrets, because this is what he wanted. On his deathbed, Blackbeard's tightly clenched fists finally loosened. Like a relief, I can finally sleep, and at this moment. Kizaru and Sengoku's attack is imminent. Rayleigh pulled out the long sword, bringing out a scarlet. He wrapped his left hand around his armor to defend himself from the incoming laser, and swung his long sword with his right hand to slash Sengoku. Boom. Another roar sounded in this paradise. Rayleigh was knocked straight away, and her old body rolled several times on the ground, and finally hit a guardrail hard. Seeing that Blackbeard was dead, Rayleigh was also seriously injured. Kizaru turned around and left without even saying hello. Now is not the time to fish for fish. Akainu must be supported immediately and Ace captured. Only in this way can Marine face the upcoming Whitebeard pirates with the most comprehensive attitude. Sigh. Another hard day. You must visit Technician number 8 tonight to reward your hardworking self. Now, Sengoku looked at Rayleigh covered in injuries and couldn't help sighing softly. Why bother? Now that Blackbeard is dead, you can't escape being caught. Isn't it good to just retire? It's a pity that Blackbeard died. But if Rayleigh can be captured alive, if used properly, it will greatly inspire and boost morale. Of course, Marine will also face crazy revenge from the remnants of the Roger pirates. Rayleigh sneered. This sentence is also for you. Kid, you're just going to watch me being captured alive. Can't die yet. Advertisement. At the very least, I have to wait until the potion of becoming bigger and smaller and the obedient broad beans are used up, and I am dying. Otherwise it would be a big loss. Ron, who was eating melons and watching a movie, teased with a smile. It's actually good. Go to Impel Down and buy a sewing machine and you'll live a few more years. I'll bring you food. Rayleigh was about to start scolding, but he held back and said. A devil fruit. Ron was about to shake his head and refuse. But I heard Rayleigh add, phantom beast species. Make a deal. Ron stood up with a smile and turned to look at Sengoku. If you can give 2 phantom beasts, Rayleigh, you can take them away. The old faces of Sengoku and Rayleigh suddenly darkened. Good guy. I'm such a straightforward guy. Doesn't your conscience hurt from making this kind of money? He's not worth the money. Sengoku was a smart guy. Knowing that Ron was going to hire Rayleigh, he turned around and left with a dark face. 2 phantom beasts are exchanged for an old man who has ideas on the top and no way to the bottom, and is 70 years old. It's really not worth it. With that resource, it is better to train newcomers and clear the sea as soon as possible. Let's go to the Holy Lord, they are already at war. Ron helped Rayleigh up, and the 2 figures disappeared instantly. Now, except for Blackbeard's body, on the carousel ride side, only cheerful music sounded in the empty space. Open black lens bracket. What's the name of Dad's dad? Close black lens bracket. It's like welcoming someone's arrival, and it's also like Blackbeard's last song. ... The sea is 1 nautical mile away from port number 13. There were huge ripples on the calm sea. Next second. Bang 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 bang, countless pirate ships rose from the bottom of the sea. The coating is cracked. At the front are huge whale-shaped ships, sailing side by side. The black and white skull flag fluttered. The pirates, human traffickers, and arms dealers at the port all became pale after seeing it. Following behind was a mighty fleet of pirate ships. It's the Whitebeard pirates, and its 43 pirate fleets. Standing at the bow of the ship are the captains of each division of the Whitebeard pirates. And standing in the center is a burly old man holding a long knife. Whitebeard looked into the distance and grinned. Take Ace home. Chapter 93. No passing ahead. Oh, pick Captain Ace home. Since you are already a member of this family, no one can be absent. As Whitebeard's voice fell, all the pirates raised their arms and shouted. The huge sound waves are deafening. You are not allowed to kill your companions. Close black lens bracket. This is the rule of the Whitebeard pirates, and it is also the Iron Law. And Ace guarded carefully and enforced this rule. If you can't save him, that would be a disgrace to the Whitebeard name. At this time, Marco walked up to Whitebeard with a phone bug that had just been hung up, and said in a deep voice. Father, we went wrong. According to the news, Ace is surrounded in Area 30. This is Teach, Area 13 where the 2 little girls and that man beat up. Whitebeard frowned slightly, looking into the distance with cloudy old eyes. That's too late. There's an annoying old guy coming and he won't let us turn around. Doc. The moment it surfaced, Whitebeard's observation hockey detects that Garp is leading the team. Now, dozens of pirate ships lined up and slowly approached the shore. Hundreds of pirates jumped off the boat as if they were dumpling. They were just thinking about rushing to Area 30. But suddenly, a hearty laugh sounded in the sky. Ha 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 ha. The pirates followed the prestige one after another. And the curiosity on their faces quickly turned into horror. It is an irreplaceable totem in Marine. Be a legendary hero. It's the man who faced Roger in the old days, Iron Fist. Garp. The robust figure leapt into the air. Numerous red and black lightnings spread around, and the strong momentum deterred countless pirates. Whitebeard, the old man will never let you step out of here. Garp's voice was like a bell, and every word seemed to be beating the pirate's heart. The fist wrapped around the conquerors slammed downward. Fist bone. Clash. Instantly. The strong conqueror's impact erupted, and the pirates below couldn't avoid it. Gu-la-la-la. Garp, you're still such a nuisance. Standing on the bow of the ship, Whitebeard jumped to face the impact, and the Kong Yunchi in his hand also wrapped around conquerors, and slashed towards Garp. Rumble. A huge roar resounded through the sky, and the terrifying aftermath spread to the entire area. Surprisingly, a tavern towering over the port was not affected. A pair of twin sisters even sat at the door watching a play with a black cat in their arms. Advertisement. Now, countless pirates exclaimed again and again, looking in shock at Garp who landed from midair. Too strong, is this the marine hero? To be able to compete with the old man, this is troublesome. Don't be afraid, it's just an old thing, so many of us don't need to be afraid of him. It's not just the pirate who made a promise. Numerous marine soldiers, led by Dolphins and several vice admirals, have rushed over. You're old Whitebeard, you shouldn't have come to this war. Garp pinched his nostrils and grinned. I just want to get my son back. You should know. I want to go to Area 30, and you alone can't stop me. Whitebeard jumped off the bow, the pure white cloak flying behind his back, turning a blind eye to the oncoming marine. This is the absolute confidence of the strongest man in the world in his own strength. With the voice down, the pirates also raised their weapons and fought with the coming marine. At the same time, the 2 strong men from the old era also moved. But at the moment of collision, a cyan figure appeared, and its wings were burning with bright flames, bursting out with dazzling light. It is the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco. When Garp saw the guy in the way, he punched him in the head. Boom. Only a heavy muffled sound was heard. Marco in the form of the phoenix was beaten back to the human form, only feeling his head spinning for a while. Take advantage of this gap. Whitebeard turned sideways slightly, used his left fist with concussive force, and hit Garp hard. Boom. The atmospheric space in front of me exploded instantly, and countless spider web-like cracks continued to spread. Garp was blasted away, and the buildings and marines along the way were also affected. Old guy, Ace is playing with you when I rescue him. Whitebeard grinned, raised his knife and rushed towards Area 30. Not long after, Garp stood up slowly, shook his head, and followed immediately regardless of his injuries. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates immediately stepped forward to stop him and buy time for Whitebeard. But Garp was like a tiger coming down the mountain, almost punching him one by one, and the captain of the 6th Division's meteor hammer was crushed with his bare hands. At the same time, the heart of the amusement park. Rayleigh rubbed her stiff cheeks and said with a look of horror. Too fast. If I do this a few more times, I'm afraid I will die at your hands. A few seconds ago, the two of Ron were still on the edge of paradise. But in the blink of an eye, we arrived at the central area a few kilometers away. The speed is fast. Rayleigh even felt a sonic boom exploding next to her eardrum. There are blades in the air that are constantly in close contact with the skin. The moment the soles of your feet hit the ground. Advertisement. Rayleigh couldn't help but feel that this was the happiest moment in the world, even if it was trying to correct the flaws, it couldn't compare. Your hairline seems to be a few centimeters higher. Ron teased with a smile. Now my hair is my best thing. Rayleigh's heart suddenly sank, and she quickly stretched out her hand and gently pulled it a few times. Really, a few strands of white hair fell out from the roots. The dying old man was about to become incompetent and furious, but he heard Ron chuckle and say. It seems like no one of them dares to act rashly. Rayleigh looked up. Only Akainu and the Holy Master were seen floating in the air, and no one made any further movements. Bridge Bean Sacks. What is Doflamingo doing? Why are your hands on Ace's neck? For a while, Rayleigh had a bad feeling in her heart. There is no melancholy. With a swish sound. Regardless of his injuries, Rayleigh pulled out the sword from his waist and swung a conqueror's slash, whizzing towards Doflamingo's head. He just wanted to go to war. But I saw Kizaru and Sengoku coming from a distance. Rayleigh frowned, constantly analyzing the current situation in his mind. If the devil dragon doesn't cross his legs, even if Kizaru and Sengoku were added, it would be nothing to the Holy Master. But things are different now. If Kizaru, Akainu, and Sengoku were practicing, it would be difficult for Ace today. So, now I must be able to hold Kizaru and Sengoku down and not have S*X with them. They can only harass from the side, let the Holy Lord get rid of the demon dragon quickly, and then save Ace. After pondering, Rayleigh stopped in front of the two of them with a sword. No traffic ahead. At the same time. The deadlock between the four of them being wary of each other was completely broken by this slash. Doflamingo made the first move. The moment he dodged the slash, he used the flame gene given by Liang Bing to lay down a wall of fire in midair. It can be next second. The figure of the Holy Lord has arrived. Father, stop bullying humans, let's fight between the two of us. The devil dragon laughed ferociously. He stretched out his hand to explore, and a terrifying gravitational force suddenly appeared, forcibly pulling the Holy Lord's body and colliding with him. And at this moment, lava spurted out from the soles of Akainu's feet as power, and he was in front of Doflamingo almost instantly. Hand over Ace. Do you think it's possible? Doflamingo smiled and was about to fight. Liang Bing's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. You don't have much time. The man named Whitebeard is expected to arrive in 5 minutes. Whatever you have to do, hurry up. Chapter 94 With a finger, the rap begins. Above the altitude of 1,000 meters. After Liang Bing woke up Doflamingo, she pretended to be nothing and watched the battle below. Really, UBCH can't be trusted. I agreed not to interfere in the affairs of this world, but you still gave him a kind reminder. Geisha raised her eyebrows and teased with a smile. I didn't. Liang Bing pouted, refusing to admit it. Negligible. The voice that reminded Doflamingo just now kept echoing in the sky. Geisha crossed her legs and asked with a smile, what else do you have to say about this BCH? The devil's face is really ugly. Disgusting. You can say that I am mean, but you cannot say that I am ugly. Liang Bing suddenly burst into flames, and started to rap with a little finger. Geisha I asterisk 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 UBCH I asterisk 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 asterisk. After this series of greetings, there are 6 mothers in 7 sentences, and there is 1 sentence for the whole family. Geisha naturally turned back. Certainly, when Liang Bing didn't notice, a piece of encrypted data was already transmitted to Akainu's mind. Here, Geisha's voice came from Akainu's mind. Temporary call data, data transmission. Unlocking the secret ban password, transmission password, and the database code of the flame sword have been transmitted. Close black lens bracket. With the voice down, the flaming sword appeared in front of Akainu out of thin air. Happy is back. A gleam of joy flashed across Akainu's solemn face, and he said lightly. Doflamingo, you have no chance now. It seems that killing you first, and then grabbing Ace is also a good choice. Heard the words. Doflamingo, who was about to kill Ace, froze for a moment. The cool voice sounded in my mind again. This is the Suyin dagger. Its sharpness can even easily pierce the god body of the 4th generation. Kill him. Geisha, UBCH, if you give me the Sword of Flames, I dare to give Suyin a dagger. Let this world go completely insane. The moment the dark communication ended. A small dagger suddenly appeared in front of Doflamingo's eyes, and Akainu's figure also rushed in front of him. The flame sword was raised above the head by Akainu, and then aimed at Doflamingo's head and slashed down. That posture, as if to split it in half. At this critical moment, Doflamingo didn't have time to think too much, picked up the dagger, and blocked it with his backhand. Clang. accompanied by a burst of crisp metal collision sounded. Akainu looked at the scene in front of him in shock. This dagger turned out to be the flaming sword. Wrong. This dagger is not of this world. For a moment, Akainu couldn't help recalling Geis's words in his mind. The seeds of corruption have been sown in this world. Advertisement. You are from Morgana, the spreader of corruption and freedom. It seems that I won't kill you today. Knowing everything, Akainu sneered, and the strength in his hand was also increasing. Bah, you finally reacted. It seems that you are not stupid. The queen has orders. I'm going to kill you today. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and resisted with difficulty, feeling a burst of regret in his heart. It was too early to reveal his identity. If he knew this was the result, he would definitely not wade into this muddy water. After today, Marine and the Whitebeard pirates, even Rayleigh, will hunt him down. The only good thing is, just run to the tavern to be safe. Where there's a queen, there's Ron. A taste of home. Then see if you have the ability. Akainu snorted coldly, his idle left hand immediately turned into lava, and wanted to blast towards the opposite side. Doflamingo is also immediately alert. Even if he broke through the second-generation divine body, he didn't dare to keep his hand in the face of Admiral. String fruit awakens instantly. In an instant, countless white lines exploded out of nowhere in midair. Then it instantly condensed into 16 white threads wrapped around the armed colors, and attacked Akainu. Boom. With a loud noise, the two stepped back at the same time, with blood spilling from the corners of their mouths. For the attack just now, they didn't do any defense, and they used an injury-for-injury offensive method. Immediately afterwards, Doflamingo and Akainu rushed towards each other every time the other had any chance to breathe. In the next few minutes, the two collided with each other several times, and their bodies were covered with large and small wounds. But even so, Doflamingo's injury was much more serious than Akainu's. Although the physical strength and weapons of the two are almost the same. But Akainu's fruit ability, hockey and combat experience are unmatched by Doflamingo. Certainly, Ace caught in the arms is the worst. The aftermath of the collision just now made his already seriously injured body worse. It's a pity, if it wasn't for revealing your identity today. Given you a few years, you will be the biggest threat to Marine. The evil thoughts you spread will also be eradicated by justice. Akainu shook off the blood from the flame sword, and said in a deep voice. Since the fusion of the second-generation divine body, he has a deeper understanding of power in his heart. What four emperors, Kizaru and the like are all rubbish. So, Akainu absolutely does not allow a pirate to have such power. Not to mention the spreader of corruption and freedom. Stop joking. You and I just have different values. Only those who stand at the top can define good and evil. Justice must prevail. Of course, only the victor is justice. Doflamingo grinned, let out a mouthful of white fang, and said with a disdainful smile. The voice just fell. The two rushed towards each other again. Advertisement. Negligible. The figure of the Holy Master suddenly appeared in the center, with a downed and dying demon dragon under his armpit. Just now, the devil's little dragon is deadly, either to greet the Holy Master's head, or to cut off the old father's idea of practicing the trumpet. This also completely angered the Holy Master. Due to its inability to heal, the little demon dragon was quickly pressed and rubbed frantically by the Holy Master. And at this moment, Akainu and Doflamingo stopped at the same time, looking at the monster in front of them warily. Give him to me. The Lord stretched out his paws to Doflamingo with a gloomy face. Don't talk nonsense, both of you, I'm very angry now. Even if I kill you, those two women in the sky can't do anything to me. Although Doflamingo was unwilling in his heart, he could only hand over Ace to the Holy Master. No way, the strength gap is too big. It's really worthless to die here because of this kind of thing. Akainu frowned, thinking about countermeasures in his mind. The Holy Master ignored them, and came to the ground almost instantly under the power of the rabbit charm. And at this time, after Sengoku saw the ace in Shungju's armpit, he couldn't care about anything else. It directly turned into a golden Buddha and slapped the Holy Master with a palm. Shock wave. Immediately afterwards, a Kizaru composed of countless golden particles appeared, and countless light bullets were scattered between the crossed hands. 8-foot Chong Guyu, and it was too late for Akainu, who had just fallen from midair, to stop him. This is a monster that even Queen Geisha can't help. You are so reckless, are you courting death? Facing the oncoming attack, Holy Master was also stunned for a moment. Is there any end to it? But at this moment, Whitebeard and Garp also rushed to the scene during the fight. When they saw the dying ace, the two were furious at the same time. Subconsciously think, my good son and grandson were injured by this monster. After all, this guy really doesn't look like a good guy. Without the slightest hesitation, the broad blade in Whitebeard's hand, then swung hard. Boom. The atmosphere is shattered, and countless cracks spread. The surging shock force suddenly rushed towards the Holy Lord. Garp also wraps around Conqueror's hockey, throwing a punch. Seeing 4 attacks attacking him at the same time. Endless anger, murderous aura, and grievance suddenly appeared in the Holy Master's heart. Why, it's just to save someone, does Lousy know you, and he will kill you without saying anything. After thinking about it, the Holy Master used the horse charm to heal the injury of the devil dragon. Then spray him with soft heart spray again. All this happened very quickly, almost in an instant. The Holy Lord cried out, Son, Dad is too miserable. They are going to kill me, can you abolish them for my father? The devil dragon woke up suddenly. At the same time as his heart softened, the murderous aura surged out of his body, covering the audience in an instant. Chapter 95 Assassination of Sengoku. Since handing Ace to the Holy Master, Doflamingo has been hiding in the dark. On the one hand, it is waiting for opportunities. On the other hand, they are secretly looking for opportunities to strike. When he saw that the Holy Master was furious and controlled the demon dragon again, he felt ecstatic in his heart. Once Garp, Whitebeard, Sengoku, and Kizaru were deposed. Just kill one of them. Today's plan will be a complete success. Foo. Come on, mess up a bit more, and the whole world will be turned upside down. A trace of scarlet flashed in front of Doflamingo's eyes, faintly revealing madness. At the same time, facing the siege of the world's top 4 powerhouses. The Holy Lord tossed Ace to Rayleigh first. Then he stood up straight and stood in front of the Devil Dragon, without any intention of avoiding it. He wants to maximize the effect of the heart-softening spray. Father, no. With tears in his eyes, the Devil Dragon stretched out his hand to pull his father back. But, it's too late, 4 attacks are coming. Boom. Accompanied by a huge roar and explosion, it resounded throughout the world. The aftermath of terror wiped out everything around him. The amusement facilities in the park were shattered, and the big trees, flowers and plants were instantly reduced to charcoal. When the smoke clears, what catches the eyes of the Devil Dragon is the back of his father Wei-in. Destroy them. The Holy Master fell straight backwards and fell into the arms of the Demon Dragon, tears that were forced out slipped down his cheeks. In addition, the whole body was torn apart, and the blood water couldn't stop gushing. Even if he was pretending, he looked miserable. Father. I will. The Devil Dragon gently placed the Lord on the ground, and the terrifying murderous aura could not stop spreading outward. And at this moment, Whitebeard also knew he had hit the wrong guy when he saw the Lord throw the ace to Rayleigh. But it's too late to regret. Shock Fruit's attack has been blasted out, and there is no way to take it back. Garp, who didn't know what was going on, couldn't help being moved after seeing the scene of the father's kindness and filial piety. If Long, Ace, and Luffy could be so filial, they would wake up laughing while sleeping. As for Kizaru and Sengoku, they targeted Rayleigh again. Advertisement. To be honest, it's Ace in Rayleigh's arms. Still thinking about arresting people. It's hard to say whether you will survive today. Rayleigh was not afraid at all when faced with the attacking Sengoku too, but instead laughed and taunted them. Sengoku, Kizaru suddenly felt a bad feeling in his heart. The next moment, a cold, terrifying murderous aura directly enveloped the entire place. The sky that was originally clear was suddenly covered with dark clouds. The rain came pouring down. The whole paradise also became sad in this rain. The dense dark clouds were like faces that needed to vent, glaring at everything on the earth. Immediately afterwards, a hoarse and shuddering voice sounded in the sky. I will let you remember today's lesson forever. Whitebeard, Kizaru, Sengoku, and Garp looked up blankly. I saw the figure of the demon dragon flying in the air, pointing towards the sky. Thunder rolled in the dark clouds, making low roars. The next moment, countless thunder pillars as thick as arms descended from the sky, striking at the 4 Sengoku people like a punishment from heaven. Facing this thunder that was as dense as raindrops, the 4 Sengoku had no way to escape and had no choice but to fight back. But gradually, the thunder gradually became more violent, became more dense, and became so powerful that it seemed to tear everything in the world apart. Not long after, black smoke erupted from their bodies, their hair stood up high, and their bodies suffered varying degrees of trauma. Counterattack has also become passive defense. But just like this, it couldn't calm down the anger in Demon Xiaolong's heart. Immediately, the terrifying gravity suddenly appeared. Pulling Sengoku, the bodies of the 4 Whitebeards rose high into the air, and then slammed down to the ground. Once, twice, over and over again. At this time. Maybe it was because of the loud thunder and the sound of hitting the ground. Ace slowly opened his eyes from his coma. When he saw Whitebeard and Garp being tortured, he wanted to break away from Rayleigh's arms. Dad, Grandpa, suddenly, the Holy Lord suddenly appeared here and said lightly. They won't die. I just asked my silly son to teach them a lesson. No. Ron nodded in agreement. Advertisement. He doesn't dare to kill people casually in this world. Of course, it's just that this lesson is a bit painful and maybe something they will never forget. Snort. Rayleigh snorted coldly, expressing that he didn't want to save, let alone plead for mercy. He was originally resentful of Garp and Whitebeard. One considers Ace his son. The other one went even further and made Ace his grandson. Isn't this just a way to take advantage of the captain? As for Sengoku and Kizaru, defeat them in one go and this farce should be over. On the contrary, Ron didn't speak from the beginning to the end. With an attitude that it has nothing to do with him, he just enjoys the show in silence. However, the 4 Sengoku people are now seriously injured, and they will be cheated in a while. Today is a good day to make money. Suddenly, the entire paradise ground began to tremble inexplicably. While the earth is cracking, the bodies of Sengoku, Garp, Whitebeard, and Kizaru were buried in the ground, with only their heads exposed. Go to hell. Your souls will regret what you just did, forever. The demon dragon used thunder and lightning to condense a spear, intending to penetrate the heads of the 4 of them. At this critical moment, the Holy Lord instantly appeared next to the demon dragon, hugged him and cried loudly. Woo woo woo. I'm relieved of my silly son, let's let them go for now. Demon Xiaolong suddenly softened his heart, hugged the Holy Lord's waist, and said with concern. Father, your injury. The Holy Master smiled. The power of the horse talisman has healed all my injuries. That's good, otherwise, I will kill them today. Demon Xiaolong breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand. Instantly, the earth opened again, releasing Sengoku and Whitebeard. Just got out of trouble. Whitebeard, who was already suffering from a terminal illness and his body was not as good as before, spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff. The skin of that burly body was torn, and blood was oozing out from all over. The three Sengokus also stood up with difficulty, breathing heavily and with shock in their eyes. This is too strong. It's as if thunder, lightning, the earth, and gravity are all controlled by this monster. Just when Sengoku, Garp, and Kizaru were resting, a dagger came through the air. Everywhere along the way, there was a ripple in the air, showing how sharp it was. And the target of this dagger is none other than Martial Marine, Sengoku. Chapter 96. I only care about your wild father, but you don't care about Grandpa's life or death, right? This dagger is exactly the silver dagger that Liang Bing bestowed on Doflamingo. Killing a Whitebeard is pretty boring. Since you want to kill, it is still the most cost-effective to kill Sengoku. Not only that, just now, Doflamingo also fully learned how to use the Suyin dagger. That is manipulation. Once Sengoku is killed, the silver dagger will immediately reverse direction and impale Garp and Kizaru's heads. If successful, Marine will be in total chaos. Doflamingo will rise in a short period of time, even surpassing the four emperors. Now, the dagger was less than 5 meters from Sengoku's head. Although Kizaru had noticed Garp beside him, his body had no time to react. For a while, Doflamingo's heart couldn't stop speeding up, and his adrenaline was rushing all the way. At the same time, I have already imagined the scene where the dagger passes through Sengoku's head and brings out a piece of brain. But suddenly, a long sword fell from midair, blocking Sengoku's body. Boom, accompanied by a crisp sound. Doflamingo seemed to hear the sound of heartbreak, and could only watch helplessly as the Suyin dagger was bounced back. Immediately afterwards, Akainu's figure appeared, glaring at the direction in which the dagger flew back. It looks like you're ready to take on naval headquarters. The reason why he has not shot to help Sengoku, Kizaru shares the attack of the demon dragon. It is entirely Akainu's surprise attack like just now to guard against Doflamingo. Doflamingo's voice sounded in the dark. Mr. Akainu, you are really in the way. Declaration of war. Foo 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 foo. Marine is not qualified enough, I want to declare war on the world government. With the voice down, Doflamingo's breath dissipated instantly. He knew it. Now he can't beat Akainu no matter what, and he will even be counter-killed. Instead of staying here to fight fiercely, it is better to leave and immediately prepare the Don Quixote family to go into hibernation. In a few days, Marine will launch an endless hunt for the Don Quixote family. At this time, Sengoku came back to his senses and asked with a shocked expression. The dagger just now, and the sword in your hand. The two weapons felt very different to him. Sharp, tough. Even the supreme sword can't be compared with it. Advertisement. I don't have time to explain to you. Doflamingo must be killed immediately to prevent future trouble. Akainu raised the flame sword and chased after the place where Doflamingo's breath dissipated. Compared to Whitebeard, now fused with the god body of the second generation, Doflamingo holding the silver dagger is the biggest threat. If Marine meets Doflamingo alone in the future, let alone Vice Admiral, even Kizaru and Aokiji are two admirals. The end. There is only one dead end. Sengoku, who didn't know the truth, almost jumped up in a hurry. What the hell? Whitebeard is dead now, you don't have time to go up and give him a knife. Deduction of wages. Wages must be deducted, plus suspension for self-reflection. Do you want to continue now? I want to play. The old man is always with you. Rayleigh put down the ace in his arms and strode forward, trying to beat the dog in the water. Although he is also injured now. But compared with Sengoku, Kizaru, and Garp, this injury is not worth mentioning at all. Sengoku was so angry that he spurted out a mouthful of old blood. Either continue, or end this farce. If you choose to continue, you can only kill one Whitebeard at most. Of course, Marine will also have to withstand Whitebeard's most powerful blow before his death, as well as the wrath of the Whitebeard pirates. Rayleigh stopped and analyzed the pros and cons seriously. At this time, Whitebeard also regained his composure, stood up straight and laughed loudly. Gu la la la. In your current state, even if you die in battle, I can still drag you to be buried with you. The old man's voice was like a bell, but there was a hint of paleness on his old face. The oil is already exhausted. Sengoku frowned, thinking about strategies in his mind. Now Vice Admiral is entangled with all the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Even if we ask for reinforcements now, it's too late. Thinking of this, Sengoku glanced at the two people beside him. Kizaru's internal organs were injured, and wounds of various sizes were scattered all over his body. Garp is a little better, but with a pair of iron fists you can even faintly see the bones. And the purpose of starting the war today. The original intention was to capture Ace, then return to Marin Fendo and start a war against the Whitebeard pirates. But without the protection of the Holy Lord, this plan would be impossible to realize. If we continue to fight to the death, it will definitely offend the Holy Master and his son, which will undoubtedly make things worse. In the end, Sengoku nodded reluctantly. Let's go. Leave Sabaody Archipelago now. Advertisement. This is advice, but also a threat. Although this battle was lost. But they also lost to the Holy Master and his son, and to the sudden change in the situation. It's not like we lost to the Whitebeard pirates. If Sengoku is given enough time, Marine can immediately mobilize reinforcements. Rayleigh took a long breath after hearing this. Take care of yourself first. It's not your turn to say when we leave. Cough cough cough. Whitebeard sneered, then coughed up a lot of blood. Sengoku ignored him, but took out a phone bug and said. Everyone evacuates. When the last bite is spit out. It seemed as if the Marine Marshal had exhausted his last bit of strength, and his eyes became dull. Then, he fell into the arms of his good friend Garp. Would you like to come and sit in my tavern? It's right near the port of Area 13 where you docked. Ron, who had been silent all this time, said slowly. Rayleigh took over the conversation and added, this kid's wine is very good. Whitebeard, you will definitely not suffer any loss if you go. Okay. Whitebeard nodded and did not refuse. Suddenly, the bug phone he carried with him also started ringing. Boo boo boo. Turning on the phone, Marco's solemn voice rang out. Dad, I don't know what happened. Marine retreated. Did Ace get caught by them? Whitebeard smiled. No, Ace has been rescued. There is a tavern near you, wait for me there. Ace's injury is serious, you must treat him immediately. Ace on the side shook his head vigorously. No, Dad, you seem to be injured more seriously. Let Marco treat you first. Whitebeard didn't speak, but picked up Ace and walked towards Area 13. Looking at the backs of the two of them, Garp clenched his fists with a dark face. What the hell, you only care about your wild dad, right? My grandfather was almost beaten to death, and you didn't care at all. ... Under Ron's leadership, the group soon arrived at the tavern. But just opened the door and walked in. Ron saw Yujie standing on the windowsill with his slender waist arched high, his sharp claws popping out from the pink meat pad, baring his teeth in the direction of the bar and breathing. Still looking furious. Chapter 97. Even if it's a dog, after 30 years of raising it, it still has some feelings. For the sake of the image of the tavern, Ron stepped forward slowly, hugged Yujie in his arms, and kept smoothing his hair with his hands. Maybe it's a habit of stroking cats. With a set of skillful techniques, Yujie's irritable mood was gradually calmed down. As for the man sitting at the bar, it was a new guest. He was dressed in a white haori, slender, tall and straight. The black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose concealed a bit of sharpness, making him less aggressive. With short brown hair and a gentle smiling face, he looked very gentle and restrained. Certainly, Ron was also afraid that this man would suddenly slap his hand, and then look at everyone present with contempt. From now on, I will stand at the top. ... Ron ignored him for the time being, but greeted the others. Sit down. Lukoya also smiled and pointed at the bar full of wine. The wine is ready for you. Rayleigh. Upon seeing this, the Holy Master and his son immediately bowed 90 degrees. I'm sorry for your inconvenience. Next time we can come by ourselves. After speaking, the three of them hurried to the bar and sat down. See this weird scene. Whitebeard couldn't help but froze for a moment. Why is Rayleigh out of his mind for being so respectful to this woman? The same goes for those two monsters. I beat myself just now, and the three of Sengoku couldn't lift their heads up. Despite his doubts, Whitebeard still looked at Ace lying on the ground. On the way here, Ace slipped back into a coma and is now being treated by Marco. As for his injuries, Whitebeard turned a blind eye. Soon, Ace came to his senses again, and the color gradually returned to his pale face. He was not in a hurry to see his injury, but said eagerly. Marco, heal Dad quickly. His injury was worse than mine. Okay. Marco nodded, and the cyan flame burst out and attached to Whitebeard's body. But this can only treat skin trauma. Treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Seeing this, the Holy Lord couldn't help but look envious. If my silly son is half as filial as he is, I can also smile at Juquan. Pity. I can only think about it in my heart. Having said that, but the Holy Lord secretly touched the soft-hearted spray, and his heart immediately felt a lot more at ease. This stuff smells so good. Sorry, I didn't know you were going to save Ace at first. Advertisement. After all, when the treatment was over, Whitebeard breathed a sigh of relief, and after saying something apologetic, he hesitated to speak. The sentence, "You are so frighteningly long," is really hard to say. The Holy Master took a sip of wine, forced out a tear, and said pitifully. You people, you didn't ask anything, and you came up with a dead hand. I just feel a little wronged. That tone, that demeanor, that tearful gesture. If you don't look at the face, people will definitely think that the Lord is a wronged girl. After everyone saw it, their eyelids jumped wildly. The picture is really beautiful. But the devil dragon who was sprayed with soft-hearted spray hugged the old father directly, and burst into tears. Father, don't worry. With me in the future, this kind of thing will never happen again. The Holy Master lay on his son's shoulders, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but crazily raised. At this time, Ron put the wine that Lukoya had brought earlier in front of Whitebeard. Okay, now that the misunderstanding is resolved, let's have a drink. I heard you like hard liquor. It's called burnt knife, and Blackbeard once drank it. When hearing this name, Whitebeard was obviously stunned for a moment, and there was a trace of heaviness in his eyes. I have recognized so many sons. Blackbeard was the only one he missed. Gu la la la. Back then, he knelt in front of me and wanted to join the family. Although he hesitated, I finally agreed. Because I saw the firmness in his eyes, but I didn't see the ambition in his heart. Whitebeard frowned, and took a draught from the bottle in front of him. Gulu, with a sip of wine entering his throat. The rich aroma of wine is bursting out in the mouth in an instant. The pure, round taste makes Whitebeard linger on. It can be next second. The wine I drank just now seemed to be replaced by a knife. From the throat to the stomach, all the way was hot, as if someone was holding a knife in the throat and waving it in the stomach. Unlike Blackbeard, instead of feeling uncomfortable, Whitebeard groaned happily. Gu la la la. Good wine. This is definitely the strongest drink I've ever had. As he spoke, he poured it into his mouth again. Marco hurried forward and grabbed the bottle. Father, your current body can't drink like this. Ace, who was lying on the ground, said in an almost begging tone. Dad, treasure your body. Advertisement. The Whitebeard pirates can't live without you. Whitebeard rolled his old eyes and wanted to reprimand him, but he held back. Yes, my body is not as good as it used to be. Coupled with the serious injury this time, I am afraid that he will not be able to live for a few years. Seeing this scene of father's kindness and son's filial piety, at this moment, an old father cast envious eyes. After a moment of silence, Whitebeard looked at the busy Ram. Originally I wanted these two girls to join the Whitebeard pirates. Now it seems that there is no need for this. After finishing speaking, he asked curiously, where is the man who beat up Teach's group? Has he joined other forces? I want to recognize him as my son. When coming to Sabaody Archipelago, Whitebeard wanted to save Ace, and recognized his 3 sons by the way. That's so perfect it couldn't be more perfect. But after seeing the reverence of the Lord and his son to Ron, and seeing Rem, who was the waiter in Ron's tavern, this idea disappeared. I can only pin my hopes on that man. Finding out if his son's faults can be corrected. Ron raised his eyebrows. Then you have to ask the Holy Master. See if he's interested in calling you daddy. Rayleigh didn't think it was a big deal to watch the excitement, so he smirked and said, hurry up and recognize your son. See how many lives you have promised. Whitebeard froze for a moment. The Holy Master was surprisingly not angry, instead he smiled and narrated what had happened. After listening, Whitebeard, Marco, and Ace couldn't laugh or cry. He became an ordinary person and was kicked by badgers. He was beaten violently by his son just now, then he was attacked by a Kainu, and finally he was besieged. The Lord is really a miserable person. It's just that Whitebeard's plan to recognize his son fell through again. After a burst of laughter, Whitebeard asked lightly, how is Teach now? Are you running away, or have you been captured by Marine? Rayleigh took a sip of wine, took a deep breath, and asked slowly. Killed by me. The body should still be in that amusement park now. If you want to collect the corpse, hurry up, otherwise you will definitely be picked up by Marine, and make a big fuss. Whitebeard frowned slightly. We haven't fought for many years, right? Or, before finishing speaking, Rayleigh directly acted first. He turned sideways, wrapped one arm around Whitebeard's waist, and rushed out of the tavern. Marco asked in a daze. It was fine just now, why did it suddenly start fighting? Ron said flatly, maybe it's to vent. Although Blackbeard broke the rules, he called Whitebeard daddy for 30 years. Even if you have a dog, you should have feelings after barking by your side for 30 years. Chapter 98. The facts are exactly as Ron said. Whitebeard is an emotional man. He was an orphan since he was a child, and he longed for family affection and family members very much. This also creates a different kind of pirate who values family far above everything else. Even the name of One Piece can be turned a blind eye. Whitebeard treats everyone in the pirates as his own. Even Blackbeard violated the iron law of don't hurt your companions. It's no one else's turn to do it. Although Whitebeard was grateful to Rayleigh in his heart, he always felt an inexplicable anger rising in his heart. Wrath Blackbeard's betrayal. Anger is not beheading traitors with your own hands. If Fury wasn't old, Ace wouldn't have been hurt like this at all. So, Whitebeard needs to let off steam, even with his current crippled body. Hearing the sound of fighting outside the door, Lucia asked curiously. You should have a way to cure that man. Why not make a deal with him? Ron shook his head slightly. I want to trade too. However, I am not a Buddha. Although Whitebeard is the 4 emperors, he is penniless. Every time the money of other pirates was seized, the supplies were anonymously donated to the hometown. And the celestial beans given to Yutanji last time can't cure Whitebeard's terminal illness at all. Just like in Dragon Ball, the birthplace of Shondo, Wukong's heart disease cannot be cured. There are other ways to cure Whitebeard. Lucia shrugged with a smile, then whispered. Correct. Let's continue discussing how life is going to be tonight. Pick off the light yellow long skirt, maybe you can see the fluffy hair. Ron's heart sank, and he shouted angrily in a low voice, Monster, don't break my heart. You don't have to think about it. Lucia wanted to fish naturally again. After the last time, this woman slept for a whole day and night. Suddenly, Marco leaned forward, although he didn't hear Ron's last words. But I heard the previous words. Boss, do you have a way to cure Dad's terminal illness? Marco asked tentatively. Ron shook his head slightly. The price is too expensive, I'm afraid you can't afford it. How much? It's not money, it's devil fruit. It takes 3 devil fruits to treat Whitebeard. Ron glanced at the Holy Master, smiled and held out 3 fingers. After hearing this, Marco was overwhelmed. No problem, as long as Dad can be cured, I will give you the Moby DK. After speaking, he covered his still dizzy head and hurried out. It seems that Garp's punch was really heavy, thanks to the powerful recovery ability of Marco's fruit. If it were someone else, it might have been packed into a small 21x21 box. Advertisement. ... Outside the pub, Whitebeard dragged his heavily injured body and kept punching. He needs to vent. Vent your frustration and anger. But Rayleigh hid while mocking. Newgate, you have to admit it when you're old. I'm afraid there is nothing wrong with the birds during the day, but at night, right? Here is the strongest man in the world, tisk tisk tisk. Poor, sad, sad. This wave can be described as full of ridicule. It also made Whitebeard's offense a little faster. Rayleigh still kept talking trash on his mouth, in order to vent his inner displeasure. There is no other reason. It's just that after seeing Ace caring about Whitebeard, Rayleigh felt angry. Whitebeard should be replaced by Roger. At this time, an old voice suddenly sounded. How is Ace? The 2 people who were fighting followed the sound and looked. Rayleigh raised his eyebrows, and immediately blamed him. Actually, you shouldn't vent your anger on me. You should settle accounts with Garp. Really, the grandpa who raised Ace from childhood. Whitebeard heard the words and quickly reacted. Without the slightest hesitation. The strongest man in the world completely acted instinctively. Garp froze for a moment, and immediately understood the other party's intention. He wanted to explain, but Whitebeard didn't even give him a chance to explain. The thick arm slammed hard on Garp's neck. While kicking hard, Whitebeard said loudly.
Garp, I should really thank you. Help me raise this bad son. How can I thank you? You say so, Rayleigh? Rayleigh also understood in seconds, and immediately stepped forward to make up for it. Wait. Don't fight. The old man's age is here, so you can't let Ace call the old man's father? Because he was seriously injured, Garp could only defend passively while explaining with a wry smile. What? Rayleigh, being AS***T, immediately lifted Garp up. I was reckless. Why didn't you say it earlier? Garp's face darkened. Damn, you're dead. After the old man recovers from his injuries, I must arrest you to impel down and spend his old age with the sewing machine. After venting to each other, the 3 returned to the tavern to sit down. I haven't waited for my bud to sit hot. Marco pushed the door and ran in, then handed a black box to Ron. This is the devil fruit I promised you. The specific ability is unknown, and the specific category is unknown. It doesn't matter. Ron opened it and took a look. Advertisement sure enough, 3 devil fruits were lying quietly in the box. These are the 3 devil fruits that Marco obtained after searching the entire Whitebeard group. What do you mean? Whitebeard frowned slightly. Marco quickly explained the whole story. Whitebeard shook his head in refusal. It's too wasteful to treat me, let Ace do it. Otherwise, with his current injury, he will definitely lie down for a year and a half. Marco still shook his head. He can cure your terminal illness. Heard the words. Not only Whitebeard, Ace was shocked, and even Garp beside him was also heartbroken. If let the terminal illness be cured, then Whitebeard's threat to Marine will be greatly improved. Boss, treat Dad. Ace, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help urging. Ron nodded, smiled and said, Holy Lord, please help me to eradicate Whitebeard's incurable disease with the horse charm. Regardless of success or failure, you and your son will be exempted from drinking money for a month. Dad once said, a noble horse can drive out all external forces in the body. The horse charm represents healing and restoration. If unsuccessful, Ron also has other methods, one is witchcraft, and the other is dragon magic. In case it still doesn't work, then I am sorry, the treatment fee will not be refunded. And at this moment, everyone looked at Ron in disbelief. Co-author, you just collect money and don't contribute? Doesn't your conscience ache with making so much money? Marco felt that the 3 devil fruits were too worthless. Boss, don't be so polite, it's a matter of convenience. The Lord smiled, and put a paw on Whitebeard's body. With a burst of dazzling light lit up, Whitebeard suddenly felt more relaxed than ever, and his body felt a sense of relief. It's as if all the cells in the body are alive, when the light fades away. The wounds and scars that were originally entrenched on Whitebeard's body disappeared. The aura exuded is also rising steadily at this moment. It really recovered, Whitebeard said in disbelief. Over the years, in order to treat his terminal illness. Even if they searched all the famous doctors in the sea, they were helpless. Didn't expect it to be cured so easily now? Seeing this miraculous scene, Garp also licked his face and asked the Lord. Why don't you raise your hand and heal me and Ace too? The Lord is a qualified toolman. Seeing that Ron didn't nod, he refused very simply. Roll. P.S. Dear readers, the daily income is getting lower and lower if you don't give the amount, and you can't afford to eat. Please feed and remind me. Otherwise, I really don't have the motivation to write. Chapter 99 twice, is it over yet? Garp was not angry even after the Holy Lord was defeated. It has nothing to do with his carefree personality. Totally unbeatable. His son can fight 4 against 1, but if he fights back now, he will definitely end up miserable. Hang out on the ocean.
It's not about strength, it's about vision, and how worldly you are. Immediately, Garp looked at Ron at the bar. Little devil. Do you mind letting him help us heal it? Ron nodded. Of course I don't mind. Real. There are 6 devil fruits in total. When can I get them? Ron asked with a smile. Garp didn't respond, silently lowering his head and drinking. This moment, after living for more than 70 years, he suddenly understood a truth. Sometimes it is not only pain and difficulties that can make people silent, but also make people so desperate that they let out heartbreaking screams. Poverty can be. Good grandson, Grandpa has no ability, so you should just lie down like this for a year. Gu la la la. You didn't have this temper before. Why, as you get older, your edges have been smoothed away. After recovering, Whitebeard poured wine into his mouth and teased with a smile. I see more than just edges and corners. This old guy's exclamation mark has been worn away by the years, so what's left is a dot underneath, right? Rayleigh also beat the drowned dog and laughed loudly. Garp looked at his old friend, who had been fighting for decades with a dark face. What the hell? Wait until the old man recovers from his injury. I will kill you all of you. The ashes have been raised for you. Ignoring the two of them, Garp slowly stood up and sat down next to Ace. Kid, if you can still move, get up and have a drink with me. Ace struggled to sit up and was about to say something when he glanced down. A pair of iron fists with white bones exposed came into view. Chicken sauce. Ace's eyes were red and his trembling voice was choked with sobs. Ha ha ha, don't cry. Don't let me see you on the sea in the future, or I will still arrest you. Garp laughed loudly, ridiculously but slightly unnaturally. Maybe it was because he moved too much when he sat down, and the wound on his chest burst open again. The blood soaked through the white shirt, showing a little bit of scarlet. No, you can't beat Dad now, Ace wiped his tears and said carelessly. After hearing this, Garp felt a knot in his chest. I wanted to give Love an iron fist, but I held back because Ace was seriously injured now. Advertisement: if you don't control your strength well, you will really end up sending someone with white hair to someone with black hair. The old man handed the wine glass in his hand to Ace and said with a grin. After drinking, you can leave. Good, ding. The wine glasses collided with each other, making a crisp and pleasant sound. The grandfather and grandson raised their heads together and drank the wine in one gulp. Let's set sail. We've wasted too much time here. Boss, come and have a drink when you have time. I like the wine you have here. Whitebeard stood up slowly, first patted Rayleigh's shoulder to express his gratitude and then strode outside. Ron smiled and said, welcome to visit next time. Marco on the side quickly put down a bunch of berry, picked up Ace and followed him. As they walked out of the tavern, Ace's voice sounded outside. Goodbye, chicken sauce. Uncle Rayleigh, goodbye. Looking at their departing figures, the two old men had tears in their eyes, trying hard not to let them flow down. Rayleigh and Garp knew it. After Ace leaves today, I'm afraid it will be many years before we see each other again. Maybe even meet again. Maybe at his own funeral. At this time, the system's mechanical beep sounded in Ron's mind. Ding, customer Whitebeard finished talking. Close black lens bracket, customer Whitebeard. Shockfruit, Conqueror's Hockey, armed color. Host can choose an ability. Close black lens bracket. Ding, customer Garp has finished talking. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, customer Garp. Conqueror's Hockey, Taijutsu. Host can choose an ability. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, customer. Close black lens bracket. After a series of beeps, Ron said slowly. Pick Whitebeard's Shockfruit, Garp's Conqueror's Hockey. As for the others, Ron chose the armor color of Ace, the water magic energy of the Devil Dragon, and the physical skill of Rayleigh. Finally, there is the Holy Lord's Horse Talisman. In the future, there will still be customers who are injured, so we can't always use the Holy Lord as a tool. Ron would be a little embarrassed too. Ding, it is detected that Garp's Conquerors is slightly stronger than Host's existing Conquerors. Close black lens bracket. Is it integrated? Close black lens bracket. Ron nodded. Fusion, because the physique is too strong now. During the fusion of Conquerors, Ron didn't even notice a slight difference, only feeling a little stronger. It is worth mentioning that it may be due to the upgrade of the tavern. This fusion does not override the original Conquerors, but superimposes directly. Judging by the strength of Conquerors now, not even Shanks can compare to Ron. Advertisement: as for Shockfruit, use it as after-dinner fruit, Ron murmured softly. After watching the Whitebeard pirates leave, Garp put down a wad of money, picked up the unfinished drink and left the tavern silently. His back gradually drifted away, although he still looked tall and strong, he seemed a little lonely. Well, finally, I don't have to stare at Ace every day. I don't have to panic every day, I can sleep soundly. After Rayleigh let out a long sigh of relief, he always felt empty in his heart. Seeing this, Ron smiled and said, it's time for you to have a baby. Otherwise, who will die for you, who will dig a hole to bury you? Rayleigh shook his head with a wry smile, it's too late. It's really powerless, the key is that the body can't bear it. The voice just fell. The door of the tavern was slammed open. Gai Sha, Liang Bing walked in one after the other, holding the flaming sword and Suyin dagger in their hands respectively. At this moment, the two beauties somewhere in the Sabaody archipelago looked at their empty hands, and suddenly felt that the happiness was gone with a snap. Especially Akainu.
My heart throbbed. Twice, there is no end. The things are sent out twice, can I still ask for them back? Sure enough, it's bitch's behavior. Liang Bing patted the dust on his clothes and couldn't help but sneered. Just now. The two sisters have been arguing about the flame sword and Suyin dagger. Cursing on the street is definitely not going to solve the conflict. In the end, he simply moved his hands at an altitude of 1,000 meters. As a result, Liang Bing suffered a disastrous defeat and could only take back the Suyin dagger. I don't want to argue with you about these meaningless things. I should have killed you just now. This way, you don't have to whisper in my ear. Keisha found a seat at the bar and sat down, her two long white legs tapped lightly, her voice was lazy and irritated. Liang Bing's arrogance was reduced by half immediately, and with puffed cheeks, he came to the bar and sat down angrily. The two didn't look at each other, and turned their heads to one side. See this scene. Ron couldn't help raising his eyebrows, and quickly sorted out the story of Liangbing and Geisha in his mind. At last, the conclusion is that Geisha is a standard sister-in-law. Co-authored these 10,000 years of war. Is it the love and killing of the paranoid and powerful sister controlling the old sister, and the rebellious sister controlling the non-mainstream sister? Suddenly, the guest who just arrived broke the silence and asked in a gentle voice. Can you show me this dagger? Chapter 100 Hogyoku? When a man's voice sounded, the black cat in Ron's arms exploded again and jumped directly onto the bar, its sharp claws popping out of the pink flesh pads. If it weren't for the constraints of the tavern rules. With Yoruichi's temper, the war had already started before Ron came back. Captain Yoruichi, don't be nervous. I just want to see these two weapons, you are too sensitive. If I wanted, I could take you back to Soul Society when I first met you. The man took a sip of the wine in the glass and smiled gently. Yoruichi thought for a moment before jumping back into Ron's arms, but the vigilance in his vertical eyes did not diminish at all. This newly arrived guest is none other than Aizen Kuyusuke of the Shinigami world. The fourth guest in the tavern has villain characteristics. Captain of Gode 13 Division 5. Although he looks very gentle and not aggressive at all, he is actually a hexagonal warrior. So powerful, not only can high-level Kaido give up chanting, Reiatsu is also several times stronger than an ordinary captain. It's okay to show it to you. But, can you undo this so-called illusion first? Liang Bing leaned back lazily on the chair and handed the dagger to the other side with a smile. With the voice down, Aizen disappeared in front of everyone. Immediately, his figure reappeared at the edge of the bar. Just everything. It is an illusion caused by everyone's five senses being controlled by Kyoka Suigetsu. Ron had noticed it as soon as he walked in, so he ignored Aizen. Oh, can actually see through Kyoka Suigetsu. Aizen smiled and slowly stepped forward to take the dagger. But the moment he took it, his right hand suddenly dropped. Very heavy. It has far exceeded the weight of a dagger. Aizen held the dagger in his backhand and slashed it in the air several times. Instantly, there were ripples in the space in front of him, which showed how sharp it was. A very nice dagger. Can you sell it to me? Aizen now handed the dagger back to Liang Bing, then found a seat to sit down and asked softly. Sure, as long as you help me kill that bitchy, I can give you this little toy instead of selling it. Liang Bing pointed to her sister beside her and said with a smile. Advertisement. Sorry, I came here today just to drink, not to kill anyone. Aizen smiled and shook his head in rejection. He knew it very well. Since Liangbing can see through his own Kyoka Suigetsu and can use this dagger as a toy, he must be very powerful. Moreover, even this kind of existence cannot kill people. Aizen couldn't agree easily. He could only say that the chips were too small and it was not worth taking action. Certainly, the most critical point is that there is something wrong with this pub. Not to mention the demonic father and son, the beautiful woman with squinting eyes, and the faint aura of the little blonde girl. It actually made Aizen uncontrollably afraid. Not to mention the tavern owner sitting at the bar. Since he can let such a strong person work in a tavern, he must be stronger. After analyzing everything, Aizen decided not to act rashly until he found out the details of this tavern. At this time, a silent Ron suddenly asked, Mr. Aizen. Is a road forged with blood really worth it? Even if it means sacrificing the lives of countless Rukongai civilians. Aizen was stunned for a moment and said calmly, the path I am taking will cost a small number of lives. But if you give the whole world to Shinigami, the sacrifice will never end. Even if I am hated and cast aside by everyone in the world, I will not change the original shape of this path. The empty period of the throne of heaven is about to end. From now on, I will stand at the top. These are Aizen's words and their meaning. It is Aizen who wants to completely change the three realms. Soul Society is no longer ruled by corrupt aristocrats. He wants to make the Soul King, who is the cornerstone of the gift of the world, the symbol of Shinigami's sin, and the greatest sacrifice, fall from the sky. At last, Aizen wants to be the spiritual king and stand on the sky with his own consciousness. Heard the words. The black cat lying in Ron's arms uttered a hoarse voice. You've gone crazy. What's the crime of the Shinigami, and how could they cause more sacrifices? On the contrary, you, in order to study Shinigami's hollow, did not hesitate to use all the captains as experimental subjects. Yoruichi said a lot in one breath. Ron also learned from this that both Yoruichi and Aizen share the same timeline. Advertisement. That was after the Shinigami hollow experiment ended.
Aizen slaughtered all the 46 chambers, and finally framed the crime of researching Shinigami Hollow on Urahara Kazuki. The purpose is to snatch Hogyoku from Urahara Kazuki. But before the execution, Yoruichi robbed the execution ground. Finally, they were wanted. Yoruichi turned into a black cat and came to the tavern. Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukubishi went to the living world. Now, Ram, and Rayleigh were all frightened when they saw the black cat speaking human words. Ram was extremely shocked and lifted Yoruichi up high, and said at the same time. It spoke. Available immediately. Ram realized something was wrong. No wonder the owner often sleeps with this cat in his arms. Well, a few more bullets were missing from the gun. Yoruichi, who knew he was exposed, could not help but sigh. Can you two let me go first? Ram put Yoruichi on the bar, looked at each other and left the bar one after another. Then I took a wooden board in the kitchen and wrote and drew on it. Dogs and cats are not allowed in the owner's room. Well, dragons too, after the fun is over. Aizen smiled, took a sip of wine, and said slowly. Whether you're crazy or not doesn't matter now. As long as I get Urahara Kazuki's piece of Hogyoku and fuse it. That will all be over. As the patriarch of one of the four nobles, you should know about the Spirit King. I will replace him and stand on the sky with my own consciousness. If it were changed to before, Aizen would definitely not say this to Yoruichi. But things are different now. Because of the robbery, Yoruichi is wanted by the entire Soul Society. Even if she tried to report Captain Yamamoto, no one would believe her. Suddenly, Ron took out a gem that shone with blue-black light and played with it in his hand. Is this the Hogyoku you're talking about? Idealistic items are very interesting. You can study them at night. Aizen.